Chapter 1. Wang Yu's Little Shack. In a dilapidated metal shack near the mechanical junkyard in Tianhai City, Wang Yu's pupils flickered with a dark sheen as he was repairing a small nuclear fusion generator. He was a transmigrator who had arrived in this world for over half a year. Originally, he was just an ordinary college student from a rural area of Blue Star, orphaned and surviving by farming and doing odd jobs, with a keen interest in machinery and electronic technology. After accidentally transmigrating, he discovered that the technology in this world was far more advanced than that of Blue Star. Skyscrapers, floating cities, hovering vehicles, prosthetic enhancements, and a chaotic lower society, all these cyberpunk elements excited him greatly. However, he was frustrated that he couldn't find a terminal to connect to the intelligent network of this world outside the city, making it impossible to access more information. As a transmigrator, he did gain certain benefits, one being the ability called Eye of Analysis. As long as he focused on observing an object, information he wanted to know would appear in his mind, and his brain could quickly analyze detailed data. However, using this ability consumed a lot of mental energy, but it was particularly useful for repairing equipment. Since discovering his ability, Wang Yu had developed a passion for rummaging through the mechanical junkyard. He had fantasized about finding an Alita like Dr. Ito, but unfortunately, all he found were various discarded prosthetics that, of course. His perseverance was commendable. He never gave up and ended up with a room full of equipment in just 6 months. With this, he could open his repair shop for business. Wang Yu believed that with the support of the Eye of Analysis, he would definitely have his day in this world. After finishing the final adjustments, Wang Yu pressed the run button and the generator emitted a high-frequency vibration, running smoothly. Success! After deactivating the Eye of Analysis, Wang Yu felt a bit dizzy, his limbs feeling weak. After a few minutes to recover, he finally regained some strength, and the feeling of hunger set in. He rummaged through his food supplies, only to find that there was nothing left. With no other options, he thought of Old Feng and hurriedly left the shack. Old Feng was a disabled homeless man who had lost his right foot and left hand. Unable to afford prosthetics, he survived by cultivating land in a remote area outside the city. When Wang Yu transmigrated, he had been lying in Old Feng's vegetable field, and it was Old Feng who had rescued him and informed him about this world. Of course, he also shared some gardening tips with Old Feng, significantly increasing the vegetable yield. Over the past 6 months, he had relied on Old Feng's support to fill his stomach. However, Old Feng often teased him for not focusing on serious work, wasting time in the mechanical junkyard instead of making good use of his gardening talents. Wang Yu took Old Feng's word with a grain of salt with the Eye of Analysis. He believed it was just a matter of time before he made it big. Now that he had a power supply, Wang Yu planned to give Old Feng a prosthetic limb the next day, so he wouldn't have to suffer because of his disability. Little did Wang Yu know that just minutes after he left, 3 people stealthily entered his metal shack. Since he lived in a relatively remote area, there were only him and Old Feng within several kilometers, making it hard for anyone to notice if someone came. At Old Feng's place, Wang Yu successfully borrowed some food, but as usual, he was teased for disturbing Old Feng's dreams in the middle of the night. He had no idea about Wang Yu's grand aspirations. Wang Yu's dreams were already laid out. First, a small repair shop outside the city, then a foothold in Tianhai City, followed by a renowned repair shop in the floating city, and finally, fame throughout the world. He dreamed of sitting in a starship, surrounded by a bunch of mechanical girls like Alita, becoming the coolest man under the stars, repairing equipment by day and mechanical girls by night. In their conversation, Old Feng mentioned that the nearby gathering place had not been very peaceful lately, with a few cases of organ theft reported. Wang Yu was taken aback, wondering if it was related to people getting their kidneys stolen. Based on his knowledge from Blue Star, he guessed that some individuals might need organ transplants or conducting certain experiments. However, he quickly thought that with such advanced technology in this world, human modification was mature and there were plenty of mechanical surrogate organs available, making organ transplants unlikely. Thus, using organs for experiments was also improbable. Such situations were most likely motivated by personal vendettas. Wang Yu had not offended anyone since coming to this world, so he wasn't too scared. After saying this, Wang Yu immediately took off now that he had achieved electrical independence. He didn't want to stay cooped up in a shack lit by an oil lamp. Seeing his hurried demeanor, Old Feng shook his head and sighed. This kid really gives me no peace. It looks like I'll have to deal with this disabled person. With that, he got out of bed and walked towards the door. Before long, A few faint, dull thuds were heard, followed by a return to silence. In the private research institute of Du Tung in the eastern district of Tianhai City, Du Zipping smashed the cup in his hand, his face contorted with rage, while a steward nearby broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, are those three guys raised on shit? They claim to be bronze-tier warriors, saying they're invincible outside the city. I spent so many resources, and at the crucial moment, they let me down. Contact the investigation team and find out who dares to go against me. After his roar, the steward quickly left. He certainly couldn't obtain organs within the city, so he sent someone to secretly search outside the city. Not long ago, the life signals of the three he sent out had disappeared. Chapter 2. Installing the prosthetic limb. Looking at the mess in the shack, Wang Yu's head buzzed. Robbers. Which bastard messed with my hard work over the past 6 months? Various components were scattered all over the floor, and the neatly arranged tools were thrown about chaotically. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Worried about his equipment, Wang Yu quickly activated the Eye of Analysis to assess the situation. He found that the small nuclear power generator was undamaged, letting out a slight sigh of relief, as it was key to achieving electrical independence. Continuing to survey the room, his expression darkened further. Aside from the small nuclear power generator, many tools and equipment had suffered damage. Damn that bastard, I swear, if I find out who did this. After his outburst, Wang Yu could only silently start cleaning up. He endured it for the sake of opening up shop the next day. Fortunately, there was enough electricity, and after a few hours, the room was tidied up and the damaged equipment was repaired. The Eye of Analysis was a godsend for repairs, quickly identifying problems and providing solutions. Once everything was in order, Wang Yu dragged his exhausted body into the sleep pod. He had found this pod in the mechanical junkyard and had repaired it long ago, but it had been unusable due to a lack of power. It was mainly used to keep mice at bay. Now that he had a power supply, the sleep pod could operate normally, serving as a high-end tool for eliminating fatigue and improving sleep quality. The next day, Wang Yu brought Old Feng over, preparing to install the prosthetic limb for him. Old Feng found Wang Yu's idea fanciful and spent the whole way saying, "Kid, installing a prosthetic limb? Don't be ridiculous. With your cobbled-together equipment and the junk you picked up from the dump, it might not even be as good as my wooden stick." That repair shop at the gathering place, Bald Chong spent millions of credit points to bring in high-end equipment from the city, and even then, there were a ton of problems during prosthetic installation that took forever to debug. Wang Yu listened to Old Feng's endless complaints, his ears growing calloused. In short, the message was clear. The equipment was inadequate, the prosthetics were subpar, and the craftsmanship was questionable. The commentary was, young people shouldn't aim too high, they should focus on farming for a way out. Seeing Old Feng so adamant, he could only lie on the operating table, but he still spoke arrogantly. "All right, you said it, just prepare to help me cultivate the vegetable garden. Uncle is doing this for your own good." Haha. Wang Yu paid him no mind, his expression serious as he pulled out the prepared prosthetic limb from the box and activated the Eye of Analysis. Though he had prepared everything, it was his first time performing a prosthetic installation, so he was still mentally tense. After securing the prosthesis on an Old Feng, Wang Yu methodically proceeded with the neuron connections and personalized parameter adjustments. At this moment, Old Feng also noticed the dark sheen in Wang Yu's pupils, feeling puzzled inside. This kid's eyes. Could it be some kind of special ability? How could someone with such power end up like this? He didn't speak it out loud, but quietly watched Wang Yu's operation, feeling shocked. After about 10 minutes, Wang Yu finally finished the installation and debugging, releasing a sigh of relief as he deactivated the Eye of Analysis. Done. Old man, get down and give it a try. Old Feng was skeptical, but attempted to control the prosthetic left hand, discovering that he could actually move it. Wow, this is incredible. He could hardly believe it. He never expected Wang Yu to successfully install the prosthesis. All those miscellaneous devices were scrap found in a mechanical graveyard, and he guessed that the prosthetic he now had came from that junk pile. In the past 6 months, he had mocked Wang Yu for not using his excellent farming talent to grow crops properly. But now the reality slapped him in the face, and it only took a little over 10 minutes to accomplish. In his memory, installing and debugging prosthetics at the Gathering Place's repair station would take at least 2 to 3 hours. He couldn't understand how Wang Yu managed it. The equipment at the Gathering Place's repair station was thousands of times better than what they had here, making it hard to believe. After moving his left hand, Old Feng continued to try moving his right foot and found he could control it effortlessly. Holy crap. Now, Old Feng was speechless, jumping directly off the operating table and rushing outside. Seeing him so excited, Wang Yu felt greatly relieved. The first installation of a prosthetic had been a complete success, and his repair shop could officially open for business. Next, he would have Old Feng go to the gathering place to attract customers while he waited in the shop for people to bring him money. Once he had money, he could hire a few beautiful bionic female staff members, comfortably take on the role of a boss, repair machines during the day, and fix the staff at night. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became. Good days were finally about to start. Just as he was immersed in his beautiful fantasies, a high-frequency jet engine sound from outside shattered his daydream. Wang Yu stepped outside and found 4 hovering motorcycles parked outside. Leading them was a stunning woman, probably in her 20s, wearing a customized power armor. The armor hugged her body tightly, showcasing her figure perfectly. Upon seeing her, Wang Yu was instantly mesmerized, his mind flooded with adjectives. Stunning, majestic, intricate, solid. She was the first woman in 6 months who caught his eye. City dwellers were indeed different, unlike the punk-style women from the gathering places outside that made him feel nauseous. Those women were covered in messy tattoos, their hair resembling an axe lodged in their foreheads, and their heavily made-up faces combined with various piercings made them look 100 times worse than Blue Star's spiritual girls. While admiring the beauty, Wang Yu couldn't help but activate Eye of Analysis upon seeing the customized power armor. As he observed, he became excited, wanting to rush over and take off that armor for a thorough study. Hey, kid, watch where you're looking. Be careful, I don't dig your eyes out. Do you think Captain Feng is someone a lowly peasant like you can gaze at directly? A sharp reprimand, accompanied by a murderous aura, grounded Wang Yu, making him feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He closed Eye of Analysis and turned to see a young team member beside the beautiful woman glaring at him angrily. However, during his observation, Wang Yu had already analyzed some issues with Feng Zhao's armor. The energy core of the armor was damaged and urgently needed maintenance. Otherwise, it might malfunction during combat. This ignited his inner excitement. Wasn't this business coming to his door? Thinking of this, Wang Yu imitated the way Blue Star con artist spoke and said, "This beautiful lady, your armor has damage and needs repairs." The team member who had initially reprimanded him exploded with anger. "What did you say? Do you know what kind of armor that is? You probably haven't even seen one before, and you're talking about repairs." After he spoke, the 2 team members behind him also chimed in. "Kid, have you eaten bear hearts and leopard gall? How dare you call Captain Feng beautiful lady? Looks like you don't want her tongue anymore. Captain Feng, this lowly peasant is being unreasonable to you. I'll dismantle him into parts right now." Seeing the situation turn sour, Old Feng quickly grabbed Wang Yu and continuously apologized. "This officer, I'm really sorry. My nephew was hit on the head by a door when he was little. Please forgive him." Seeing him belittle himself, Wang Yu became anxious. This was a big business opportunity, and he couldn't let the old man ruin it. He struggled to explain, but Old Feng directly covered his mouth and angrily scolded him in his ear. "You better apologize quickly. This is the patrol team from the city. If you're so rude, you might end up in the incinerator." After scolding Wang Yu, he turned to Feng Zhao with a face full of panic. "This officer, my little nephew, doesn't know any better. Please don't take it to heart." At that moment, Feng Zhao raised her hand, and the 3 team members behind her seemed to understand, walking towards Wang Yu with smirks on their faces. The cruel glint in their eyes startled Wang Yu. What were they going to do? Chapter 3 opened for business. The 3 team members drew closer, and Old Feng began to sweat, pulling Wang Yu back slowly. At this moment, he was conflicted about whether to take action. There were 4 of them, and aside from Feng Zhao, the rest were weaklings. However, he hesitated at the sight of Feng Zhao's powered armor. Anyone who could wear such specialized powered armor would have at least silver-tier combat power. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat them, but if he attacked, he could only ensure that there would be no survivors, or else it would lead to endless trouble. He wasn't afraid of engaging Feng Zhao in combat. He was worried that she might escape and call for help at the first opportunity, and he wouldn't be able to catch up to her if she activated her powered armor. In fact, Old Feng was estimating combat power based on his own disabled state, not accounting for his prosthetic limbs, and he didn't understand how strong they were. At this moment, the air felt thick, and Wang Yu's legs were trembling involuntarily. He began to sense that the atmosphere was off. As the 3 team members got closer, a fierce glint flashed in Old Feng's eyes, preparing to strike. It was only then that Feng Zhao, who was slow to realize, noticed something was amiss and felt that the young team members seemed to have misunderstood her intentions. Her raised hand was merely to signal Old Feng and Wang You to relax. She meant no harm. Just as a fight was about to break out, she shouted, "Dingzi, stop! What are you doing? Are you really picking on someone with an intellectual disability? Do you actually think of them as criminals?" She didn't take Wang Yu's words to heart. Instead, she felt that Old Feng was right. Wang Yu must have had his head caught in the door. She wouldn't argue with a fool. As her cold voice rang out, the young team member Dingzi immediately halted his actions, and Old Feng, who had been secretly gathering strength for a fatal blow, also relaxed. Feng Xiao noticed Wang Yu's legs were still trembling slightly, so she softened her tone. "Hello? I am Feng Xiao, the captain of the 6th team of the Tianhai City Investigation Group. We are investigating a case." Upon hearing her intentions, Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief. They weren't here to cause him trouble. However, Old Feng paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Seeing the two relax, Feng Xiao proceeded to ask a few routine questions. At this point, Wang Yu learned that there had been a homicide nearby last night, with 3 city residents killed, and the victims were private bodyguards with bronze-tier combat power, which was why the city was taking the matter seriously and sending people to investigate. Throughout the questioning process, it was mostly Old Feng handling things, and Wang Yu didn't mention his encounter with the thief. But he had a feeling there might be a connection. Seeing that no useful information was obtained, Feng Xiao planned to investigate elsewhere. This was not an ordinary case. 3 bronze-tier individuals had mysteriously died outside the city, and the location was within Tianhai City's restricted area. The identity of the person who reported the incident had some background, and the higher-ups in Tianhai City were paying close attention. Just as she was about to turn around, Wang Yu blurted out, "Captain Feng, I noticed your armor has critical damage. Do you want to get it repaired in my little shop? We just opened and have promotional offers." Everyone was stunned. "Huh, this kid really has his head caught in the door. Captain Feng's armor has critical damage. You can tell with just one look. Does he really think he's some kind of genius?" The others mocked. "Kid, do you even know what kind of armor this is? It's a rare, custom armor. Just getting a look at it is a blessing for a peasant like you from outside the city. Looking at it too much is an insult to the armor. Repair it? Do you think your dirty hands are worthy of touching this noble armor? Exactly. Do you think Captain Feng is beautiful and kind-hearted? So you came up with this ridiculous idea? Be careful, or we'll break you into pieces." Dingzi continued to spew insults, belittling Wang Yu, while the other 2 team members occasionally chimed in. Feng Xiao felt embarrassed listening to their remarks, so she spoke up, "Enough. Don't waste time here. Let's go check other places." Finally, the 3 guys quieted down, shot a glare at Wang Yu, and jumped onto their hoverbikes. Feng Xiao was the last to get on, donned her helmet, and started the bike, the high-frequency roar echoing. As she took off into the sky, Wang Yu felt a bit reluctant to let the business slip away, but there was nothing he could do since others didn't believe him. Feng Xiao completely regarded Wang Yu as someone with an intellectual disability. Her custom armor couldn't even be repaired at the highest level repair shop in Tianhai City and could only undergo basic maintenance, with actual repairs needing to be done in Sky City. When Wang Yu mentioned her armor having issues, she wanted to laugh but couldn't during the mission. Wang Yu stared blankly in the direction she left, shaking his head helplessly. Suddenly, Old Feng slapped him on the forehead, scolding him angrily. "You fool! Do you want to get yourself killed? You dare to provoke someone from the city, especially an investigation team? Aren't you worried they'll catch you to close the case? How could that be? Isn't that disregarding human life? But I was speaking the truth. That girl's armor really has problems. This business could be a big deal. Disregarding human life? They must first see you as a person. Luckily, that girl didn't hold it against you. Otherwise, neither of us would have had it easy." Wang Yu's thoughts were still stuck in the mindset of Blue Star, thinking that officials wouldn't do anything outrageous. But he forgot that this world was not Blue Star. The upper class truly did not regard the lower class as people. In their eyes, the lower class individuals in the city were livestock, and those outside were beasts. Seeing that Wang Yu was still conflicted, Old Feng said, "If you want to do business, you should deal with people from the gathering place outside the city. At least everyone is in the same tier, and communication is possible." Hearing Old Feng say this, Wang Yu could only focus on small business ventures. "You're right. I'll leave the business solicitation to you. I'll take 30% of each order. From today on, we'll rely on this Wang Yu repair shop. When it came to business and attracting customers, he really didn't have that capability, but Old Feng was a vegetable seller, so he could barely handle the sales position. Upon hearing this distribution, Old Feng was unhappy. No way, it has to be 50-50 at the very least. We are partners. Get lost, you old fool. We agreed before the prosthetics installation. If it succeeds, you'll listen to me. I haven't even settled the material and installation fees with you yet. You're just talking the talk for business. I have to provide labor and materials, and giving you 30% is already generous. 3 middle-aged men dressed in somewhat shabby clothes, but all equipped with powered exoskeletons and long swords, could basically be identified as hunters. Such people gather in many places, but most of them have little money. Their income is mostly spent on equipment. Since business had come to him, Wang Yu activated eye of analysis to observe their gear. Sure enough, all 3 had issues with their powered exoskeletons that needed repairs. Old Feng approached Wang Yu and said, "Kid, business has come to us." The 3 men looked at the shabby iron shack and the young guy with suspicion. "Old vegetable seller, is this the repair shop you brag about? It's too rundown. Even if it's cheap, there should be decent equipment. Just a broken iron shack. What kind of proper repair equipment can there be? My powered exoskeleton may not be high-end, but it's worth 10,000 credit points. If it gets damaged, can your shabby place afford to compensate? Hey, which repair shop in a gathering place, ISNT, grandly decorated? The equipment investment must be at least several 100,000 credit points. This broken shack probably ISNT, even worth a fraction of my powered exoskeleton." The 3 middle-aged men exchanged words, filled with doubt. The more Old Feng listened, the more annoyed he became. He had already offered rock-bottom prices to bring these 3 poor guys here, and now they were criticizing him. It was one thing to be in a gathering place. That was someone else's territory, but here it was Old Feng's home ground. He clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. Since they didn't appreciate the bargain, he might as well break their bodies as a benefit. At this point, Old Feng extended his left prosthetic arm, clenched his fist, and said, "See this fist? It was installed here this morning. Do you want to try its power? Breaking bones is a benefit." Seeing this situation, Wang Yu's head was spinning. Chapter 4 First Business Deal completed. As the conflict was about to erupt, Wang Yu could only adhere to the principle that customers are kings for Blue Star. "Old Feng, what are you doing? After all, they're still customers." "I know. I'm just trying to reason with them, letting them feel the quality of service." Old Feng cracked his knuckles, indicating that the quality of the prosthetics was good, waving his fist in front of the 3 guys, his gaze revealing a fierce look. Wang Yu was speechless, thinking to himself, what kind of business approach is this? If this goes on, the deal will probably fall through. But the result was beyond his expectations. The 3 guys were staring at the fist with shining eyes, exclaiming, "Wow. Old man, this prosthetic is pretty good. It looks like a high-end product." Having spent years in the wilderness, they understood prosthetic quality well. Ordinary prosthetics couldn't achieve this level of grip. If they made a sound when clenched, the internal parts would probably be ruined. But Old Feng's fist showed no issues at all. With that, they accepted Wang Yu's repair service, though it was just a simple fix to restore the equipment to its original performance. 2 hours later, the 3 were outside trying out the repaired exoskeleton, discussing amongst themselves. "Wow, Master Wang is quite capable. Without an intelligent repair workshop, he can fix equipment with just his hands, and the price is so reasonable. He has opened today and gave us a discount. That's why it's so cheap. Even without the discount, it's still cheaper than Bald Chang's place. Although it takes a little longer, it's still acceptable. Damn, don't even mention Bald Chang's repair shop. Their prices are outrageous. Master Wang charges only half of what they quote. How do you know? I went to consult him today, and the price made my heart bleed. If I had to get it repaired there, I would have worked for 2 months for nothing. Now, saving half, I can go talk to Mary about her dreams." "All right, Mary's service is good. Let us go support her business together." The 3 middle-aged men happily left, heading to Mary's tavern to share their joy. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and Old Feng were counting the money inside. They made a total profit of 1,500 credit points today. And with just a bit of finger work during repairs, using no consumables, this could basically be considered pure profit. Old Feng pocketed 450 beans after splitting the earnings, excited because he usually only made about 80 in a day selling vegetables. Wang Yu was somewhat displeased, as his share had suddenly decreased by 30. And although there were no costs involved, the materials were sourced from his rummaging through garbage. He was unhappy, but he couldn't go back on his word, and having a profitable day was a good sign. He looked up at the sky and saw that there were still 2 hours until sunset, so he decided to go to the mechanical graveyard to browse. After all, he needed to restock on parts, or he wouldn't be able to do business when opportunities came knocking. Plus, to him, the mechanical graveyard was an undeveloped treasure mountain. He might get lucky and find something useful. Old phone, let us call a day here. We'll continue tomorrow, but we can only take 6 customers at most. Why? Isn't more customers better? Besides, isn't it a bit slower to repair that exoskeleton? It doesn't seem harder than installing prosthetics. Old phone was happily counting the money, fantasizing about bringing in 20 customers tomorrow, averaging 150 each, which would mean a solid 3K beans. But he didn't expect Wang You to set a limit. Wang Yu didn't explain his reasoning, just said, "Don't ask too many questions, follow my arrangements. And don't be too flashy." "Okay, I'll listen to you. You're the boss. I'll go enjoy myself at the gathering place first, and we'll talk about anything tomorrow." Old phone gestured and left with the wind, while Wang Yu headed to his treasure hunting spot. In a small tavern called Mary, the 3 middle-aged men were drinking with flushed faces. "Mary, give me another round." "Isn't that Big Mao? Did you make a lot of money today? Why are you coming here to celebrate instead of taking that broken exoskeleton to get fixed?" Big Mao burped and looked toward the voice, realizing it was his rival. "Ear stud. Last time, this guy stole his prey and not only damaged his exoskeleton, but also made him run a wild goose chase. So was you. Last time your exoskeleton got damaged because you picked up a bargain, but too bad, my treasure is fixed now. You won't have a chance next time." "What? Fixed? Then how can you afford to be so carefree here? When did Bald Chong start doing charity? Come on, what conspiracy are you hiding? If there's no conspiracy, I'll perform a handstand and pee." The only repair shop in the Long Spear gathering place was Bald Chong's. After Big Mao's exoskeleton had problems, he couldn't afford repairs and often got robbed by Ear Stud, leading to a significant drop in income and barely scraping by. So when he said it was fixed, it was normal for Ear Stud to doubt him, suspecting he had some scheme. The voices of these two sparked curiosity and discussion among others. Bald Chong doing charity? No way. That guy is black-hearted. You definitely won't come out without paying a price. It's probably just Big Mao celebrating that his exoskeleton is fixed. He probably doesn't have many coins in his pocket. No way. A person like him wouldn't drink today and be left without food tomorrow. He must have savings to be so generous. While everyone was discussing, Mary brought a round of beer and set it on Big Mao's table, asking Big Mao, "I haven't seen you at my little sister's place for a long time. Did something happy happen today that you can share with me?" After speaking, Mary threw a charming glance at Big Mao, her figure hot and dressed provocatively, known for her beauty in the gathering place. Big Mao felt lightheaded from her gaze and, under the influence of alcohol, ended up revealing Wang Yu's repair shop. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. The gear for hunters was a significant expense, and anyone who saved on repairs could basically live comfortably and even have some savings. He had unwittingly revealed the secret to wealth and wanted to slap himself. Who wouldn't want to show off with money in their pocket? Now that all the hunters present knew about the repair shop saving money, it meant not everyone could show off, and soon no one would remember him. Just after Big Mao finished speaking, everyone fell silent, looking at him with suspicious eyes. This guy has a problem. He must have some scheme. How could he let out such good news? Big Mao, you're not being honest. Are you setting a trap for everyone? I think this guy must be in cahoots with that repair shop, scamming everyone's repair funds. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Ear Stud grinned. "Big Mao, tell the truth. What is your motive in doing this?" The crowd was abuzz with speculation, judging from common sense that a shabby little repair shop couldn't possibly have repair equipment, so everyone preferred to believe it was a conspiracy. Big Mao heard the discussions and couldn't help but laugh. At least his secret was safe. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. What he said is true. The scene suddenly fell silent, and everyone turned to the source of the voice, discovering a stylish middle-aged man sitting at the bar. Big Mao recognized a familiar outline on his face and voiced a suspicion. You're Old Vegetable." The crowd was shocked, unable to believe Old Feng's appearance at that moment. Chapter 5. The commotion in the tavern, seeing everyone's expressions, Old Feng felt a sense of pride. After receiving the money, he first ran to get a haircut, then bought a new outfit and took a bath, and finally arrived at the tavern bar to enjoy a drink. This was how he looked before his disability. He used to be quite the lady killer. Old Feng smiled and raised his glass to Mao. What is up? Can't recognize me after just a few hours? When Mao shouted, "Old vegetable seller." No one would believe it. The middle-aged, handsome man in front of them was different from their impression. The real old vegetable seller was the disabled, shabby man selling vegetables in the gathering place. Oh wow, this is the old vegetable seller? How is that possible? If he really is, I'll drink my own urine upside down. Yeah, age-wise, it doesn't add up. The old vegetable seller is 60, and he looks about 40. If it is him, I'll perform a handstand windmill in public. Exactly. Plus, the old vegetable seller is all disabled. This guy has arms and legs, obviously not him. If he is, I'll poop in public. Even if he had prosthetics, the old vegetable seller couldn't afford that expense. He wouldn't be able to save enough for half a leg even after selling vegetables for 100 years. Seeing that people didn't believe him, Old Feng scanned the tavern and pointed out a few familiar faces from today's vegetable market. Don't believe me? I'll prove it to you. After identifying those familiar faces, Old Feng recounted what happened today at the market and casually showed off his left arm prosthetic. He had also displayed it to attract business today. This model was rare and hadn't appeared in the spear gathering place at all. In fact, Old Feng wasn't very familiar with this prosthetic. He didn't know that it had been carefully selected and specially modified by Wang You to support extremely high combat power. Wow, is it really the old vegetable seller? As he hit the jackpot. This morning, he heard that the old vegetable seller had gotten a prosthetic and was helping the repair shop attract customers while selling vegetables. At that time, he didn't believe it. He never thought it was true. Wow, old vegetable seller, where did you get that prosthetic? It's Steel Blade X. How is that possible? How could he get such high-end Steel Blade series? And it's the top-tier X model. Although it's not new, even a second-hand one is worth 100,000 credits. You can't even get it with money. Dude, you can't be mistaken. That iron arm is so expensive. You probably don't know this, but the Steel Blade series can support combat power up to the Radiant Gold tier, and the X model can sustain a short burst of Diamond tier power. As the knowledgeable guy explained, Old Feng was shocked. He had heard of the Steel Blade series prosthetics, but had never seen one, and he didn't expect Wang Yu to prepare something so good for him. Once they realized the value of Old Feng's prosthetic, some untrustworthy individuals secretly glinted with malice, likely plotting to take it from him. However, Old Feng successfully proved he was indeed the old vegetable seller, and most people were envious of his sudden good fortune. After showing off, he turned his attention to the few who had been bragging earlier, noticing they were shrinking back and preparing to flee. Now, the brothers couldn't hide anymore. "You're a drinking guy. Old Master Vegetable. You misheard me," I said, drinking wine. "Windmill guy, I meant folding paper windmills." The two brothers came up with excuses, while the poop guy couldn't think of one and looked pleadingly at the ear stud guy, suddenly having a brainwave. Ear stud has a scheme. They must have planned this together in advance. You have to back me up. Given the situation, how could Ear Stud agree? So he steeled himself and decided to go all the way. It's just a scheme. If words want to work, then fists will. He, Ear Stud, was also a big deal in this spear gathering place, having just broken through to the copper tier in combat power a few days ago. After realizing this, Ear Stud stepped in front of Old Feng, glaring with anger. "Where did you come from? Daring to impersonate the old vegetable seller in front of me, and colluding with these people to put on a show? Speak up, or I'll take you apart." As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles, and the veins in his arms began to bulge. Everyone immediately cleared a space upon seeing this. The tavern owner, Mary, saw this and didn't say anything, watching the show from behind the bar. Situations like this weren't uncommon in the tavern. If a fight broke out, she'd have a good reason to make some money. Seeing this, the crowd began to discuss again. The old vegetable seller was looking down on Ear Stud. He wouldn't think that just because his appearance changed, his combat power would increase, would he? I don't see that happening. Just look at that Steel Blade X left arm. It's not just for show. So what if the prosthetic is strong? What combat power can a vegetable seller have? A little kid with a big sword can't kill anyone. Hearing that most people were doubting Old Feng's combat power, Ear Stud felt pleased. This is the power of fists. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. This is an unchanging truth. Why? Because Old Feng is just a vegetable seller, while he is a hunter making a living in the wild. At that moment, he raised his index finger and waved it in front of Old Feng's face. Did you hear that, you loser? Here's your chance. Kneel down and reveal the scheme to everyone, and then hand over your steel blade X left arm, and I might consider letting you go. However, he couldn't be bothered to bully a loser, so he said, didn't you just say you perform a handstand to pee? I suggest you do that directly to save yourself some pain. Seeing Old Feng so disrespectful, Ear Stud decided to teach him what a fist is, while also adding some color to his stylish face. Suddenly, a fist the size of a sand pot flew toward Old Feng's face. The cheers from the crowd watching the show erupted. Smack! The air instantly froze, and everyone was dumbfounded. No one could believe that Old Feng, who made a living selling vegetables, actually caught Ear Stud's punch with his left hand. Copper tier, breaking the sound barrier, at such a short distance. How is it possible for him to catch it? This question flashed through everyone's minds, including Ear Stud, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Smack! Ear Stud spun 360 degrees in midair and fell to the ground. No one saw how Old Feng made his move. What kind of combat power does he have? It was so effortless, completely unseeable. Everyone was shocked by Old Feng's combat power. How could a vegetable seller have such strength? Seeing that everyone looked like CPUs overheating, Old Feng gently coughed. He hadn't expected that his move would help him tremendously, effortlessly dealing with Ear Stud. Just as everyone was looking for the stage in the tavern, the owner Mary declared, "The stage is outside." Chapter 6. Old Feng does business wow. Isn't this the trendy earring recently? Who on earth made him do a handstand to pee, and even paired it with drinking urine while upside down? Dude, you probably don't know, he was set up by the old vegetable seller and Big Hairy Pit. No way. One is a vegetable seller, and the other is an unarmed hunter. How could that be possible? As more and more people gathered to watch, the news from the tavern quickly spread. The old vegetable seller became a hunky guy with a steel blade prosthetic, the mysterious repair shop in the dilapidated tin house. The washed-up hunter Big Harry starting his second spring, and so on. These rumors shocked the entire spear gathering place. Inside Mary's tavern, Old Feng was flirting with the owner Mary, drinking while reasonably watching a game. Seizing the opportunity, Old Feng began to announce the news. The Forgetting Worries repair shop is open for business, accepting only 6 orders a day. Friends who want repairs can sign up with Old Feng. This was planned. He decided this when the earring and Big Harry stirred up trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about this matter. But he didn't expect that this fire would burn quite brightly. As soon as the news was announced, the spots were snapped up immediately. Old Feng smiled as he stuffed the registration fees into his pocket. Inside the dilapidated tin house repair shop, Wang You was in high spirits. His pupils gleaming with a dark hue, busying himself with a damaged power armor. He had good luck today. He had just arrived at the mechanical graveyard, and not long after found his treasure. This was a rare custom power armor. Although the style was a bit outdated and quite damaged, with the repair skill, eye of analysis, fixing it wouldn't be too much of a problem, just a bit time-consuming. He had long wanted to get a power-assisted exoskeleton. Rummaging through mechanical junk was exhausting and inefficient. But back then, energy was a big problem, so he focused on making a small nuclear power generator. Now that he unexpectedly got this power armor, its grade was 100 times higher than a power-assisted exoskeleton. How could he not be excited? About 10 minutes later, after finishing the last screw and connecting the charging line, he began to recharge the power armor named Savior L. After checking the charging progress and finding it would take 36 hours to complete, he tidied up the place and covered the armor with a rag. The next day, early in the morning, Old Feng brought 6 hunters to the front of the dilapidated tin house. No way, old vegetable seller. You didn't lie to me, did you? This dilapidated tin house is the Forgetting Worries repair shop. Are you sure it can fix my power exoskeleton? You must be kidding. This place doesn't even have electricity. How can it repair things? Old vegetable seller, refund my money. Yes, refund. I thought Big Hairy meant it was old, but it should at least look like a repair shop. Look at this broken house. How can it fit repair equipment? Exactly. The repair shop of Bald Chong in the gathering place has equipment bigger than this broken house. The 6 people expressed their deep doubts in a cacophony. An old phone could only stabilize them. Don't be deceived by appearances. There's actually a lot inside. Let me tell you, Master Wang's skills are absolutely reliable. If he can't fix it, I'll refund your registration fee double. While speaking, he knocked on the door, feeling puzzled inside. Why was this kid getting up so late today? Did he go out to have fun last night too? After knocking on the door several times with no response, the 6 guys started shouting for a refund again. Old Feng, unhappy, lifted his foot and was about to kick the door in. At that moment, a voice came from inside. Which jerk is banging on the door so early? Kid, what time is it and you're still sleeping? Business is here. Old Feng shouted loudly, and Wang You immediately woke up. Business is coming. That is a good thing. He hurriedly crawled out of the sleep pod and rushed to open the door to welcome the guests. However, when he opened the door, he found 7 strangers standing outside. Looking around, he couldn't find Old Feng, even though he clearly heard his voice just now. Where did he go? The 6 guys outside saw Wang Yu, a skinny, scruffy young guy, and asked, Kid, where's Master Wang? Seeing someone ask, Wang Yu decided not to care about Old Feng for now and said, I'm here. What do you want to repair? Power, exoskeleton, prosthetic, weapons, or something else? As soon as he said this, all 6 guys started to back off. There's no equipment. And a young guy who doesn't look complete can fix things? It's better to believe that the sun will rise from the west. If this guy can't fix it and messes up the equipment more, then go to Bald Chong would mean waiting to get cut. Even if he refunds the registration fee double, what's the use? At this moment, the Scarface guy turned to Old Feng. Old vegetable seller, refund my money. I'm not getting it repaired. I'm going to find Bald Chong to fix it. He came to repair the power exoskeleton. Originally, his exoskeleton problem wasn't too serious, but Bald Chong's price was too high, and he was reluctant to pay. He wanted to come here to take a look before his mission tomorrow. Now, thinking about it, if it gets broken here, he would have the money to fix it at Bald Chong's place. When the Scarface guy said that, Old Feng got a bit angry. Who else wants a refund? Then 3 more guys shouted for a refund, and Old Feng reluctantly refunded them. You guys hurry up and leave. Go find Bald Chong. He made up his mind to blacklist these 4 guys. Wang Yu watched the commotion from the side and finally recognized which one was Old Feng, but didn't say anything. Now only 2 down-and-out middle-aged men were left. Seeing them still hesitating, Old Feng asked, Roosterhead, Big Face, what about you? Hurry up and decide. Don't hinder my business. Roosterhead was conflicted. His equipment was severely damaged, and he couldn't afford to fix it with Bald Chong, but without this equipment, he couldn't go on missions to earn money. He thought of trying his luck here. Seeing Old Feng urging him, he gritted his teeth. It's just some scrap value. Let us take a gamble. Old Feng, I'll get it repaired, but if it can't be fixed, you can't charge me for labor, and you have to refund my registration fee double. Roosterhead's reasoning made some sense. Repair shops in the gathering place charge for labor regardless of whether they fix it or not. Big Face's situation was similar to Roosterhead's, and he also requested the same package as Roosterhead. Seeing them like this, Old Feng looked at Wang Yu with his eyes. After all, it was Wang Yu who would be fixing things, not him. Wang Yu activated Eye of Analysis and scanned the 2 men's equipment, instantly knowing what to expect. These minor issues were nothing. Fixing them would be a piece of cake. How could I not see my skills? He also glanced at the 4 guys who wanted refunds and sneered in his heart. Their equipment issues were much bigger, but fixing it would be easier than those 2. After understanding everything, he spoke. No problem. Move the items inside. Roosterhead and Big Face followed the instructions and moved the power-assisted exoskeleton inside. The Scarface guy and the other 4 didn't leave immediately. They wanted to go inside and take a look, but were blocked by Old Feng. Roosterhead looked inside at the door and disdainfully said, Damn, a whole room of broken junk, and it's called a repair shop? If you can fix it, I'll stop being a hunter and switch to being a cleaner. I'm going to find Bald Chong. Wang Yu asked Roosterhead and Big Face to go out, closed the door, and started the repair work. It wasn't that he didn't want to let people see the repair process. It was too easy to fix, and he could finish it in a few moves, which wouldn't be good for charging the repair fee in front of the customers. 2 hours later, Wang Yu opened the door and said, You can come in. The items are repaired. Try them on outside. In fact, Wang Yu didn't need half an hour to fix these 2 pieces of equipment. The reason it took so long was that he didn't want to go out too early, fearing it would scare them. To buy some time, He also casually made some optimizations and improvements to the two pieces of equipment. Seeing Wang You, Roosterhead and Big Face were skeptical. With only one thought in their minds, did he really fix it so quickly? They had inquired about the repair with Bald Chong, and the result was that it was severely damaged with a price tag of 5,000 credit points, and he couldn't guarantee it would be fixed. The two put on the power exoskeleton, moved around a bit, and their pupils suddenly shrank as they turned to look at Wang Yu. Chapter 7. Maintenance can enhance equipment performance. The expressions of Chickenhead and Big Face were filled with shock and inquiry. Seeing their expressions, Wang Yu scratched his nose and said, "What's the problem? Why not go outside and give it a try?" "No problem, Master Wang. I'll go outside and test it right now." The two suppressed their shock and rushed outside. Chickenhead exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, the feeling just now was right. It's even smoother than when it was originally fine. The response is much quicker. Mine's the same. This feeling is even better than when I just bought it. The performance has improved by almost 50. Is this my equipment? Amazing." Big Face, who was trying various movements, also shouted, feeling as if he had struck gold. After playing around for a bit, the two ran up to Wang Yu and asked Master Wang, "How did you do it?" Wang Yu smiled mysteriously. "That's the secret of the maintenance worker." "Good, right? Then let's settle the maintenance fee. 3,000 credit points." Chickenhead was stunned. "What did you say, Master Wang?" 3,000. Big Face had a similar expression. Wang Yu wondered if he had quoted too high and thought about lowering it a bit. However, he didn't say it immediately and just nodded. Big Face then snapped back to reality and directly handed him the money. Wang Yu counted and found he had 2 extra bills, which he pulled out and returned to Big Face. "Uncle, you counted wrong. I said 3,000. Big Face stared blankly, and at that moment, Chickenhead also realized, pulled out the bills, and handed them to Wang Yu, saying, "Master Wang, you are really generous. From now on, I will only come to you for repairs." "All right, take care, and you're welcome to come back next time. Just remember to find old phone to register first." Wang Yu didn't know the pricing of his peers. Otherwise, he would have quoted even higher. Big Face and Chickenhead definitely wouldn't mention they had gotten a good deal. After receiving the money, Wang Yu sent the two off and dragged Old Phone back inside to share the earnings. "You old man, you've changed a lot in just one night. You've learned to collect registration fees too." Old Phone was quite pleased. Although he only completed 2 jobs, his commission was higher than the day before. Wang Yu was in a good mood and didn't argue with him about the registration fees, saying, "There's still time. Hurry up and bring me the remaining 4 orders." "Okay, I'll do as you say." After saying that, Old Phone excitedly headed to the gathering place. Half an hour later, at the spear gathering place near Bald Chong's repair shop, Scarface walked out of the repair shop with a vacant expression, feeling hopeless. At that moment, Old Phone, Chickenhead, and Big Face happened to pass by. In a good mood, Chickenhead approached and greeted him. "Hey, isn't this Scarface? What happened to you? Did Bald Chong go too hard on you?" Big Face speculated. "Could it be that your equipment got messed up during the repair?" "No way. That would mean you got ripped off. If it got messed up, you'd still have to pay for the labor." Chickenhead suddenly realized and continued to ask Scarface, "No way, buddy. Did your equipment really get messed up?" "Ugh." Although it was indeed possible for things to go wrong at Bald Chong's repair shop, the probability was low. Still, having to pay for labor after a botched repair was frustrating. Originally, the income for hunters wasn't great, and most of it went into their equipment. Buying new equipment was very difficult if it broke. And places like repair shops that charge labor fees, even after a botch, made it even harder to consider buying new ones. Chickenhead's words were like a knife stabbing into Scarface's heart, making him feel even worse. At that moment, the 3 who had been with Scarface walked out of the repair shop, and upon hearing Chickenhead mention botched repair, they began to mock him. "Botched repair? Did you 2 also have a botched repair? Good thing you didn't repair it over there. It's just Scarface who got messed up." "Yeah, fixing equipment is a probability event, but having 2 botched repairs at the same time is a bit much. Judging by your situation, you must have come over here looking for Bald Chong to fix it, huh? Well, Bald Chong won't be easy to talk to about this. You'll probably have to take a loss." "Exactly. Scarface just had bad luck, hitting a low probability event, but you too. You had a choice and still chose the dead end." Hearing what these 3 guys said, Chickenhead and Big Face wanted to laugh, as they were being grouped with Scarface, as if their equipment had also been messed up. Scarface, upon hearing the mockery from these three, genuinely thought Chicken Head and Big Face were in the same situation as him, and his heartache eased a bit as he spoke up. Hey guys, this is a low probability event for me. It's unfortunate, but you guys clearly had a choice and still chose the wrong path. Old Phone, Chicken Head, and Big Face were taken aback. What was Scarface talking about? His equipment got messed up, yet he was mocking others, as if trying to find some comfort in others' suffering. Unfortunately for him, he had picked the wrong targets. Chicken Head and Big Face's equipment not only wasn't messed up, but was actually better than when it left the factory. Seeing Scarface mocking him, Chicken Head began to show off. Well, to be honest, it did get messed up. I just wanted my equipment to be the same as before. But guess what? It turned out to be different. Yeah, the performance increased by 50. I feel so uncomfortable wearing it. I can't get used to it. The old one was better. I should have come with you guys to find Bald Chong. Big Face quickly caught on, following Chicken Head's lead with specifics about how it was different. Chicken Head mentioned it was different, so Big Face detailed exactly what was different. At this point, the two were happily gloating, casually mentioning that coming to Bald Chong for repairs was merely talk. It would never happen in their lives. They were well aware of the results of Bald Chong's repairs. If 90 of the performance was preserved, it would be a blessing. While Wang Yu's place had genuinely improved performance by 50, and the price was even lower than Bald Chong's. In such a situation, even a fool would know what choice to make. When these two idiots spoke with sad expressions, Scarface and the three guys were left dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. Scarface let out a final roar, thinking there were others in the same situation, only to find that he was the only one in a miserable state. At that moment, a voice came from the repair shop. Impossible? You guys are so bold. Blocking my door and affecting my business? As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone saw Bald Chong walk out of the shop. Seeing him come out, Scarface rushed over to ask if repairing equipment could enhance performance, while also explaining the situation with Wang Yu's repair shop. Enhancing performance after repairs? That is definitely fake. I've only heard of top modification masters in Sky City being able to enhance performance through modifications, but even the highest record can only improve by 20. You guys are saying it can improve by 50? That's impossible. A kid who has even grown hair, yet can't be better than a top master. Even a ghost wouldn't believe that. His words immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. If anyone in the repair industry of the gathering place had the most authority, it would definitely be Bald Chong. Having been in the business for a long time, he not only had a network in the city, but was also an official in the Repair Shop Association outside the city. Scarface felt a bit better after hearing what he said and turned to yell at Chicken Head and Big Face. Did you hear that? Even a top master can't do what you're claiming. Are you trying to ruin Bald Chong's business? This guy had ill intentions, trying to shift the blame to Bald Chong, secretly laughing to himself. Good thing I'm clever. You two idiots. Bald Chong cares about his reputation. I'll use this opportunity to take you down, and who knows, if he is happy, I might even get a chance to turn things around. At this moment, Chicken Head and Big Face felt overwhelmed. They had initially wanted to show off in front of Scarface, but ended up provoking Bald Chong. Chapter 8. The doubts of Bald Chong. The repair shop of Bald Chong was bustling with activity, with passers-by chattering away. This guy is a pit for a brain, actually coming up with such nonsense in front of Bald Chong's door. A 50 boost in equipment performance? I've lived half my life and never heard of it. It's normal not to have heard of it. Brother Chong said that only the top masters in Sky City can achieve a 20 boost. A little brat claiming to be better than a master? No one would believe it. I wonder if their equipment was messed up during repairs, and the shop gave them a good replacement to advertise. It's possible, but it's a pity that they chose such a stupid place to show off in front of Bald Chong. They probably regret it now. At this moment, the Chicken Head and Big Face were at a loss for what to do and turned to Old Phone for help with pleading eyes. Bald Chong followed their gaze and, noticing Old Fang's unfamiliar face, said, "You look unfamiliar. You're not from this gathering place, are you? Are you with them? It seems like you all have plotted something to cause a disturbance at my door. Speak up quickly, or you'll be asking for trouble." There is only one repair shop in the Spear gathering place, and everyone there had some interaction with Bald Chong. It was hard for familiar faces to recognize Old Phone after he had changed so much, let alone the two who had little contact with him. This remark directly hit Bald Chong's nerve, causing him to fume. The onlookers felt as if someone had lit a fuse, and they began to discuss amongst themselves. What the hell? What's going on? The old man is confronting Bald Chong directly. Unbelievable. He's actually questioning Bald Chong's repair skills. Could he be a competitor trying to embarrass Bald Chong? I smell a conspiracy. Waiting for the feast. Maybe the forgetful repair shop behind the old man actually has some capability? Impossible. Bald Chong has said that even top masters can't achieve that level. Anyone who can do that would be enjoying divine worship somewhere, not here in this rundown place. As Bald Chong listened to the discussions, he noticed that most people were on his side, and his confidence swelled, a cold smile forming in his heart. Indeed, the eyes of the masses are sharp. The smell of conspiracy was so strong that anyone with a bit of sense could see through it. After the crowd had discussed enough, Bald Chong spoke with authority. So you're the old man who is causing trouble. I didn't recognize you because you've changed so much. But if you're making a fuss at my place, you're just asking for a dead end. He had already concluded that Old Feng was there to stir trouble, seizing the opportunity of a botched repair of Scar's equipment to make a fuss, claiming a 50 boost in performance was entirely fabricated, merely trying to mislead people by making comparisons. Old Feng was unaware of Bald Chong's thoughts, but he had his own plan. With so many people there, it would be a waste not to use the opportunity to advertise. Bai Qiyang, am I really asking for a dead end? Let us see if I'm a horse or a mule. Just come out and see. I didn't want to bother with you. But since you insist on putting the blame on me, I'll show you a thing or two. After saying that, he turned to Chicken Head and Big Face. They don't believe your equipment has improved? Then show them. Chicken Head and Big Face had no choice but to put on the repaired power exoskeletons. Once they were suited up, Old Feng said to the crowd, anyone who wants to verify, come up and test it. A traditional literary duel versus performance. A few enthusiastic spectators jumped in, one of whom was Chicken Head's old rival, Swan Pie. They were both hunters and had the same equipment, but they had always been at odds with each other. Swan Pie jumped out and said to Chicken Head, you're really tired of living. Even if you need money, not every penny is worth earning. Today, I'm going to help Brother Chong expose your scheme. At this moment, he was overjoyed. After Chicken Head put on the equipment, he realized it was still the familiar set from before, which gave him confidence. The fight between Chicken Head and Swan Pie would be evenly matched. With a 50 boost in performance, Chicken Head could easily win, but if he couldn't achieve that boost, he was no better than before. This was a rare opportunity to help Bald Chong gain face, and at least the repair costs wouldn't be so painful. As Swan Pie stepped up, familiar faces in the crowd began to murmur. The situation had become a foregone conclusion. Swan Pie, the opportunist, would only step up if he was completely confident. That's true. They have always been evenly matched, making it easy to compare. Chicken Head was in a precarious situation, regardless of the outcome. He wouldn't be able to stay in Tianhai City. Swan Pie was quite the opportunist. He had just been quietly observing, and now he was all in. No matter how the crowd discussed, when Chicken Head saw Swan Pie's equipment, he felt a lot more at ease. Yesterday, he couldn't handle Swan Pie at all, but today he was sure he could take him down without a trace. The onlookers automatically cleared a path, and with a command from Bald Chong, cheers erupted as Chicken Head and Swan Pie took off down the track. But within 2 seconds, the scene fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, whispering to each other. What the hell? Did Chicken Head get a shot of adrenaline? How could he be so fast? Did he use some magic oil? He just slipped away without a trace. What model of exoskeleton is this? So smooth, where can I buy one? Based on my years of experience, this exoskeleton is definitely top tier. Nonsense, it must be top tier. The person behind him is willing to invest heavily. Do you think there's any chance that Forgetful Repair Shop can really modify equipment? Even if there are 100 possibilities, this one is impossible. Like a wild horse, Chicken Head sped away with a gust of wind, increasing the distance between him and Swan Pie until Swan Pie didn't even have a chance to catch up. The outcome was clear. At this moment, Bald Chong was beaming, radiating heat. Seeing him like this, Old Feng smiled and said, Bald Chong, what is the result? In the first round, Chicken Head wins. Speed alone is useless. The exoskeleton's equipment still relies on strength. Next is the second round of arm wrestling. Bald Chong was stubborn. He neglected to mention that Chicken Head was nearly twice as fast, instead emphasizing strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Chicken Head and Swan Pie took their positions for arm wrestling, palms facing each other like two bulls. Once they were ready, Bald Chong shouted, "Start." The scene instantly became lively. Cheers and encouragement filled the air. After all, it was just a spectacle. And who won or lost didn't matter as long as the cheers were loud enough. Swan Pie was determined and immediately exerted full power. The engines behind him glowing with intense heat, and the radiator spewed out scalding steam. At this moment, Chicken Head was caught off guard, feeling the force in his hands and his pupils contracting. He was shocked. This guy was breaking the rules of martial ethics. Wasn't it supposed to be a literary duel without stepping on each other's toes? What should he do now? In that instant, Chicken Head's position was lost, and he was on the brink of defeat. Chapter 9. The might of Steel Blade X Prosthetics. Swampy's preemptive strike had already secured an absolute advantage, and by the time G2 reacted, he could only desperately hold on to the last line of defense. At this moment, Guanto Chong felt that the outcome was already decided. This is how it goes in the struggle for dominance. G2 had lost his position and had no chance to counterattack. At best, he could hold out for a few more breaths at the very end. See, speed alone is useless. Equipment like exoskeletons relies on strength. Sacrificing strength for speed is a poor choice. G2, you have no chance left. Quickly give up and reveal the conspiracy behind the scenes. I might let you go. What is the point of holding on now? Unless your exoskeleton has an absolute strength advantage. How? Is that even possible? Before Guanto Chong could finish his sentence, a shocking scene unfolded. In a moment of desperation, G2 pushed his power output to the limit, and the power engine behind him released steam for cooling. Crack! Crack! After two sounds of snapping, Swampy's exoskeleton arms broke, and he was sent flying backward for dozens of meters. Boom! Bang! During his flight, Swampy's power engine let out its final roar and exploded. This guy's Mad Dog mode for the power engine was useless after all, and he was ultimately overturned by G2. At this moment, the audience finally reacted. There were no cheers, only endless doubt and shock. Am I dreaming? Guanto Chong said that unless there was an absolute strength advantage. Could this be what he meant? Did you feel that? Look at the engine status. It was just running at full capacity. Swampy had already activated Mad Dog mode. No wonder it exploded. He must have been in Mad Dog mode from the start. Could it be that the rumors about the Wang You repair shop are true? Seeing that the situation was about right, Old Feng immediately spoke. Did you see that? This is the work of the Wang You repair shop, with an overall performance boost of 50. Do you want to have it? Come sign up with me. There are still 4 spots left today. The audience's emotions exploded in an instant. Originally, everyone was just watching the excitement. Although G2 had won, not many believed it. However, among so many people, a few with a gambling spirit decided to take a chance. And soon Old Feng filled all 4 spots. The more Guanto Chong looked, the angrier he became. This was clearly a blatant business move at his expense. How much can one endure? Old Kai, you've got some guts. Your foxtail is showing, daring to step on my threshold to do business. It seems that if I don't dismantle you into pieces today, how can I, Guanto Chong, survive in this industry? With a furious roar, 3 guards clad in power armor burst out of the repair shop. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately backed away from Old Feng, knowing that Guanto Chong was serious now. Guanto Chong had managed to survive for 30 years in this mixed gathering place, not just because of his repair skills, but because of the backing and strength he possessed. The 3 guards formed a triangular formation, surrounding Old Feng, drawing out their alloy battle knives and preparing for battle. The spectators in the distance began to munch on popcorn again. The 3 main pillars of Guanto Chong had started to move. Such a scene was rare, and it was basically certain that Old Kai was finished. Indeed, these 3 were equipped with the previous generation LV-type power armor, which was originally standard equipment in the city, but had been phased out after upgrades. However, in the city, it was still considered valuable. Power armor was far stronger than exoskeletons, and with standard long knives, they were basically invincible in the outer gathering areas. If only I could have a set. Dream on. You can't get this even if you have money, and with your black iron tier physical quality, you could only exert the combat power of a steel tier at most. It would be useless to wear it. Not to mention, those 3 guys were definitely at the brass tier. Wearing the armor could unleash combat power at the brass tier limit, and with the alloy long knives, they could easily withstand even low-level silver tier opponents. At this moment, Old Feng paid no mind to how the crowd was discussing. He wasn't worried as everyone imagined, just glancing at the three guards, saying, "There's no need for this. Gentlemen, we are all civilized people. Why resort to knives? I suggest you put those knives away. Otherwise, things might get difficult later." To be honest, he really didn't want to resort to violence, primarily because he was afraid of the trouble it would bring. Not because he feared Guangtou Chang and his backing, but because he feared the top-tier people in the city. But Guangtou Chang didn't realize this. He thought Old Feng was just a muddy-legged vegetable seller. If he got cut, then so be it. What he feared the most was that this guy was stepping on his face. "What are you three waiting for? Cut this vegetable old man for me. A muddy-legged man dares to cause trouble here." The three guards didn't regard Old Feng highly either. Upon receiving the order, they swung their long knives. In their eyes, cutting a person was no different from cutting an animal. As long as there was profit, anything could be cut. The long knives sliced through the air, making a whistling sound, and the audience only saw a flash of cold light. Clang, clang, clang. Three discordant notes left the crowd puzzled. In their eyes, Old Feng seemed to sway slightly, but appeared not to have moved. At that moment, someone let out a gasp. As soon as the sound fell, everyone noticed the half of the battle knife in the hands of the three guards. The missing part had vanished without a trace. Who intervened to save the vegetable old man? To intercept three knives silently. How strong must that power be? Silver tier. No. It shouldn't be silver tier. It must be gold tier. The crowd hurriedly looked around, hoping to spot the gold tier expert. As this was a rare big shot to see, there were only 12 gold tier warriors in Tianhai City. At this moment, Guangtou Chang's face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped down. He had no idea who had intervened but felt it could only be a gold tier. He couldn't afford to offend a gold tier, nor could his backing. He looked at Old Feng in panic, his heart racing, realizing that there was a gold tier behind the vegetable old man. Yes, the technology to enhance equipment performance. This was not something an ordinary person could master. Which one of the 12 warriors could this be? Could it be someone from a higher level? In this situation, he could only quietly wait for the mysterious figure to speak or for Old Feng to say something. In fact, Old Feng was also shocked after taking action. He only made two moves. One was a horizontal chop with his hand, and the other was a side kick, primarily aimed at kicking away the alloy battle knives from the three guards. But he underestimated the hardness and performance of the steel blade X prosthetic. The moment of contact caused the alloy battle knives to break with a sound, their direction unknown. At this moment, he deeply appreciated the gift that Wang You had prepared for him. Prosthetics of this level were made solely for combat. That little brat. He didn't say anything during the installation. I thought it was just a slightly better prosthetic, but I didn't expect it to be this explosive. After all this commotion, not only was the performance enhanced, but during the installation, his adjustments were not something ordinary people could achieve. Not everyone possesses the eye of analysis skill. With the enhancement of this skill, the compatibility between the prosthetic and Old Feng was adjusted to perfection. Thus, Old Feng was able to fully unleash all the performance and advantages of the steel blade X prosthetic. After the shock, Old Feng put on a mysterious smile and looked at Guangtou Chang. He had initially worried about exposing his combat power and causing trouble, but seeing the expressions of the crowd, he realized he hadn't revealed anything. Upon noticing Old Feng's gaze, Guangtou Chang's pupils contracted. The critical moment had arrived. He couldn't guess what Old Feng was about to do next. Chapter 10. Old Feng blackmails Bald Chang. Old Feng almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw Bald Chang's nervous expression. However, as a seasoned veteran, he managed to maintain his composure. It wasn't the right time to reveal his strength, so he pretended to be mysterious. "Umph," Old Feng snorted coldly, causing Bald Chang's hair to stand on end. He panicked and apologized. "Sir, I didn't know your identity. I'm truly sorry." "My identity? I have no identity to speak of," Old Feng replied. "I'm just someone who has gained the favor of a certain individual and was tasked with handling some matters. I originally intended to keep a low profile, but now you've exposed me. What do you think I should do?" He was unsure whether anyone around them could sense his strength, and by saying this, he was throwing out a smokescreen, making it seem like he had a powerful backing. Of course, He couldn't control how others interpreted it. When his words reached Bald Chong's ears, it was like a thunderbolt. He instinctively began to connect the dots. Maintenance upgrades, and the secret protection of a golden-tier powerhouse. How could such a person appear outside the city? Even within Tianhai City, they would have to be someone of high status. If his thoughts were known to Old Feng and Wang Yu, they would surely laugh out loud. Wang Yu was no big shot. He was merely a time traveler, a rookie who didn't even dare approach the gathering place. After guessing the background of the Wang Yu maintenance shop, Bald Chong's voice trembled as he said, "Sir, I have a little savings here. Consider it a token of respect. Is that acceptable?" "Well, that depends on whether it's enough. If it is, my mood will improve. If not, it might get worse. You know, opportunities come only once." Old Feng didn't specify how much he wanted, but he only gave Bald Chong one chance. With the pressure on, Bald Chong would naturally take out all his savings. Bald Chong understood what this meant and quickly nodded, saying, "Okay, sir, please wait a few minutes, I'll go prepare." After saying that, he dashed into the repair shop, while the onlookers outside began to whisper among themselves. Damn, that old fool actually hit the jackpot, being involved with some mysterious figure. No wonder his image has changed so much since yesterday. Keep your voice down. Are you still daring to call him an old fool? You must be out of your mind. Now you should call him Brother Feng. So that's how it is. No wonder he suddenly has a steel blade X prosthetic. Ordinary people couldn't get that. This situation, his advertising repair shop. Damn, I just missed out on a slot. With that realization, everyone finally reacted and rushed to book appointments with Old Feng. Unintentionally, Old Feng sold out all the available slots for the next month, and his mood improved significantly. Some who decided to take it slow and missed out were regretting it so much they were almost in tears. Thinking about how their peers' equipment had improved while theirs hadn't was a significant disadvantage. But Old Feng didn't care about that. He only took payments for a month, 6 people a day, which meant a total of 180 people. This way, he wouldn't have to do anything for a month. To spend his days drinking and watching games with Mary. If Mary was in a good mood, she might even play some ball with him. Old Feng was almost overjoyed by this. After dealing with the enthusiastic customers, Bald Chong emerged from the repair shop, pulling a large suitcase and holding a box in his hands. "Mr. Feng, this is a small token of appreciation. Please accept it." Bald Chong handed the box to Old Feng, who opened it to find a palm-sized jade tablet inside. The craftsmanship of the jade tablet was lacking, and upon closer inspection, Old Feng discovered it was actually a fake made of epoxy resin. Seeing Old Feng's confusion, Bald Chong hurriedly explained, "Sir, while this isn't real jade, it is indeed an ancient artifact. Look, there's a maker's mark on the back." Old Feng was skeptical. He could tell the tablet had some age. But many fakes existed. He flipped it over and noticed a line of small text in an inconspicuous corner, produced by Wang You. September 2035. Seeing the date, Old Feng was taken aback. Very few people knew this kind of date format anymore, but he did. This was a dating method from over 1,000 years ago, but it had been obsolete for a millennium. More importantly, he was concerned about the word Wang Yu, as Wang Yu had named the repair shop after those two characters. Did they have some connection? All right, I'll accept this tablet, but it's a pity it's not real jade. It feels a bit light. Seeing Old Feng's reaction, Bald Chong panicked and quickly opened the suitcase. A full box of bills came into view, and Old Feng estimated it to be at least 1,000,000 credit points. "Sir, look, this is my savings over the years. 2 million credit points." At this point, Old Feng was beaming with joy. Although Bald Chong had bled a lot over the years, he still had to take care of the higher-ups. So having this much left was already good enough. However, Old Feng didn't show it on his face. He only slightly relaxed his brows. "Well, the two items combined seem about right. Forget it. I still have things to attend to, so I'll let you go this time. Now hurry up and scram." This voice sounded like music to Bald Chong's ears, and he quickly vanished from Old Feng's sight. After he left, Old Feng picked up the suitcase and headed to the Wang Yu repair shop with the remaining 4 customers for the day. The 2 guys, Chicken Head and Big Face, who had taken advantage of the situation, ran over to Scarface. "Hey, Scarface, your luck is just terrible. Now that you've lost your gear, you can only follow through on what was said before and find a janitorial job to get by, right? Haha, in life, you have to seize opportunities and have vision." The 2 of them flaunted in front of Scarface, while Scarface could only endure silently. The three who had previously demanded refund from Scarface and rushed to Bald Chong's repair shop were now regretting their earlier decision. Although their equipment had been repaired, the performance could not be fully restored. They had lost something, and comparing their situation to Chicken Head and Big Face's upgrades made them feel extremely unbalanced. After they finished mocking Scarface, they went over to flaunt in front of Slopeskin. "Hey, Slopeskin, what were you thinking? You jumped out to stick to Bald Chong's side, and look at the result. Sigh. I guess you should team up with Scarface and go clean up now." At this point, the audience began to mock Slopeskin as well in this gathering place. Slopeskin's reputation had hit rock bottom. In fact, it was self-inflicted. He had sought the limelight and ended up with broken equipment and injuries. Looking at the box containing the Jade Tablet, an idea suddenly struck him. This was an antique, and it had the name Wang You on it. He needed to con that kid Wang, haha. Chapter 11 Honest Wang You at the worry-free repair shop. Wang You had been waiting for Old Phone for almost 3 hours, grumbling to himself about the old man's poor business skills and thinking it might be time to cut his commission. Before he could come up with a plan, Old Phone brought in some customers. "Kid, the guests have arrived." After saying that, Old Phone turned to the four men and said, "Hurry up and take out your gear." Although these four guys were a bit skeptical of Wang Yu's abilities, they remembered the sorry state of Scarface and complied. Wang Yu looked at their gear and asked with confusion, "You just had your equipment repaired not long ago, and there doesn't seem to be any major issues now. Are you sure you want repairs?" The four men were taken aback. What Wang Yu said was not wrong, but they wondered how he knew without even doing a check. One of them asked, "Young master, how did you know?" Wang Yu replied, "How I know is my business. I'm asking if you want repairs." He certainly wouldn't reveal his secret and wouldn't conduct business the way some shady merchants would. Those merchants would say, "Your equipment looks fine, but since you're here, let us do a free checkup," and then list a bunch of problems, claiming that these issues could cause huge consequences at critical moments, suggesting repairs, and then jacking up the prices. The four men didn't realize that Wang Yu was a novice. Instead, they found him a bit inscrutable. "Young master, this morning, Jimao and Dalian had their equipment repaired here, and their performance improved. We also want to enhance our gear as performance." They agreed immediately, knowing that the price would surely be negotiable. After realizing this, Wang Yu deliberately put on a serious expression. "Well, it's not impossible, but enhancing performance carries risks. I'm not in a good mood after dealing with Scarface and his crew today. If you're sure you want the enhancement, it'll cost extra, or we can wait until I'm in a better mood." Little did he know, enhancing equipment performance was something people outside the city would pay a premium for, and as soon as he mentioned extra costs, the four men's eyes lit up. Hunters who thought of enhancing their gear before any issues arose clearly had money to spare, and since these four had not had their gear for long, they were even more eager to seize the opportunity. The four immediately chimed in, "Young master, no problem. Just name your price." When you pondered for a moment, enhancing performance was a simple matter but shouldn't be too cheap. He said, "How about this? 100 credit points for a 1 performance increase, but guaranteed to enhance by 10 and up to a maximum of 50, depending on the situation. Are you ready with the cash?" When he finished speaking, the four men were astonished, not because the price was too high, but because it was too low. However, they were seasoned enough not to show too much excitement. "That's fine, young master. Just do your best to get it to the highest performance. Our savings can handle it." "Mine too. I'm also fine. Young master, go ahead and do your thing. I believe in you." After receiving their agreement, Wang Yu had them bring their gear inside and then close the door to start working. With the eye of analysis active, Wang Yu completed everything in less than half an hour, but he couldn't let it seem too easy, so he pretended to be busy for a while. 3 hours later, the men outside were anxiously waiting when Wang Yu finally opened the door, putting on a show of effort. "All done. You can try your gear now." The four men rushed inside, put on their gear, and after testing it out, they exclaimed, "Wow, young master, you're amazing. This performance, it's unstoppable. This smoothness, it's so effortless. I can't feel any delay at all. Oh my God, incredible. This power output response, wow. This explosiveness. I feel like I can take on a bronze tier by myself now." The four men were outside testing various performances, their exclamations never stopping. Seeing them so excited, Wang Yu's slight guilt disappeared. He was too honest. He felt a bit uneasy about deceiving customers for the first time. "How does it feel?" "No problem." Then let us settle the payment quickly. As soon as Wang Yu spoke, the four men stopped, rushed to him, each pulling out a stack of cash. And then they all bolted. Wang Yu was left dumbfounded, wondering what was going on. The thickness of the cash in his hands suggested they might have given him too much, but why did they leave so quickly? He counted the money and realized each had given him 5,000, even though he had only enhanced their performance by 40. What he didn't know was that the four men's equipment had gone through multiple repairs, and its performance was only about 70 of new. His enhancement was calculated based on the new performance. The result was predictable. Once the four men donned their gear, they felt that the enhancement exceeded 50, even surpassing 100. They thought paying 5,000 and then leaving was a smart move. At that moment, Wang Yu also sensed something was off, but he felt he had still made a profit. So he said, and then he shared the commission with Old Feng. Unexpectedly, Old Feng refused. Kid, today you've benefited from my help and made quite a bit. I filled up a month's worth of slots. You'll be busy now. Seeing Old Feng's half-smile, Wang Yu was both amused and puzzled. He couldn't believe Old Feng had such business acumen and asked, "How did you manage that?" "You're the one with solid skills." Old Feng briefly explained the situation, omitting the crucial detail of the substantial money involved, which he described as a small compensation. He emphasized the value of the fake jade pendant and presented it as a gift to Wang Yu. Wang Yu was skeptical, but opened the box and was shocked inside, though he didn't show it, and instead pretended to be very pleased, thanking Old Feng. "Thank you. Old man, I really like this. I'll accept it." "Great. By the way, you made a lot of money too. Why don't you come with me to the gathering place tonight to have some fun and maybe change your look? After all, you're a boss now, and this scruffy appearance won't do." Now, Wang Yu was Old Feng's cash cow. He needed to tighten their relationship, as it would be difficult to manage if people in the city discovered Wang Yu's abilities. He had known Wang Yu for over half a year, and the guy was completely naive, only rummaging through mechanical junkyards and having no understanding of the flashy world outside. This was the perfect opportunity to take him out for some exposure. Seeing Old Feng's invitation, Wang Yu was a bit tempted but worried about the things in the house, so he said, "I want to go too, but there's no one to watch the place. What if something happens like it did the night before last?" "Don't worry about that. You're under my protection. No one dares to cause trouble here." Old Feng knew that after such a big uproar today, no one would risk making trouble. After being persuaded by Old Feng, Wang Yu finally agreed to go to the gathering place with him. However, before that, he hid the box and the jade pendant in a secret place in the house. That jade pendant was extremely important to him. Once everything was done, he locked the door and set off with Old Feng. Outside Tianhai City, in the dense forest of the wild area, Feng Xiao had just finished a battle with a 5-man squad from the rebel organization, the White Dragon Camp. When she encountered them in this dense forest, she expected to easily annihilate them thanks to the advantage of her customized battle armor. However, at a critical moment in the battle, her armor malfunctioned, and the enemy captain seized the opportunity to self-destruct. She never anticipated that they would install explosives inside their bodies. As a result, 3 of her teammates, including Dingzi, were killed. Fortunately, Feng Xiao's armor was sturdy, but she was also injured from the explosion. Chapter 12. Mary is full of thorns. Wang Yu and Old Feng walked out. When they were almost at the gathering place, they noticed a broken pickup truck stopped ahead, with a middle-aged man cursing beside it. "Damn, this broken car has broken down 9 times in 3 days. If it weren't for the lack of funds, I would have thrown it in a mechanical graveyard long ago." The guy was swearing while banging on the car's hood, clearly relying on this method to solve problems every time something went wrong. Thinking of this, he walked over to ask, "Hey, sir, is your car having problems? Don't you have eyes?" "Why ask?" The middle-aged man was in a bad mood due to his broken car, but Wang Yu wasn't angry. Upon hearing that the man was short on money, he thought about buying the car. Although the man said he would throw the car into the mechanical graveyard, it would just be cut into scrap metal, and it would take effort to find all the parts. Buying it now would save a lot of trouble. "So, uncle, are you selling this car?" 10,000 yuan. If you want it, pay up. If not, don't bother me." The middle-aged man casually quoted a price. With 10,000 yuan plus his savings, he could buy a better one and wouldn't have to deal with this broken vehicle. Wang Yu thought for a moment and asked, "Can I take a look?" "Be my guest." The middle-aged man stepped aside. Old Feng watched silently from the side. Although he felt the man's asking price was a bit high, it was valuable since Wang Yu had his eye on it. Wang Yu was the expert when it came to mechanical matters. Wang Yu circled the car, opened the hood for a look, and said, "All right, I'll take it." He then handed the money to the middle-aged man. After the man left happily, Old Feng asked, "Kid, why did you spend 10,000 yuan on this junk? You're not planning to fix it here, are you? Where'd you get the tools?" "Yeah, I'll fix it here. It's just a small issue. I made a little profit on this deal." With the eye of analysis, he discovered that the car's condition wasn't a big problem. It was just a few loose wires. A little tinkering would solve the issue. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yu, a novice driver, awkwardly loaded Old Feng into the car and headed toward the gathering place. After 2 hours of getting a haircut, buying clothes, and taking a bath, Wang Yu finally appeared in front of Mary's tavern, dressed in a jacket, leather gloves, Martin boots, with a slick-back hairstyle and futuristic sunglasses. The timing was just right. There weren't too many people in the tavern yet, as it was just before the peak mealtime. Old Feng led Wang Yu inside, and the tavern owner, Mary, greeted them upon seeing the two. "Hey, Brother Feng, welcome. This young man looks familiar. Young lady, find us a good spot. I brought Master Wang with me today." Upon hearing this, Mary recognized that a master from the Wang Yu repair shop had arrived, and Wang Yu's reputation would start to spread widely from that day. Although some people still doubted this fact, word quickly spread among bystanders, even reaching nearby gathering places. Mary was very curious about this mysterious repair shop, so she hurriedly arranged a nice table. When Wang Yu saw Mary, his eyes lit up. Having been in this world for over half a year, she was only the second woman who caught his attention. Compared to the youthful and cool demeanor of Feng Xia, Mary had more of a sultry vibe, and of course, her figure was stunning. Soon, the waiter brought out the food and good wine. Although the dishes were simple, they were the best food Wang Yu had encountered in half a year. Many times, he found it puzzling how such an advanced technological world could have such a poor quality of life. Even when he had questions in his heart, he wouldn't voice them. He just quietly observed, as he knew too little about this world. Taking advantage of the quiet time when not many people were present, Mary chatted with Wang Yu and Old Feng. "So this is the legendary Master Wang. You've been the talk of the spear gathering place these past few days. It's an honor to meet you." "Thank you for the compliment, Mary." This was his first time using the eye of analysis to observe a person. Although he had looked at people before, it was mainly their equipment. Mary's impressive figure piqued his interest, and he wanted to see what he could find out. After observing, he was indeed taken aback. Fortunately, his sunglasses concealed the shock in his eyes. Even so, the slight stiffness on his face caught Mary's attention. "Master Wang, did I not entertain you well, or something? Why does your expression seem so serious? I just wanted to remember your beauty. Who knows? One day, I might have an intelligent bionic person to use as a reference." At this moment, Old Feng suddenly interjected, "Don't mind him, young lady. This kid is like this. He only sees machines. I feel like he has no interest in people." "Huh? Oh, really? Then it's an honor for me to enter Master Wang's eyes." Old Feng's words made Mary view Wang Yu as a weirdo, which was quite normal. This world had no shortage of oddballs, and many high achievers were indeed eccentric. It was no surprise that Wang Yu could enhance equipment performance to such a high level. He was indeed a strange person. After Old Feng spoke, Wang Yu sighed in relief and continued to keep a cool face, not taking the initiative to speak. Mary chatted with Old Feng, occasionally teasing Wang Yu, but he would always respond like a steel-straight man, leaving Mary feeling frustrated. Earlier, he had already noticed that Mary was not simple. She was full of thorns. Except for her head, 80 of her body had been modified, making her extremely aggressive and a highly dangerous individual. Hidden knives at her nails, steel-reinforced bones, concealed blade springs, and even her small basketball concealed deadly secrets. The most extreme part was that she had a miniature bomb inside her. Based on his judgment, this bomb could blow the entire tavern to pieces. She was basically a mechanical soldier in human skin, although Mary's head remained human. A woman as dangerous as this should definitely not be provoked. Seeing Old Feng continue to flirt with her made Wang Yu break out in a cold sweat. Bored, his curiosity suddenly flared up, since Mary could be analyzed. What would the result be if he analyzed Old Feng? With curiosity, he activated the eye of analysis on Old Feng. He discovered that aside from his prosthetic limbs, Old Feng was still human, but the energy flowing within him was quite strong, which he analyzed as internal energy. This left Wang Yu stunned. How could there be ancient martial arts analysis in such a technological world? After this discovery, he observed the people around him and found that, unlike old phone, they had no internal energy, but each had different muscle strengths. This confirmed that old phone belonged to a special group. What kind of world was this? A coexistence of high technology and ancient martial arts? While Wang Yu was lost in thought, Mary raised her glass and toasted him. Master Wang, would you like a drink? Her words caught the attention of two nearby thugs, who turned to look at Wang Yu. At the same time, a group of people entered the tavern. Chapter 13 Fame. Not long after Chicken Head and Big Face entered the tavern, Wang Yu had already been spotted by them, but they couldn't recognize him due to his new look. It was only when Mary shouted Master Wang that they hurriedly turned to look. With the hint, the two of them finally found Wang Yu's shadow among the contours. They immediately stood up and walked over to Wang Yu. Wow, it really is Master Wang. Your look has changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you, one of them said, feeling particularly grateful for the decision he made back then and thankful to Wang Yu. After he finished speaking, Big Face chimed in, Master Wang, your current look is so stylish. You look like a master at first glance. If you had this look in the morning, I wouldn't have hesitated to hand over my equipment to you. The two of them jumped out to praise him, making Wang Yu feel a bit embarrassed. To be honest, Wang Yu was also quite grateful to these two. Old Fong had told him stories about Bald Chong's repair shop, and without these two, he wouldn't have been able to get such big orders in the afternoon. Seeing him so polite, Chicken Head flattered Master Wang. What you have is called single-mindedness and painstaking research, all for the sake of improving your repair skills. Unlike us ordinary folks who care about our looks every day. Big Face added, yes. Your skill in enhancing equipment performance is so outstanding that even top masters from Sky City would have to step aside. Chicken Head continued, Master Wang, you have no idea that equipment has boosted my combat power into the bronze tier. As these two took turns to flatter him, the group that had just entered the tavern also noticed Wang Yu. Wow, that's Master Wang. One of the four who had repaired equipment in the afternoon exclaimed. After showing off, they all entered the tavern, leading to this scene. Big, are you sure that's Master Wang? No way. Didn't you say Master Wang was a bit scruffy? Are you sure you're not mistaken? I've also heard that Master Wang is a bit of a disheveled young man. That guy has such a strong presence and a refined look, he doesn't seem like it at all. In response to his friend's doubts, Big was very certain, no, it really is Master Wang. He just got a haircut and changed his clothes. Look, Old Fong is still sitting over there. After saying that, he jogged over and greeted Wang Yu, Master Wang. I didn't expect to see you so soon. The equipment that passed through your hands is truly amazing. Just business. If you like it, please come to my Wang Yu repair shop more often. Of course. But Master Wang, I have many friends who also want to support your business, but they just can't get a spot. Big expressed his friend's thoughts, saying that now they had to wait a month to book an appointment, which left many people helpless after seeing the results. The hunter profession only cares about the present. Strong combat power is a guarantee. After hearing Big's words, Wang Yu thought for a moment. This rule was set by him. There were repair points in the gathering place, and if too many spots were opened, it would attract envy and bring no benefit to him. It wasn't that he couldn't handle it, but he didn't want to expose too much, not wanting to sacrifice himself for immediate benefits, and to leave himself some cards in time. He had thought that the business might be booming, but now the results had exceeded his expectations by too much. After some contemplation, Wang Yu decided to stick to his original plan and said, I'm very happy that you all support me, but repairs take time. The 6 spots I set each day are my limit. Currently, my capacity is just like this. Of course, if my skills improve in the future, I will appropriately open more spots, and I will have Old Phone notify you then. Wang Yu did not make his words final. Although Big and the others felt a bit disappointed after hearing this, they could accept it. Repairs inherently require time, and the time Wang Yu needed to repair a device was about the same as Bald Chong's. However, Bald Chong's equipment was more advanced and could work on 3 lines simultaneously, while Wang Yu's workshop didn't seem to have much repair equipment. Although Big and his group didn't get the news they wanted, it didn't stop them from wanting to build a relationship with Wang Yu. Thus, a large group surrounded Wang Yu, asking questions and flattering him. As time passed, The news about Master Wang of the mysterious forgetful repair shop in Mary S. Tavern began to spread, causing a stir throughout the entire spear-gathering place. What? That Master Wang from the repair shop has appeared. Quick, go make connections. See if we can get an expedited spot. Cut it out. It's too late to go now. Mary S. Tavern is already packed, and there's a long line outside. Even if it's long, we have to stand in line. At least we can show our faces in front of Master Wang. I heard Master Wang isn't like Bald Chong. He is easier to talk to, and his prices are fair. Many believed in Wang You, but there were also those who didn't. These skeptics held the belief that the truth is only grasped by a few. They followed the minority. When a majority leaned toward Wang You, these people jumped out. It's a conspiracy. This is definitely a conspiracy. Someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Yes. How could it have stirred up so quickly without someone behind it? I suspect they have their eyes on our repair funds. They create a momentum first, and then they surely turn it into a membership system, making us pay for membership and then run off with the money. Bucktooth revealed information that Master Wang appeared more than 6 months ago. He set up a metal shed near the mechanical graveyard and didn't do anything, just rummaging through garbage every day. Various rumors spread like wildfire in the spear-gathering place, while Wang Yu was also feeling dizzy from the constant attention. Everyone who approached him was holding a large bottle of alcohol. He found excuses to explain that as a repairman, he couldn't drink, as it could cause dizziness and hand tremors that would be detrimental to his work. Those people understood and suggested he substitute with juice. However, with so many people, he had to drink 5 large bottles of juice. Although he didn't have to pay, he simply couldn't fit any more in his stomach. Nevertheless, faced with enthusiastic potential clients, he could only silently endure. As the news of forgetful repair shop's explosive popularity spread, things were not looking good for Bald Chong. Many scheduled repair orders were canceled starting in the afternoon, and by the evening, most were refunded. But the situation in the morning left him feeling helpless. Forgetful repair shop had the backing of significant figures, so he had no choice but to seek help from those without backing. At Mary S. Tavern, the owner Mary was all smiles, as tonight's customer flow equaled half a month's total, and the income was roughly the same. At this moment, Wang Yu was overwhelmed by enthusiastic potential clients. Looking at the endless stream of people pouring in outside, he stood up and shouted, to not disappoint everyone's enthusiasm, "I will increase tomorrow's slots by 3. As for how to secure them, you can discuss it with Old Phone. He is the only salesperson at my repair shop." He was at his wit's end and could only pull Old Phone out to take the heat, and how Old Phone handled it was no longer his concern. Let Old Phone worry about it. This made the crowd erupt with excitement, and someone asked, "Master Wang, 3 is too few. Can you add a few more?" To this question, Wang Yu explained, 3 is my limit. If I add more, the quality can't be guaranteed, and you surely wouldn't want to see that, would you? Chapter 14 Re-encounter with Feng Xiao. After leaving the Merry Tavern, Wang Yu was once again blocked, and he could only announce again, directing firepower towards Old Feng. At this time, Old Feng was in a state of panic due to Wang Yu's decision, with hundreds of people surrounding him fighting for the 3 newly added spots. After about 10 minutes, he stopped the car to observe the situation and noticed flickering lights a few dozen meters to the side. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the hover bike he had seen yesterday. Driven by curiosity, he drove over to check it out. It was the same bike belonging to that stunning beauty, Feng Xiao. What was going on? There was a special mark on the bike that he had noticed yesterday. Wang Yu jumped out of the car and activated Eye of Analysis to inspect it. The hover bike had already become scrap metal, with no repair value. The bike was here, but where was the person? From the sounds earlier, it was clear that the bike had crashed, meaning someone must have been in control. Thinking of this, he used Eye of Analysis to survey the surroundings. A few minutes later, he found Feng Xiao a few dozen meters away from the crash site. Although she was wearing a helmet and her battle armor was severely damaged, Wang Yu still recognized her. What the hell? What is going on? Why is she the only one here? Her armor is damaged to this extent. Who was she fighting? The 3 companions were nowhere to be seen. The battle must have been quite intense. "Oh, beautiful lady, I told you your armor had problems, but you refused to listen. With this kind of battle, the armor is bound to malfunction." Wang Yu mumbled to himself as he approached and found Feng Xiao motionless, uncertain of her exact condition. The armor's barrier prevented Eye of Analysis from revealing what was inside. After some thought, he decided to remove her helmet for a closer look. He discovered she was still alive, just unconscious. Her cold and helpless face stirred something within him. I found a stunning beauty, plus a set of custom battle armor. Although severely damaged, it could still be interesting to study. The armor was too heavy for him, and he had no tools at hand to disassemble it. That night, Wang Yu worked tirelessly and finally freed Feng Xiao from her armor, placing her into his sleep chamber. At this point, Feng Xiao had a fractured right arm, minor internal injuries, and a concussion. This girl isn't bad. I need to study her. Wait a minute. What if she wakes up and takes me out? Better not. I'll focus on studying the armor instead. This guy had the desire, but lacked the courage. Clearly, he was very tempted, but thinking of his own safety made him abandon the idea and focus on the armor. Although the allure of the armor was great, the allure of the disarmed Feng Xiao was even greater, but his strength didn't allow for it. The next morning, Wang was awakened by a knock on the door while lying on the console. When he opened the door, he saw old Feng looking sleep-deprived, flanked by 9 clients. Old Feng, can't you let me sleep a little longer? Kid, you still want to sleep? Don't you see what you did last night? You left me there to be bombarded while you slipped away. Now you still want to sleep? No way. Get to work. Thinking of the pile of people he had to deal with last night made old Feng's head hurt. Being urged to come over early in the morning before he was even sober from the alcohol surely didn't put him in a good mood. As they did yesterday afternoon, after discussing the terms, he had them move the equipment inside and then close the door to start the work. In less than an hour, all 9 sets of powered exoskeletons were completed. At this point, he noticed a phenomenon. Just looking at the condition with Eye of Analysis made everything clear. There was no need to open Eye of Analysis for repairs and modifications, which save him a lot of mental energy. Could it be that the more he analyzed similar items, the more this information automatically transformed into his own knowledge? This made him very excited. With more accumulated knowledge, he could do even more. Understanding powered exoskeletons meant that in the future, repairs and modifications would be that simple, and he could directly develop and produce new types. With this thought, more ideas emerged in his mind. Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he set his sights on Feng Xiao's powered armor. 5 hours later, Wang Yu finally opened the door to deliver the goods, and the 9 clients happily paid and took away the equipment. After they left, old Feng, who had been dozing at the door for a while, curiously asked, "Kid, why were you so fast today? It took you nearly half the time compared to usual." He then split the earnings with old Feng, who quickly dashed off with the money. In these past 2 days, he had become a popular figure in the gathering, with many people trying to curry favor with him and various invitations pouring in. This guy had set up a spot in the Merry Tavern to take advantage of free games. If it weren't for the armor's charging being completed, he wouldn't have been able to deliver so quickly. Discovering the new capability of Eye of Analysis got him fired up. He wanted to dive into the mechanical graveyard to dig for treasures. Feng Xiao's Flying Bird X needed parts, and assembling the powered exoskeleton also required components. He had initially thought searching would be labor-intensive and inefficient. Now, it was no longer a problem. Wearing the powered armor, his strength could rival that of a steel tier, making it easy to move things, and with that battered pickup truck, transportation was basically resolved. Thus, Wang Yu locked the door and headed for the treasure mountain, leaving only an unconscious Feng Xiao inside, ignored by everyone. At Balchong's repair shop, from morning until noon, he had completed a single order, a situation he had never encountered before. Usually, he had nearly 10 orders per day, which made him extremely frustrated. However, last night, he had reported the situation at Wang Yu's repair shop, and the higher-ups responded that they would send someone to understand the situation, emphasizing that the person sent would be the rising star of the repair industry in Tianhai City, Du Daqiao. Balchong had heard of this person. He was a rare talent in the repair industry of Tianhai City, and Du Daqiao was currently an apprentice to the top master in Sky City. Just as Balchong was feeling anxious, a fleet of 6 top luxury hover cars, the Rolls XP, hovered above the repair shop and slowly descended. After stabilizing, cold-looking bodyguards and alluring maidens got out of the cars and lined up, waiting for their master. The grand spectacle attracted the attention of passers-by, and discussions erupted. What the hell? The top hover car rolls? Which big shot from the city is traveling? I heard Bald Chong has a significant background. Looking at these hover cars, it seems I underestimated him. Not at all. Perhaps Bald Chong has offended someone, and they've come to deal with him. You must have poor judgment. Can't you see Bald Chong looks like he's welcoming an important figure? Exactly. Let me tell you a secret. The one in the middle is the Rolls XP, the very top tier of Rolls hover cars. What the hell? Amidst the discussions, a stunning female secretary opened the car door and extended her beautiful leg, her striking business attire accentuating her incredible figure, causing the scene to fall silent, leaving only the sound of raindrops falling. The female secretary coldly scanned the surroundings, striding with cat-like grace, creating waves as she walked to the other side to open the door for her master. At this moment, everyone was captivated by her, eager to know who her master was. Chapter 15. Lord Du of Tianhai City. Under the curious gaze of the crowd, the alluring secretary slowly opened the car door. Du Jiao, dressed in a noble outfit adorned with golden patterns, gradually stepped out of the car, steadied by the secretary. Du Jiao had an average appearance, but his narrow, slightly slanted eyes gave off a sinister vibe, and the dark circles under his eyes suggested a life of indulgence. As soon as he got out of the car, Bald Chong hurried over, eager to bow and greet him. However, the female secretary kicked him to the ground, scolding, "Stay away. Lord Du is not someone a lowly commoner like you can approach." Bald Chong rolled back a few times to create distance. Kneeling on the ground in panic to apologize, I was too eager and overstepped, offending Lord Du's dignity. "Please have mercy on me." He quickly got up, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he honestly reported on the situation at the Forgetting Worries repair shop. He dared not add anything extra, only detailing what he knew, as Du Jiao was known for his unpredictable temper, and he feared for his life if he said the wrong thing. Listening to Bald Chong's description, the female secretary furrowed her brows and asked, "Did you bring those equipment for analysis?" "I couldn't without Lord Du's permission." At this moment, Du Jiao was growing impatient and waved his hand. The female secretary ordered Bald Chong, "You have 10 minutes to bring back a piece of equipment. Remember not to be late. Lord Du's time is very precious, and you know the consequences." After giving the instruction, she supported Du Jiao back into the luxury car to rest, while the guards and maids began to set up a protective formation around the vehicle. Bald Chong was like an ant on a hot pan, quickly leaving to fulfill the order. The spectators watching from afar couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this young master has style. The upper-class nobility is indeed different." Surrounded by beautiful women in a convoy of luxury cars, if it were me. It's still daylight, and you're already daydreaming. Who would have thought that Bald Chong, who usually acted with so much arrogance, could also look like a dog? It was so comical. Even a dog would be insulted to be compared to him. Just moments ago, he seemed even worse than a dog. What kind of identity does that noble young master have? This scene is just too extravagant. It must be one of the top elite in Tianhai City. Look, that luxury car is even shaking. Is the young master dancing inside? There were many onlookers, but they kept their distance, afraid to get too close and offend the nobility. 8 minutes later, after waiting for nearly 10 minutes by the luxury car, a slightly disheveled Du Jiao was helped out by the female secretary. "I got the equipment, Lord Du. What should we do next?" Du Jiao waved his hand, and the female secretary spoke, "Lead the way. Take it for inspection." Thus, Bald Chong led Du Jiao and his entourage into the repair shop. The physical labor of inspecting the equipment was certainly done by Bald Chong, while Du Jiao merely directed him on how to operate the repair chamber and observe the feedback data. Looking at the astronomical data and codes displayed on the screen, Bald Chong didn't understand anything and had no idea what it represented. Meanwhile, Du Jiao's expression grew increasingly grim. He had a unique insight into modifications and repairs. Bald Chong's report was not incorrect, but it didn't reach a 50 performance boost. It only improved to 40 of the factory state. After confirming the results, he said to the female secretary, "Bring that person here." The female secretary turned to Bald Chong, scolding, "Did you hear? What are you still doing here? Hurry up and act." Now, Bald Chong panicked and quickly explained, "Lord Du, that person has suspected Yaojin-level experts guarding him. I can't do anything." "Is that so? Young master, what do you think?" In this situation, the female secretary was also uncertain, leaving the decision to Diao. Without Yaojin-level experts by his side, if he had them, he wouldn't be here in the first place. Huarue, arrange for someone to go over. Diao understood the situation among the elite very well. He was certain that Wang You had accidentally acquired some modification technology, but was not part of the upper class. As long as he could control Wang Yu and seize this technology from him, he could dominate his peers in Sky City. After receiving the instruction, the female secretary Huarue arranged for 3 guards to accompany Bald Chong to invite Wang Yu. At this time, Wang Yu was unaware that trouble was on the way. He was still treasure hunting in the mechanical graveyard. Today he had made good progress, soon uncovering many rare parts and 3 sets of power exoskeletons. With these, he could easily repair Feng Zhao's power armor, and once the 3 sets were fixed, he could sell them. Seeing that it was still early and the pickup truck wasn't full yet, he decided to search a bit longer to see if he could find some good items to modify the vehicle as well. Molly Tavern, the unfortunate fellow who had his equipment snatched by Bald Chong, was crying to old Feng, lamenting that his equipment had barely warmed up after modification in the morning before being robbed by Bald Chong and his men. At the same time, he gave old Feng a hint. I saw Bald Chong taking the guard from that person in Tian High City, heading towards the Forgetting Worries repair shop. They wouldn't be looking for Master Wang to cause trouble, would they? Upon hearing this news, old Feng's heart sank. He knew very well the nature of the upper-class people in the city, especially those young masters accompanied by a bunch of guards and maids. If they had set their sights on someone, it was certainly not a good thing. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, old Feng hurriedly asked, "When did they set off?" "About half an hour ago." "Damn it." Old Feng dashed out of the tavern. He wasn't sure if he would make it in time, but he had to go. At this moment, the Forgetting Worries repair shop had turned into ruins. "Who are you? Why are you destroying my little shop?" Bald Chong was startled to see the young man in power armor. He didn't recognize Wang Yu and thought he was just a frail young man. Seeing that the power armor was of a model he didn't recognize, Bald Chong grew worried. Could it be that there was indeed a big shot behind this repair shop? But remembering there were people backing him up, he asked, "Your little shop? Are you the guard sent by the person behind the Forgetting Worries repair shop?" "I'm the owner of the repair shop." "What do you mean by destroying my shop?" At this moment, Wang Yu was furious. His business had just started to improve when he encountered such vandalism, with no prior warning. At the very least, those who collect protection fees would give a heads up. Upon hearing this, Bald Chong realized he had found target. The 3 guards immediately shouted at Wang Yu, "What are you babbling about? Our young master has business with you. Come with us." "Our young master has business with me? Do I know him? Who is he?" Wang Yu clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. He wanted to know who was causing him trouble. These people clearly weren't kind, and there was no way he would go with them. One of the guards sneered, "Do you think you deserve to know my young master? Stop asking so many questions. Just crawl over here on your knees and follow us to see him. Don't make us force you." These guards were used to being arrogant and displayed different attitudes toward people of varying statuses. When dealing with upper-class individuals in the city, they would be polite and courteous. But when facing lower-class people, they would shout loudly, and, for those from outside the city, they treated them as if they were not even human, regardless of their thoughts. When you asked again, "Tell me, why are you destroying my little shop?" "I'll go with you, because we don't like it." "Does that reason work?" "Anyway, you won't be needing that shop anymore." "Huh. Crawl over here on your knees and follow us to meet the young master." This guard spoke the truth. They hadn't seen Wang Yu yet were in a bad mood, so they vented their frustrations on him. Upon receiving their answer, Wang Yu's anger surged. It was the first time in his life he had encountered such brazen and unreasonable people. But unfortunately, he had no way to deal with them at the moment because his fists weren't strong enough. Just as he was feeling troubled, there was a loud bang, and a section of the small house's ruins exploded. Chapter 16. Feng Zhao's assistants hearing the explosion, Wang Yu and Bald Chong looked over. "This place seems to be where the sleep pods are located. Could that girl still be inside? But how could it have exploded?" At this moment, Wang Yu remembered Feng Zhao, whom he had stuffed into the sleep pod. Speaking of Feng Zhao, as soon as she woke up, she realized she was trapped inside the sleep pod. Injured, she didn't want to move and waited for rescue. However, the faint voices from outside made her aware of the danger. Struggling and shouting proved useless. With no other choice, she decided to try using her occasionally effective wind-based ability to break open the sleep pod. Of course, she didn't succeed on the first attempt. She tried more than a dozen times before finally succeeding, and the power was quite impressive. Feng Xiao sat up and asked, "Cough, where is this?" Not knowing the exact situation outside, and uncertain if Wang Yu's words were true, she slowly stood up and looked around. Bald Chong and the others didn't recognize Feng Xiao, but identified her standard uniform, immediately knowing she belonged to the investigation team. This surprised them, as Wang Yu called out Feng Xiao's name and position. The investigation team was not afraid of Du Dajiao, but that didn't mean the others weren't scared. Seeing Feng Xiao's confusion, Bald Chong thought she might doubt Wang Yu's words, so he tried to mislead her. "Captain Feng, the situation is not as he says. We received news that the guy who captured you was in a hurry to come to your rescue." The three guards also chimed in, affirming his statement. The investigation team rarely went out of the city for missions, but when they did, it was certainly for special tasks. They were worried about getting into trouble since Feng Xiao was injured. Seeing the sudden change in the expressions of these guys, Wang Yu almost laughed in anger. They were the ones who had destroyed the place, causing Feng Xiao to be buried, and now they wanted to shift the blame? Not a chance. However, Wang Yu also noticed that these guys seemed to be afraid of Feng Xiao, and he couldn't let them succeed in their deceit. So he said, "Captain Feng, this is my repair shop. These guys destroyed my shop for some unknown reason and buried you in the rubble." After surveying the surroundings, Feng Xiao began to understand. When Wang Yu mentioned the repair shop, she felt a sense of familiarity. She had come here to investigate with her team that day and had a strong impression of the uncle and nephew living here. The young man had reminded her twice that there was a problem with the battle armor, and it turned out to be true. Moreover, she noticed the emblem of the Du family on the three guards, and that day, it was a young master from the Du family who had reported the case when they went out of the city to investigate. Compared to the two groups, she leaned more towards Wang Yu's side because she knew very well what kind of people the Du family were. However, she didn't immediately take Wang Yu's side, but instead asked him, "I remember the people living here are the messy uncle and nephew, and that nephew seems a bit slow. But I haven't seen you before, so why don't you explain?" Wang Yu was speechless. He had kindly reminded her about the problem with the battle armor that day, and she actually thought he was foolish. But to resolve the situation, he held back his irritation. Could it be that she wouldn't recognize me just because I got a haircut? With that thought, Wang Yu took off his sunglasses and said, "Captain Feng, my mind is perfectly fine. I reminded you twice that there was a problem with the battle armor. Isn't that right?" "Ah, it really is you." At this moment, Feng Xiao recognized Wang Yu, but Bald Chong and the others were getting anxious and making a final struggle. In a panic, he hastily tried to pin the blame on Wang Yu, hoping to confuse Feng Xiao and make her doubt him. Unfortunately, his logic and intelligence were lacking, which didn't mean Feng Xiao was the same. What a load of nonsense. You guys must be the dogs of the Du family, right? I know very well what kind of people the Du family are. Whatever they do will be investigated. But you destroyed his little shop and buried me inside. This matter needs to be settled. Call your master over. Although Feng Xiao didn't know what kind of person Wang Yu was, he had changed and even put on powered battle armor. But if he were to act maliciously, then he wouldn't still be alive to speak. As soon as she said this, Bald Chong and the others looked as if they had lost their souls, while Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The helpless guards had no choice but to take out their communicator to contact the female secretary, Hua Rui. Before long, the Rolls convoy arrived, and Du Dajiao's face darkened a few shades upon seeing Feng Xiao. In Tianhai City, if it were any other investigation team leader, he wouldn't care. But he didn't dare to provoke Feng Xiao, because Feng Xiao was a disciple of the Snowfall Warrior in Tianhai City, and not only was the Snowfall Warrior protective, but what troubled people the most was her spatial abilities, which could silently backstab others. Du Dajiao, who usually had the Secretary Hua Rui act as his mouthpiece, could only apologize first. "Captain Feng, my subordinates have never seen you before. Please forgive their rudeness." Then he turned his gaze to Wang Yu, instantly captivated by the Savior L battle armor he was wearing. Shocked, he thought, this is the Savior series battle armor. Where did this guy get it? The Savior series battle armor is fundamentally different from the mainstream battle armors today. It is not a product of the same technological system. Since the developer's death, this series of battle armor has become irreparable once damaged, and as a result, it has become increasingly rare, with its core technology also impossible to decipher. Upon seeing this armor, Du Dajiao's eyes lit up with greed. If it were broken, you wouldn't be so excited, but since Wang Yu's was still functional, his sinister gaze revealed a desire that he absolutely couldn't let go of this opportunity. Feng Xiao noticed the unusual glint in Du Dajiao's eyes and said, "Since you know it was rude, then consider how to compensate for the damages." Although she was part of the investigation team, she couldn't do much against Du Dajiao openly. "Oh, Captain Feng, what kind of compensation do you want? Your people smashed the Wang Yu repair shop. You figure it out. He is my savior." Feng Xiao didn't know how much Wang Yu had lost, so she could only let Du Dajiao report first. Her words comforted Wang Yu a bit, thinking, "This girl didn't save me for nothing. It's just a pity about the hard work I put into this place for half a year." Du Dajiao frowned upon hearing Feng Xiao's terms, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Wasn't this an opportunity for him? He said, "All right, no problem. How about this? I'll give you a chance. You can work with me. My Du family has many repair shops in Tianhai City, and I'll give you one to manage. Your shabby repair shop isn't worth much, so it's settled." He acted high and mighty, as if he were doing Wang Yu a favor, wanting him to be grateful for being treated like a dog. According to his expectations, Wang Yu should bow and scrape like Bald Chong, fantasizing about how to please him, and then enter Tianhai City to live like a city dweller. As long as Wang Yu followed him into Tianhai City, everything would be under his control, allowing him to dig out Wang Yu's secrets and then make him a workhorse. Upon hearing such terms, Feng Xiao frowned, but since the choice was Wang Yu's, she didn't speak. Wang Yu felt nauseated upon hearing these conditions, his anger boiling beneath the surface. Although he had thought about developing in the city, that didn't mean he would have to grovel before Du Dajiao to get in. "Your people will smash my shop and then expect me to be your dog? What kind of logic is that?" Moreover, the malice in his eyes was ambiguous. This guy definitely had bad intentions. "What should I do? If I reject this condition, won't he find a reason to refuse compensation? Perhaps he never intended to compensate at all." Realizing this, Wang Yu suppressed his anger and said, "I'm not interested in your terms. Since you say it's not worth much, then either pay for the damages or restore my things." Seeing his plan fall through, Du Dajiao's face turned ugly, and he pressed with anger. "If that's the case, then you're actively giving up on compensation. I'll say it again. Your choice is only one, agree or forfeit." Just as the two were at a standstill, Old Feng finally arrived. Chapter 17. Compensation. When Old Feng arrived, he found Wang Yu and Du Dajiao confronting each other. He wasn't sure about the specifics of the situation, only seeing that the repair shop had turned into ruins. And he also spotted Feng Xiao. He wondered why this girl was here and why she was standing next to Wang. He walked over to Wang Yu and asked, "What's going on here, and why is Captain Feng also here?" Wang Yu briefly explained the situation, and Old Feng understood the gist of it. He pointed at Du Dajiao and asked, "So, are you trying to avoid paying?" Old Feng was very angry. He had collected a month's registration fee, and now that the repair shop was gone, he would have to return the money. Additionally, his share of the business was also gone. So, when he looked at Du Dajiao, his gaze was filled with pressure. If there weren't any witnesses, he would have loved to slap this overindulgent guy to death. Feeling the pressure, Du Dajiao's arrogance was slightly subdued. He sensed a hint of danger from Old Feng. At that moment, Bald Chong stepped forward and quietly said, "Young Master Du is suspected of working for a certain powerful figure, and he himself has considerable combat ability." Hearing this, Du Dajiao narrowed his eyes. If he hadn't felt the pressure from Old Feng, he would have scoffed at this. But now he couldn't gauge the situation and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Wang Yu's uncle and the only business supervisor of this repair shop." After answering, Old Feng continued, "People from the city are really something. They smashed my shop and are still so arrogant, not wanting to compensate. Do you think this is the city? I made a deal with your nephew, but he didn't accept. That's his problem, not mine. Don't think that just because you're close to someone powerful, you can stand up to me." Du Dajiao looked down on Old Feng, feeling that he was just a gopher for some big shot, while he himself was someone important. This arrogant attitude made even Feng Xiao unable to stand it, and she said, "Young Master Du, you can't just disregard compensation. You should follow their requirements. I haven't even pursued your people for the harm they've done to me yet." Her words shocked Du Dajiao. How could he have forgotten about that? His expression darkened instantly. "Oomph. Since Captain Feng says so, then Bald Chong's repair shop is yours." This shop is much better than that broken repair shop. After saying this, Du Dajiao turned around and got into his car, ignoring whether Wang Yu and Balchong agreed or not. He was blocking Feng Xiao and him from holding on stubbornly, as Feng Xiao was helping Wang Yu. And if Wang Yu received compensation exceeding the losses, Feng Xiao wouldn't have anything to say. As for how to deal with Wang Yu, as long as he was still here, there would always be a chance. As for the losses, it was only the part provided by Bald Chong, which was inconsequential to him. Bald Chong realized the situation was bad and hurriedly stepped forward. Young Master Du, you can't do this, that's my property. Before he could finish, his secretary, Hua Rui, kicked him away, leaving him watching helplessly as the convoy drove off. Wanting to cry, but having no tears. Old Feng stepped forward and grabbed him, saying, Bald Chong, you brought this trouble, didn't you? The cost is not small. Wang Yu, let's go take over his stall. With the situation resolved, Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief, but although his anger didn't dissipate, he could only bury it in his heart. Although he could be fierce regarding repairs, he really couldn't be tough in this world of rivers and lakes. If it weren't for Feng Zhao's help, with old Feng around, things would still be uncertain. In short, in a world of rivers and lakes, if one's fists aren't strong enough, one has to suffer. This incident made him realize the importance of strength and sparked the thought of training in martial arts. After coming to this realization, Wang Yu cleared his mind and said to Feng Xiao, Captain Feng, thank you. If you hadn't been here just now, I don't know how this would have turned out. Don't mention it. Didn't you save me last night? By the way, where's my hurricane armor? Feng Xiao remembered that she was wearing the armor before she lost consciousness. Although it was basically damaged, it couldn't be taken off without specific tools, as it provided the last line of protection for its owner. Prompted by her reminder, Wang Yu pointed to the ruins of the small shop and said, It's buried in there. I helped you take it off last night and plan to find parts to repair it today. You can repair it? Feng Xiao widened her eyes. By her judgment, that armor couldn't be fixed even in Sky City and could only be scrapped. How could this broken repair shop claim it could fix what the top repair shops in Sky City couldn't? That was hard for her to believe. But then she recalled that Wang Yu had suspected there was something wrong with that armor before and had helped her take it off yesterday. So maybe he really had some capability. Thinking of this, she continued, All right, if you can fix it, then go ahead and repair it. Let me know when it's done. In her view, whether it was repaired or not, she wouldn't lose anything, so she didn't pay much attention to it. At that moment, Old Feng's voice came through. Wang Yu, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and take over Bald Chong's repair shop. Okay, how about this? Old Feng, you take Captain Feng over first, and I'll tidy up here and pull out some useful things, including Captain Feng's armor. Wang Yu held on to the traditional virtue of not wasting. Anything useful absolutely couldn't be discarded. Old Feng couldn't persuade him otherwise and had to let him clean up while he took Feng Xiao to confront Bald Chong at the gathering place. Having been born in a civilized society, he had never suffered such humiliation. Since those people thought they were above others, he would crush their pride in the future. Machines can be repaired, and the great machine of society can also be fixed. If there are no tools, then create tools. Wang Yu rummaged through the ruins of the small shop, clearing out one piece of equipment after another. These were the accumulation of his hard work over the past 6 months, bearing witness to his journey from nothing to something in this world. Worry-free production. These words were very familiar to him. He had carved them. But how could he still see this thing after clearly crossing into another world? Could it just be a coincidence? This fake jade token was a product of Wang Yu's whim. When he was 16, he found a jade token 2 fingers wide while planting vegetables, which had 2 ancient characters on it. After searching for information, he concluded they were the characters for Hunyuan. In the end, he managed to get materials and mold to seal the Hunyuan jade token in the middle of the fake jade token. Before crossing over, he hadn't brought this token with him. It was left in his suitcase. Wait a minute. Old Feng said this jade token is an antique with a history of over 1,000 years. Could it be? I didn't cross into another world. This is still Blue Star. I crossed into the future. Just as he was in shock, Old Feng's voice came again. Kid, what are you daydreaming about? Have you finished cleaning up? I've finished cleaning up. You're so slow. Wang Yu put down his thoughts and started loading the items onto the truck that Old Feng had brought. In the core area of Tianhai City, Du Dajiao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of his office in a skyscraper, holding a wine glass and looking down at the entire city. Secretary Hua Rui walked up behind him and quietly reported, "Young master, all of Balchong's equipment has been remotely locked down." "Good. That lowly kid. What does it matter if he is Feng Xiao? That cheap woman, helping him. What benefits can I gain from Du Dajiao? Without equipment, how can you repair anything?" After venting, Du Dajiao turned around and wrapped his arms around Hua Rui's waist, ready to start the office competition. Old Feng, who was taking over Balchong's shop, was unaware that the equipment had been locked down, and Wang You was equally uninformed. He was thinking about how to utilize those devices, considering whether to increase the daily repair quotas. Chapter 18. Taking over the Balchong repair shop. Wang Yu and Old Feng arrived at the Balchong repair shop and found a large crowd gathered around. "Wow, Master Wang is here. He really came to take over this place," someone exclaimed. "I didn't expect that rich kid to be so impressive, but in the end, it was useless and couldn't save Balchong." This indicates that Master Wang has a stronger backing. Even the people in the city can't touch him. "I fully support Master Wang taking over this repair shop. We won't have to be bled dry by Balchong anymore. Yeah, Master Wang's prices are fair, and he can improve equipment performance. Hey, you guys with the powered exoskeletons are happy, but what about my other equipment, tools, and prosthetics? Master Wang hasn't repaired those, right?" Overall, most people in the spear gathering place welcomed Wang Yu's arrival. For the enthusiastic potential customers, Wang Yu greeted them and said, "From now on, this place will be under my management, Wang Yu. Starting from this moment, it will be called the Wang Yu Repair Shop, but the repair services will only start tomorrow. If you have any inquiries, please find Old Feng. Now, everyone, please disperse. I need to organize the shop and start new business." After announcing the news, Wang Yu arranged for Old Feng to move things. Feng Xiao had gone to the city early due to his injuries, so he went to inspect the equipment that had been taken over. After checking the equipment, a thick layer of gloom covered his face. That guy really had bad intentions. Just like those high-end equipment manufacturers from Blue Star, all the equipment was soft-locked. However, with the eye of analysis, it was just a matter of spending some time to crack it. How could they make me feel helpless? Thinking about opening for business tomorrow without tools or equipment to take orders, he activated the eye of analysis to crack the equipment. The key to the intelligent repair warehouse. Directly analyze the code and remove it from the root. Account invalid? No problem, crack it. This equipment won't need an account in the future. 2 hours later, Old Feng was bored and asked, "Have you finished, kid? You've been messing around for half a day. What else can I do?" "Celebrate at Mary S. Tavern." "You go ahead, I'll pass. I still have a few things to repair. By the way, spread the word, starting tomorrow, we will take 10 orders daily, and all equipment, machines, and tools can be repaired." With such good tools and equipment, how could Wang Yu waste time at the tavern? He was definitely going to experience the joy of repairing first. Seeing him like this, Old Feng could only shake his head helplessly. This guy doesn't understand life. Every day he either digs through junk or messes with machines, sigh. However, with the increase in business volume, Old Feng excitedly left the repair shop to hold a press conference at the tavern. The first thing Wang Yu repaired was Feng Zhao's hurricane battle armor. After all, Feng Xiao helped him take over this repair shop. It would be unreasonable not to fix it quickly. Moreover, all the required materials and parts were ready. Previously, he needed to operate manually, but now he just had to set the steps on the intelligent repair warehouse control panel and wait for the automatic repair to execute. After about 10 minutes, the repair program was set up. Wang Yu moved the hurricane battle armor into the repair warehouse, placed it on the repair station, and then moved in the necessary parts to issue the start command. Looking at the repair progress and remaining time displayed on the control panel, Wang Yu began on the next piece of equipment. At Mary S. Tavern, once Old Feng announced the news, a huge crowd gathered. "Wow, Master Wang is amazing. The quota has increased, and the scope of business has expanded. So crazy. All equipment, machines, and tools. Can he really handle it? He is not boasting, right? Dude, if you don't believe it, you don't have to go. No one is forcing you. Old Feng, my right arm prosthetic is a bit malfunctioning. Can Master Wang fix it?" Old Feng smiled. "No problem. All equipment, machines, and tools can be handled." "Old Feng, my powered combat knife." Old Feng helplessly replied, "No problem. All equipment, machines, and tools can be handled." "Old Feng, My electric big baby hasn't been performing well lately. Old Phone was surprised. All equipment, machines, and tools can be handled. As the event escalated, news about the Wang You repair shop spread throughout the entire spear gathering place. What? The Wang You repair shop swallow Bald Chong? That's so impressive. The Wang You repair shop claims to repair everything, as long as you can think of it. They can fix it. So bold. The Wang You repair shop has the backing of the big shots from Sky City. Is that Du Xiao from the Du family in Tianhai City facing setbacks? Master Wang looks down on all the repair shops outside the city. These rumors became more outrageous, but Wang Yu was unaware that while he was modifying the mechanical exoskeleton, he had offended all the repair shops outside the city. The next morning, the entrance of the Wang Yu repair shop was already crowded with people. Although there were only 10 spots available today, the number of onlookers was overwhelming. Sleepy Wang Yu was pulled out of bed by Old Phone. Looking at Old Phone, who had a face full of sleepiness and the smell of alcohol, Wang Yu said impatiently, "What are you doing, old man? Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? It's early in the morning. You still have the nerve to sleep? I've almost died from the noise. Hurry up and get to work." Saying this, he pushed Wang Yu to welcome customers. As soon as the door opened, Wang Yu saw 10 customers already lined up and the equipment neatly placed at the entrance. He followed the usual routine, discussed prices, let the customers bring the equipment inside, and then kick them out to close the door. 10 sets of powered exoskeletons. The models were quite similar, and the requirements were also similar. Although the damaged parts varied, it was just minor issues. After activating the eye of analysis to analyze the condition, Wang Yu directly wrote the repair procedures on the control panel of the repair warehouse. After about 10 minutes, he moved these pieces of equipment into the repair warehouse in order, and then it was an automated process. Delivery. Wait, I'll deliver it when I wake up. Time flew by, and when he finally woke up, for hours had passed. He checked the repaired equipment. No problem. Open the door for delivery and payment. Today's task was considered complete. Amidst the anxious waiting of the crowd, the door of the Wang Yu repair shop opened again. Wang Yu said to the 10 customers, "You can come in and pick up your equipment. Don't mess up the order." The last person in line asked, "Master Wang, is mine done too?" "Yes, all done. You can take it out and try it." Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. The onlookers outside gasped. "So fast. I thought only 3 or 5 items were repaired. I didn't expect all to be completed. Master Wang is really impressive. Bald Chong would still take half a day." "Dude, you lost. Haha, give me the money." "Wow, what speed is this?" 10 items completed in less than 5 hours. The 10 people were also overjoyed, putting on the equipment and starting to test it, immediately discovering that the performance was much better than they had imagined. The crowd of onlookers was stunned. 10 items. All fine, performance improved? You didn't see it wrong. It's indeed like that. How is this possible? When Bald Chong repaired them, at least 1 out of 10 items would have problems or be unrepairable. In serious cases, they might even be ruined. That was the best time. Usually, when Bald Chong repaired 10 items, 2 to 3 would have issues. Perhaps Master Wang is particularly skilled at repairing powered exoskeletons. I've noticed he has been repairing this kind of equipment these days. Every profession has its expertise. With this kind of skill, he could eat for a lifetime. Hearing the crowd's astonished praises, Wang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. The footing of the shop in this gathering place was solid. Thinking of the 3 modified, enhanced powered exoskeletons he had created last night, an idea suddenly came to him. Why not take advantage of this momentum and sell those 3 sets of equipment? Chapter 19: Selling Modified Equipment After Receiving the Payment. Wang Yu instructed Old Phone to move out 3 sets of heavily modified exoskeletons. Upon seeing them, everyone began to discuss. Is this an exoskeleton or a battle armor? It feels a bit off. Yes, they say it's an exoskeleton, but it's too heavy, and if it's battle armor, the protection isn't sufficient, only covering the critical areas. What is Master Wang up to this time? Is he going to hold an exhibition? But just these 3 exhibits? Could this be a crossover product that I've never seen before? However, based on my experience, this should be an exoskeleton, but with so much added armor. The weight must have increased significantly, and the power can't keep up, losing the advantage of the lightweight exoskeleton. That's right, if the power engine's output isn't sufficient, it will definitely become a drawback. Many knowledgeable individuals began to discuss the performance, and most expressed skepticism. with very few optimistic about it. To this, Wang Yu simply smiled slightly. How could he not consider these issues? The performance is definitely fine. The power engine used in this power exoskeleton is for battle armor. Although it is low power, it is still battle armor, and the level is not comparable to that of an exoskeleton engine. It's like fitting a 250 cubic centimeters motorcycle engine onto a bicycle. The power is absolutely more than enough. Seeing that the crowd was discussing fervently, Wang Yu cleared his throat a couple of times and raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. Everyone, I believe you're all very interested in the performance of these exoskeletons, right? You must believe my Forget You products are absolutely top-notch. I would never use a flashy but impractical piece of equipment to fool everyone. Since I brought it out today, it means it has significant advantages compared to other exoskeletons. It's not just about being flashy. First of all, the power engine of this exoskeleton comes from power battle armor. Its power is 5 times that of a normal exoskeleton engine. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. What? How is that possible? How did you achieve that? Some pointed out that this idea hadn't been attempted by others. The Lifan studio in Sky City had worked on it for 2 years before ultimately failing and canceling the project. Yes, I think I've heard of that. They said the power engine's high output is difficult to control, and the resulting exoskeleton is like a wild beast, impossible to tame, making it extremely difficult to operate once worn. Those self-proclaimed experts jumped in to discuss and provide evidence, and Wang Yu scoffed at their remarks. You all haven't figured out such a simple issue? Do you think my analytical eyes were picked up from a street stall? This is simply a problem of linear power output from the power engine. I rewrote the control program in just an hour. Those from Lifan Studio are too useless. They couldn't solve such a problem and still dare to open a design studio. Although he thought this, he didn't know the status of Lifan Studio, which is a well-known team in the exoskeleton design field, with half of the exoskeletons on the market being their creations. Seeing the crowd getting more and more riled up, Wang Yu realized that talking wouldn't work, so he decided to demonstrate in action. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and signaled, "Since you have so many questions, I'll wear this exoskeleton to show you the specifics." After saying this, he put on a helmet for one of the sets and continued, "This is not just a helmet. It integrates many functions, so pay attention." The first feature is the automatic donning command. Wang Yu stood in front of the exoskeleton, spread his arms, and the exoskeleton behind him assembled onto his body as if it had eyes, leaving everyone in awe. Wow, is Master Wang using himself as a test subject? He must have tested it long ago. Now he just wants to show us. But just this function is impressive. Many power battle armors don't have this feature. Flashy, but impractical. This exoskeleton relies on performance and control. How do you know the performance and control are lacking? Didn't you hear Master Wang say this is just the first feature? Wang Yu ignored the chattering crowd, and after finishing the donning, he continued. This helmet also integrates practical battlefield functions like automatic focus adjustment, target tracking, and infrared night vision. These can only be experienced once the user is equipped. Next is the second feature, motion coordination. After that, Wang Yu began to dance a street dance from Blue Star, though he was somewhat awkward and eventually felt embarrassed. However, the crowd watching cheered. What kind of dance is this? It's so dynamic. Wow, he can do these moves even while wearing the exoskeleton, and the fluidity is impressive. This exoskeleton can't be fake, right? It can achieve such fine control. Is the coordination really that strong? Facing these praises, Wang Yu felt undeserving. After seeing the effect, he hastily ended this demonstration and said, "The third feature, speed, clear a path." At this point, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. Completing a 100-meter sprint back and forth, a normal exoskeleton takes about 15 seconds, while those with enhanced performance take around 10 seconds. The results made everyone's eyes nearly pop out. Even ordinary power battle armor isn't this fast. I have data. The Guardian power battle armor takes a little over 8 seconds for this. Awesome. Even if the strength aspect performs average, this is the strongest exoskeleton I've ever seen. I feel this should be a lightweight power battle armor. Wang Yu somewhat agreed with this statement. His modification direction was indeed to benchmark against power battle armor. But the core structure still belonged to exoskeletons, and the operational scenarios were also for exoskeletons. At this moment, those who were anxious began to speak. Master Wang, how much is this exoskeleton? I want one. Wow, so quick to make a move. How much is it? I want one too. Others also joined the scramble. While Wang Yu remained calm, saying leisurely, everyone, don't rush. The demonstration isn't over yet. Next is the third feature, strength test. After saying this, he instructed Old Feng to bring out 2 large iron weights, each weighing about a ton. The crowd looked incredulous. Normal exoskeletons can only lift around 500 to 800 kilograms. And bringing out 2 weights this heavy would be impossible for even the Guardian power battle armor. Doubts quickly emerged. This must be fake. Those iron weights can't be hollow. Can they? Yeah. How could Old Feng push such large iron weights? The power output of a brass step only reaches 300 to 500 kilograms. Facing the skepticism, Wang Yu merely smiled slightly. Since they dared to challenge, it was just right to let them verify on stage. Chapter 20, Poison X, Exoskeleton. Wang Yu understood the doubts of those who suspected the large iron block was fake. Since they were suspicious, he suggested they verify it. A few of you, since you doubt it, why don't you come over and check? The large iron block is right here. As Wang Yu spoke, he pointed at the iron block, and the few people exchanged glances, reluctantly stepping up onto the stage. These guys were just putting on a show, but when it came to their turn, they felt uneasy. With a stiff upper lip, they fumbled around the iron block for a few minutes, banging, pushing, and prying, but the 2 large iron blocks remained unmoved. They couldn't understand why Old Feng had managed it so easily, but it suddenly became heavy for them. Was there a magnet hidden underneath? The onlookers began to murmur. No way. These 3 usually have decent strength. How can they not handle a fake iron block? Do you still think it's fake? I feel like it's the real deal, just don't really believe that exoskeleton can handle it. Yeah, if it could. That wouldn't be very scientific. It would be metaphysics. But I believe in science. Haven't you heard that the end of science is metaphysics? After a few more minutes, not wanting to waste time, Wang Yu said, can't handle it. Right? The iron block is definitely real. As for how Old Feng managed it, you can ask him later. Now, step aside. I'm going to demonstrate the power of this exoskeleton. Once the few stepped aside, Wang Yu stood in front of the iron block, wrapped his arms around it, and effortlessly lifted it. Then he stacked the 2 iron blocks on top of each other, astonishing the crowd. What the hell is this? Lifting 1 block is already impressive. Is he really going to lift 2 at the same time? Strong. Lifting 1 block so easily, this exoskeleton's toughness can actually support it. Incredible. If I had this capability, wouldn't I be able to wield 2 giant swords at once? Developing a dual sword fighting style? Just think about it. It would be exhilarating. Giant swords? What good are they? With this exoskeleton, I can have a tower shield in one hand and a long battle axe in the other, both offensive and defensive, much stronger than you. While everyone was discussing, Wang Yu lifted the stacked iron blocks and walked around twice. The scene fell silent, leaving only heavy breathing. At this moment, everyone couldn't find the words to express themselves. This level of power output was top-tier silver flash. After a brief silence, boom, Wang Yu dropped the iron blocks, causing the ground to shake a bit, and the crowd began to murmur quietly. The standard-powered battle armor, Guardian series, only reached the threshold of silver flash at its highest level. Yet this was even stronger than battle armor. Wearing powered battle armor requires combat strength, but the exoskeleton seems to have no such limitations. If I wear this, wouldn't I also be able to go toe-to-toe with silver flash? From a certain perspective, that's true. Speed and strength are similar, but combat quality and endurance can't compare at all. Their physical fitness leaves you in the dust. Securing this equipment is worth exhausting all my resources. All eyes were filled with fervent light. Feeling their burning desire, Wang Yu finally spoke. Everyone, I have named these 3 modified exoskeletons Poison X. Now tell me, do you want to own them? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone shouted to grab them, and the scene nearly spiraled out of control. Seeing this, Wang Yu raised his hand for silence. Everyone, since you all want Poison X, I will now announce how to acquire it. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Wang Yu continued, live auction. The starting price for each set is 50,000, with each bid increasing by no less than 500. Now, let us welcome the auctioneer, Old Feng. At this moment, Old Feng looked bewildered. He couldn't understand why this guy didn't just auction it himself and brought him up instead. Wang Yu didn't care about his confusion. After removing the exoskeleton, he walked up to Old Feng, pushed him onto the stage, and whispered in his ear, "Old Feng, the stage is set for you. The rest is up to you. Do well, and increase the total price by 30. In the repair shop, Wang Yu placed the Savior L battle armor on the operating table and activated the Eye of Analysis for a detailed analysis. Outside the repair shop, it was Old Feng's first time as an auctioneer, and the scene was chaotic. In an inconspicuous corner, Bald Chong glanced at the former repair shop, with hatred gleaming in his eyes before turning to leave. Tianhai City, East District, Dutong Private Research Institute. Oh, right. There's another piece of news regarding the young master. Yesterday, he smashed that repair shop, but due to Feng Zhao's intervention, he suffered a small loss. After the steward finished reporting, he quietly awaited instructions. Du Ziping's face was dark. He was the illegitimate son of the Du family head, while Du Dajiao was his half-brother. In the family, he was not well regarded, lacking resources and constantly bullied by Du Dajiao. He could only use limited resources to covertly develop his own power. My dear brother, he hasn't died from a woman's belly yet. Have you found out why he went outside the city? I have. It's specifically related to that repair shop. Upon hearing the connection, Du Ziping pondered for a moment and said, "What is going on with that repair shop? Send someone to investigate thoroughly. Also, keep an eye on my dear brother's informants and clean up if necessary." After receiving the instructions, the steward turned and left. Meanwhile, in Du Dajiao's luxurious office, he lounged in his boss chair, disheveled, while his secretary, Hua, tidied her hair, also in disarray. It seemed the two had just finished some sort of competition. Du Dajiao, panting in frustration, asked, "What is going on with that repair shop? Any news?" "It's only been a day, young master. Even if that kid is anxious, he wants to know how to contact you." Listening to Hua Rui's chattering, Du Dajiao realized that he hadn't left any contact information for Wang Yu. Moreover, when he secretly locked down the equipment Wang Yu took over, he hadn't considered that Wang Yu might know it was him. Thinking this, he said, "I see. Send someone to check it out and remind that kid." After saying this, he reached out to wrap his arms around Hua Rui's slim waist, his eyes revealing a burning desire. Hua Rui hesitated, but didn't refuse. "Young master, didn't you?" Just before she could finish, Du Dajiao began the competition mode. Wuyo repair shop. After 2 hours of tinkering, Wang Yu finally unearthed the secrets of the Savior L battle armor. This armor was not a traditional battle armor. Its core system fundamentally differed from Feng Zhao's Hurricane battle armor. Through exploration and comparison, he discovered that the Savior L core actually had 3 performance lock programs. It was only through activating the Eye of Analysis for comparative analysis that he found them, showcasing the concealment of these 3 lock programs. This discovery thrilled him, and he was thinking about how to remove these lock programs. But what he didn't know was that the 2 brothers of the Du family had already sent people out. Chapter 21. The Forgetting Worries repair shop becomes extremely popular. Wang Yu used the Eye of Analysis to crack the 3 blocking programs. After 2 hours, he finally completed the task. At this moment, he was extremely exhausted and pale, crawling onto the bed to rest, when Old Feng rushed in. "Kid, you struck it rich. On average, each Poison X sold for 150,000. What is wrong with you? You look as white as a sheet." Old Feng, who was initially excited, was startled. Wang Yu was now his fortune bringer and couldn't have any issues. Wang Yu, feeling dizzy, lazily waved his hand and said, "After all that effort, I only made this much money. I'm severely drained mentally. I just need a bit of rest." With that, he fell asleep immediately. Old Feng knew that Wang Yu had some kind of special ability related to his eyes, but he wasn't clear on the specifics. He guessed that Wang Yu's ability was used in repairs. However, he hadn't noticed any new items when he walked in. After observing for a while, he found that Feng Zhao's Hurricane battle armor had been repaired and guessed that it must have been what Wang Yu fixed. This kid really cares about Feng Zhao, going all out to repair this scrap armor. Muttering to himself, he left the repair shop to inform Feng Zhao. Meanwhile, the news about the Poison X exoskeleton had begun to spread to neighboring gathering places. In a hammer gathering, the leader of the Great Eagle hunting team exclaimed, What do you mean the spear gathering has 3 sets of exoskeletons that outperform battle armor? Poison X. Those guys from the Bear Clan bought 1 set. We need to investigate this quickly. The leader of the Hellcat hunting team, Lynx, said, "We can't wait any longer. Let us contact the Forgetting Worries repair shop to negotiate and send them a large order." The owner of the repair point in the Flying Bear gathering, Spot, complained, "What is going on? Business has been a bit slow these past few days. Those hunters are just sitting back and watching. Forgetting Worries repair shop. That kid is causing trouble again. Someone go give him a nudge." Wang You woke up 4 hours later to find a crowd gathered in front of the Forgetting Worries repair shop, with Old Phone alone guarding the door, busy to the point of exhaustion. Hearing the noise outside, he was puzzled and opened the door, shocked by the scene before him. What is going on? Is someone causing trouble? Seeing him come out, Old Phone quickly pulled him out to shield him, saying, "Master Wang is right here. If you have any complaints, you can bring them up." At this, the crowd started speaking up. "Master Wang, do you have any more Poison X? We want to place orders. 10 slots a day is too few. Can you increase the slots? We need more slots. We need stronger equipment. We need expedited repairs. Master Wang, please. Can you move my slot up? My current gear is broken, and I can't make a living." Wang Yu felt overwhelmed by these requests. The sudden popularity of the business was a burden he hadn't anticipated. He had originally planned just to get by and then develop slowly, never expecting his fame to soar like a rocket. Although he was happy about the increased recognition, he couldn't think of a good way to handle the crowd. He had been just an ordinary college student on Blue Star, the lowest tier, and had never encountered such a situation. He could only brace himself and face them. "Everyone, please calm down. The Forgetting Worries repair shop has only been open for a few days. I didn't expect to receive such overwhelming support. Due to insufficient preparation, I have limited equipment and parts, making it difficult to expand operations right away. But I promise to keep your expectations in mind. Although it's hard to meet your demands in the short term, I will do my best. I hope you can give me some time. Starting tomorrow, the repair slots will increase to 20. You can discuss the specific details with Old Phone. I need to prepare more, so please disperse for now." Outside, Old Phone was surrounded by the crowd, looking distressed, and could only shout, "Don't rush. Don't disrupt Master Wang's work. Let us go to the Merry Tavern to talk." Thus, Old Phone was carried away by the crowd to the Merry Tavern. Under Wang Yu's influence, business at the Merry Tavern had increased tenfold in recent days. The owner, Mary, was counting money while enduring the same troubles as Wang Yu, busy to the point of madness and having to fend off wandering hands. She wanted to secretly cut off those reaching hands, but there were too many people, and she feared that causing a scene would expose her hidden identity. With no other choice, she had to offer high wages and eventually hired 5 well-mannered female hunters as service staff to share the workload. However, although these 5 women were considered above average in figure and appearance, they were still only good by the standards of the gathering place, with bizarre hairstyles and outfits, and various tattoos showing when they revealed skin, making them incomparable to Mary. Fortunately, these 5 could still help with some unwanted advances, although their tempers were fiery, and incidents of them hitting customers occasionally occurred. As the time approached the evening rush, Mary was busy arranging preparations. Suddenly, the tavern door burst open, and a crowd of people rushed in. Mary was startled, wondering if it was some kind of club meeting. The timing seemed off. Just as she pondered this, she saw Old Phone being carried in with a bewildered expression. "Old Phone, did the Forgetting Worries repair shop cause another huge commotion? Yesterday, they increased the slots and caused a ruckus all night. Now, with the Poison X release, what is happening again? Can't we have a moment of peace?" Mary thought to herself, but she quickly arranged for the waitstaff to take orders and slipped over to sit beside Old Phone. With no other choice, she could only hide from the wandering hands. Being next to Old Phone felt safer, and occasionally he would swat at the hands. But he was handsome enough to be tolerable. After entering the tavern, Old Phone sat in the VIP seat that Mary had prepared for him, and the business discussion mode began. In the Forgetting Worries repair shop, Wang Yu noticed that there was no one outside, so he put on the Savior L battle armor, hopped into his old pickup truck, and headed out to the mechanical graveyard to stock up. At this point, the Savior L battle armor had completely lifted the performance restrictions, and wearing it allowed Wang Yu to unleash mid-level silver tier combat power. However, this was not the limit of the Savior L. This armor could not only be driven by the power engine, but could also embed life cores and use the martial artist's own true energy for enhancement, allowing for 3-mode operation during combat to unleash powerful performance. Currently, Wang Yu is using only the power engine drive. He guessed that the martial artist's true energy was the internal energy from Old Feng, while he had never seen a life core. He had heard Old Feng mention that hunters relied on hunting ferocious beasts to obtain life cores and various materials for survival. Just as he was driving out, a few people were secretly peeking from hidden corners outside the repair shop. Soon after, several groups, disguised as passers-by, quietly left the gathering place. Chapter 22. The Mechanical Graveyard Under Siege. In the Mechanical Graveyard, Wang Yu quickly searched for treasures. After unsealing the Savior L armor, his efficiency increased several times. In just half an hour, he had already found a pile of parts, and he felt that the old pickup truck was nearly full. So he decided to call it a day. At that moment, a group of 5 people in exoskeletons approached, their headlights shining directly in Wang Yu's face. Being blinded by the bright lights at night was uncomfortable, even with his helmet and sunglasses. He didn't want to cause any trouble and planned to walk around the light, but the group really confronted him, with no way to avoid them. He could only ask, "Hey guys, I haven't offended you, right?" The vehicle was fine, but they mentioned that he was wearing armor without a helmet. Should he take off his helmet? Wang Yu sensed something was off from their conversation. They seemed to be looking for him, not wanting to ask further. He walked straight to the car door and opened it. At that moment, someone shouted, "Hey kid, stop. Our battle axes aren't just for chopping wood." As the words fell, Wang Yu saw the 5 of them charging at him with long-handled battle axes, and he froze in place. He had no fighting experience. Before his time travel, he was just a kind-hearted good student and had never witnessed such a scene of people wielding axes. "Not bad. You little brat, you're quite obedient. This saves us some effort. You must be Master Wang, right? Our boss wants to talk to you. Come with us." The leader of the group, a bearded man, grinned as he wiped the smooth blade of his axe and spat contemptuously. The other 4 moved in, taking a defensive stance to surround Wang Yu. Faced with this situation, Wang Yu's legs trembled a bit. Although he had the stats of a mid-level silver flash after donning the armor, fighting wasn't just about numbers. A bodybuilder who had never seen blood would certainly lose to a ruthless thug. What to do? Go with them? That would be like walking into a den of thieves, just waiting to be slaughtered. But he couldn't fight back. Wait, no fighting, right? Just bluff. I have armor. I can scare them by acting like a master. With this thought, Wang Yu cleared his throat and said in a low voice, "Humph, you little thieves. Are you so sure you can handle me? Aren't you being a bit arrogant? You really think my silver flash level combat power is just trash?" After saying that, Wang Yu struck a pose, facing the bearded man defiantly. The bearded man paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you think you can bluff? Real silver flash masters aren't like you. You're making me laugh." The other 4 surrounding Wang Yu also started laughing. "Hey kid, stop pretending. With your weak combat power, you dare to claim to be Silver Flash? Don't joke around. Just behave and you'll avoid some pain. You've definitely never seen a real master, or you wouldn't be so foolish. If you were really Silver Flash, we'd kneel the moment we saw you, without waiting for you to speak. Too bad you're not, ha ha ha." Seeing them act this way, Wang Yu was also confused. Aren't masters supposed to be cool, confident, and dismissive of everything? Isn't that what I learned from movies? Was I wrong? At that moment, the bearded man suddenly spoke again. "Kid, come here. Let me show you what a real master looks like." Then he suddenly squinted, his expression darkening with a smile at the corners of his mouth, lowering the battle axe slightly, exuding an air like a hungry wolf ready to pounce. Feeling the pressure, Wang Yu was shocked. He realized he had been very wrong. He was merely imitating, and it was all just for show. A true master doesn't just pose a pose and talk. It's an inner momentum that exudes from the soul. "Kid, got it." The bearded man continued, "Brothers, take off his armor." His 4 companions immediately moved forward. As they pressured Wang Yu, the bearded man felt relieved, his body relaxing slightly. A kid who has even grown hair yet. Just scaring him a bit, and he doesn't know how to resist. If he were to fight back, I'd be in trouble. Essentially, the bearded man was also pretending, but he'd seen real masters before. Coupled with a life of bloodshed, it was easy for him to mimic that aura. while Wang Yu was just a hollow imitation. At that moment, Wang Yu suddenly shouted, "Wait, you better think it through. My silver flash combat power, ISNT, just talk. If you dare touch me, I'll fight back." He didn't know what the bearded man was thinking, but he knew that if they took off his armor, it would be game over. With armor on, he could still have a chance to escape, but without it, he would just be at their mercy. No choice. "Kid, go ahead and try. Silver flash combat power? If you had it, you'd have attacked by now. You're just bluffing, you're still too green. A kid who hasn't even grown hair yet." The bearded man continued to pressure him, convinced that Wang Yu wouldn't dare to act. The more he shouted, the more timid Wang Yu would become. If he couldn't figure that out, he had wasted years. His four companions were slowly closing in on Wang Yu, while Wang Yu was also slowly retreating. Suddenly, a scream and a cry of pain erupted from the mechanical graveyard, startling the five men. For just a moment of distraction, Wang Yu pulled away nearly 10 meters. The bearded man quickly reacted and led the group to chase after him. Damn it! How did the lookout miss this? Someone is coming, and they didn't even notice. Quick chase. Don't let this kid escape. No wonder this kid was dragging us around for so long. He was waiting for reinforcements. Wang Yu didn't care what the bearded man thought. With his head down, he ran frantically in all directions. Reinforcements? Who knew where they were? They might have the same intentions as these guys, relying on the speed advantage of Savior L. The bearded man and his crew couldn't catch up to him for the moment. Several groups, hiding in the shadows, saw him flee and didn't care about anything else, rushing forward to intercept him. As a result, the entire mechanical graveyard descended into chaos. Damn it! How many energy drinks did this kid have? He runs so fast. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. Get lost, you street punk. How dare you trip me? Go to hell. Get out of the way if you can't keep up, or I'll take you down if that kid escapes. With more people, conflicts arose. Initially, they were just trying to corner Wang Yu, but slowly, groups began to clash. You pull me, I'll trip you. One group wanted to catch Wang Yu, while others tried to hinder them, giving Wang Yu a chance to slip away. A middle-aged man with a broom shouted, "Master Wang, wait. We mean you no harm. We're here to help you." Wang Yu replied, "I trust you, not a chance. If you really wanted to help me, take them out. If I escape, you can find me at the store." A man with a square face yelled, "Don't trust him. The broom guy is always full of lies. We're the ones really here to help you. We're from the Tung family." Bull. How dare you say that? Everyone knows you're full of it. You think being close to the second young master of the Du family makes you something special? Don't you know what position that spoiled young master has in the Du family? Wang Yu didn't know who said that, but he caught one piece of information. The square-faced man was a lackey of the Du family, and he had conflict with Du Dajiao, so he needed to be careful. In the current situation, to sum it up in one sentence, no one could be trusted, and his life could only be in his own hands. As time passed, the sounds of chasing, shouting, and fighting filled the entire mechanical graveyard. Although Wang Yu hadn't been caught, his stamina was quickly declining, and he began to see stars in his eyes. What to do? His stamina was almost gone. Chapter 23. Waiting for opportunity. Wang Yu felt a tightness in his breath, muscle soreness, and his hands and feet were becoming increasingly uncoordinated. As he ran, he sometimes stumbled, but fortunately, the conflict among those chasing him had intensified, giving him a chance to break free. The three men with square faces were strong, but they were outnumbered, making it a stalemate overall, with no one holding a definitive advantage. Due to different affiliations, the four groups did not unite, resulting in everyone sustaining some injuries during the encirclement, and their stamina was depleting. Bearded man, "Kid, I didn't expect you to be able to run, but I don't believe you have the stamina to keep this up." Broom guy, Master Wang, you might as well stop and give up. I'm already fired up. Don't make it worse for yourself. Square-faced man, you brat, you really don't know when to back down. I'll give you one last chance to surrender peacefully, or when I catch you, I'll start by chopping off your limbs. Masked man, you better not let me catch you. At this moment, Wang Yu had been cornered against a pile of scrap metal, his back against the towering hill, truly trapped from all sides. He could no longer run. He sat down, gasping for breath against the scrap heap. You four groups, who should I go with? I can't run anymore. I'm out of stamina. And my armor's energy is running low. Haha. It was true that he was low on stamina. His armor's energy had only depleted by 10. He couldn't believe how strong the Savior L was in terms of endurance. He had just used the eye of analysis to sneakily observe everyone's equipment and found that the energy of their exoskeletons was basically down to 20. He initially wanted to exhaust a bit more energy from them, but he simply couldn't run anymore. The four groups exchanged glances and instantly became wary of each other. They believed Wang Yu's claims. As seasoned fighters, they knew very well that the endurance of armor and exoskeletons was quite similar. It would be strange if Wang Yu's armor energy hadn't run out yet, but he was unaware of this. At this point in their eyes, Wang Yu was a useless person, lacking stamina and energy, merely a weakling waiting to be slaughtered. What followed was a showdown among the four groups, with the victor taking Wang Yu away. The ripe fruit was something everyone wanted to pick. The square-faced man spoke first, Big Beard. How about we team up to take out the other two groups first? He had the fewest men and couldn't cooperate with Broom Guy. Although there was no direct conflict with Iron Face, the person they had just taken down was a subordinate of Du Diao, who was now cooperating with Iron Face. He had no choice. If he didn't find someone to team up with, he feared being the first to be eliminated. And the only one he could team up with was the bearded man. Why should I team up with you? You look honest, but I bet you have ulterior motives. I don't want a knife in my back. Although the bearded man was reckless, he was still experienced. He had heard a bit about the square-faced man's reputation. And in this situation, he would rather team up with Iron Face than choose him. After being rejected, the square-faced man didn't get angry. On the contrary, he smiled and tried to persuade him. Those rumors about my brother with the beard are exaggerated. Don't take them seriously. I'm just a little stronger, and my enemies love to smear my name. I have a broad heart and don't care to argue or explain. Think about it. As the ancients said, a gentleman keeps himself upright, while a petty person finds joy in their own gain. I have always adhered to the gentleman's principle, but unfortunately, there are too many petty people. He had no choice but to use his persuasive skills, hoping to win over the bearded man with his silver tongue. At this moment, the broom guy jumped in. Come on, Big Cake. Or doesn't he know how you got a nickname these days? You claim to be a gentleman, painting a rosy picture for others, but in the end, who believes you doesn't end up getting stabbed? Big Beard, how about we team up to drive those two groups away first? The broom guy suggested, and the bearded man was indeed somewhat tempted. Although they often clashed, they knew each other well enough. However, it would be difficult during the final showdown since the bearded man was slightly weaker than the broom guy. The broom guy was also not a good person, slippery and cunning. The risk factor was a bit high. After thinking it over, the bearded man hesitated and turned his gaze to Iron Face. To his surprise, Iron Face ignored him and said to the broom guy, Broomhead, I'll team up with you. Now the bearded man was stunned. The broom guy was confused, and the square-faced man's expression changed. Iron Face didn't give a reason, and they couldn't understand what kind of choice this was. From the beginning, Iron Face and his three companions had spoken very little and appeared cold. Did this person who dared not reveal his true self have some kind of scheme? Seeing the four groups scheming against each other, Wang Yu felt delighted. But at this moment, he remained motionless, lying there pretending to be dead, actually recovering his stamina. After a long time, Wang Yu finally figured out the relationships among the four groups. A wanted to unite with B, C wanted to unite with B, but B looked down on both A and C, and D jumped in wanting to unite with C. What kind of mess was this? Even if I were to follow it, I'd get dizzy. However, the longer they discussed, the better it was for me. Once his stamina recovered enough, he would take the opportunity to slip away as soon as they weren't paying attention. While Wang Yu was contemplating, the four groups were testing each other with words, maintaining a balance of power. During the probing, no one wanted to team up with the square-faced man. This guy was quick-witted, given the circumstances. It was becoming increasingly disadvantageous for him, so he might as well play a trick, shifting from the light to the dark. Having figured this out, the square-faced man spoke. Since we can't unite, you all play slowly. I want to get involved. After saying this, he made a gesture to retreat, leaving the other three groups dumbfounded. They didn't understand. It was the square-faced man who proposed teaming up, so why did he suddenly want to leave? As an observer, Wang Yu didn't understand what the square-faced man was up to either, but he always felt that this guy had ulterior motives. He had to create some trouble for him. Fostering mutual suspicion was the most beneficial thing for him, and if they could fight directly, that would be even better. Having made up his mind, Wang Yu said, you truly are a gentleman, a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. What good strategy! He openly praised the square-faced man as a gentleman, but everyone present knew him well, and the mention of a good strategy alerted them. Wasn't this just a strategic retreat? He wanted to shift from the light to the dark, hiding away like a yellow sparrow. Upon guessing this possibility, the bearded man jumped out. Want to leave? Fine. Take off your gear before you go. Broom guy, iron face, what do you say? Broom guy, no problem. In his view, this wouldn't be detrimental to him. Iron face, I support it. Just right for 3 people, each team takes 1 set. His opinion was consistent with the broom guy's, and immediately, the square-faced man became the public enemy, his expression resembling someone who had just eaten 10 pounds of excrement. Split up and leave. Without caring about the consequences, the square-faced man directly bolted, leaving his 2 companions behind without concern. Take off the gear? No way. If I do, my life will be in others' hands. The battle was about to erupt, and Wang You felt thrilled. As long as these guys fought, their equipment would definitely deplete energy, increasing his chances of escape. The bearded man quickly chased after the square-faced man, shouting, "We 3 will chase. The rest stay alert." The broom guy and Iron Face also immediately acted, charging at the square-faced man's 2 companions. The battle began, and the 2 companions couldn't escape in time, quickly getting entangled by the broom guy and Iron Face, while the square-faced man ran faster, being chased farther away by the bearded man. On Wang Yu's side, as soon as the battle began, he kept observing the 2 fighters. He found that their fighting style was quite similar to the action scenes in Western blockbusters, employing simple and direct attack methods. It didn't look as good as the martial arts films from Dragon Country. However, because he was paying close attention, he happened to discover the secret communication between the broom guy and Iron Face. What was going on? Did these 2 have a secret relationship? Had they already secretly allied? Then the bearded man was surely doomed. What to do now? Realizing the situation, Wang Yu felt a chill in his heart. If the 2 groups united, his escape plan would be difficult to implement. Should he take this opportunity to slip away immediately? But his stamina had only recovered a little. He couldn't run far. It was tough. Chapter 24. Fleeting moments. The broom guy asked, Big Beard, looking at you like this, did that pancake escape? That's right. That Birdman was prepared and ran away with all his might. I couldn't catch up. In fact, when he was chasing the square-faced guy earlier, they had a brief encounter. In that instant, the square-faced guy warned him to be careful of the broom guy and Iron Face, and if it came true, he would meet him at a certain location. He didn't believe it at that moment. He was just momentarily stunned, and the square-faced guy took the chance to slip away. Couldn't catch up? Iron Face sneered. You must have colluded with him secretly. At this point, the broom guy spoke up. Really, I didn't. Then why did I see you panicking? You must have a guilty conscience. The bearded man became even more flustered, and even his teammates looked at him with doubt. Wang Yu noticed this and felt a chill in his heart. It's over. These 2 have teamed up and planned to frame the bearded guy to get him out. I need to find an opportunity to slip away. But now is not the right time. Given the situation, they will probably start fighting, so I can only wait and see. Iron Face seized the opportunity to speak. There's no point in saying more. I'll give you a chance. Take off your gear and leave, or die. The bearded man was shocked. He realized that when he left, these 2 had secretly teamed up. But his teammates were clearly here. How did they not notice in time? Although he was puzzled, the situation had come to this point, and he could only take it 1 step at a time, but taking off his gear was impossible. Good. Very good. So you 2 have a secret affair, huh? In that case, I'll withdraw from this matter. We see each other every day. Let's not make it too stiff. He was determined. Since he couldn't win, it was better to retreat and avoid confrontation. But the broom guy and Iron Face would not let him leave peacefully. Iron Face had already said it. There were only 2 choices. 1, take off your gear. 2, die. Big Beard, we are old acquaintances. I think you'd better obediently take off your gear. As the broom guy spoke, he signaled to his teammates, and Iron Face did the same. Both groups moved to surround the bearded man with 5 of his team members. At this moment, Wang Yu's heart was in his throat. Come on, start fighting quickly. This is the opportunity. But he never expected that one of the broom guy's teammates would walk towards him, staring at him intently. What the hell, broom guy? Sending a weakling to watch me. What do you mean by that? I'm a useless person right now, and you're wasting a combat power on me while you're about to fight. I curse you to get stabbed in the back." Wang Yu cursed inwardly. With someone watching him, his plans would fall through. Should he burst out and take down that weakling? No, that would make his previous act meaningless and might draw attention back to him. Endure. Keep playing the turtle. I don't believe my luck can be that bad. Just as Wang Yu was in a dilemma, the fighting had already begun. The bearded man knew he couldn't win and chose to break out at the start. He lost 2 teammates, but managed to escape with some injuries. On the side of the broom guy and Iron Face, a few suffered minor injuries, but overall they managed to severely injure the bearded man and force him out. This result was within an acceptable range. However, Wang Yu did not feel good about this outcome. 9 people from both groups were now surrounding him, forcing him to shrink back into a shell and play dead. He didn't know what would happen next and felt a bit regretful. Damn it, I should have just taken out that weakling and escaped. What will they do to me next? Who sent them to find me? He had many questions in his mind, but did not show it. Instead, he thought about how to deal with the upcoming situation. Giving up resistance and allowing himself to be slaughtered was not an option. Since there was no opportunity, he had to find a way to create one. His stamina had recovered about 30%, but it was still not enough. At this time, the broom guy interrupted his thoughts. "Master Wang, considering you spoke up just now, as long as you stay honest, we won't do anything out of line." After saying this, he ignored Wang Yu and continued speaking to Iron Face. "The troublemakers have all left. How do we proceed?" "He belongs to me. The rest belongs to you." The broom guy disagreed. "You've got it wrong. The advantage is mine. I have one more person than you." At this point, the atmosphere became heavy, and both groups quickly got into position, eyeing each other warily. The tension was palpable, while Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "Come on, get on with it. I'm here to cheer you on." He had thought of countless ways to deal with this situation, but he never considered that the 2 groups would directly turn on each other. The group battle erupted with Iron Face taking the lead, creating chaos. And no one paid attention to Wang Yu. This situation should allow him to slip away, but why were these guys fighting so close to him? Damn it. A figure flew towards Wang Yu. He hurriedly ducked to the side and lay flat on the ground to avoid it. With a loud crash, the mechanical debris scattered everywhere, and that guy fell silent. At this moment, Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Maya, so ruthless? Just a moment ago, they were comrades, and now they are stabbing each other. Although he complained, he secretly felt pleased. The fewer people there were, the more advantageous it was for him. With his worries reduced, he activated Eye of Analysis to observe everyone's condition. Everyone's equipment energy is below 15. Oh, I can actually analyze their moves. Iron Face had a hidden hand, and the broom guy was about to suffer a big loss. Just as he made this analysis, in less than a second, as he expected, the broom guy was hit in the thigh by a flying knife shot by Iron Face. "Damn you, you bastard!" The broom guy shouted angrily and quickly fled, not even caring for his teammates. Iron Face seized the opportunity to deal with the remaining teammates of the broom guy, but it was a mutual loss, leaving only him and one severely injured teammate. Seeing this outcome, Wang Yu was almost excited enough to jump up and howl at the sky. However, he also knew that the more critical the moment, the more careful and cautious he had to be. He could not afford any accidents. What to do now? Just slip away seems a bit cowardly. There were only 2 remnants left. Let us just take them down to avenge the previous ambush. Yes, let us do it. That severely injured one is not a concern. I just need to take down Iron Face. One strike, just one strike. I don't believe he can hold on. At this moment, Iron Face was unaware of Wang Yu's thoughts. After catching his breath, he walked towards Wang Yu. He was completely unprepared, while Wang Yu had already calculated the distance and timing of his attack. Just then, a scream came from a distance. "Oh, you guys!" Iron Face stopped in his tracks, and Wang Yu's opportunity to strike was gone. Maya Tavern Old Phone was busy dealing with various questions and was drinking heavily. The owner, Mary, received secret news that several groups were following Wang Yu to the mechanical graveyard. She felt a bit conflicted about whether to tell Old Phone or not. If she told him, she would be going against the organization's rules, but her intuition told her that helping Wang Yu would be more beneficial. In the end, she trusted her intuition and secretly slipped a note with the news to Old Phone. Excited, Old Phone found an excuse to go to the restroom and opened the note. What the hell? Who the hell has the guts to do this? My second spring has just begun, and someone wants to cut me off. Angry, he hurriedly left the tavern. Wang Yu was his cash cow, not just anyone could touch him. Chapter 25. The Appearance of the Yellow Sparrow. Seeing the dawn mechanical graveyard, the bearded man appeared alongside two team members and the square-faced man, leaving Iron Face and Wang Yu somewhat dumbfounded. He never expected that the first person to be eliminated, the square-faced man's subordinate, would not flee, but instead join forces with the bearded man. Who was the first to attack him? Iron Face asked in a deep voice, "Did you two team up beforehand? Or is this a recent alliance?" The square-faced man smiled, standing beside the bearded man, looking at Iron Face with a somewhat mocking gaze. "When the bearded man was chasing me, I guess you would team up with the broomhead. So I voiced my suspicion, and you didn't disappoint me." The bearded man snorted coldly. "Iron Face, didn't see this coming, did you? You underestimated us." Iron Face, realizing his situation, immediately fled without hesitation. Although success was almost within reach, there was no chance left. Staying here would certainly lead to death. The bearded man wanted to pursue, but was stopped by the square-faced man. At this distance, chasing him is futile. You might as well consider how to deal with this kid. At that moment, Wang Yu was going crazy inside. Damn it. Two have turned into four. This is troublesome. That damn square-faced man. He talks about being a gentleman, yet he doesn't even bother to pretend to be a hypocrite. He's a real scoundrel. With the sudden turn of events, having lost the chance to escape, Wang Yu had no choice but to calm down and wait for the next opportunity. Fortunate that everyone thought he was exhausted, with his armor's energy depleted and unable to resist. Not long after, the square-faced man and the bearded man discussed how to divide the spoils, and they did not hide their conversation from Wang Yu, standing right in front of him. The bearded man took Wang Yu along with the battlefield spoils, while the square-faced man got Wang Yu's armor. From their discussion, Wang Yu learned that the bearded man was working for a hunting team called the White Wolf. They intended to capture Wang Yu to make him a free laborer, helping the whole team repair their equipment, thus giving their team a competitive edge over their opponents. At this point, Wang Yu finally recalled the term from Blue Star. Having a jewel brings trouble. Living in a peaceful society, his understanding of the dangerous world was minimal. Once their plan was finalized, the bearded man signaled his two team members to start removing Wang Yu's armor. As the crisis approached, Wang Yu activated Eye of Analysis to observe the situation, preparing to fight back. Just as he was about to attack the two team members, he suddenly noticed something off about the square-faced man's right hand, and the expression on his face had grown somewhat serious. The bearded man was also on guard against the square-faced man. However, from the angle of the bearded man, he could not see the square-faced man's right hand. What is this guy up to? Is he going to start a dog-eat-dog scenario? Just as he was puzzled, the square-faced man raised his right hand to scratch his chin, a normal gesture. But then Wang Yu's pupils dilated. He realized the square-faced man's palm seemed to inadvertently point toward the bearded man. Whoosh! After a slight sound of cutting through the air, the bearded man clutched his neck. His face filled with disbelief, collapsing to the ground while his body twitched uncontrollably. Through the Eye of Analysis, Wang Yu saw that the square-faced man's palm had shot out a 10-centimeter micro crossbow bolt, hitting the bearded man's carotid artery. The two were 4 meters apart, and the bearded man would never have guessed that the square-faced man's right hand was a modified prosthetic that concealed a hidden weapon, which was also poisoned. In this sudden turn of events, by the time the bearded man realized what was happening, he had already gone still, having met his end. The square-faced man didn't make the other two wait long, quickly attacking with dual daggers, sending them to join the bearded man before they even had time to grab their battle axes. Wang Yu watched all of this in shock. The shift in the situation left him unable to react, and he couldn't believe that the square-faced man, who had just been smiling and discussing how to divide the spoils, was now smiling while handing out knives. However, this was a stroke of luck for him. Now he only had to think about how to deal with the square-faced man, although the display of strength was somewhat overwhelming. After taking care of everyone, the square-faced man spat and put away his daggers. "Kid, I hope you can bring me enough benefits, or else I'm going to feel a bit shortchanged. My trump card has been wasted after hiding for so long." "Big brother." "Benefits? What benefits? I'm just a repairman, currently broke, Digging through trash here to earn a little money. Are you sure you haven't been fooled? Wang Yu attempted to probe for information. He still wasn't clear on why the square-faced man was here, but he had heard from a broomhead that he worked for the young master of the Du family. Was it the same young master he had seen yesterday? Regardless of who was backing him or what his specific intentions were, there was still a hard fight to be fought. Showing weakness would only lead to being slaughtered. So he needed to extract some information to keep the opponent off guard. The square-faced man chuckled and approached Wang Yu. Digging through trash to earn a little money? That's not true. The worry-free repair shop has gained quite a reputation these days. People from a spear gathering place are scrambling to bring you equipment for repairs. It's rumored that Master Wang can double the performance of equipment with just a few tweaks. Today you even created an exoskeleton called Poison, which has all the hunter teams drooling. Now tell me, where did you get these techniques? Be clear, I'll make sure you suffer less. At that moment, Wang Yu was calculating the distance, preparing to launch a surprise attack. However, based on his analysis, he needed to be within 2 meters to ensure a hit, and the failure rate at that distance could be as high as 80%. This guy seemed a bit wary. What should he do? He needed to get him to come a bit closer. Keep chatting. Techniques? What techniques? It's nothing more than digging through trash every day, fixing this and that. And after doing a lot, my skills improved. It's that simple. Wang Yu was being honest about this, but he didn't finish his thought. The square-faced man, thinking himself clever, found this hard to believe. Impossible. How old are you? Every repair point in the gathering place has been running for over 10 years. Yet none of them are like this. You better come clean. Come clean? This is just how I am. Just because those guys can't do it doesn't mean I can't. I believe I have some talent in this area. If you want to compare me to those without talent, there's nothing I can do. Wang Yu was quite speechless. Everyone from Blue Star knew that talent was crucial. Without talent, no amount of hard work would yield results. Of course, having talent without effort or development was equally useless. He wasn't wrong. Eye of analysis was a talent, and he was indeed working hard to develop it, which is why he could excel in repairs. The square-faced man still didn't believe him. Don't joke. No one taught you, no materials, and you could figure all this out just by digging through the mechanical graveyard? If you really had such talent, the Sky City would be a small pawn compared to you. I guess. You must have obtained some technical information. Hand it over, and I might consider making it easier for you. The square-faced man said, taking a couple of steps forward, using his imposing demeanor to threaten Wang Yu. At this moment, Wang Yu was screaming internally, 3 meters now. Come a couple more steps. Why did you stop? However, this guy's aura had increased significantly. Was he trying to pressure him into submission? Yes, that must be it. So he needed to add some temptation to draw him closer. Big brother, I'm just naturally talented. I can analyze any equipment just by looking at it. I misspoke, let me rephrase. Any equipment I see, I can analyze its specific information in my mind, and fixing it feels effortless. In terms of talent, I confidently say no one dares to claim first place after me. What Wang Yu said now was also the truth. Through eye of analysis, he could see the information of the equipment in his mind. But he deliberately added misleading elements to his words. As soon as those words left his mouth, the square-faced man took a big step forward, closing the distance to just under 2 meters. Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, just waiting for this moment. Although this distance couldn't guarantee a hit, it was already very close. This opportunity was rare. He couldn't let it slip away. Chapter 26. Wang Yu's first battle after the square-faced man took that step. He immediately felt a sense of crisis. His sixth sense was particularly sharp, having helped him evade lethal dangers multiple times. How could he have this feeling? Could it be from this kid? Although he had sensed killing intent from him since earlier, it was impossible for this kid to have the strength to threaten him. His stamina and the energy of his battle armor were depleted. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing still. Wait, could it be that he was just physically exhausted, but his armor still had some residual energy? If he was lying there, just waiting for his stamina to recover, then the crisis was that he was trying to deliver a fatal blow to me. The square-faced man guessed all of this the moment he felt the crisis. If Wang Yu knew this, he would be utterly impressed. At this moment, Wang Yu didn't realize that his plan had been guessed. Following the prearranged scheme, he pushed off the ground with both feet and instantly exerted force with both arms. Death charge. Wang Yu executed a common wrestling diving move. elbowing forward while protecting the sides of his head with his hands, charging towards the square-faced man's abdomen. With such a short distance and an instantaneous burst of power, if he hit, the square-faced man would be dead. Wang Yu had simulated this strike dozens of times in his mind while chatting earlier, striving for perfection. Unfortunately, he couldn't account for the square-faced man's sixth sense. He was close to 100 in distance, but not quite there. Bang! Wang Yu crashed headfirst into the pile of scrap metal on the opposite side, while the square-faced man flipped in the air a few times before rolling on the ground. Kid, I didn't expect your armor still had energy. Luckily, I was alert and kept some distance, but what a pity. The square-faced man slowly stood up, checking his broken left arm. At the moment Wang Yu dove, he instinctively turned to the side, using his left arm to cushion the impact, avoiding fatal damage. But the distance was too short and the impact too strong. Injury was unavoidable. Wang was a bit flustered. He didn't expect his carefully prepared attack to be dodged so easily. He quickly pushed away the scrap metal on top of him and got up. What to do? I could just run. His exoskeleton energy, I sent much left. He definitely can't catch up to me. But that would be too cowardly. Wait, his left arm is injured. His combat power must be weakened. Should I take a gamble? Remembering the humiliation of being chased earlier, he gritted his teeth and decided not to run. But then another problem arose: how to fight. He had never fought and hadn't practiced martial arts. Should he just swing wildly like a thug? Right, didn't he practice military boxing during college training? Back then he practiced it sloppily, but he only remembered the starting stance and a few moves. The instructor said this set of boxing was quite practical for beginners. Why not give it a try? With this thought, Wang Yu struck the starting stance of military boxing and slowly approached the square-faced man. Hey, Big Pancake, if I don't leave some room, you guys would eat me clean. There were many of you just now. But now that it's a one-on-one, I'm not afraid of you. Come on, let us exchange a few moves. Provoked by him, the square-faced man drew out a dagger and held it horizontally across his chest. He felt an underlying unease, a sense of crisis constantly looming in his mind. It was that he didn't want to run, but without absolute speed advantage. Running would expose his back to the opponent faster. This kid, at first glance, was a weakling trying to scare me with this awkward stance. Does he think I'll be frightened into running and expose my back to him? It must be that way. I can only compete with him in ruthlessness. If I scare him into fleeing, I can save my life. Understanding this, the square-faced man said, Kid, you think you can hit me with that silly stance? You'd better hurry up and run. My knife isn't for show. Can it hit? You'll only know if you try. How about I give you a minute to run away? Since he decided to fight, Wang Yu definitely wouldn't let him go. Saying to let the opponent escape was just a test. If the square-faced man really ran, he would charge in with a brutal attack. He was afraid of colliding with the square-faced man's armor. Looks like you choose to test my knife. Then I'll oblige. The square-faced man didn't hold back and took the initiative to attack, wanting to intimidate Wang Yu by overwhelming him with skill. Wang Yu activated his eye of analysis. As soon as the opponent moved, a route of action appeared in his mind, and he directly used a right straight punch. The force was heavy and the speed fast. If this punch hit, the square-faced man would probably be done for. But then again, the square-faced man was a top hunter. His adaptability in combat was not to be underestimated. Whoosh! Wang Yu received a knife slash to his right rib. Kid, with that move, you're not even as good as a 6-year-old. If it weren't for your armor being tough, you would be finished. At this moment, Wang Yu was a bit flustered. That punch clearly intercepted the square-faced man's path. How could he suddenly change his advance route? Immediately after, the two exchanged a few more moves, and Wang Yu's armor accumulated several more scratches. He and even touched the opponent once. However, it wasn't completely fruitless. Through the eye of analysis, he discovered how the square-faced man changed his movement direction. Z-shaped directional change, each time just before the punch landed. The square-faced man didn't know Wang Yu had made this discovery, but the energy of his exoskeleton was running low, causing him great anxiety. This kid, could he be trying to deplete my equipment's energy with his armor? But this armor is tough enough. He would need to hit the same scratch multiple times to break it, which is tricky. He was calculating how many more times he could attack. No matter how he calculated, it felt grim. He could only intimidate Wang Yu. Kid, did you see? This is a technical crushing. Even if you rely on your armor S advantage, you still can't touch me. And I just need to hit the same spot 3 times to break your armor. The reason I didn't break your armor earlier is that I have my sights set on it and don't want to damage it. If you still don't understand, I'll have to take the pain. Of course, if you run away now, you might still have a chance. If you go head-to-head with me, you will only have one way to die. Hearing this, Wang Yu instead felt less worried. He knew the opponent's equipment energy was nearly depleted, and he could only launch 5 attacks. Whether he could break his armor was uncertain. But attacking the same spot 3 times was possible before, but now it was basically impossible. The only one who could win by holding on was himself. At this moment, he couldn't be cowardly. He had to be a bit reckless. Oh really? Then go ahead and try to break it. I'll just stand here waiting. But take it easy. Don't burst my armor with one punch. As a result, Wang Yu's bravado made the square-faced man timid. The usually aggressive attacker now stood still, waiting for Wang Yu to come forward. Wang Yu didn't hold back either. He directly unleashed the first 3 moves of military boxing. After dodging, the square-faced man slashed at the scratch on Wang Yu's right rib, quickly creating distance. First slash. Kid, you still have 2 chances. The square-faced man spoke lightly, but internally he was cursing. This kid seemed clever, but now he looked like a reckless fool. Actually going head-to-head with me. Saying 3 slashes to break the armor was just to deceive Wang Yu. Realistically, it would take 5 slashes, which was exactly his energy limit. If he failed even once, the exoskeleton's energy would be exhausted, and he could only wait for death. He didn't know how much longer Wang Yu's armor could last, but he was afraid now that Wang Yu was on the offensive. If he missed an attack and was countered, Wang Yu didn't get discouraged. Instead, he continued to attack, using eye of analysis to analyze the opponent's techniques. To put it simply, he relied on his toughness, learning the opponent's moves while taking hits. He expected eye of analysis had this ability. He only discovered it after taking a few slashes. Now he had learned the Z-shaped directional change but hadn't used it yet. Second slash. Kid, you have one last chance. The square-faced man was sweating, but Wang Yu didn't pay him any mind. Instead, he grew more aggressive, repeatedly executing the 3-hit combination of military boxing without worrying about breaking his armor. At this moment, the situation had reversed. The square-faced man was dodging everywhere, but didn't make the final slash. After dodging 3 times, the guy simply turned and ran. Wang Yu chased after him, practicing military boxing while mocking him. Big pancake, where's your last slash? Why are you holding back? Hurry up and cut me. Square-faced man. Big pancake. Don't run. I'm still waiting for your last slash. Square-faced man. Chapter 27. The treasure chest exploded. Wang Yu relentlessly pursued and attacked, showing no signs of stopping. In the end, the square-faced man couldn't help but deliver a 3rd strike. Feeling the blade slice through his armor, Wang Yu was startled. He wasn't sure if the strike had breached his armor, but he seemed to feel a chilling sensation at his right rib. The two then created a distance of several meters, and Wang Yu hurriedly checked the scratch, finding it deep but not broken. Taking advantage of this moment, the square-faced man quickly ran away. Damn it, this rookie doesn't know anything. His armor is just tough. If my exoskeleton had a bit of energy left, I would definitely make you wish you were dead. By the time Wang Yu reacted, the square-faced man had already run over 20 meters away, and he immediately chased after him, taunting him. Hey, why are you running? Didn't you say 3 strikes would break my armor? Now it's the 3rd strike, and it still hasn't broken. I checked, and it seems like you need one more hit. Why don't you keep attacking? At this point, Wang Yu was determined not to let the square-faced man escape. However, it was his first time fighting, and making such a rookie mistake allowed the square-faced man to seize the opportunity to create distance. If he had a bit more experience, he wouldn't have checked the scratch, but would have launched a fierce attack instead. With the distance extended, Wang Yu couldn't catch up and could only taunt from behind to distract the square-faced man. After a few minutes of chasing, the distance between them closed in. The square-faced man's expression turned fierce, as if he had made a decision. He suddenly slowed down, turned to face Wang Yu, and gripped his dagger tightly. Wang Yu seemed not to react to this sudden move and charged straight at the square-faced man. Kid, enjoying the chase, huh? Let us see if you still live. During the pursuit, the square-faced man realized that Wang Yu only charged recklessly, and a thought popped into his mind: to use Wang Yu's momentum to make him crash into the dagger. Although this might injure his right hand, it was better than facing death. Unfortunately, he didn't know that when he moved, Wang Yu's analytical eye had already analyzed his likely actions. This guy wants to ambush me. But this posture is perfect for trying out the new Z-shaped maneuver I just learned, using his own technique against him. Changing direction. Forward punch. Thud. How could this happen? The square-faced man wore an expression of disbelief as he crashed into a pile of scrap, sending debris flying everywhere. Wang had put all his strength into this attack, aiming for a decisive blow. Just like that, the square-faced man died with resentment. Wang Yu stood still, taking a few minutes to catch his breath. This was his first battle, and he had successfully secured his first kill, which left him a bit overwhelmed. I killed him. He deserved to die. This isn't Blue Star. Not Blue Star. I was just defending myself. In this situation, it's either you die or I die. After a moment of silence, he finally calmed down and looked towards the square-faced man. Huh? What's this? Wang Yu discovered a half-open broken chest near the square-faced man, inside which lay a young woman. Is it a corpse? Wait, that's not right. This chest looks old. And this place is filled with mechanical scrap. How could it be? A silicone doll? A puppet? He quickly activated Analytical Eye to observe. So that's it. This is actually a robot. Damn, this is a treasure chest explosion. His eyes lit up immediately, and he rushed over. I found Alida. As he broke open the chest, its full appearance was revealed. The female robot wore a tight-fitting suit, covered in a layer of dust. She was definitely more beautiful than the Wind Girl, and her figure was undeniably perfect, as it was artificial. Wang Yu picked her up and found her quite heavy. Luckily, he was wearing powered armor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry her. Although he didn't know her name or what issues she had, or why she was abandoned here, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel excited. All his previous frustrations were swept away in an instant. At that moment, a shout came from a distance. Wang kid, are you all right? That's great. Old Feng rushed over amidst clouds of dust, coming to a screeching halt in front of Wang Yu. Wang kid, I received news that someone was going to attack you, so I came right over. Did you encounter any trouble? Seeing Old Feng like this, Wang Yu felt relieved and said, Hey, you came late. I did run into some trouble. There were 4 groups. What? Where are they? Did they attack you? They did. Hearing this, Old Feng began to check Wang Yu's condition and discovered the knife marks on his armor. Are you okay? What about those people? Those bastards, I'm going to deal with them. Wang Yu pointed to the area where the battle had taken place, and Old Feng immediately ran over. Wang Yu hurriedly shouted, Hey, why are you rushing over there? Unfortunately, Old Feng had already run far away, and Wang Yu could only shake his head helplessly, leaning against the vehicle and waiting. Dogs biting dogs. How is that possible? Even if dogs bite dogs, it's unlikely they would both perish. Old Feng was an old hand at this. The probability of several groups of people mutually destroying each other was too low for him to believe. Wang Yu said, All right. The last one was taken care of by me. Before he could finish, Old Feng jumped up. With your pathetic combat power, even in armor, you're still weak. The last one left is definitely the strongest. Can you handle him? Whether I can handle him or not, the outcome is obvious. I'm standing here. That guy is definitely lying inside. Use your brain, will you? Although he was a bit skeptical, Old Feng still asked, Do you know who the opponent is? How did you manage that? Then Wang Yu briefly explained the situation. This left Old Feng dumbfounded. Bearded guy, broomstick man, iron face, and big pancake, damn. These guys have quite a reputation in the surrounding area. You little brat actually managed to con that big pancake. That guy is not simple. He's quite cunning. Who would have thought that while he was busy hunting eagles, he got pecked in the eye? After saying this, Wang Yu climbed into the passenger seat, and Old Feng had no choice but to obediently become the driver. Just as he got into the car, he noticed a beautiful woman sitting in the back seat, and Old Feng was momentarily stunned. Huh, this ISNTA person, is it a doll or a puppet? Wang kid, are you all right with this? He asked in confusion. Wang kid, is the person in the back a doll or a puppet? How did you get this? Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He truly didn't know the situation and could only say, Who knows? I found it here. Old Feng said it's indeed rare. Then he began to tell Wang Yu about the history of robots. It turned out that intelligent robots had emerged hundreds of years ago, developed for certain needs. When intelligent robots first appeared, they were very popular among the upper class, as they could assist their owners with many tasks, from simple household chores to high-end security. They completely obeyed their owner's commands and had no independent consciousness. Until one day, a maid-type robot named Chuanxiang killed her owner and escaped, causing a huge uproar. When the patrol team found Chuanxiang, it suddenly self-terminated. At that time, people thought she had simply been hacked, with someone controlling her to kill her owner, treating it as an isolated incident and merely strengthening the system's firewall. But as time went on, such incidents occurred frequently. Suddenly, a young scholar named Pandora declared that intelligent robots had a chance of awakening independent consciousness. This caused a massive stir, and some began to investigate the murdered individuals, discovering they all had one thing in common. They enjoyed abusing robots. From then on, intelligent robots were strictly controlled, and eventually, 3 major manufacturers signed a joint agreement to jointly supervise and regularly check core programs to prevent the awakening of independent consciousness. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu understood and speculated about what kind of story the robot he picked up had. Chapter 28, Naming the Rose. Wen Xiao arrives at the worry-free repair shop after Lao Feng helped Wang Yu unload the cargo. He was promptly kicked out. This kid, he can't be eager to tinker with that robot, can he? Sigh. He's not interested in real people, but rather in this cold, lifeless thing. He shook his head and headed to Mary S. Tavern. It took him nearly an hour to finish those tasks. Finally, he could study this guy. An intelligent robot. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Here I come. This guy was rubbing its hands like a fly, step by step approaching his treasure. Vansh. Dry. Lift onto the operating table. So precise, the original owner had good taste, but why does it look? Why does it look a bit like that super god Rose? Rose, oh Rose, at least it looks several times better than that Alita from now on. I'll call you Rose. Now let me take a good look at what amazing features you have. The fly rubbed its hands, eyes shining. After half an hour of fiddling, Wang Yu still couldn't find a single point to connect for data detection, nor a method to disassemble it. Do I really have to resort to brute force disassembly? But this, looking at such perfect simulated skin, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Brute force disassembly. He couldn't get over that mental hurdle, who told him that the realism was no different from a human body. Let us check again. There must be some hidden points for disassembly and repair methods. After 2 hours of groping around like this, Wang Yu was feeling frustrated. He couldn't understand whether the designer was striving for perfection, had a mental illness, or just had a personal twisted taste. The disassembly and repair points of this robot were hidden so well that if no one informed him, no one would guess where they were. He was glued to eye of analysis, scrutinizing every hidden hole. Luckily, no one was around, otherwise they might think he had some special fetish. Because of this, he finally found a connection point in the last hole. But what frustrated him was that after analysis, that connection point required a maintenance key to activate repair mode. This left him in a dilemma. Where could he find the key? Was he supposed to make one himself? Now, he remembered some phones for Blue Star. We had to find a hole to change the SIM card, and then find a SIM eject tool. Some phones don't tell you which hole to use. And poking the wrong hole with the eject tool could damage the phone. And the current situation was even more twisted. The eject tool also injected the unlock key. To avoid damaging the precious Rose's integrity, Wang Yu could only give up on the repair for now and wait until he got the maintenance key. With that, Wang Yu tucked Rose into the sleep chamber and went to rest himself. The next morning, bright and early as usual, Lao Feng pulled him out of bed by his feet. Damn, old man, how do you run your business? It's always so early, and it's not even opening time yet. Lao Feng ignored his complaints, lifted him up and shook him, saying, I'm fed up, you can't sleep. Get up and get to work. By the way, Wen Xiao is coming soon. Wang Yu wasn't fully awake yet. If the crazy girl is going to go crazy, then send her to the hospital. I'm just a repairman, not a hospital. It's Wen Xiao. Say that in front of her and see how she reacts. Now Wang Yu was a bit more awake. Oh, it's the big beauty. After saying that, he ran to tidy himself up. He couldn't afford to be rude in front of a big beauty. When he opened the door, there were already 20 people lined up outside. And Wang Yu started his usual routine. This time the repairs were all exoskeletons, and he spent less than half an hour setting up the programs. Then it was just a matter of automation. After finishing these tasks, Wang Yu ran to repair the Savior L battle armor. Although the damage wasn't severe, this was his lifeline, so he couldn't be careless. But not long after, the folks waiting at the shop entrance were chatting and laughing when suddenly, the roar of a hover motorcycle came from the sky. Oh, the investigation team is out again, and it seems to be coming this way? No, it really is coming here. Quickly to get out of the way. No way, if Master Wang gets taken away, what about our gear? It's over, it's over. Amidst the murmurs, Wind Xiao stopped at the entrance with two team members, jumping off the motorcycle coolly. She wasn't in her Hurricane battle armor now, and could only wear standard issue battle armor. The repair shop was closed, and there were still a few folks who couldn't bear to hide. Wind Xiao approached and asked, "Hello, are you here to repair equipment too?" "Yes, officer. You came so early. Is there a problem with the shop?" Seeing the worried expression on the person being questioned, Wind Xiao was puzzled. Why would they ask me if there's a problem with the shop? Did something happen again? Did Didio do something? The person sighed in relief and said, "Oh, Master Wang has opened the door. Our equipment is being repaired inside. Are you also here to repair equipment, officer?" "Yes, my battle armor is being repaired by Wang Yu. I heard it would be ready for me to pick up, but why is he closing the door to repair things?" "We don't know, but Master Wang has always been like this." While Wind Xiao was talking to that person, those who had previously hidden away began to murmur. "Oh my, this is scary." "Yeah, why would the investigation team come out of the city? Whenever they come out, it's never good news, and every time we see them, they look down their noses at everyone. But this time feels a bit different. They're even polite. What you saw was a man. This time it's a woman. TCH, look at those two behind the beautiful captain. Aren't they holding their heads a bit too high? Don't you find it strange? Master Wang can actually help that beautiful captain repair her battle armor. He is so tough. Who would have thought? Captain Feng, you're here. I'm really sorry to keep you waiting. I'll take you in to pick up your goods right away." After saying that, he gestured for Wind Xiao to follow him. Wind Xiao followed, and the two team members behind her followed as well. But Lao Feng, knowing Wang Yu's habits, said, "You two wait here for a moment. I'll take Captain Feng in. Master Wang doesn't like to be disturbed while working." Now, the two weren't pleased. "Left guard, what did you say? A broken repair shop doesn't let me in. The top 10 repair shops in the city wouldn't dare do this. You got some guts." "Right guard, let Feng team follow you. Can you afford to take responsibility for Feng team as safety? Do you have some kind of plot? Spill it." "Left guard, a broken repair shop dares to boast about repairing battle armor, thinking Feng team is easy to deceive. If I don't get to the bottom of this today, I'm not part of the investigation team." "Right guard, old man, what are you looking at? Hurry up and confess your plot. If you clarify things, maybe I'll give you a quick end." Lao Feng looked at the two, then at Wind Xiao, puzzled in his heart. What kind of people is the little girl bringing out? Aren't they her people to speak like this? At this moment, Wind Xiao's expression was also not good. These two were indeed not her people, but were assigned to her by the chief officer when she came out. The reason was that it was unsafe outside the city, and someone needed to keep an eye on her. Normally, as the captain, ordinary team members shouldn't speak freely unless she spoke first. So this situation felt very off. Could it be that these two were assigned to me with another purpose? Wait, could it be that guy? Thinking of this possibility, Wind Xiao's expression darkened even more. Lao Feng noticed Wind Xiao's expression was off and thought it was because he didn't let those two in and embarrass her. So he could only say, "Captain Feng, I can't go against Master Wang's arrangement. Since your people said so, let us just wait here. Master Wang will open the door once he finishes his work." His action might offend Wind Xiao, but it wasn't something he couldn't afford to offend. And the words of those two really annoyed him. This went against what most people thought was the correct approach, which was that he should apologize and explain, then obediently let the three of them in to meet common sense. After hearing his words, Wind Xiao's expression darkened like a pot. Chapter 29. Feng Xiao visits the repair shop after old Feng refused to let Feng Xiao and the others into the shop. The few who were still waiting at the door slipped away unnoticed. Those watching began to discuss. Has she lost her temper? The beautiful captain looks so upset. Absolutely. It's no different from slapping someone twice in the face. People in the city care a lot about their reputation. Indeed, they are from the investigation team. And even the most good-natured person would be furious after being treated like that. I didn't expect old Feng to be so tough, but those two were being so arrogant. If it weren't for that layer of protection, I'd probably be just like old Feng, waiting to watch the show. You still have a mood to watch the show? If a conflict breaks out, how are you going to get your equipment repaired? I actually forgot about that. Should we persuade old Feng together? Just as everyone thought Feng Xiao was about to explode and worried about their equipment, she turned to old Feng and said, "Old Feng, don't listen to these two fools. Let's go inside." Old Feng was a bit confused. Weren't those two huskies on her side? The crowd was also baffled. What was going on? The investigation team was infighting. The left and right guards showed angry expressions. The left guard stepped forward. "Captain Feng, we were sent by the commander to protect you. This isn't right." The right guard added, "Commander Long instructed us not to let you out of our sight. It's difficult for us to manage this." Hearing the name Commander Long, Feng Zhao's heart trembled. It was indeed him. Commander Long, known as Long Outyin, was the captain of the investigation team and the son of Long Jiu, the commander of the Tianhai City Guard. He was the heir of the Long family, an old noble family in Tianhai City. The Long family has absolute power in Tianhai City, with 3 of the 12 war generals coming from the Long family and 6 having close ties to them. Long Outyin's status in Tianhai City was incredibly high, but he presented himself as a gentleman, unlike some spoiled rich kids, although Feng Xiao found him a bit hypocritical. What troubled Feng Xiao was that Long Outyin pursued her like a persistent adhesive plaster. She couldn't shake him off. Knowing that these two were working for Long Outyin made Feng Xiao even angrier. I'll say it here. If you listen, stay quiet. If not, get lost. After saying this, Feng Xiao asked old Feng to take her inside, but old Feng hesitated and asked, "Is that okay? I see these two don't seem to listen to you. They might barge in after you and disturb Master Wang's work." Upon hearing this, the left and right guards wanted to strangle old Feng. Their plan was to keep it under wraps, but old Feng had blurted it out. Feng Xiao frowned, noticing the guards' fierce expressions, and realized they definitely had some ulterior motives. The right guard said, "Captain Feng, this is what Commander Long instructed. You can't do this." Feng Xiao responded, "It seems you want me to take action." After saying this, she coldly glared at the left and right guards. The left guard, with a stern face, pulled the right guard aside. "Let's leave first and talk." With that, the left and right guards, filled with dissatisfaction, hopped on their bikes and quickly left, while Feng Xiao entered the shop with old Feng. Those watching were dumbfounded by the turn of events. This outcome surprised everyone. No way, the beautiful captain actually drove away those two. Did you not hear their conversation? Those two are someone else's lackeys. It seems the beautiful captain isn't interested in that person. I saw their expressions when they left. They looked sinister. I feel like this won't just end like this. Damn, it's hard to get a spot, and now there's going to be trouble. I hope Master Wang delivers quickly before anything happens. At this moment, the left and right guards did not go far before stopping to report the news to Long Outyin, and then waited there. The news of Master Wang opening the door also reached the ears of some factions. At the Hell Cat hunting team's base, the team leader, Mountain Cat, said, "What? Master Wang has opened the door? He was fine last night. That's great. Hurry and send someone to see him." In Tianhai City, Duda Jiao said, "The person outside says our provided intel is incorrect and wants to pay more. Let it go to hell. Send someone to check the situation." At the Forget Worry repair shop, Wang Yu was polishing the Savior L armor. Old Feng and Feng Xiao walked in without him noticing. He was completely unaware of the happenings outside. When old Feng wanted to call out to Wang Yu, Feng Xiao pulled him back and shook her head. She didn't want to disturb Wang Yu's work. Taking advantage of this moment, she began to look around the shop. The repair station was running automatically, and Feng Xiao couldn't discern much. Every repair shop operated like this, but Wang Yu's equipment was relatively old. In a corner, she spotted the repaired Hurricane battle armor. Wow, it really is fixed, and so quickly. Even the previous scars have been repaired. However, it seems a bit different from before. I wonder how much of its performance remains. Considering the damage was so severe, having 70 of the original performance should be considered good. Feng Xiao looked at her battle armor, feeling a mix of emotions. Although she really wanted to try it on to test it out, she decided to be patient, considering Wang Yu was still working. But feeling bored, she wandered over to watch Wang Yu repair the armor. She had seen this set of armor before, but hadn't paid much attention. Now, examining the Savior L armor closely, she had some questions. This armor looks a bit familiar. This model is somewhat old and not commonly seen. Not commonly seen, right? I think I saw one like it at teacher Piaoshua's place. She mentioned that this armor is very different from the current ones. She decided to take a few pictures of it to show her and see if she recognized it. With that thought, she took out her communicator and snapped a few pictures of the Savior L to send to Piaoshua, along with a message. Teacher Piaoshua, do you recognize this armor? I found one that seems like the one you have at home. In Piaoshua's high-end villa community in Tianhai City, Piaoshua, wrapped in a towel with damp light blue hair, walked out of the bathroom. Approaching 40, she still looked exceptionally well-preserved, and her figure was even more impressive, maintaining a youthful firmness at this age. Noticing a message on her communicator, she casually picked it up and was immediately stunned. She recognized the armor. Each model in the Savior series had only one set, and each set had distinct appearances, but the design elements were consistent, making it significantly different from current battle armors. What shocked her wasn't just seeing this armor, but that someone was repairing it. After all, the Savior series battle armors were powerful, but after the designer passed away, no one could repair them. Her own Savior K had become a collectible after it was damaged, but it was the most suitable armor for her, with many features that current armors couldn't compare to. If her Savior K were repaired, her combat power would reach a whole new level. Even the Radiant Gold and Steel Drill ranks would have to step aside, and she could even contend with the initial level of the Radiant Diamond rank. Excited, Piaoshua quickly sent a message. Xiao Xiao. Location. After receiving this message, Feng Xiao was puzzled. What did this mean? Was the teacher asking for the location? Although she couldn't figure it out, she casually sent her location coordinates. After receiving the location, Piaoshua raised her hand, intending to use her spatial ability to go over, but then realized her towel had fallen, revealing her delicate skin. At that moment, she reacted. Is it a bit inappropriate to go over like this? Feng Xiao put away her communicator and continued to enjoy watching Wang Yu's repairs with Old Feng. Just then, there was a sudden, urgent knock on the door, and Old Feng furrowed his brows as he went to check the situation. Chapter 30. The door is blocked outside the Wang Yu repair shop. There's a flying car spray-painted with the Du family logo blocking the entrance, and a man in a suit and sunglasses stands at the front with two bodyguards, one of whom is knocking on the door. Those waiting for their equipment to be repaired are pushed far away, anxiously discussing the situation. What is going on now? Just two outrageous investigation teams left, and now the Liu family people have shown up. Damn, didn't T check the calendar today? Just as the equipment was sent in, trouble comes one after another. Are we not allowed to live anymore? These guys couldn't T have come earlier or later, but chose to show up just when my equipment was sent in. If I could take them on, I would have wanted to go up and hit them with a club. I mean, if they want to come, they should wait until my equipment is fixed. The equipment is their only tool for living, and after finally getting a spot, encountering the situation makes them feel terrible. At this moment, Old Feng opens the door and sees the three men blocking the entrance. His expression is quite displeased. Who are you? Want to repair equipment? Sorry, the queue is already full until next month. Normally, he would be a bit more polite, but after last night's incident and encountering a blocked door early in the morning, even the most amiable person would be in a bad mood. After speaking, Old Feng ignores the three men's reactions, pushes the knocking bodyguard aside, and closes the door. Seeing this, the man in the suit and sunglasses has a dark expression. You lowly commoner. Are you the owner of the shop? Are you ready to talk? Or do you want to keep quiet? Old Feng detects the malicious intent from the three of them, and his tone becomes even less polite. The man in the suit and sunglasses. You're tough, huh? Your repair equipment has been locked by us, and now you can't even open the door to do business, yet you still dare to act tough in front of me. It seems the lesson isn't enough. Then don't even think about unlocking the equipment. Let us see how you can do business without your equipment. Hearing his words, Old Feng's expression changes slightly, but it's just confusion. When he came out, the equipment was all operational, and the repair work was running normally, just like yesterday. So he had no idea that the equipment was locked. Seeing Old Feng's change in expression, those waiting to repair their equipment are in an uproar. What? What is going on? Could what the sunglasses guy said be true? It's over my equipment. I finally got a spot, just send it in. And if it can't be repaired or gets ruined, what should I do? I have a bad feeling. The bald guy seems to be connected to the Du family, which means this situation might be real. They must compensate for the equipment. The commotion grows louder. and Old Feng's face darkens further. The man in the suit and sunglasses smirks. Looks like you have some guts, huh? You can't even use your equipment and still dare to take orders. No wonder you locked the door. It turns out you want to scam people. As soon as he speaks, the emotions on the other side collapse even further, with everyone shouting to refund their equipment and demand money. Helpless, Old Feng can only shout, "Everyone calm down. Your equipment is being repaired and will be delivered on time. Please be patient." Of course, those who want to cause trouble will be blacklisted. He knows the equipment is being repaired, but the people outside don't. And that mention of a blacklist carries some threat, which suppresses the uproar somewhat. Everyone is skeptical. This situation, maybe we should wait? There's still a few hours until the delivery time. Every time Master Wang closes the door to repair, it's only delivered afternoon. Waiting is nerve-wracking. The man in the suit and sunglasses sneers. Closed-door repairs? I think you're plotting something behind the scenes. Bodyguard quickly chimes in. The steward is right. It's common for repair shops to resell equipment. I think that's the case. They can't repair it anyway. And when it's time to say it was ruined, they charge for labor and make a profit. Bodyguard quickly adds, the equipment is locked, so it's normal to grab a quick profit and run away. With the door closed, no one would know. Now, the emotions that had just calmed down among the crowd are rising again. How did I not think of this situation? It's over. Hurry inside. My equipment might still be there. Smash the door. We can't wait. You take on Old Feng? The lords in the city. Help us. Everyone starts shouting at the man in the suit and sunglasses for help, and he enjoys it, slowly raising his chin. The two bodyguards exchange glances, revealing an understanding look. Bodyguard shouts to the crowd, "What kind of status does my lord have? Why would he help you?" Now everyone is quiet. This person is a high-ranking figure in the city, and he certainly doesn't care for the gratitude of outsiders. Disappointment immediately fills their eyes. At this moment, Bodyguard steps forward. My lord doesn't want to deal with this mess, but since I rarely come out, helping you isn't impossible. But what isn't it for me? Bodyguard sneers. What good is your gratitude? How much is gratitude worth? Helping you will consume my energy and risk. Just for a thank you? Everyone is speechless. At this time, Bodyguard jumps in. Hey, I'm telling you, if you can't even handle this. No wonder you've always been poor outside the city. If you want to gain something, you have to give something in return, understand? With this hint, finally, a savvy person wakes up. Bodyguard looks at him with a pleased expression, a teachable child. Since you understand, what are you waiting for? Savvy person. But we haven't received our equipment yet? Bodyguard, no wonder you're poor. You don't even understand the rules. Haven't you heard that you collect money first and then do the work? Now everyone understands. These two guys are clearly out for money. But for the sake of their equipment, they have no choice but to endure and quickly gather funds. Bodyguards and B exchange a slight gesture with the man in the suit. They have collaborated many times. Old Feng watches the situation in front of him without saying a word, his expression blank, but his inner anger has already ignited. If they want to smash the door, I'll stand right here. If you make a move, I'll have a legitimate reason to fight back. Let you fly high for now. You want to gather funds, right? When the time comes, you'll know what black eats black means. Soon, a large stack of cash is stuffed in a Bodyguard's hand. He gives Bodyguard a knowing glance, and the man in the suit pretends to take a phone call and sits in the car. Bodyguard walks up to Old Feng and says, "Step aside. I'm taking the money to do business. The door is definitely getting smashed. And don't blame me for the pain." Old Feng remains expressionless. "Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you can deal with me?" Haha. Bodyguard walks over mockingly. "You old cripple, just you? Without an exoskeleton, relying on that iron arm, what power can you possibly have? Look at our armor. Even if I stand here and let you hit me, if that iron arm breaks, it will only take one of my hairs, and you'll be impressive." Bodyguard continues. "Ha! If you can hurt us even a hair, you'll be praising him. We're high-ranking bronze class, and our combat power is hundreds of times stronger than a single hair. Step aside, old man. Right now, we're in a good mood, giving you 5 seconds. Once the time is up, even if you kneel and lick my shoes, it won't matter." After saying that, he pokes Old Feng's chest with his finger and points to the nearby trash can. "Hurry up and go where you need to go. I'm starting to count. 5. Old Feng remains expressionless and motionless. 4. Still the same. 3. Old Feng coughs. 2. There is a bit of phlegm in his throat. 1. Chapter 31. Old Feng takes action. Guard A finished counting down, while Guard B stood aside mockingly. But Old Feng remained the same as ever. Time's up, you old fool. Even if you kneel down and lick my shoes now, it won't matter. Gordy. Guard A swung his fist at Old Feng's face. But at that critical moment, Old Feng seemed to have phlegm stuck in his throat, making him uncomfortable. Phew. Crack. In front of everyone, Guard A's helmet suddenly exploded, and his fist, still in mid-swing, dropped as he fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. How'd he fall? Who struck him? I only heard Old Feng spitting. It can't be that spit that did it, right? You can't be asleep, can you? No way. A spit can't take down a bronze stage or steel drill stage expert. Garby quickly went on alert, trying to find the person who attacked from the shadows. Even though he stood near Old Feng, he never suspected him. Unable to achieve his goal, he could only shout angrily. Who did it? Come out quickly. How dare you attack in secret? Do you know we are from the Du family? Guard A, feeling dizzy on the ground, was just about to get up when Old Feng stepped on his face, pressing it to the floor. A single hair's worth of combat power is hundreds of times stronger than you? How? I just spat and you went down? Old Feng ground his foot, and Guard A could only use his face to grind the floor, letting out a painful wail. At this moment, Garby still couldn't believe it. Did you do this? Impossible. The person in the shadows must be in cahoots with you. Hurry and call him out. Seeing his disbelief, Old Feng could only reward him with a spit. Crack. Garby received the same treatment as his brother. You two are really quite arrogant, but since you dare to strike at me, the price won't be low. Take off your battle armor. Hearing Old Feng's words, the two felt a buzzing in their heads and didn't even dare to shout. Guard A, it really is you. How are you so strong? With this kind of power, why are you still outside the city? I want to what is that to you? Take off your battle armor, and I might consider sparing your lives. Guard B, if you dare to touch us, aren't you afraid of the Du family? What is the Du family to me? You should consider your lives first. Under his pressure, the two could only take off their battle armor and hand over the money they received with both hands. Seeing this scene, everyone felt as if the sky had fallen. They had gathered funds to hire someone to break the door, but instead, they were dealt with by Old Feng, and the money ended up in his hands. What do we do now? What about my equipment? When did Old Feng become so powerful? Just a few days ago, when dealing with Bald Chong's three mainstays. Wasn't it said that a powerful person was acting behind the scenes? Could it be the same now? It's over. It's really over. My equipment is gone. The money is gone. Old Feng didn't care about these fence-sitters. He shook the money he received and stuffed it into his pocket, then kicked the two guards into the trash can. This was tit for tat, as Guard A had poked him and then pointed at the trash can. At this moment, a man in a suit with sunglasses slowly got out of the car, holding a cigarette with his nostrils in the air. The soundproofing of the hoverbike was excellent. He had just played a handheld game and was unaware of what was happening outside. As he stepped out, he was only concerned with his own appearance. Looking up at the sky, thinking to himself that it should be over by now, and that his luck was good. With so many people pooling funds, he would get a good share. He exhaled a puff of smoke and slowly said, "Are you two done? Everyone, how did this guy go from being fine just a moment ago to now having his eyes on his forehead, not even understanding the situation? Old Feng, does he really not know the situation, or is he just pretending?" Suddenly, a voice entered his ear. "Hey, guy with the frog glasses, is there a beauty in the sky? Why are you looking up as soon as you get out of the car?" This voice sounded a bit familiar. Wait, could it be that guy? The sunglasses man was startled. By his judgment, Old Feng should have already been dealt with. How could he still be speaking? Looking down, he saw Old Feng still standing at the door, but beside him were the two guards in battle armor, the design of which looked somewhat familiar. Oh no, it can't be. The sunglasses man searched for the two guards' figures, and just then, Old Feng's voice reached his ears. "Are you looking for them? They're over there." As the sunglasses man turned his face, he found Old Feng standing beside him, and following the direction Old Feng pointed, he discovered four legs sticking out of the trash can. Hadn't he just been standing at the door? How did he suddenly appear there? Right, those four legs? Could it be? He didn't dare think further, standing frozen in place. Seeing him like this, Old Feng said again, "Your people offended me, and you must pay the price. This car is nice. I'll take it." Now the sunglasses man was even more flustered, quickly saying, "Brother, Those two idiots were blind. Don't hold it against me. They aren't my people, Old Feng interrupted. Aren't those people yours? You were quite arrogant before. How come now you're more cowardly than a dog? Also, I'm notifying you, not negotiating. Brother, that car isn't mine. It belongs to the Du family. I don't have the authority to handle it. Please have mercy, or the Du family will tear me apart. What does that have to do with me? Hand over the keys. Do you want me to take action? Old Feng sneered. These Du family people are all the same, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Their masters are like their dogs. The sunglasses man had no choice. Not wanting to hand over the hover bike, he directly resorted to his trump card. With a puff, everyone was stunned, and Old Feng was also taken aback. He actually knelt at Old Feng's feet in front of everyone, hugging Old Feng's thigh. Brother, sir, I have an 80-year-old mother and a weaned child. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. I see you have an extraordinary temperament, a full forehead, and a kind face. You must have a good heart. Please have mercy. Taking a hoverbike would not just cost me my life, but the lives of my whole family of 10. Old Feng was speechless. This guy looked decent, but seemed to have had his brains eaten by a dog, thinking that just throwing out a few words and flattering me would make me a saint. Don't dream. In this world, it's a miracle for kind-hearted people to live past 10 years. Even in the city, they are rare creatures, let alone outside the city. These pleas for mercy made everyone's eyes drop to the ground. How does that sound worse than our situation? I didn't expect city folks to have their own misfortunes. TCH, I see you have no brains. You believe that? Old Feng had the audacity to force the Du family's steward to kneel. This was a major slap in the face to the Du family. I feel there is no way to wrap this up. We should retreat quickly. This place is likely to become a battlefield. If you're timid, don't eat melon. Old Feng was unnerved by the sunglasses man's crying and directly lifted him up, staring coldly. You with the frog glasses. Save that trick for your master. If you disgust me again, don't blame me for taking you down. Now the sunglasses man was already scared by his gaze, trembling all over, unable to control his hands and feet. Having relied on flattery and underhanded tactics to rise in the Du family, the sunglasses man had some experience. He had seen plenty of bloodthirsty and ruthless gazes, but he had rarely seen a cold, indifferent gaze towards life like Old Feng's. A person with such a gaze is definitely decisive in killing. Just as he finally managed to calm down and was about to take out the hover bike key, a roar of a hover bike came from afar. Everyone looked up and found it was the left and right guards who had followed Feng Xiao before. They rushed over with a team of 5. In a repair shop, Wang You had finally completed the repair of the Savior L, putting down his tools. Feng Xiao, seeing he was done, asked, Master Wang, what about my hurricane battle armor? Hearing the voice, Wang Yu turned around and finally noticed Feng Xiao not far behind, looking at him with an eager expression. The armor has been repaired, but He originally wanted to say that he had made some modifications during the repair without permission, but suddenly a voice outside shouted, Surround this place. After saying that, he immediately put on the Savior L armor, leaving Feng Xiao, who was momentarily stunned, behind. Chapter 32, coming in quick succession in front of the Forget Worries repair shop. Long Outyin wore a set of gleaming custom battle armor, his chin slightly raised in a proud manner, looking down on Lao Feng. The people he brought also formed a formation surrounding Lao Feng. Your repair shop has quite the nerve, daring to imprison Captain Feng's guards. Hurry up and release them safely. He had received reports from Feng Xiao's left and right guards that Feng Xiao had been tricked into entering the repair shop and hadn't come out since. In his heart, Feng Xiao was his prized possession. It was a violation even for others to get close. Lao Feng coldly watched this guy show off, remaining silent. Upon seeing Long Outyin, the sunglasses-wearing man who had been lying at his feet had already crawled over to Long Outyin's side. Captain Long, I'm a steward of the Du family. You must help me. The people in this repair shop are too arrogant. They even dare to steal things from the Du family. This guy was crying and exaggerating Lao Feng's crimes. Long Outyin, annoyed by the whining, said, I've heard enough about your problems. I'll handle it. Just wait over there. He treated city dwellers and outsiders with 2 different attitudes. He was proud and disdainful towards outsiders, but more humble and equal towards city dwellers. The sunglasses man wisely retreated to behind him, secretly sending a message for help to Du Daqiao. At this time, the onlookers were whispering among themselves. Captain Long? Is this person a high-ranking member of the investigation team? It's rare to encounter such a big shot outside the city. Isn't that right? Just look at that imposing aura. Ordinary people can't even pretend to have that. From what he said, it seems that the beautiful captain who went in earlier has been imprisoned. No way. I think there's a possibility. Just as their conversation became increasingly absurd, Wang Yu finally opened the door and walked out. Upon seeing Lao Feng surrounded at the entrance, he paused for a moment and asked, "What's going on?" Then he looked at Long Outyin and, noticing the shiny battle armor, became somewhat interested and activated Eye of Analysis. However, after just a couple of glances, he shook his head, commenting that it was flashy but impractical. Although the power engine was powerful, the practical design was a mess, with many aspects designed purely for aesthetics. In his view, this battle armor was not as good as Feng Zhao's Hurricane armor. While the performance data was slightly better than the original Hurricane, the modified Hurricane was far superior. Hearing his inquiry, Lao Feng nodded and said, "A bunch of unreasonable troublemakers claiming we imprisoned Captain Feng. By the way, she didn't come out with you? She should still be inside, changing her armor. She'll be out soon." Long Outyin, seeing Wang Yu come out, assumed he was the one who had imprisoned Feng Xiao. "Who are you? Where's Feng Xiao?" Wang Yu, not wanting to offend, hesitated. But just as he finished speaking, the sunglasses man behind Long Outyin shouted, "Captain Long, this guy is definitely lying. I don't know how good the repair skills here are, but the repair equipment has already been locked by young Master Du and is completely unusable." After saying that, he thought to himself, "You think you're tough? Let us see how you die." In fact, even if he hadn't said anything, Long Outyin wouldn't have believed Wang Yu. Feng Zhao's Hurricane was a custom battle armor. If it was damaged, even the top repair shop in Tianhai City wouldn't be able to fix it, let alone an unremarkable repair shop outside the city. To Wang Yu's words, he sneered coldly. "You can fix Feng Zhao's armor? It seems the shop really has problems. Men, go in and search." The few team members surrounding Lao Feng immediately sprang into action, ready to charge into the shop. Wang Yu quickly shouted, "Wait, how do you know I can't fix it? Just because others can't doesn't mean I can't. What can you do?" Long Outyin scoffed, continuing, "You look like someone who doesn't understand battle armor at all. Do you think that armor is the same as your antique trash armor? Stop laughing. Are you still standing there? Go in and charge. If something happens to Feng Xiao, don't blame me for what happens next." Long Outyin urged, and the team members immediately moved, but they stopped at the door. "What? Why are you still standing there? Is there danger inside? I dare anyone to oppose our investigation team. It's Captain Feng." The members of the investigation team quickly made way, and Feng Xiao walked out of the repair shop with a cold expression. Earlier, while she was changing armor, she had heard Long Outyin's voice outside, and upon hearing this guy's voice, her previously good mood vanished. She knew the extent of the damage to the Hurricane armor, and Wang Yu being able to fix it was no small favor for her, as this armor was the most precious gift her father had given her. Long Outyin coming with the investigation team to find reasons to cause trouble for Wang Yu's shop made it difficult for her to face Wang Yu. To her, Long Outyin was just a hypocritical rich kid who would annoy her every day. How could she not be angry? Upon seeing Feng Xiao, Long Outyin immediately changed his expression. "Xiao, you're okay? That's great. Captain Long, we're not that familiar. Please call me Feng Xiao or Captain Feng." Feng Xiao didn't want Wang Yu to misunderstand, thinking that she was close with Long Outyin. She would still need Wang Yu to repair her Hurricane armor. Otherwise, the cost of going to Sky City for repairs would be too high. At this moment, Long Outyin felt a bit flustered. Xiao this. After Feng Xiao finished speaking, she took Wang Yu's hand and walked into the shop. Seeing the situation, Long Outyin's face turned a mix of green and white. That was his prized possession, yet she was holding another man's hand. Even if it was through armor, he couldn't tolerate it. Although the world was quite open-minded, with no one caring about matters between men and women as long as they were interested, he had a cleanliness obsession that forbade others from touching his women. Feng Xiao was a woman he couldn't touch. Even more so, he couldn't allow anyone else to touch her. Burning with rage, Long Outyin wanted to rush forward and tear apart the guy who was disrespecting his prized possession. Just then, A convoy of luxurious Rolls-Royce cars sped in from a distance. Once the convoy stopped, the guards and maids quickly got out of the cars and assumed a welcoming formation. The female secretary, Hua Rui, opened the car door, extending her long legs as she stepped out. This action left some onlookers dumbfounded. Wow, so short. No way. Is that a vacuum travel? Where I see. Someone beside him covered his mouth. Are you crazy? Do you dare to provoke that luxury car? Hua Rui, unaware that the flaw had been discovered, walked over to the other side of the car door to help Du Daqiao get out. Du Daqiao staggered as he got out, almost stumbling. The sunglasses man, seeing his master had arrived, immediately rushed forward to complain. Young Master Du, you finally came. The people in this repair shop are so arrogant. He exaggeratedly recounted the events, his expression resembling that of a greatly wronged woman, contrasting starkly with his earlier arrogant demeanor. The onlookers, who had been watching, felt nauseated. This level of contrast exceeded their understanding. Unfortunately, the sunglasses man kept his head down and didn't notice Du Daqiao's changing expression. Chapter 33. Feng Zhao's position. Hearing the whiny complaints of the sunglasses-wearing man, Du Daqiao felt annoyed. His mood was already particularly bad. He had been interrupted while discussing new battle strategies with Hua Rui, and the potential victory had been dashed, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Fed up, he gestured to Hua Rui, who lifted her beautiful leg and kicked the sunglasses man to the ground. The sunglasses man was confused, wondering what was wrong with Du Xiao, as this was unusual for him. At the same time, he felt something was off on his face, as if there was something that shouldn't be there. Surprised? He looked up and noticed that Hua Rui's expression was not right. It dawned on him that Du Xiao's good time had been interrupted, and he immediately lay on the ground, trembling in fear. Fortunately, Du Daqiao was too lazy to pay him any mind and, with Hua Rui's assistance, walked toward Long Outyin. Young Master Long, it's a pleasure to meet you. In Tianhai City, they were both top-tier young masters, but Long Outyin's family status was much higher than the Du family, and they were not in the same circle, only nodding to each other when they met. In fact, Long Outyin looked down on Du Daqiao's style, finding his excessive indulgence unpleasant to the eye. If it weren't for Du Daqiao's skills and maintenance, he probably wouldn't even nod at him. Seeing Long Outyin's bad mood, Du Daqiao asked, Young Master Long, are you here today because of this repair shop? Long Outyin remained silent, only nodding slightly. Du Daqiao looked around and noticed Feng Xiao was holding Wang Yu's hand and was about to enter the shop, feeling a surge of joy. Seeing this situation, he guessed that Long Outyin was likely facing trouble with Feng Xiao and asked, Young Master Long, I have a small conflict with this repair shop. Could I resolve it first? Long Outyin finally spoke. Sure, do whatever you want. I won't interfere. Seeing this, Du Daqiao smiled slightly. Then I thank you, Young Master Long. By the way, isn't Captain Feng from the investigation team? Why is she mingling with them? Why don't you call her out first? He intended to use Long Outyin's hand to restrain Feng Xiao, as he dared not touch her himself. From the situation, it appeared that Feng Zhao's dispute with Long Outyin was a private matter. Now, as he dealt with the issue at Wang Yu's repair shop, if Feng Xiao got involved, Long Outyin would intervene on official grounds. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Outyin's eyes lit up. Give me a reason. Since he wanted to use official matters to pressure Feng Xiao, he needed a justification, and Long Outyin understood, waiting for Du Daqiao's words. Everyone can have their opinions. You're a big shot in the city, and your word counts. After he finished speaking, Long Outyin also stepped forward to announce, this matter pertains to an external group dispute. The investigation team should not get involved. Captain Feng, please return to your team. Otherwise, your actions will be reported to the headquarters. After saying this, Long Outyin sneered inwardly. Feng Xiao, you want to support that kid? I'll give you no reason to interfere and let you watch as that kid gets dealt with by Du Daqiao. At this moment, Feng Zhao's expression was grim, and she felt conflicted. She was well aware of Long Outyin's intentions, making it difficult to handle the situation with official matters. After Long Outyin's announcement, Du Daqiao felt pleased. He feared that Feng Xiao was acting due to her mentor, the battle general Piao Xue. The last time he retreated was because he didn't want to confront Feng Xiao directly. After all, he had injured her while smashing the shop, and causing a scene would not be beneficial for him in front of the battle general Piao Xue. Now, even if Feng Xiao intervened, it wouldn't matter too much. Even if she got hurt, he would have a reason when facing the battle general. Captain Feng, why are you still standing there? Your team leader from the investigation team has spoken and told you not to interfere with this repair shop. If you get hurt later, it won't be good. After saying this, Du Dajiao waved his hand, and more than 10 guards surrounded Wang You and the others. This situation made Feng Xiao furious, and she stomped her foot, her voice squeezing out between her teeth. Du Dajiao, since you say that, then today I will stand here as a private individual, unrelated to the investigation team. Let's see how you intend to act. Du Dajiao didn't mind this at all. He thought to himself, you're just a little girl at the initial stage of the Silver Flash. The guards I brought out today are all elites, each with late-stage Silver Flash strength. Let's see how you can compete with me. However, when these words reached Long Outyen's ears, it felt like 1,000 flies had been stuffed into his mouth. He could only shout, Captain Feng, are you trying to defy orders? I already said I'm standing here as a private individual. What does it have to do with defying orders? You're still on duty. Feng Xiao was ready to risk it all. Such actions could lead to punishment, the worst being expelled from the investigation team. But she could accept that. It was just a job. At this moment, the audience was stunned. They had not expected this drama to become increasingly incomprehensible. First, Feng Xiao kicked away her team member to enter the repair shop. Then Du family steward came to cause trouble and got beaten, followed by Long Outyen bringing people to confront Feng Xiao. And now Du Dajiao was here looking for a fight. As a result, Feng Xiao defied orders for the sake of Wang Yu's repair shop, and she was standing firm against Long Outyen. What charm did this repair shop have, or what charm did Wang Yu possess that made her act this way? The onlookers whispered among themselves. What happened to this beautiful captain? Did she take the wrong medicine, or is Wang Master that charming? Do you think Wang Master and the big beauty were in there for so long? Could it be? No way. I see Wang Master is small and thin. He shouldn't have any strength. You don't understand. The nutrition must be going to the important places. Ha! Are you saying Wang Master is not only skilled in repairs, but also good at making the beautiful captain kneel and sing for him? This is absurd. These discussions drifted into Long Outyen's ears, especially the comments about good at making her kneel and sing, which made his blood pressure soar. Damn it, a lowly outsider. A broken repair shop dares to touch my woman? Just wait and see how I deal with you. If I don't smash this shop and deal with that kid today, I won't be at peace. Thinking this, Long Outyen issued a secret order with the recipient being the Long family's Shadow Dragon Assassins. The Shadow Dragon Assassins were not ordinary in Tianhai City. They were the foundation of the Long family, with unknown external information and an unknown number of members. But each had strength above the late-stage Silver Flash, equipped with custom-made Shadow Dragon-powered battle armor. Du Dajiao was unaware of Long Outyen's little tricks and took the gossip as a joke, as Feng Xiao had nothing to do with him. Not caring that Feng Xiao continued to support Wang Yu, he said to Wang Yu, Kid, I didn't expect you to be so capable. The equipment in the repair shop is locked, and you still dare to operate. I don't know what you fed Captain Feng, but she actually supports you like this. What a pity. I originally wanted to give you a couple of days to see if you had any sense, but you just had to touch my people. This is a great opportunity you've given me. I consider myself magnanimous. Since you've given me this chance, I'll give you one last chance. Du Dajiao wanted Wang Yu's technology and that set of savior battle armor, but he couldn't let anyone know his intentions. In his view, Wang Yu's best choice was to be his dog. Otherwise, even if Wang Yu was left with only his head, he would find a way to get what he wanted. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the locked equipment had already been unlocked by Wang Yu and was used to repair Feng Xiao's hurricane battle armor. His words caught Long Outyen's attention. He hadn't noticed Feng Xiao wearing the hurricane battle armor before since she wore it every day, but now he realized. Wasn't the hurricane battle armor damaged? How is it now on Feng Xiao? Why would Du Dajiao care about Wang Yu and make him submit? Connecting all this information, Long Outyen was startled and immediately adjusted his orders to the Shadow Dragon Assassins. Chapter 34. You've got the wrong person. The battle begins. Wang Yu and his companions were surrounded by Dadao's guard. Dadao's words made Wang Yu's face darker, and Lao Feng and Feng Xiao felt the same way. Meanwhile, in the snowfall courtyard of Tianhai City, Piao Xue had just put on the clothes she had long chosen and was sitting at the dressing table. Earlier, she was anxious to open the spatial door and let the towel fall, but she realized the issue of her image. After all, someone who can repair the savior battle armor deserves respect and should never be disrespectful. What she didn't know was that while she was preparing, the situation on the other side was escalating. At the entrance of the worry-free repair shop, Wang You scoffed at Didao's conditions. "Let me be a dog? How is that possible?" When he was on Blue Star, as a powerless orphan, he never bent his back in the face of bullying and ridicule. Generally, he might show weakness, but when it came to his bottom line, he would resist to the death. The barefoot fear the shod. How could he? A worthless life could still earn something in a one-on-one. Submit to you. Do your bidding. Be a dog. Wang Yu laughed disdainfully and continued, "I've lived this long. I've done all sorts of menial work, but selling myself into slavery and being a dog is something I will never touch." "You got the wrong person." "Ha ha ha." After laughing wildly, Didao continued, "You have spirit. People like you are rare in this world, but do you know why? I'll tell you. Because people with spirit are almost extinct. Those without money, power, or strength don't deserve to have spirit. Asking you to be a dog is already a compliment. Do you believe that if I shout here, a bunch of people will eagerly sign up to be my dogs?" His voice was a bit loud, and the onlookers heard it, resulting in a lot of people stepping forward. "I sign up. Young Master Do, I have. Young Master Do, pick me. I have. I sign up. Young Master Do, I sign up." As expected, many people began to showcase themselves, hoping Didao would give them a chance to be a dog. Didao looked around and mockingly said, "Kid, did you see that? This opportunity is something many people spend their whole lives seeking. You might not know the power of the Do family. Do you know? Being my dog is not a disgrace. The identity of my dog is much nobler than that of an ordinary city dweller. You know, once selected, they can even proudly open a page in the family tree." Wang Yu felt a sense of regret upon hearing this, truly confirming the saying that one learns martial and literary skills to serve the emperor. Unfortunately, this saying did not apply to him. His inherent thinking was to learn martial and literary skills to overthrow the emperor. He pursued a life of leisure and freedom, as long as his abilities were sufficient. If the emperor's family offended him, he would crush them. Moreover, the Du family was just a family in Tianhai City, daring to jump around in front of him. Their destruction would be the only outcome. It was a pity that while he had succeeded in the literary aspect, his repair skills were only half-baked, and his martial power was insufficient. Wang Yu had never felt such an extreme desire to become stronger as he did at this moment. With the eye of analysis present, all he needed was time and guidance. As for guidance, he had a candidate, and that was Lao Feng. Although he was unsure whether Lao Feng would teach him, there would always be a way. What he truly needed was time. As these thoughts surfaced, Didao's expression darkened. Feng Xiao was also attracted by these words. She noticed a different aura in Wang Yu, a quality that was out of place in this world. Long Out Yen, seeing the change in Feng Xiao's gaze, erupted with rage. If eyes could spit fire, he would burn Wang Yu to ashes. The audience was silenced by Wang Yu's choice, quietly waiting for the situation to develop. To belittle Wang Yu seemed a waste of breath in their eyes, because Wang Yu was about to meet his end. How could he stand up to the Du family? Was it just based on Lao Feng's combat power, or Feng Xiao's support? Could one or two people challenge such a massive entity as the Du family? They would rather believe the world would end tomorrow than believe Wang Yu could survive. Seeing that everyone was silent, Didao stopped speaking and slowly raised his hand, uttering two words, "Attack." About 10 guards from the Du family, surrounding Wang Yu and his companions, drew their battle knives. Lao Feng thought to himself, "The kid's temper is tough enough, but I like it. It's just that he keeps wasting my energy every day." Sigh. Just as he was about to make a move, Feng Xiao spoke up. "Uncle Feng, protect Master Wang. I'll handle them." Lao Feng was surprised and asked Captain Feng, "Can you handle it? There's so many of them. Why don't I come instead? You don't have battle armor. You'll be at a disadvantage in a fight. They won't dare to hurt me. The teacher will come over. I hope to hold out until then." Actually, Feng Xiao was also nervous. Piao Xue had taken so long to get to the location, and she didn't know if she would come. But one thing was certain. The Du family wouldn't dare to easily hurt her. After speaking, Feng Xiao stood up and shielded Wang Yu and Lao Feng behind her. Didao was very surprised by this action and asked, "Captain Feng, are you sure about this? I've already stepped forward. Are you blind? If you have the guts, Then attack. When Feng Xiao said this, Long Ao Yin was so furious that he almost ground his teeth to dust. He couldn't understand what Feng Xiao was trying to achieve by acting this way. Attack. Don't hurt her. Cut down the other two. As soon as the words fell, the battle began. Having prepared beforehand, Feng Xiao decisively launched an attack. A sprinting straight punch sent the opponent in front of her flying. The attacked guy flew dozens of meters and crashed into a building, stopping there with the armor on his chest deeply dented. Before losing consciousness, he was still pondering. How could it be so fast? So strong? This combat power can't just be silver flash level. Even Feng Xiao herself was surprised. She felt something was off during that last move. Have I gotten stronger? My injuries aren't healed yet. That doesn't make sense. Is the opponent weak? That's even less likely. Judging by speed, that guy should be at silver flash level. Has the battle armor gotten stronger? That doesn't make sense. It's so damaged. Maintaining 70 performance would be good enough. While she was lost in thought, two more rushed at her. She threw her doubts aside and focused on dealing with them. Having learned from the previous experience, these two didn't dare to underestimate her and began to engage in a close fight with Feng Xiao. They swung their knives, while Feng Xiao was barehanded, yet she was the one dominating the fight. The two quickly called for their teammates to turn it into a four-person assault on Feng Xiao to restrain her. But they didn't know that due to Feng Xiao's injury limitations, otherwise, the four of them would have already followed in the footsteps of the previous guy. As the battle progressed, Feng Xiao gradually adapted to her condition and began to suppress the four of them. However, the situation on Wang Yu's side was hard to describe. Chapter 35. Wang Yu's battle. From the very beginning of the fight, Wang Yu activated the Eye of Analysis. However, while dodging, he also seized the opportunity to analyze his opponent's moves, particularly Feng Xiao's techniques, thinking of how to apply them. Of course, he wasn't neglecting to analyze Old Feng's moves. But Old Feng had already reached a realm of simplification where even a casual action contained infinite mysteries that he couldn't decipher. Relying on this skill, Wang Yu had narrowly escaped multiple attacks, whether faced with one person, two, or three surrounding him. Although he couldn't fight back, his Z-shaped evasive maneuvers became increasingly proficient. This alone astonished everyone, including Old Feng. Old Feng, when did this kid get so good at dodging? Onlookers, no way. Master Wang has such combat power. And those are definitely silver stage fighters. Yet they can't even touch him. Duda Xiao, no wait. That's the savior battle armor. I have to get it. Long Ao Yin, impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've never heard of someone like him. There is something wrong with this guy. Huarue, this little brother's stamina is really strong, if that's the case. I can't think any further, or else. She quietly squeezed her legs together, glancing around and relieved to find no one was paying attention. From the start of the battle, everyone noticed that Old Feng had the easiest time. He originally wanted to quickly end the fight, but realized that Wang Yu was merely dodging and posed no real threat, while Feng Xiao could hold her ground. So he didn't unleash all his power. He silently observed the performance of the two, and of course, he would cleverly intervene if danger arose. As time passed, everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield, and no one noticed a sudden spatial rift appear in the repair shop. Then, a figure in a horse-faced skirt and shirt, known as Piao Shui, stepped out of the rift. Upon emerging, she immediately noticed the ongoing battle outside. She intended to intervene, but upon seeing the familiar face she had longed for, she hid in the shadows to observe. How would he be here? With him around, it should be fine. I'll just watch for now. If there's danger, I'll go out. 18 years had passed. She wondered if he still remembered her, the little Ling Xue who followed him around. Also, Xiao Xiao wasn't wrong. That set of battle armor was indeed the savior. But who was the boy wearing it to him? Outside the repair shop, Feng Xiao sidestepped a frontal slash and seized the opportunity to strike back. Explosive elbow. One of the guards flew out several meters, rolling on the ground a few times before going still. The remaining three guards were horrified. They had only been a moment too late to support their fallen comrade, and now one of their own was down from just a single attack. What immense power! With one less guard, Feng Xiao found it much easier. After a dozen exchanges, she found another opportunity, severely injuring another guard, and within 5 more moves, the remaining 2 guards were also heavily wounded and retreated. Thus, All 4 guards surrounding Feng Xiao were defeated. Old Feng had also dealt with the 5 guards attacking him. His method was clever, guiding the 5 guards to injure each other, resulting in all of them being heavily wounded. At this point, the only guards left were the 3 attacking Wang You. Facing the 3, although Wang Yu had become quite proficient in his Z-shaped evasive maneuvers, dealing with them was still not easy, and he couldn't find any opportunity to strike back. He was being chased back and forth, and seeing this, Feng Xiao wanted to help, but was held back by Old Feng. After he spoke, Feng Xiao was still a bit worried, but seeing his calm demeanor, she steadied herself to watch. Seeing the guard's heavy losses, Du Daqiao's face looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant. All of this was beyond his expectations. In his impression, the highest combat power outside the city was only at the intermediate bronze stage. If someone had reached the advanced bronze stage, they would have long sought a way into the city, and Wu and Ti remain outside. If he had known that Old Feng could take down 2 advanced bronze guards with just 2 spits, he would have surely fled immediately. Unfortunately, no one told him this. And the bespectacled steward also didn't know how Old Feng dealt with those 2 guards, who were now lying in a trash bin. If 10 or so can't do anything about you, then I'll just bring 100 over. The Du family has plenty of money and manpower. The commander of the Du family's private military received the news and inquired with the head of the Du family. The eldest is in a conflict outside the city, and the guards he brought have suffered heavy losses, asking for reinforcements. Du family head, what? Someone dares to touch my Du family outside the city. Immediately send someone to support. I want to see who has the guts to act so brazenly. The Du family's private training base sounded the call to assemble, and 20 armored flying vehicles quickly set out towards the spear gathering place outside the city. Some people noticed this situation and began to discuss. The Du family must be on the warpath. Why deploy 20 battle vehicles at once? The Du family has been expanding a bit too quickly in recent years. Although the Du family was and very strong in terms of high-end combat power, they had quite a few high-level silver stage fighters, and now they were subtly approaching the Long family's strength. Should we go see what's happening? Good idea. As the Du family mobilized, the head of the investigation team, Hao Run, also received the news. The Du family is deploying their battle group. What is going on? Gather personnel to check it out. As soon as his orders were issued, the team leader, Long Zhan, immediately gathered his team to set out. Outside the Forgetting Worry repair shop, Wang Yu was still entangled with the 3 guards. As his proficiency increased along with the enhancement from the Eye of Analysis, he was now much more relaxed, and the 3 guards could no longer pose a significant threat to him. These 3 guys, going back and forth with just these few moves, their coordination is decent, making it hard to find flaws, but unfortunately, I've already figured out your routine. Joint attacks emphasize the cooperation between team members, and the Du family trained their guards with specific cooperative tactics. Such tactics are very applicable in actual combat, making it difficult for most people to find the flaws. But who was Wang Yu? With the Eye of Analysis, flaws were exposed. Now the issue was that his attacking methods were lacking. The only moves he was proficient in were few from military boxing, and he hadn't yet practiced what he learned from Guizhi and Feng Xiao. A few minutes later, Wang Yu noticed his stamina was dropping. If he didn't think of a way to break the deadlock soon, he would suffer a big loss. Staying like this isn't a solution. How about taking a gamble? Feng Xiao's short-distance explosive move is quite strong and very suitable for this situation. At that moment, he thought of Feng Xiao's explosive elbow strike. After analyzing it with the Eye of Analysis, he understood the initiation method clearly. Although he hadn't used it and was unsure of its effectiveness, he had no other choice. After making up his mind, he began to look for an opportunity. Since Feng Xiao and Old Feng had finished their battles, she had been watching from the sidelines, and the onlookers were quite puzzled, starting to discuss. What is going on? Isn't the beautiful captain on the same side as Master Wang? Why doesn't she go up to support? I feel like there's something fishy going on. Maybe there's an issue within their ranks. It's quite surprising that Master Wang could hold out against 3 elite guards from the Du family for so long. Doesn't that mean he could easily handle me? It's very strange. How could Master Wang have silver stage combat power? With his physique, he looks like a weakling. Speaking of which, it can't be that set of battle armor, right? Impossible. to unleash the full capabilities of battle armor isn't that easy. At least the body has to be strong enough. There is definitely something wrong. When it mentioned battle armor, Long Outyen was suddenly startled. He didn't know what combat power Wang You had, but from the audience's discussions, he thought of a possibility. Ordinary power battle armor indeed required a certain level of physical fitness, but some high-end battle armors had low dependency on the body. Now his only doubt was that Wang Yu's battle armor didn't look like high-end gear. It seemed more like an outdated antique. Du Daqiao, on the other hand, was different. He knew exactly what kind of battle armor Wang Yu was wearing, and he was currently very eager for it. He thought to himself, Savior, armor relies on physical fitness to a certain extent. Could this set be special? If that's the case, wearing this armor would allow me to unleash the combat power of the Silver Flash tier. As he was filled with intense excitement, Wang Yu, who was being besieged by 3 people, finally found an opportunity to counterattack. Chapter 36, The Arrival of the Du Family Elite Guard. The main attacking guard swung his long knife down at Wang Yu, while 2 teammates behind him were a beat slow to support. This situation had occurred before. It wasn't really a mistake, and the flaw wasn't significant. Normally, Wang Yu would have dodged back. However, with the eye of analysis activated, he had calculated the timing of the flaw and had already thought of a countermove. This time, he seized the opportunity. Explosive elbow strike. The main attacking guard was sent flying nearly 10 meters. Although he didn't fall directly, he couldn't catch his breath and stood there gasping. Feng Xiao was a bit stunned. Wasn't this her move? How would he do it too? She couldn't remember teaching him a technique. This move was something she had developed on her own, with unique power generation techniques. If someone merely imitated the action, it wouldn't have much power, but she found that the effect Wang Yu produced was only slightly less effective than hers. How is this possible? Did I see it wrong? Feng Xiao muttered to herself, and the old man Feng beside her asked in confusion, Captain Feng, didn't you just use this move? Interesting. Did you teach him? With old Feng's keen eye, he could easily recognize the characteristics of the move, but he couldn't replicate the power generation technique immediately. However, with a few attempts, he could still imitate it. Feng Xiao realized and explained, this move is called explosive elbow strike. It's my technique with unique power generation skills, but I didn't teach him. Hearing this, old Feng's eyes lit up. Since it wasn't taught by Feng Xiao, it meant that Wang Yu had learned it on his own. But Feng Xiao had only used it 2 or 3 times. How'd he learn it? Could it be his peculiar eye ability? Old Feng had noticed it when Wang Yu installed his prosthetic limb, but he didn't know the specific capabilities of the eye of analysis. He had Wang Yu wear sunglasses out of concern that his abilities would be discovered by others. He was shocked by his own speculation. If he could replicate someone's technique just by watching it 2 or 3 times, this ability would be a divine skill for martial arts training. On Du Dajiao's side, he hadn't noticed the issue with the technique and thought it was the armor's credit, pondering what he should do after obtaining the armor. In contrast, Long Outyen was seething with jealousy. He had seen Feng Xiao practice this move, wanted to learn it, but wasn't taught, and when he tried to learn it secretly, he only managed to imitate the form without any real power, ending up injuring his waist and lying down for days. That be TCH. She even taught him her trump card move. The jealousy in Long Outyen was slowly changing his attitude towards Feng Xiao. In the repair shop, Piao Shui also noticed this move and heard the conversation between Feng Xiao and old Feng. She was shocked. She knew well the difficulty of the explosive elbow strike and couldn't believe that someone could execute it perfectly just by watching it a few times. But that move was something Feng Xiao had come up with herself. Apart from Feng Xiao, no one else could do it. If this is true, then this kid is something else. Could it be that he was trained by Brother Dashin? But that doesn't seem right. He doesn't look like a martial artist? All the people present had their own thoughts while Wang Yu was unaware, focusing on dealing with the remaining 2 guards, feeling much more relaxed now. Soon, Wang Yu found another opportunity. Explosive elbow strike. He sent another guard flying, and the remaining guard, seeing this, chose not to attack Wang Yu, but instead took a defensive stance and retreated. Seeing that no one was coming at him, Wang Yu stopped attacking and retreated to stand beside old Feng and Feng Xiao. He fought only for self-preservation, since the opponent didn't want to come at him. He didn't want to waste energy. At this point, his strength was running low, and if he continued to expend energy, he would even be able to run away later if needed. Old Feng voiced his confusion. Wang kid, why didn't you finish off the last one? No need to waste energy. The audience murmured in quiet discussions. What the heck? Master Wang actually took down 2 people while being surrounded. This dream feels so real. A guy next to him tapped his head. Does it hurt? Why are you hitting me? If it hurts, then it must not be a dream. At this moment, Du Dajiao suddenly walked out, clapping his hands as he approached. Kid, I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Managing to injure 2 while being attacked by 3 guards. Captain Feng, old man, you're also quite skilled, ending the fight so early. Since you're so capable, 10-1 be enough for you. How about I call 100 more for you? Feng Xiao's face changed drastically upon hearing this. For people attacking her was already very difficult to handle. With 5, she would only suffer. Now, with 100 coming, wouldn't that mean waiting to die? Piao Xue, where are you? She screamed in her heart, but she didn't know that Piao Xue was currently hiding in the repair shop, watching the show. Old Feng also had a bitter expression upon hearing this. Not because he feared the 100 guards, but because he feared the trouble. Wang Yu's expression was also grim. He turned to Old Feng and asked, Old man, what do we do now? They have the numbers. Should we take advantage of the situation and run? Old Feng, run? What do you mean? To escape. Old Feng. It's too late. From a distance, 20 armored hover vehicles roared in, arriving above the repair shop. Groups of elite guards from the Du family jumped out, 5 from each vehicle, making it exactly 100. As soon as these people arrived, they surrounded Wang You and the others. The audience was in an uproar. What? Has the Du family come out in full force? Oh my god. They're all armed to the teeth, wearing standard combat armor and alloy combat knives. How much would this set cost? They directly brought out over 100 sets to form a group. I can't even count that money. My head is spinning. So ruthless. Directly coming with 100 fully armored guards. They're leaving no way out. This situation, I got it. When the fight starts, we can sneak in and see if we can find our gear. Great idea. Why didn't I think of that earlier? There was clearly an opportunity when they were fighting. I can't miss this chance again. As soon as this suggestion was made, someone immediately responded. Du Dajiao didn't care about this group of people. He laughed wildly towards Wang Yu and the others. Ha ha. After laughing, he continued, my people have arrived. Now I want to see how many of you can still fight. Du Dajiao. Feng Xiao shouted his name, her face serious as she asked. Aren't you afraid my teacher will come to trouble the Du family? Du Dajiao didn't care about her. Trouble from the war General Piao Xue? Ha ha, what a pity. She doesn't have enough reason. You're the one who chose to mix in. Don't blame me. However, I'm a magnanimous person. I'll give you one last chance. Leave them and stand with young Master Long otherwise. Don't blame my fist for being merciless. Hiding in the repair shop. Piao Xue's eyes gleamed with cold light upon hearing this. The Du family is quite arrogant, daring to oppress Xiao right under my nose. It seems I need to teach them a lesson. Thinking this, she was about to walk out and slap Du Dajiao into a pig's head. At this moment, Long Outyin, who was watching the show, suddenly stepped out and said, Xiao. Don't confront young master, they offended the Du family, and you can't protect yourself. Moreover, your identity is not suitable over there. This idea made Long Outyin's eyes light up. Asking a master of the mental system to hypnotize Feng Xiao and turn her into his female slave seemed like a good choice. Thinking of this, he nodded. Then I'll trouble young Master Du, but they didn't know that this conversation reached Piao Xue's ears, and her face turned dark. She knew quite a bit about the underhanded dealings among the upper echelons of Tianhai City. Enraged, Piao Xue lifted her foot and was about to walk out. Suddenly, a roar of hover motorcycles came from afar, and she retracted her foot. Chapter 37. The appearance of Piao Xue outside the repair shop. Just as Dadaio raised his hand to give orders, the investigation team leader Long Zhan arrived with his men. Seeing the newcomers, Dadaio withdrew his hand and greeted. Good to see you, team leader Long. Long Zhan nodded expressionlessly and then asked, Dude, what is going on? Why are your people surrounding Feng Xiao? Upon hearing the question, Dadaio briefly explained the situation, claiming that the worry-free repair shop had attacked his men first, and he was merely retaliating. As for why Feng Xiao was on that side, His explanation was that she might have been brainwashed. Long Outyin nodded and said, "My uncle is indeed right," as Didio said. Long Zhan was indeed Long Outyin's biological uncle, and their relationship was fairly good. Hearing this, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Wow, that guy's the big boss of the investigation team. He really has an imposing presence. This is definitely big news. The beautiful captain has been brainwashed. I didn't expect Master Wang to have this capability. I thought those two rich kids were just looking for excuses, but it seems this might be true. Think about it. The captain of the city's investigation team. How could she possibly fall for someone from outside the city? Right? I thought Master Wang was just really capable, but I never considered this point. Feng Xiao was nearly furious. She used to think that Long Zhan was an upright person who handled matters fairly. But she didn't expect him to come and throw mud at her. Team Leader Long, you just believe their words? It's clear that the Didio family started this first. They attacked first, and you don't think to investigate? At this moment, she was anxious and grabbed her communicator, wanting to contact Piao Xue. However, Long Zhan raised his hand and shot it, destroying Feng Xiao's communicator. Feng Xiao was shocked when her communicator exploded. She didn't expect Long Zhan to do this. The onlookers were also surprised and began to whisper again. A beam gun. Automaya. He actually used a restricted weapon on the beautiful captain. Strange. Why is he in such a hurry to destroy the communicator? Could there be another reason? Who knows? Let's wait for news. We're the informant. Hurry up and come out. At this moment, Feng Xiao thought to herself, is he worried that I might contact my teacher, or is there another purpose? Now she could only pray for her teacher to arrive quickly. Otherwise, she might be in serious trouble. Seeing the beam gun in Long Zhan's hand, Wang Yu was also surprised, but his surprise was one of joy. Having been in this world for so long, he had never seen a firearm. He thought the technological tree in this world was misplaced. But it turned out that firearms were under control. Compared to the two, Old Feng showed no change in expression. It will be better for you to walk over here. Otherwise, I can only subdue you. After saying this, he raised his hand to signal the investigation team members he brought along to prepare to subdue Feng Xiao. In this situation, Feng Xiao could only prepare for a tough fight. At this moment, Old Feng slowly spoke. You two should go into the shop first. I'll hold them off for now. You look for a chance to slip away. Now he had no choice but to act. Old Feng, can you handle this? You're not planning to sacrifice yourself, are you? I'm not that cowardly. Let's just do it together if it comes to that. We'll take the leaders down first. I don't believe that those barefoot are afraid of those in shoes. If they want to mess with me, they need to be prepared to pay the price. Wang Yu was also feeling fierce, although there were more people on the opposite side. The eye of analysis could find vulnerabilities for a surprise attack. As long as he could take out one rich kid with a single strike, it would be worth it. His thoughts directly startled Old Feng, and Feng Xiao was also a bit dumbfounded. Neither of them expected him to be so reckless. He looked so gentle and refined, with no hint of such radical ideas at all. Old Feng coughed twice to break the deadlock and said, Kid, what are you thinking? Just go in with Captain Feng if I tell you to. Why all the fuss? Also, I'm not done living yet. I want to die. At this moment, Didio raised his hand. What are you all whispering about? Are you discussing who'll die first? No problem. You can all die together. Then he waved his hand downwards. Do it. The elite guard of the Didio family and the investigation team members immediately moved. Feng Xiao and Wang Yu's hearts were in their throats, and a cold glint appeared in Old Feng's eyes as he prepared to deal with these bullies. Just then, a cold shout came from inside the shop. I want to see who dares to make a move. Who is it? Long Zhan's expression darkened. Long Outyin pursued Feng Xiao not because he was interested in her, but because he wanted to target Piao Xue. However, after so long, Feng Xiao had no good feelings for Long Outyin. When Didio mentioned that Feng Xiao had been deceived, he thought of mind control. Now it was the time to use this matter to take Feng Xiao for examination, but in reality, it was to secretly conduct mind control. However, this had to be hidden from Piao Xue, so it had to be quick. Now that someone had come out to intervene, he was definitely the most anxious one. Who is it? Long Zhan. You couldn't even recognize my voice? No wonder you dare to touch my student. As soon as the words fell, everyone was puzzled about who was hiding inside the repair shop that dared to call out Long Zhan's name. Just as everyone looked towards the entrance, a perfect leg stepped out from inside. the shirt and horse-face skirt outlining a maddening curve, and a stunning face paired with sky-blue long hair. This figure nearly stunned Long Zhan, and Long Outyin was trembling. Didio lost his balance all of a sudden. If it weren't for Huirui supporting him quickly, he would have almost knelt on the ground. Among the 12 warriors of Tianhai City, there was one person who should never be provoked. She had a captivating beauty and enchanting figure, but everyone regarded her with fear and dared not look at her with lewd eyes. She was Feng Zhao's teacher, the battle general Piao Xue, and she was also the dean of Tianhai City's Tianqing Academy. Not only was her combat power formidable, but her ability was also the most bizarre in the space system. The upper echelons of Tianhai City all knew that although she appeared dignified and elegant, she could be more sinister than a witch when provoked. Among the upper-class nobles, there was a saying, anyone who exposes lewd eyes in front of Piao Xue will have a long, sleepless night. Of course, with such rumors, there must be a real story behind it, and, unfortunately, that person came from the Didio family. However, Piao Xue was not unreasonable. As long as she was not provoked, there would be no problem. If minor issues arose, she would also reason with them, but she would not be reasonable with those who were unreasonable. Feng Xiao sighed in relief upon hearing Piao Xue's words. As for how she walked out of the repair shop, she was not surprised, as a location sent was indeed within the shop. Wang You had never seen Piao Xue before. When he saw her, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes, especially when he saw her wearing the shirt and horse-face skirt. It shocked him because he was very familiar with this outfit. Before he crossed over, such clothing was popular in the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star. In this world, he had mostly seen punk-style clothing, and the culture leaned towards punk style. However, he hadn't noticed any European and American noble styles on Didio and his maid, nor could he see Feng Xiao and Long Outyin-esque battle armor. So there were horse-face skirts in this world. I thought they only had some bizarre clothes before. Wang Yu stared at Piao Xue and murmured to himself, which frightened Feng Xiao, who quickly poked him and said, "Don't be rude. This is my teacher, Dean Piao Xue. Keep looking at her like that, and you'll be in trouble." At this moment, old Feng stood there foolishly, as if his gaze was blank. In his heart, he was shouting, "It's over, it's over. How could it be her? Isn't she's supposed to be called Inxue? If she finds out, I'll definitely be entangled again, my blissful life." Piao Xue smiled gently at old Feng, with an ambiguous meaning, but she didn't speak. Instead, she looked towards Long Zhan and the others. Chapter 38, The Wicked Turn into Lambs, feeling the gaze of Piao Xue. Long Zhan, Long Outyin, and Du Dajiao all felt a lump in their throats. Long Zhan, you as the team leader are quite impressive, and Du's family has dispatched the entire elite guard just to teach a lesson to a small repair shop. Piao Xue's tone was gentle, as if she were simply inquiring, but to Long Zhan and the others, it sounded like the winter's cold ice. Du Dajiao collapsed to the ground upon hearing this, supported by his flower-like companion, who was similarly affected. Long Outyin wanted to say something, but felt his mouth was out of control. At this moment, the audience was bewildered. They had only heard of Piao Xue's name, but had never seen her appearance. And they began to discuss among themselves. Who is this beautiful woman? Her attire is so strange, but her beauty makes me want to. Bro, you have some guts. Haven't you seen that the team leader and the two young masters are trembling? She might be a top-tier figure in the city. No way. Top-tier figures in the city are usually older, and she's so young. Regardless, just by scaring those three, she must be extraordinary. Wait, could she be the person behind the worry-free repair shop? Yeah, I remember old Feng saying he was working for a big shot. I thought it was fake, but it turns out to be real. As the crowd speculated about Piao Xue's identity, Long Zhan withstood the pressure and said, "Piao Xue, I received news that Feng Xiao was being held captive by this repair shop and brainwashed. So I immediately came to rescue her." He didn't know when Piao Xue had appeared in that shop or if she knew what he had said before, but now he could only use this excuse to muddle through. "Oh, is that so?" Piao Xue looked at Long Outyin and asked, "Is it like this, Outyin?" Now Long Outyin felt a bit unsteady, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But he still spoke up. "Piao Xue, I received news that Xiao Xiao was held captive, so I came to rescue her." Yes, to rescue her. Together with young Master Du. He stumbled over his words for a long time before managing to get this out. feeling nearly exhausted. But the meaning didn't diverge. Now, having a unified statement was the best choice. After all, Piao Xue was reasonable. At worst, they could push the blame onto the subordinates, claiming it was a misunderstanding and offering some compensation to calm things down. After he finished speaking, Piao Xue looked at Du Dajiao. From the Du family, what do you say? I heard the steward report below, so I came to rescue, and then a conflict arose. Du Dajiao could only grit his teeth and say this. However, he held back and didn't mention anything about captivity or brainwashing, instead attributing it to the steward's report. In this way, if it was investigated, he could at most be seen as reckless, misjudging people, and using them improperly, resulting in some loss of face. This blame was thrown onto the sunglasses man. Upon hearing this, the sunglasses man collapsed to the ground, completely terrified. Now, considering the situation, he was the most innocent one in this matter. It was Long Outyin who said Feng Xiao was held captive, and Du Dajiao who said she was brainwashed. Yet in the end, he was the one who bore the blame. Under such circumstances, he was doomed, but he felt unwilling in his heart. He had climbed step by step from the bottom, and all his years of effort had turned to nothing. If he had family, he might tolerate it, but unfortunately, he was all alone, which ignited his desire to retaliate against his masters. Since you want me dead, then I'll make sure you don't have it easy either. Resolute, the sunglasses man shouted. Wait, Piao Xue, I have something to say. Unfortunately, he underestimated Du Dajiao's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Just as he was about to reveal everything, a 10-centimeter crossbow bolt pierced his throat. Covering his throat, the sunglasses man widened his eyes, unable to close them in death. Seeing him silent, Du Dajiao let go of his hand, as if losing all his strength, but he still mustered the energy to explain. Piao Xue, this guy deceived everyone. It was my Du family's mistake. If you think it's not enough, I can compensate. Wang You watched his actions with disdain. It was just a trick to shift blame and then kill to silence. Did he think everyone was a fool? Piao Xue smiled at this, knowing that such schemes were typical of these family powers, just trying to prevent her from finding an excuse while also giving her a way out. At this moment, the onlookers began discussing again. How ruthless. Accompanying the ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Enjoying resources comes at a price. Who let that guy be so arrogant? As if everything was his doing. I can't believe she's actually the mysterious Piao Xue. I'm in love. You must be courting death. Do you think you can disrespect Piao Xue? Be careful, or you might mysteriously disappear with just a wave of her hand. I didn't expect the person behind the worry-free repair shop to be Piao Xue. That's quite a solid backing. Strange, with such a strong backing, why not open a shop in the city? Do you think you can see through the thoughts of a big shot? After Du Dajiao killed the sunglasses man, Long Zhan and Long Outyin also breathed a sigh of relief. If the truth got out, they would both be in big trouble. Piao Xue ignored the others and turned her gaze to Feng Xiao, asking, Xiao Xiao, is what they said true? After giving a brief comment filled with nonsense, Feng Xiao acted cute. Teacher, when did you arrive? If you had come a little later, I was afraid I would never see you again. Upon hearing Feng Xiao say this, Long Zhan and the others immediately distanced themselves and apologized. Long Zhan said, Xiao Xiao, I also received news and acted in haste. Long Zhan was left speechless. Long Outyin chimed in. Xiao Xiao, I was also deceived by that villain's words, but I had good intentions. Feng Xiao scoffed. I don't need your good intentions. As for whether I was deceived by that villain, everyone knows the truth. Do you really think I'm a Navi fool? Long Outyin stammered. What? Shut up. Feng Xiao snapped, and Long Outyin fell silent. Then Du Dajiao jumped in. Captain Long, this matter wasn't intentional. Feng Xiao, uninterested in listening to him, retorted directly. Shut up. You were so arrogant just now. Why are you more cowardly than a dog now? I don't want to hear your explanation. With this, Du Dajiao also quieted down. Feng Xiao turned to Piao Xue. Acting cute again. Teacher, these guys are so annoying. What should we do? Piao Xue comforted her and then said to Long Zhan and the others, You all wait here. I have some matters to handle before settling accounts with you. She then turned to Old Feng and Wang You, asking, Shall we change to another place to talk? Wang Yu glanced at Old Feng, who was still in a daze, and, thinking that since Piao Xue was Feng Zhao's teacher, There should be no problem, he nodded. All right, can we sit inside the shop? No problem. Thus, Wang Yu pulled the dazed old Feng, while Piao Xue took Feng Xiao and walked into the shop, closing the door behind them. Once Piao Xue went inside, Long Zhan and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, organizing their personnel and waiting in place. If Piao Xue found an excuse to deal with them, they could only wait. They didn't know how they would be held accountable later. But the cost of waiting was definitely the lowest. The audience saw this group standing still and immediately began whispering among themselves. They aren't escaping. They're standing here like statues. If it were me, I would have slipped away by now. You think those people are as foolish as you? They know what it means to run away from the monk, but not the temple. I only know that a tiger returns to the mountains. That must be a tiger. What if it's a lost sheep? I see it now. Piao Xue is the fierce tiger, and those few are sheep. At this moment, inside the repair shop, Piao Xue looked at Old Feng with affectionate eyes, but Old Feng continued to play dumb, although cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Wang Yu and Feng Xiao exchanged glances, wondering if these two had. Chapter 39 Talent. Monstrous Level. In the Forgetting Worry repair shop, Wang Yu and Feng Xiao were speculating about the relationship between Old Feng and Piao Xue, hiding aside and making gestures. Wang Yu, there's an affair. Feng Xiao, how is that possible? Teacher is pure and innocent. Wang Yu, the eyes are wrong. It's definitely an affair. Feng Xiao, how could the teacher be interested in your old uncle? Wang Yu, affair, but if you don't believe it. Feng Xiao, who's afraid of whom? Just as they were discussing the bed, Old Feng and Piao Xue spoke at the same time. Big brother Dashin, little Ing Xue, long time no see. Noticing they spoke in unison, they paused for a moment and said again, Big brother Dashin, little Ing Xue, you go first. At this, Feng Xiao's stomach was twitching. She almost laughed out loud before Wang Yu covered her mouth in protest. Wang Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Old Feng's name would be Feng Dashin, right? So tacky, bad review, doesn't suit this era. Feng Xiao pulled his hand away, gesturing, you lost. They're just siblings. Wang Yu, emotional brother and sister, absolutely an affair. At this moment, Piao Xue covered Old Feng's mouth with her hand and asked, Big brother Dashin, what happened back then? How had it been all these years? Piao Xue felt a bit awkward, and Feng Xiao pulled Wang Yu, wanting to slip away. All right, Big brother Dashin. We'll talk about our matters later. Who is that little brother to you? He is my boss. He opened a repair shop and let me do business. At this time, Wang Yu took off the helmet of the battle armor, revealing his true appearance. Piao Xue was stunned for a moment. So young. Could he be Big brother Dashin's? Wang Yu spoke first. Hello, Piao Xue Battle General. It's an honor to meet you. Thank you for your help today. My name is Wang Yu. I'm the owner and repair technician of this repair shop. You're welcome. It was just a small effort. Piao Xue replied casually, but was still thinking Wang? Could he be that woman-esque child? But he doesn't look much like her. 20 years ago, Old Feng was young and promising, charming and suave, with countless beautiful friends. Piao Xue was also one of his little fans. At that time, Old Feng was quite close to her, taking care of her like a little sister. But 18 years ago, Old Feng went to do something and then disappeared. She searched for a long time, but heard nothing. And all of Old Feng's information was completely erased. Piao Xue was absent-minded. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and Feng Xiao stepped in to change the topic. Teacher, look, my hurricane has been repaired, and its performance has increased several times. Really? Wang Yu? How did you do that? In fact, she noticed the battle outside as soon as she arrived. Feng Xiao's strength had changed dramatically. Just one day apart, injured and still able to fight against 4 elite members of the Du family and win. What else could it be besides the battle armor's performance improving? Oh, it's simple, just a bit of modification after the repair. The performance is improved to 100 of the factory settings. Wang Yu casually mentioned it, and Piao Xue was taken aback. What? The factory performance can be improved by 100? You must be mistaken. I remember that the most advanced battle armor technology is in the lunar city of Yutai City, and even the top teams there can only achieve a 50 improvement. Are you questioning my skills? Enjoying top-notch conditions and only achieving this? Simply useless. Don't compare me to them. In terms of repair, modification, and transformation, Wang Yu had the right to be arrogant, even though he had a cheat. At this moment, Old Feng also spoke up. Liling Xue. Wang Xiaoyu is qualified to say this. Those guys enjoying top resources really can't compare. He can produce this kind of performance from the junk he digs up from the mechanical graveyard. What? Digs garbage from the mechanical graveyard? Why go there? No parts. To open a shop, he runs there every day to dig for parts. He was even intercepted yesterday. Old Feng's explanation left Piaoxue speechless. In the battle armor engineering department of the Tianqing Academy that she managed, a whole bunch of expert professors research daily, and they would be thrilled to announce a 10 performance improvement plan with top-notch laboratories, top-notch material support, and top-notch accessories. Thinking about all this made Piaoxue feel those guys were useless. Someone casually digs through a garbage pile for parts, and in such a shabby repair shop outside the city, they can double the battle armor's performance. Then what are those people if not garbage? Thinking of this, Piaoxue asked, since you have such strong repair skills, why are you still outside the city? How about this? Come with me to Tianqing Academy. I'll arrange a position for you. Hearing this news, Wang was a bit incredulous. Entering the academy? Arranging a position? It felt like a pie falling from the sky. This was a good thing. However, he also thought about how people who came out of Tianhai City all had their noses in the air. If he just went there, he would definitely be tormented. When he was in Blue Star, entering a prosperous city from a mountain village, no matter what work you did or how strong your abilities were at the beginning, you would be looked down upon by those around you. He deeply understood this. Going to the academy, although there would be advanced equipment and better conditions, there were also a lot of little devils. When doing things, someone would trip you up, and all kinds of miscellaneous matters would be very troublesome. If his fist was hard enough, it would be fine to push through, but now, without the battle armor, he was just a tender flesh. It would be strange not to be tormented to death. After thinking about these relationships, Wang Yu felt that now was not a good time to enter Tianhai City. Not to mention whether those two young masters at the door would make a move. Even ordinary young masters could make him uncomfortable. But entering the city was definitely necessary. Just wait until he could wrestle with the Du family before going in. What he needed to do now was to maintain this shop to earn resources and ask Old Feng about training and martial arts, and for the academy, either get a student quota, making it easier to access information there. After making up his mind, Wang Yu said, "Thank you for your kind offer, but the personnel in the academy are complex and there are too many rules. I'm used to freedom, so I do prefer not to take a position there. By the way, does the academy have a library or a resource room? If so, I would like to have access to it." He didn't mention wanting a student quota, but rather asked for access to information, testing Piaoxue's thoughts on how she would handle the matter. Piaoxue wouldn't give up easily and continued to ask, "Well, do you really not want to work at the academy? Working at the academy comes with salary and research grants, you know?" Hearing about the salary and research grants, Wang Yu was a bit tempted, but still gritted his teeth to stick to his idea. "Piaoxue Battle General, I still prefer freedom." At this moment, Old Feng also chimed in, "Liling Xue, this kid is quite stubborn. He has been digging through that pile of garbage for half a year with no results. I told him to give up, but he would rather starve than do so." His words once again shocked Piaoxue. Digging through garbage for half a year with no results? Then what were his current achievements? Skyrocketing. Talent. Seeing Piaoxue silent, Old Feng continued, "This kid has his own opinions. Since he wants to access information, you should help him think of a way." All right. Since Old Feng said so, I can only compromise and continue. Big Brother Dashin, then how about this? I'll give him a special enrollment quota, so he can learn martial arts by my side. With this identity, accessing any information will be no problem. She also had her own thoughts. She had noticed Wang Yu had certain talents during his battle just now. Since that's the case, directly taking him as a student would also be a good plan. But this had to depend on Old Feng's opinion. Old Feng looked at Wang Yu and asked, "Wang Xiaoyu, what do you think?" At this moment, Wang Yu was so excited he felt like he could fly. He didn't expect to get a quota and end up hugging a big, beautiful egg. However, he didn't show it and said seriously, "That's fine, but I must say in advance, I have no problem being your student. But I still have this shop to maintain, so I would like to have some flexibility in terms of time." Piaoxue thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I agree to you." Then student Wang Yu has met teacher Piaoxue. Not bad, quite polite. Now we should go deal with those guys outside. Xiao. Do you have any thoughts? Wang Yu listened with bright eyes and asked me how to extort this cheap teacher is reliable, absolutely reliable. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year, and Little Flying Squirrel is here to wish everyone a happy new year. May everyone have good health, academic success, a brilliant career, a happy family, and achieve their dreams in the new year. Little Flying Squirrel also hopes to receive everyone's support in the new year. Your support is the motivation for my creation. I hope everyone can take a moment to give Little Flying Squirrel a thumbs up. Here, Little Flying Squirrel wishes everyone a happy new year. Chapter 40, Let Them Go Back. Bear asked Piao Shui, asked Wang Yu and Feng Xiao for suggestions. This was monumental news for Wang Yu, but with Feng Xiao involved, they really had to discuss it thoroughly. He glanced around and said, Captain Feng. You? What Captain Feng? You should call me senior sister. Feng Xiao protested. When he thought for a moment and corrected himself, then let's call you senior sister Feng. Crazy senior sister? No way. That sounds terrible. I'm not crazy. How about little senior sister? Well, fine, let's go with that. Although she wasn't entirely satisfied. What could she do since her name was Feng Xiao? What do you think about that group of guys outside? Piao Shui asked. Punish them. How to punish them? I don't know, asked the teacher. Wang Yu was speechless. Feng Xiao had a bit of a silly and sweet quality. Piao Shui shook her head at this. But she wasn't in a hurry and asked, Xiao Yu, do you have a different idea? Actually, Wang Yu had already made up his mind and said, punishing them in a way that doesn't hurt them and doesn't benefit us isn't worth it. It's better to make them compensate for the damages. Piao Shui thought he wanted some benefits and felt a bit disappointed. It seemed she had to teach them the ways of their sect. But before she could speak, Wang Yu continued, in ancient times, when two sides fought, the loser couldn't be killed, but they couldn't be let off easy either. So, typically, two demands would be made of the losing side. One was to strip them of all their equipment, which would weaken the enemy and prevent them from coming back for revenge. The second was to propose compensation demands to gain enough benefits for ourselves. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Piao Shui's eyes lit up. This was indeed on point. She asked, so which one do you want to choose? This idea startled Feng Xiao. So ruthless. Old Feng, I like this style. Piao Shui, not bad, this child can be taught. Although Piao Shui thought this idea was good, she also wanted to know why he chose that. So she asked, why don't you choose the second option? Too troublesome. In the first option, they're right here. We just do it. The second option would drag on, and not to mention it could backfire. All things considered, the first option benefits me the most right now. Think about what I do. Upon hearing this, Piao Shui understood. Xiao Yu is right. Let's go with the first option. Strip them all down. Ha ha ha, my student is indeed impressive. Hearing her queen-like laughter, Wang Yu broke out in a sweat. This cheap teacher was no pushover. Piao Shui had a bitter smile. How did the teacher end up like a knockoff king? After making a decision, Piao Shui led a few people out of the repair shop. Outside, the investigation team and the Du family members were lined up in their respective areas, with Long Zhan, Long Ao Tian, and Du De Jiao standing at the front of the line. When they saw Piao Shui come out, they all shouted, "We meet the battle general Piao Shui." Piao Shui waved her hand and said, "All right, I know you really don't want to see me. Now I announce your punishment. Listen carefully." At this, the faces of all the investigators and the Du family members turned pale. Stripping off their equipment wasn't too bad, but going back bare-assed would be even more humiliating than killing them. They were the elite of the city. If their butts were exposed, they would become the laughingstock of the entire city and wouldn't be able to go out again. At this moment, the onlookers waiting to watch the show were almost scared out of their minds. Maya, so ruthless. Is the battle general Piao Shui interested in a bare-ass marathon? Over 100 people. White butts, this is explosive. There hasn't been news this explosive in a decade. I feel the battle general Piao Shui is scaring them, knowing they would ask for a high price. That makes sense, but I wonder what the final price would be, one discount or two. That's hard to say. The battle general Piao Shui definitely wouldn't offend them all. After all, the Long family is powerful, and with the Du family added in, it would be hard for the battle general Piao Shui to bear. Everyone was discussing this, and Long Zhan couldn't hold back anymore. He spoke up, "Battle General Piao Shui, this isn't right. We are also prominent figures in Tianhai City. Are you sure you want to do this?" With him leading the charge, Long Ao Tian followed up, "Teacher Piao Shui, you are a respected teacher. Doing this will tarnish your good name." Finally, Du Dejiao also spoke up, "Battle General Piao Shui, We are all senior members of Tian High City. We see each other every day. This won't benefit anyone. Piao Shui scoffed and silently watched them. Long Zhan thought she was just trying to scare them. Believing she had offended Feng Xiao quite a bit today, but hadn't he done anything too outrageous. Logically, she should be reasonable. Yes, that's it. The more he thought about it, the more certain he was of his guess. So he said, Battle General Piao Shui. I know you're not happy about today's incident. It has already happened, and we can only apologize, but your demands are simply inappropriate. Long Ao Tian. Indeed inappropriate. I can apologize. Duda Diao, Iaizo apologitsa. They guessed that since Piao Shui had made demands of them, it meant there was room for negotiation, which calmed them down a bit. If she truly wanted to punish them, she wouldn't have given them a chance to speak. Piao Shui casually asked, How do you want to compensate? She wasn't actually trying to change the plan. She just wanted to gauge what these guys were thinking. Long Zhan. Our investigation team will apologize publicly. Promote Feng Xiao to level 2 captain and compensate for emotional damages of 20,000. Long Ao Tian. I will apologize publicly and personally compensate Xiao Xiao 50,000. Duda Diao. I will apologize publicly and personally compensate Captain Feng 100,000 for emotional damages. After hearing their compensation terms, Piao Shui laughed. Did they think she was an idiot? Wang You looked at them with disdain, as if they were fools, throwing crumbs at beggars. This amount of money wasn't even enough for a set of battle armor. Old Feng scoffed and spat. Feng Xiao was puzzled. Would the teacher agree to these terms? Why was it all about compensating her, and not her junior, Wang You? Knowing their thoughts, Piao Shui was too lazy to argue with them and directly said, This plan isn't good. Let's go with mine. Don't waste time. You all take off your equipment here. And don't make me do it. These words hit everyone like a thunderbolt, and the onlookers were buzzing with discussions. What the hell? She's serious. How fierce. This is literally rubbing their faces in the dirt. This is just satisfying to watch, a complete slap in the face. Not leaving them any face at all. Just cutting off the conversation so decisively. Damn, they were too stingy. With that little compensation, there was no sincerity. It seems the battle General Piao Shui got angry. They brought this on themselves. The battle General Piao Shui even gave them a chance, but they only offered such a small amount. This isn't a discount issue. It's like treating the leader like a beggar. Hearing their discussions, Long Zhan and the others finally realized there was real trouble. When someone makes an offer, no matter how disrespectful, it should at least start at a minimum discount, but what they offered didn't even reach 1/10 of that. All their equipment combined was worth at least 50 million, yet they were only willing to compensate 170,000. The rest was just talk. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Long Zhan's mind. Is Piao Shui intentionally setting a trap for me? Calculating my offer? Thinking of this made his hands and feet go cold, and he immediately shouted, Wait, Battle General Piao Shui. What we just said doesn't count. We want to add more compensation. Long Ao Tian. Yes. Additional compensation. Dudadio, Mutu. After they finished speaking, Piao Shui smiled and turned to ask, Do you think we should negotiate? Long Zhan and the others thought she was asking Feng Xiao, but to their surprise, Wang Yu spoke up. Negotiating is not impossible. How about this? Everyone strips off their equipment and leaves it here. The terms remain unchanged. Before he could finish, Long Zhan jumped up. Kid. Battle General Piao Shui was asking Feng Xiao, What right do you have to make suggestions? Shut up. He didn't know that Piao Shui had already taken Wang Yu as her student and thought she was just asking Wang Yu out of consideration for Feng Xiao. This key point absolutely could not let Wang Yu mess things up. Unfortunately, when they mentioned the compensation plan earlier, Wang Yu suddenly came up with a better harvesting plan. Chapter 41. The conspiracy originating from card games. Jump first. The higher you jump, the harder you will fall. After scolding, Long Zhan turned to Feng Xiao and said, Feng Xiao, if you have any dissatisfaction with the compensation, you can mention it. We are all waiting for your decision. Feng Xiao put on an innocent expression and replied, Oh, I don't have any dissatisfaction. After saying this, she added in her heart, What do I care about being satisfied or dissatisfied? Anyway, the decision makers are teacher and junior you. I'm just waiting to share the spoils. After she finished speaking, she sat quietly, looking like she was watching a show. At this moment, Long Zhan and the others thought she had agreed to the proposal, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing that Piao Xue still had a half-smile expression, they felt a bit uneasy. Long Zhan asked, "Why hasn't Lord Piao Xue said anything yet?" Long Outyin said, "Since Xiao Xiao has no objections, this should be settled, right?" Du Dajiao felt something was off, but thought, "Feng Xiao clearly has no objections, so what is Lord Piao Xue waiting for? Could it be?" Thinking of this, Du Dajiao gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Piao Xue, I will add 3 times the compensation. How about that?" Seeing this, Long Outyin was startled. It seemed Xiao Xiao had agreed, but Lord Piao Xue still had objections. This wouldn't do. They had to increase the compensation. However, instead of following Du Dajiao's lead, he turned to Feng Xiao and asked Xiao Xiao, "I'll also add 3 times the compensation. What do you think?" He cast a pleading look at Feng Xiao, hoping she would help him. At this point, Long Zhan did not increase the price, but quietly watched Feng Xiao, believing that they had already offered enough. Feng Xiao said nothing about the two's increased offers, still appearing to be watching a show. This bizarre scene immediately drew whispers from the onlookers. They increased the compensation, but it still feels a bit low. The beautiful captain clearly had no objections, so why are they raising the compensation? You're not getting it. Have you not seen Lord Piao Xue sitting there without saying a word? Could it be that these people misunderstood? Perhaps Lord Piao Xue isn't asking about the beautiful captain. What nonsense are you guessing? Who else could it be? Master Wang. These discussions reached Long Zhan's ears, and he felt disdain. How could that kid possibly have a say? Feng Xiao is Lord Piao Xue's student, and her most valued student at that. She has some authority. That kid is nothing. However, judging from the earlier situation, he thought, could it be that Piao Xue is considering his words, and that's why she hasn't decided yet? Damn it. Once this matter is settled, I'll have the Shadow Dragon assassins from the Long family deal with him. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Long Outyin had already ordered the Shadow Dragon assassins to the scene, and they were present but remained hidden in the crowd as spectators due to Piao Xue's presence. The Shadow Dragon assassins prioritized completing their tasks, so even Long Outyin was unaware of their arrival. The standoff lasted for 2 minutes, and seeing that Piao Xue was still not making a decision, Long Zhan and the others felt as if they had waited for 2 years. Just then, Piao Xue spoke up, "Xiao Yu, it seems like you didn't finish your sentence just now." Her question startled Long Zhan. Damn it, that kid's words caught Lord Piao Xue's interest. He should be shot. He shot a murderous glance at Wang You, his right hand gripping his gun, making it clear, "If you dare to speak out of turn, I'll shoot you." Wang Yu noticed a small gesture and activated his eye of analysis to stay vigilant, ready to dodge at any moment. Piao Xue was intrigued and asked, "Oh, how should we discuss this?" That idea sounds good." The more Piao Xue looked at Wang Yu, the more she liked him. He was the perfect heir to her teachings. In reality, Wang Yu, who was originally honest, wouldn't have done such a thing, but since he was offended, he casually used strategies from the Blue Star film and television dramas. The conversation between Wang Yu and Piao Xue sounded like thunder to Long Zhan and the others, making them curse Wang Yu's ancestors repeatedly in their hearts. They weren't fools. They understood what this meant. This was no casual discussion. It was completely about raising the bottom line and then discussing value-added items. Their clothes were a bit expensive, but where was the face in being expensive? Long Zhan was furious, and reason flew out the window as he pulled out his gun. Wang Yu, who had been staring at him, was startled and quickly dodged. However, before Long Zhan could fire, Piao Xue waved her hand, and the beam gun disappeared. The awkward part was that Wang Yu chose the wrong direction and knocked Feng Xiao to the ground, his hand scrambling over her. Fortunately, the battle armor was relatively sturdy. Otherwise, the ground would have been flattened. Everyone gasped in shock. "Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Get up quickly." Feng Xiao's face turned as red as a steamed crab as she pushed Wang Yu away. Wang Yu quickly got up, awkwardly coughed a couple of times, and noticed Piao Xue and Old Feng's ambiguous smiles, feeling relieved. His dodging direction had been random, and luckily he had pushed Feng Xiao, although it felt hard. If it had been teacher Piao Xue, the consequences, he didn't dare to think. In fact, Piao Xue was also surprised by Wang Yu's reaction. If she hadn't acted immediately, Long Zhan wouldn't have hit Wang Yu. As for why she could act so quickly, it was because she had noticed Long Zhan's small movements and was already on guard. Without a gun, Long Zhan's legs trembled in fear. He had not expected Piao Xue to react so swiftly. Lord Piao Xue, please spare me. I was just... Shut up. If you keep shouting, it won't just be the gun that disappears. Long Zhan knelt on the ground, trembling. Piao Xue glanced at Long Outyin and Du Dajiao and continued. Xiao Yu, please present the complete plan. Cough, cough. Remove the battle armor and equipment. The clothes are counted individually. As for the price. At this point, he activated Eye of Analysis to scan around the investigation team and the Du family members. When his gaze passed over Hua Rui, he was shocked. Wow, this young master knows how to play. What is that puddle under her feet? Did a child's milk spill there, and she just happened to stand there? But Eye of Analysis provided him with the accurate answer. Connecting it to Du Dajiao's pretentious appearance, he almost wanted to ask, Brother, you're really impressive. How did you do it? In fact, Hua Rui had undergone rigorous training and was usually meticulous, but today had been too tumultuous and frightening, causing her to lose control. Wang Yu was stunned for a few seconds. This was not the time to focus on that issue, so he pushed the distracting thoughts to the corner and coughed again. Cough, cough. These three guys, each item is 1 million, with the innermost ones prioritized, followed by socks, gloves, and tie accessories in the middle, and clothes last. This idea was inspired by the card game, where one loses a piece of clothing, but in reverse order. After speaking, he pointed to the ordinary investigation team members. Du family's maids and exclusive guards continuing, each of them is 200,000 in the same order. As soon as these words came out, Long Zhan, Long Outyin, and Du Dajiao felt worse than swallowing 10,000 flies. According to this calculation, they had at least 10 extra items on them, with the least being 8. Of course, the one with the least was Hua Rui, who only had 6 items, but she was traveling without backup and had to be fully equipped, unlike those maids, who could manage with just 2 items to protect key areas. Wang Yu's idea was not just about generating income. It was essentially an insidious conspiracy, calculating that Long Zhan and the others would definitely be fully equipped, so they would have at least 27 million. The remaining Du family guards plus the investigation team had about 150 people. Each one would have a minimum of 1 item, totaling at least 30 million. While the 12 Du family maids plus Hua Rui would also total at least 3 million. So, calculating the minimum, it was already 60 million, which was more than all the battle armor and equipment combined. As for how to choose, it was a dilemma for Long Zhan and the others. She was very curious about what choice they would make. Chapter 42. The Du family's embarrassing exit after Piao Xue decided to use Wang Yu's new plan. Long Zhan and the others looked ashen, their hearts filled with turmoil. The waiting investigation team, the Du family guards, and the maids were not in a much better situation. In Tianhai City, their identities carried weight among the lower-class citizens, and they often flaunted their status. However, now they could only fume anxiously, as the decision-making power rested with Long Zhan and his companions. The onlookers were also shocked by Wang Yu's plan. This can't be true. Master Wang is really stepping on faces to make money. Isn't he afraid that as soon as Piao Xue leaves, he'll be wiped out by the Long and Du families? To have money to take, but no life to spend it. How could Master Wang be so unwise? Does he really think he can act recklessly just because he latched onto the thigh of the battle general Piao Xue? Right? If Piao Xue wants to extort those few, he just needs to follow behind and benefit. Why come out with such ideas, Sai? Without this repair shop, we'll have to suffer again. Why are you all so pessimistic? Maybe Master Wang has a trump card hidden away. Don't tell me it's old phone. No matter how the crowd discussed, Piao Xue didn't care. After seeing Long Zhan and the others remain silent for 2 minutes, she decided to take action. As soon as she spoke, Du Dajiao took the lead. Piao Xue, I will dress the Du family members. The rest is guaranteed. As soon as he finished, Horu hurriedly whispered a few words in his ear, and he gritted his teeth. Piao Xue, I and Horu will dress, and the rest is guaranteed. If it were any ordinary maid, he wouldn't choose this way, but Horu was different. If he chose the guaranteed option, that would leave only the stockings, which wouldn't he do? After all, Horu was very capable, the best person by his side, and also a part of his face. Piao Xue glanced at the two. She immediately understood Huaru's situation and wasn't too surprised. After all, the noble circle was just like that. All right, Xiao Yu, calculate the bill. Okay, a total of 37 million. After Wang Yu announced the total, he listed the details. Du Dajiao was also shocked upon hearing it. He couldn't understand how Wang Yu knew how much he was wearing. Although he wasn't sure of the accuracy, it felt about right. And he was indeed wearing the most among everyone. Piao Xue was also taken aback. She expected Wang Yu to report it so quickly, and with a detailed list. However, she wasn't too concerned about the specifics. As long as she got the money, she said, Du Dajiao, pay up, transfer it to my account. Then she ordered the Du family guards and maids to take off their gear. Before long, 25 flying cars stopped in front of the Wang Yu repair shop, along with over 100 sets of battle armor and a pile of uniforms. The guards were fine, standing in line like sculptures, but the maids were a bit pitiful. Those who only had the guaranteed option could only huddle together with their arms crossed. After receiving the payment, Piao Xue waved her hand. Du Dajiao, you can leave now, and welcome next time. The onlookers saw this and began to whisper. With this move, they must have made at least 70 million. You're underestimating it. Those 5 Rolls-Royce flying cars are worth 15 million, and 20 armored flying cars must be at least 20 million. No way, that expensive. You just don't know the field. Those cars are rarely seen outside the city. You don't know the exact prices. You guys are so boring discussing this. Look at those maids. Spot on, right? Men, hit. Fellow travelers. No matter how they discussed it, Du Dajiao could only leave with reluctance and resentment, heavily guarded. Kid, you just emptied my savings for several years. You have guts. With Piao Xue around, I can't touch you, but you? Just wait. The Du family was a large family. Although he was a young master, he had competitors, and he couldn't access the Du family's vast funds. He had just used his own cash assets. Although he still had properties, it had still caused him significant losses. After dealing with the Du family, Piao Xue turned her attention to Long Zhan and the others. Long Zhan, how do you choose? At this moment, Long Zhan felt extremely aggrieved. If he acted like Du Dajiao, then he wouldn't be able to mix in the investigation team anymore. Although the Long family was powerful in Tianhai City, they couldn't dominate everything. Among the 12 battle generals in Tianhai City, the Long family had 3, closely related to the other 6, but they weren't family. Although they were allies, there was always the risk of betrayal. The investigation team was a subordinate of the Tianhai City Council, and, as the team leader, he wielded significant power, but there were many eyes watching his position. With the Long family's financial strength, it wouldn't be difficult to have everyone take off their gear and leave, but the trouble lay in the removal of armor and equipment. Knowing the key points, he could only request Piao Xue. Piao Xue, you know the characteristics of the investigation team as equipment. Can we convert into money? Piao Xue thought for a moment. Since it ultimately came down to money, she considered agreeing. At that moment, Long Zhan really wanted to jump up and stab him. Why insert himself into things unnecessarily? He had just wanted to agree with Piao Xue when he saw her. Piao Xue turned her head, a look of confusion on her face. She didn't understand why Wang Yu was so adamant about this point. Wasn't it all about money? To this, Wang Yu just smiled at her without explanation. Since Wang Yu requested it this way, Piao Xue could only support it. It didn't matter to her, and she said, Long Zhan, do as he says. Long Zhan was almost furious to the point of spitting blood, but for the sake of his position, he planned to try one more time. Pia Oksua, Before he could finish, the roar of hovering motorcycles came from a distance. He recognized the sound well. It was the investigation team's motorcycles, so he looked up. A convoy of hovering motorcycles was escorting a public flying car from the investigation team, rushing towards them. The audience also looked up, murmuring, It's from the investigation team. Who is this coming? Could it be reinforcements have arrived? Could it be they're here to deliver equipment again? There's that possibility. Just don't know what expression they have when they see Piao Xue. Piao Xue also looked towards that direction, remaining silent. She wanted to know who was coming this time. However, no matter who it was, the final outcome would be sending money and equipment. Soon, after the flying car came to a stop, the chief of the investigation team, Hao Run, emerged from the vehicle. In fact, Long Zhan was sent by him, but he hadn't ordered him to participate in the incident. He just told Long Zhan to keep an eye on the Du family and see how things developed. However, after Long Zhan arrived, he teamed up with Long Outyin, targeting Feng Xiao, and only calmed down after Feng Xiao appeared. Upon learning the situation, Hao Ren rushed over like his pants were on fire. He wasn't there to reinforce, but to resolve the conflict. As soon as Piao Xue saw Hao Ren, she took the lead in questioning. Chief Hao, why are you in such a hurry? Are you here to reinforce us? This question made Hao Ren momentarily weak in the knees. Among the upper echelons of Tianhai City, most people didn't really understand Piao Xue. Although she was listed as one of the 12 battle generals, Hao Ren had learned some secrets about Piao Xue by chance. Since then, he had only felt awe towards her. What 12 battle generals? Including this, which among them was an elevation of their status. Chapter 43. Hao Ren's position. Long Zhan Cut's meet Hao Ren's face changed dramatically when he saw Piao Xue asking if he was here to provide reinforcements. He quickly explained, My Lord Piao Xue, I only came to check the situation after receiving a report from my subordinates. After explaining, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, muttering to himself, Reinforcements? What a load of nonsense. I haven't had enough of living yet. However, he truly didn't know the specific situation. He only received news that Long Zhan and the Du family members had clashed with Piao Xue, just as Long Zhan was sent out to execute a mission by him. If it weren't for the fear of Piao Xue causing trouble for him, Long Zhan's death would have nothing to do with him. He might even throw a banquet to celebrate. Seeing him say that, Piao Xue casually asked, Check the situation? What situation are you checking? Noticing that she didn't blame him, Long Zhan breathed a sigh of relief and said, My Lord Piao Xue, I saw that the elite guard team of the Du family was mobilized, so I had Long Zhan bring people to investigate. By the way, how did he get into a conflict with you? Piao Xue then briefly explained the course of events, without adding any embellishments, just stating the facts. Hao Ren's brows furrowed upon hearing this. As the head of the investigation team, his analytical skills were not ordinary, and he immediately sensed that there was something fishy between the Long family uncle and nephew. Piao Xue ignored him and said, All right, have them take off their armor and equipment. As for leaving a few pieces of clothing on them, that depends on whether they are willing to spend money to save face. Hao Ren felt a bit of a headache from her insistence. Everything else could be negotiated, but the issue of equipment involved the reputation of the investigation team, which was an official organization of Tianhai City. Having their standard equipment stripped would have a huge negative impact. If Long Zhan had appeared alone, it wouldn't matter to him. But now that he was here, it would be unreasonable not to find a solution. Seeing Piao Xue so determined, Hao Ren could only, My Lord Piao Xue, how about this? It's fine to have Long Zhan and Long Outyin take off their gear, but what about the ordinary team members? Do they really have to remove theirs? No way. I've already said to remove all equipment and leave, including those hover bikes. Piao Xue insisted firmly. What does your investigation team do? If you offend me, you must pay the price. While Hao Ren and Piao Xue were conversing, Wang You noticed that Hao Ren and Long Zhan seemed to be on different sides, and his eyes lit up. He thought, could this be a faction competition within the investigation team, or a power struggle among the higher-ups of Tianhai City? If that's the case, why not? He had an idea and was now considering how to find an opportunity to intervene. Regarding Piao Xue's resolute attitude, Hao Ren had no good way to respond. There were too many people here, and some matters were difficult to negotiate. He could only ask, My Lord Piao Xue, how about this? There are too many people here. Shall we find a quieter place? Piao Xue initially wanted to refuse, but Wang Yu's eyes brightened, and he quickly said, My lord, I have a place in my little shop where we could discuss things. Hearing this, Piao Xue fell silent and turned to look at him with confusion. After Wang Yu nodded slightly, she said, Okay, Chief Hao, let's go inside and talk. Hao Ren was also puzzled about why the usually obstinate Piao Xue would relent at the words of this young man. But this was indeed an opportunity. He allowed Long Zhan and his people to wait outside, while he followed Piao Xue and the others into the repair shop. Inside the repair shop, the few of them sat on the sofa in the reception room. Piao Xue was the first to speak. Chief Hao, what are your thoughts? Knowing some of her background, Hao Ren acted very humbly. My Lord Piao Xue, this is what I think. His idea was simple: to protect the equipment and dignity of the ordinary team members, while letting Piao Xue handle Long Zhan and Long Outyin. After all, Long Zhan and Long Outyin's armor was private property and did not belong to the resources of the investigation team. As for the compensation, that would be paid by the Long family, and the specifics would be determined by Piao Xue. Wang Yu's eyes gleamed when he heard this. This was clearly suppressing the opponent. And it was a stroke of luck for him. Since the Long family had already been offended, he might as well go all out. This Chief Hao was indeed a good person. However, Wang Yu could also guess what Hao Ren was up to. It was nothing more than using Piao Xue's hand to suppress the competing faction while winning over the support of the lower ranks, ultimately without having to pay any price. Piao Xue also realized what Hao Ren was trying to do. He was using her to pit against the Long family, which made her somewhat displeased. She could indeed gain a lot of benefits, but it would also bring trouble from the Long family. Although she didn't think much of the Long family, being used was still being used. It was irritating. However, even with this feeling, she didn't say anything and instead looked at Wang Yu. Wanted to see what he was thinking. Wang Yu felt her gaze and guessed that Piao Xue was asking him to express his opinion. He said, "My lord Piao Xue, this idea is quite good." This statement startled Hao Ren. Piao Xue worked at Tianxing Academy and had many students, but the closest relationship was with Feng Xiao. Now another one had emerged, and he didn't know who this person was. Piao Xue ignored Hao Ren's thoughts and smiled. "Let's hear it." "Well, offending the Long family. The original plan was to stab once. Now it's to stab twice. There's not much difference, but now selling Chief Hao a favor while also suppressing the Long family's influence in the investigation team, and at the same time extorting more. Why not do it?" Wang Yu pointed out the core issue, and Piao Xue nodded in agreement. However, she still asked, "The Long family is not that simple. Aren't you afraid that as soon as I leave, they'll come to wipe you out?" "Whether I'm afraid or not is different," Wang Yu countered, then continued. "From my observation just now, no matter what I do now, the Long family will come to wipe me out. So why not use this opportunity to stab them hard while I can? After all, once it's over, there won't be another chance." When Long Zhan pulled out his gun earlier, he already knew their nature. If the Long family let him go, it would be easier to believe that the sun would rise in the west. Hao Ren felt that Wang Yu was quite a ruthless character after hearing his explanation. In the end, Hao Ren achieved his goal. Wang Yu did not touch the ordinary investigation team. While Long Zhan and Long Outyin had to remove their armor and equipment and leave a compensation of 100 million. Hao Ren then communicated with Piao Xue to collect the money. Meanwhile, Feng Zhao's position in the investigation team was promoted from squad leader to team leader. As for how the investigation team would handle Long Zhan and Long Outyin internally, that was their own business. Hao Ren was quite satisfied with this outcome. After everything was settled, under Piao Xue's lead, they walked out of the repair shop. Outside, the people had been waiting for a long time. When Hao Ren announced the results, Long Zhan and Long Outyin's faces turned ashen, staring intensely at Wang Yu. In their eyes, it was clear that Wang Yu was behind this, but under Piao Xue's pressure, they could only accept it obediently. Piao Xue took 50 of the funds. Feng Xiao 10, Old Feng 20, and Wang Yu 20, with all the seized equipment belonging to Wang Yu. In an instant, Wang Yu transformed from a poor man into a billionaire. The repair shop's warehouse was filled with battle armor, and the 25 hoverbikes were parked around the repair shop. Tianhai City, Du family, what have you done? How could you let the elite guard team suffer such heavy losses? Facing his father's questioning, Du Dazhao knelt on the ground, explaining the cause and course of events, while also revealing Wang Yu's secrets about repair technology. He had no choice. Without disclosing some information, he couldn't gain support or mobilize the Du family shadow group. After listening, the head of the Du family had a gleam in his eyes. The Du family had many industries in the repair sector, but there were other players in Tianhai City vying for this cake. If they could acquire Wang Yu's technology, the Du family might be able to monopolize this market, especially since Du Dezhao indeed had considerable talent in repairs. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "All right, I'll trust you one more time. I'll grant you the authority to mobilize the shadow group." After gaining the authority, Du Dazhao was overjoyed. "Kid, just wait for me. The elite guards may not have any weapons, but the shadow group is different." He didn't know that the Long family shadow dragon was already hiding next to the Wang Yu repair shop. Chapter 44. The news brought by Mary in the Forgetting Worries repair shop. After dividing the profits, Piao Xue finally remembered her purpose for finding Wang Yu and asked Xiao Yu, "Can your savior armor be repaired by itself?" When Feng Xiao took a photo for her, she just happened to capture Wang Yu working on the armor. But the angle only showed his back. Upon entering the repair shop, she discovered that Wang Yu was wearing the armor, so she didn't recognize him at first. It was only after Feng Xiao explained that she realized who it was. Now that she had finished her business, she recalled this matter. Wang Yu was puzzled. Teacher Piao Xue, how do you know the name of this armor? There aren't many people who recognize it. I just happen to have a set, but it's broken now. Since you can repair it, I'll leave it to you. Piao Xue suppressed her excitement and spoke nonchalantly. Ah, teacher, you also have a set of Challenger? You like this kind of old-fashioned armor too? The two chatted about the Challenger armor. Piao Xue was quite shocked. She realized that Wang Yu had an in-depth understanding of the armor's performance characteristics, speaking with great authority, yet he seemed completely unaware of the armor's origins. At that moment, she felt a bit confused. Since Xiao Yu loved repairing so much, why was he completely ignorant of the external information about the Challenger? From her understanding, anyone in the repair industry had at least heard of this armor, but few had actually seen it, yet he had never heard of it. After finishing her thoughts, she planned to leave through the spatial door. Just then, there was a knock at the door outside. Worried that someone might come to trouble Wang Yu, she stopped. Lao Feng opened the door and found that it was Mary, so he brought her inside. Upon seeing this familiar face, Wang Yu approached to greet her. Boss, what brings you here? Do you need something repaired? Ah, I found something out of the ordinary, so I came to deliver a message and also to check on Lao Feng, Mary replied, walking over to Lao Feng and hugging his arm in a somewhat affectionate manner. Feeling the pressure on his arm, Lao Feng felt a bit awkward. Wang Yu wondered when Lao Feng and Mary had gotten together. Just then he suddenly felt a chill behind him. As he stepped forward, he accidentally blocked the view, and Mary didn't notice Piao Xue behind him. But Piao Xue could see Mary's actions. Sensing the coldness, he speculated that Lao Feng and Piao Xue might have a secret relationship, so he quickly ran to close the door. Now Lao Feng and Mary noticed Piao Xue, who was pouting and looking at them with a cold gaze. Who is she, Daxian? Her tone was gentle, but carried a cold acidity. Mary was startled and shivered, hiding behind Lao Feng, who could only awkwardly explain, Xiao Inshu. I've been taking care of her business a lot these days. She's a regular customer. These words struck Piao Xue like a thunderbolt, leaving her feeling burned. Taking care of business. A regular customer. Daxian, when did you become so indiscriminate? You never used to be like this, why? Seeing Piao Xue's sad expression, Lao Feng was also puzzled. What's wrong with Xiao Inshu? Did I say something wrong? After Wang Yu closed the door, he felt a bit awkward as well. He thought that even he found this statement a bit off. Mary was nearly scared out of her wits. She hadn't expected that the famous Piao Xue warrior had a connection with Lao Feng. At this moment, she was terrified, thinking, it's over, Daxian. Xiao Inshu. This relationship is complicated. Could it be that she misunderstood me? Lao Feng, you've ruined me. As a member of a special organization, she had her abilities and managed to suppress her fear. Explaining, Lady Piao Xue, you misunderstood. I open a tavern, and Lao Feng has been coming there every day to drink and discuss business for the repair shop. Wang Yu didn't want Piao Xue to go on a rampage and destroy the shop over this matter. So he said, after she said that, Piao Xue's expression softened a bit. Lao Feng used to frequent bars all the time, and when he drank, he liked to get a bit handsy and glance around. But back then, he had many beautiful women around to prevent him from acting up. However, with Mary hugging Lao Feng's arm like this, Piao Xue was not pleased. She also wanted to hug him, but she knew Lao Feng didn't like others interfering in his matters. So she walked to Lao Feng's side and, like Mary, hugged his other arm to pull him away. Seeing this, Mary had no choice but to let go. After the atmosphere eased, Wang Yu broke the awkwardness and asked, what news did the boss lady mention earlier? Mary replied, actually, I just noticed some people sneaking around observing your shop. The vibe they gave off was different from that of the gathering place, although they disguised themselves well. They didn't have the aura of someone who frequents the gathering place. They seemed more like people from the city, so I wanted to remind you to be cautious. Upon hearing this news, Wang Yu felt a chill in his heart. Without needing to guess, he knew that the city people he had offended were the Long family and the Du family. It seems these guys are still not giving up, sending people to observe. Are they waiting for Teacher Piao Xue to leave? In that case, I'll give them an opportunity. Lao Feng was also furious upon hearing this news. He had just received money and was ready to enjoy himself, but now he had to guard the nest again. Some families needed to be dealt with harshly. Piaoshua's expression was also not good. It seemed that the previous warning was not enough against these family forces. If the Du family and Long family knew they had offended these two hidden identities, they would surely be scared enough to disband and flee. However, both Lao Feng and Piaoshua didn't want to expose their identities, fearing it would attract some people's attention. Otherwise, they could easily wipe out the Long family and the Du family with just a casual move. Mary's original purpose for coming was just to do a favor. She had received news earlier and guessed that Wang You and Piaoshua might have some relationship, so she wanted to establish a good relationship with Wang Yu. Now, feeling the chill in the shop, she decided to take her leave. After she left, Piaoshua asked, "Xiao Yu, what are your plans? Why don't you come with me to Tianxing Academy? Hiding away is boring. By the way, teacher Piaoshua, how did you leave my shop before?" Wang Yu was quite curious. At that time, the door of his shop had been blocked, yet Piaoshua had walked out. "I used my ability to open a spatial door to come in." "Why? Spatial door ability. This power is too strong." Wang Yu was taken aback and asked, "Is it difficult to cross the spatial door? Can I see it?" "It's very simple. Just this distance. It doesn't consume much energy. Just watch closely." After Piaoshua finished speaking, she waved her hand, and two spatial rifts appeared in the shop. Wang Yu quickly activated Analysis Eye to observe. Piaoshua was unaware that he could also use abilities and was observing her. She passed through the spatial rift and came out from the other side, waving her hand to close the rift. Wang Yu watched all of this. Ordinary people only saw Piaoshua walk into a dark portal and come out from another portal. But in his eyes, he saw something different. Those spatial rifts were composed of special particles that intertwined. When Piaoshua waved her hand to close the rifts, a specific energy field erupted from her body, capable of controlling the arrangement and changes of those special particles. At the same time, a flood of information rushed into his brain, leaving him feeling dizzy. Just observing for a short while, how can the mental consumption be so great? Suppressing the feeling of dizziness, Wang Yu slowly said, "Teacher Piaoshua, since you have this trick, I thought of an idea, fishing, drawing the snake out of its hole." He then explained his plan. Not long after, outside Wang Yu's repair shop, Piaoshua and Feng Xiao waved goodbye to Wang Yu. After Feng Xiao jumped onto the hovering motorcycle and zoomed away, Piaoshua also opened the spatial door to leave. At this moment, aside from few people who had previously repaired equipment, the crowd had mostly dispersed. Lao Feng called out a few times and got fewer than 10 people to come over. Seeing no one left, he began to hand over the equipment. The Shadow Dragon's Dark Guard, hiding in the shadows, reported the news and began preparations for an attack. In the Du family's secret training base, the Shadow team had completed their pre-departure preparations. Chapter 45. Analyzing Spatial Abilities in the Upper-Class Circle of Tianhai City. Have you heard? The eldest son of the Du family has fallen into the hands of the Snowstorm War General, losing all face. What? When did this happen? It was around noon. I heard it happened at a repair shop outside the city. Apparently, he had a conflict with that student Feng from the Snowstorm War General. Feng Xiao. How could the Du young master have a conflict with her? Does he have a crush on her? That wouldn't make sense. That uninteresting woman has Long Dasha licking her boots. Would he dare touch her? There are rumors that Long Dasha was also there and seems to have been punished too. Long Zhan acted recklessly against Snowstorm, and his position as commander has been demoted to team leader, while Long Ao Tian's unauthorized actions have also led to his demotion to squad leader. If this were before, Feng Xiao would certainly be a bit scared, but now she isn't, because her battle armor has been repaired and its performance doubled, granting her the ability to go head-to-head with Long Zhan. At the Forgetting Worries repair shop, Wang Yu was lying on the sofa digesting the information about Snowstorm's abilities. The Eye of Analysis allows him to analyze machinery, movements, and martial arts, and he has used all the knowledge, movements, and techniques he has gained. However, while he understands the principles and applications of analyzing abilities, he hasn't yet tried anything involving specific energy fields. How can I create this energy field? What is this energy field based on? It seems my observations earlier weren't thorough enough. If only, just as he was pondering, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of him. Startled, Wang Yu didn't have time to react before two massive mountains slammed into his face, flipping him and the sofa over, while his futuristic warrior's sunglasses flew to the side. Snowstorm, with an expression of feigned anger, was dragging a large box containing this savior and waved her hand to close the spatial door. Lying on the ground, Wang Yu stared at her, his pupils shimmering with a dark luster. "Xiao Yu, are you still staring? Haven't you ever seen a big lightning bolt?" After she shouted, she noticed that Wang Yu was still staring, seemingly unresponsive, and continued, "Even teacher can dare to stare? You don't want to mix any more? Who taught you that? Brother Mountain?" This world is relatively open-minded. Since Wang Yu is her student, she felt annoyed but didn't explode. If it were someone else, she might have just punched them. It was also her fault for accidentally knocking Wang Yu over with the ball. But this kind of staring was something old Feng often did when he was younger, which is why she inquired. After asking, she realized Wang Yu was still the same. And only then did she notice the color of his pupils, feeling shocked inside. Could it be some kind of ability? He observing me with his ability. Could it be X-ray vision? Thinking of this, she immediately protected the savior and kicked Wang Yu. "You dare to peek at teacher. Let me see how I deal with you." This kick woke Wang Yu up. He was indeed observing Snowstorm's body, but he was peering into the energy field within her and its operation principles. Just as he was about to fully analyze it, he was kicked awake, inwardly lamenting the missed opportunity, just a little bit more, and he could only find another chance next time. This last bit was the most crucial part. Once he analyzed it, he believed he could also use spatial abilities. Seeing him still looking regretful, Snowstorm became even angrier, triggering her witch attribute. She smiled sweetly and asked Xiao Yu, "Am I pretty?" "Not pretty. Using X-ray vision to peek at me. Huh. I'll let you look for so long, and you say I'm not pretty. Do you know my figure?" Furious, Snowstorm grabbed Wang Yu and gave him a good beating. Of course, she controlled her strength to avoid hurting him. But it was painful enough that Wang Yu cried out for mercy. At this moment, old Feng, who had just finished his work outside, happened to arrive at the door and heard Wang Yu shouting. Thinking something had happened, he rushed in. Seeing Wang Yu turned into a human punching bag, he was stunned for a moment and asked, "Xiao, Yingxue, why are you hitting Wang Xiaozi?" Unexpectedly, this question attracted Snowstorm's attention, and she charged over. "You, Brother Mountain, teaching Xiao Yu to use X-ray vision to peek at me, looking for so long and still saying I'm not pretty. Can't you teach him to say something nice? If I don't beat you up today, my anger won't subside." Thus, the two began chasing each other around the shop, completely forgetting about Wang Yu. After finally catching his breath, Wang Yu climbed up and sat on the sofa, his head finally clearing up. Only then did he realize that there had been a misunderstanding and shouted, "Snowstorm teacher, old Feng, can you both stop for a moment? I don't have X-ray vision." Hearing him call out, the two finally stopped. Snowstorm asked, "If it's not X-ray vision, what is it? You definitely used an ocular ability just now." Old Feng was puzzled too. "Wang Xiaozi, what ability does your ocular ability have?" "It's analysis." Just as Wang Yu was about to say, "I have analysis," he suddenly paused, thinking, if I reveal everything, I have no trump card left? No, I need to keep some back. But what to do about what has already been said? Analysis? Insight? Yes. I'll just downplay the ability and give it another name. Thinking of this, he continued, "It's the eye of analytical insight." Snowstorm and Old Feng were momentarily stunned. They hadn't heard of an ocular ability related to analysis. But they had heard of insight. The eye of insight, a unique ocular ability that can perceive the enemy's actions and techniques during battle. It is a rather rare ability, and martial artists possessing this ability are quite troublesome. Snowstorm questioned, "The eye of analytical insight? What kind of ability is that? I've never heard of it." Old Feng nodded along. He had long noticed Wang Yu's ocular ability, which is why he had Wang Yu wear those futuristic warrior sunglasses. After catching his breath, Wang Yu thought for a moment and said, "It can analyze mechanical structures and perceive exotic energy fields. Just now, I saw teacher Snowstorm using her ability, and out of curiosity, I observed it." "Oh, is that so? Then let me ask you why you said, not pretty?" Women, especially beautiful women, who are quite confident in their appearance, dislike hearing that word the most, and Snowstorm was no exception. Seeing her angry expression, Wang Yu felt a bit overwhelmed, but suddenly had a brainwave and explained, "What I saw just now was the unique energy field surrounding you. Various forces entangled with each other, but operating according to certain rules, surely. It didn't look good, did it?" Snowstorm was taken aback, and she somewhat believed Wang Yu's ability was the Eye of Analytical Insight. Such a peculiar ability. By the way, Xiao Yu, can your ability be used in battle? It should be possible. I could predict the opponent's actions and techniques during previous battles. Wang Yu only mentioned half of it. He didn't reveal that the core ability was to fully analyze the opponent's techniques. Now Old Phone was also startled, trembling a bit as he said, "Your ocular ability not only assists in repairs, but can also be used in combat. Oh my god, the Eye of Insight is already S rank. Yours is even stronger. ISNT that SSS rank?" Wang Yu felt proud inside. It wasn't just for assisting in repairs, it was complete analysis. Once analyzed, all the knowledge is in my head. He didn't know how shocked Snowstorm and Old Phone were. If they knew the full capabilities of Eye of Analysis, it would definitely be rated as God tier. Snowstorm's eyes sparkled. Although her spatial abilities were powerful, she had previously fought against an opponent with the Eye of Insight and gained no advantage at all. Of course, this was based on opponents of equal rank. If facing someone of a lower level, she would still have a certain advantage. This Xiao Yu is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. He's truly a successor sent by heaven. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, hurriedly pulling Wang Yu to start petting cats, leaving Wang Yu feeling awkward and unable to move. Chapter 46 requesting parts. Wang Yu, whose scalp felt numb from the intense experience, could only remind, "Teacher Piaoxue, weren't you going to repair this savior battle armor? Where is the armor?" Upon hearing this, Piaoxue suddenly remembered and reluctantly set Wang Yu down, saying, "Look at my brain, I actually forgot about this." After saying that, she hurriedly went to fetch the equipment box to open it. Inside the large box lay a severely damaged set of battle armor. This set of armor had some differences from the one Wang Yu was wearing, but the design style was completely the same. Seeing him staring at the armor without speaking, Piaoxue felt a bit anxious and asked, "Xiao Yu, can this be repaired?" "Well, it's quite damaged, but what? Just say it directly. The way you're speaking is making me anxious." There was no way around it. This set of armor was too important to her. She had tried many types of armor, but this one allowed her to exceed her combat capabilities. "Teacher Piaoxue, why are you in such a hurry? I'm not saying it can't be repaired. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to fix. The parts needed are quite a lot, and I don't have all the parts right now. As long as I have all the parts, it can be done in no time." Wang Yu felt a bit helpless. This was how small repair shops worked. And he had no supply channel for parts, only being able to rummage through the mechanical graveyard. After hearing what he said, Piaoxue frowned and asked, "What parts do you need? I can help find them." "Oh, that's great. Teacher Piaoxue, let me make a list for you." But as soon as he said that, Wang Yu felt embarrassed. To make a list, he needed paper and a pen or some other means to record, but he had none of those. Seeing him standing there awkwardly, Piaoxue grew even more anxious. "Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you? Why are you just standing there? It's driving me crazy." "Teacher, I don't have any tools to make a list." Even Lao Feng, who heard this, shook his head. Piaoxue was in a panic. Suddenly, it seemed she thought of something, turned her back, and quickly pulled out a necklace pendant from the mountains, shoving it into Wang Yu's hand. Wang Yu picked it up and saw that it was a pendant shaped like a 2-finger wide tag. After careful observation, he realized it was actually a disguised computer. Once activated, it projected a screen in front of him. After a bit of exploration, he quickly figured out how to use it. He placed the computer on the table and began to rapidly input the list items. This computer had an intelligent search function. After he entered the names of the parts, it provided corresponding images. He couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a high-tech world. Before long, Wang Yu had compiled a list of parts, totaling about several thousand items. His swift operation left Piaoxue and Lao Feng dumbfounded. How did he remember thousands of parts? And he didn't make a single mistake while inputting. If they knew what Wang Yu was thinking, he would definitely say, "Why remember it? Just use the cheat." After finishing, Wang Yu returned the computer to Piaoxue and said, "Teacher Piaoxue, it's done. Once the parts are ready, I will definitely return you a set of armor that will surprise you." In fact, the list wasn't just for repairing Piaoxue's set of armor. He had also included quite a few extra parts. With such a great opportunity, why not get more parts? His own set was still waiting to be enhanced again, but Piaoxue was unaware of his intentions. After receiving the list, she sent it to her assistant, Mei Xin, to gather the supplies. At this moment, Wang Yu felt a bit tired and asked, "Teacher Piaoxue, How long will it take to gather those parts? Well then, you can sit with Lao Feng. I'll go take a break. I'm really a bit tired today. Sorry, teacher. After saying that, he got up, took off the armor, and ran to the bedroom to sleep. This left only Piao Xue and Lao Feng in the living room. After hearing Wang Yu snoring, Piao Xue asked, Brother Dashan, what kind of relationship do you and Xiao Yu have? Tell me the truth. Don't lie to me. Lao Feng smiled bitterly. He is my boss. I lost a bet to him, so I have to listen to him. Lost a bet? Piao Xue was puzzled and continued to ask, Why did you bet? Seeing her like this, Lao Feng could only roll up his sleeves and pants, revealing his Steel Blade X prosthetic limbs. The moment Piao Xue saw the prosthetics, tears began to fall involuntarily. Brother Dashan, what happened to your hands and feet? Seeing her sad expression, Lao Feng comforted her while talking. Around Wang Yu's repair shop, the Long family's Shadow Dragon guards had already set up an ambush, waiting for nightfall to find the opportunity to storm into the repair shop. However, just as their strategy simulation and backup plans were flawless, a group of unexpected guests appeared within their surveillance range. The Shadow Dragon captain cursed in his heart. Damn it! What are these trash from the Du family's shadow group doing here? Keep an eye on them. Don't let them ruin our operation. Before long, the Du family's shadow group was being monitored, but they were unaware that their arrival had been detected. On the shadow group side, the leader, Shadow 01, issued orders. Quickly find a position, set up the sniping point. That old man is very strong. We need to take care of him first. The intelligence they received indicated that Lao Feng's combat power was at the limit of the Flash Silver tier, making close-range attacks very difficult, as it could easily alert others. Under the surveillance of the Shadow Dragon team, the Shadow Group acted swiftly. However, in terms of combat discipline, the Shadow Group was significantly inferior to the Shadow Dragon team. They had been monitored for so long, but couldn't figure out how to proceed, and one of their snipers foolishly ran to a position that had already been ambushed. Seeing the actions of this group, the Shadow Dragon captain was furious. Damn it. I really want to strangle these guys. They ruined my ambush point. If I weren't worried about exposure, to ensure the operation, he could only rearrange the strategy. The Shadow Group remained oblivious, believing they had set up a perfect attack strategy, waiting for nightfall. Meanwhile, the Shadow Dragon team adjusted their corresponding strategy right under the Shadow Group's noses and redeployed their attack points. Time flew by quickly, and night fell. Lao Feng and Piao Xue had been chatting for quite a while, but Wang Yu still hadn't woken up. At this moment, Assistant Machine sent a message saying the parts on the list were ready and asked Piao Xue what to do next. Anxious, Piao Xue said to Lao Feng, Brother Dashan, the parts are ready. I'll be right back. Hearing Lao Feng's words, Piao Xue paused and asked, How did you notice? I didn't notice at all. After saying that, Piao Xue stepped into the spatial rift. After she left, Lao Feng muttered to himself, Old Luo's alertness has really improved a lot. He actually let these guys hide under his nose for so long. If it weren't for the arrival of another group, I probably wouldn't have noticed. If the captain of the Shadow Group outside heard this, he would definitely cry out in despair. Originally, they were hiding well, but it was the arrival of the Shadow Group that drew Lao Feng's attention. Sleeping Wang Yu was unaware that this night was destined to be another restless night. Chapter 47. Wang Yu became bait. Piao Xue pushed more than a dozen cargo boxes out of the spatial rift, filling half of the reception room. She was a bit angry. She originally thought these parts were for repairing her battle armor. It wasn't until she saw the boxes and the questioning gaze of her assistant, Mei Xin, that she realized Wang Yu had added water. As for how much he added inside, she had no idea, but it was definitely a lot. However, Piao Xue couldn't do anything about it. She also didn't know which parts were needed to repair her battle armor. Seeing the boxes, Old Feng sitting on the sofa was also stunned. It was obvious there was a problem, but he could only play dumb. After moving the items, Piao Xue threw a set of combat gear and a full-face helmet at Old Feng. This little Yu is really not honest, asking for so much stuff. The Academy thinks I'm opening a secret research lab, and these items are really not cheap. At this point, she had already put on the combat gear, and her light blue hair was tied up, seemingly to make it easier to wear the helmet. After a few complaints, she noticed Old Feng wasn't speaking and asked, Brother Dashan, is there any movement outside? Old Feng replied, It's very quiet. They're all lying in ambush. It seems they want to wait until night falls before making a move. It's only just dusk now. It shouldn't be time yet. Do you have a corresponding strategy? After a few inquiries from Piao Xue, Old Feng shared several plans for discussion. After all, he was the one who discovered the people, and only he knew their positions. So this matter had to be handled by him. Not long after, Wang You, who had just woken up, saw the parts had arrived and immediately became excited. Not noticing what Old Feng and Piao Xue were discussing, nor the fact that Piao Xue had changed into combat gear. There was no helping it. As soon as he saw these parts, he could only think about modifying the battle armor. Unpacking, checking goods, and selecting parts kept Wang Yu busy and happy. Piao Xue and Old Feng could only shake their heads, realizing that trouble was about to fall upon him. Yet he showed no sense of crisis at all. Old Feng was used to this behavior from Wang Yu and said, "Let him be. This kid is like that, as long as it's related to machinery. Even if a goddess stands naked in front of him, he wouldn't be moved." Surprisingly, this statement comforted Piao Xue somewhat, who said, "At least it's good that Xiaoyu doesn't forget his surname when he sees a beautiful woman." Old Feng self-doubted, "Am I really that bad? I'm just appreciating a work of art." Seeing his focused appearance, Piao Xue decided not to disturb him, and instead, she and Old Feng sat in the reception room without saying a word. In fact, both of them had already begun to be on alert. Old Feng was sensing movements outside, while Piao Xue was monitoring the situation in the shop. Outside the repair shop, the strategy assistant Shadow 03 thought for a moment and said, "Could it be that today events have broken his usual patterns? There's a possibility." After thinking for a while, Shadow 01 decided to change the strategy and said, "Order to switch to the city-breaking plan, execute immediately." With the order given, the members of the Shadow Group quickly took action. His plan was well thought out. Regardless of the outcome of the Shadow Group's actions, he was certain he would benefit. If the Shadow Group succeeded, he would take advantage. If they both suffered losses, he would be the fisherman. And if the Shadow Group failed, he would wait until the enemy relaxed their vigilance to launch an attack. Unfortunately, he seriously underestimated Old Feng's strength and didn't account for the presence of the battle General Piao Xue inside. Inside the repair shop, Old Feng quietly said, "Let us hide first. Wait until they come in to deal with them." As those people approached, Piao Xue also learned the number of attackers and nodded slightly, then raised her hand to set up a transparent spatial barrier. The two slowly ascended into the air. This way, outsiders entering the shop would only see Wang Yu busy with repairs. At this moment, Wang Yu was still unaware that he, who originally planned to fish, had forgotten that someone might come to attack due to his eagerness to repair the battle armor, and he had become the bait. After Old Feng and Piao Xue concealed themselves, some people began to peek in through the windows of the repair shop. Report 01, there is only Target 1 inside. No sign of Target 2. Received. Shadow 01 was quite puzzled. According to the report, Target 2, Old Feng, had not left the repair shop. So where had he gone? Not finding Old Feng, he could only order, pay attention to possible hiding spots, and find him. What about Target 1? Received. Repairing battle armor. After a while, the person responsible for scouting still hadn't noticed any movement and reported again. Report 01. No sign of Target 2. Requesting instructions. Shadow 01 thought for a moment and felt that Old Feng might have secretly left, so he ordered, "Go in and ambush. Prepare to take action." After the order was given, 6 team members quietly slipped in through the window of the repair shop, quickly finding hiding spots. Standing in the air, Old Feng saw their actions and shook his head disdainfully, thinking that the person in charge of command must be an idiot. Arranging tactics was like playing house. He and Piao Xue were positioned right above Wang Yu, making it convenient to protect him. If they didn't protect him well, it would be troublesome if the big fish or school of fish hadn't arrived yet, and Wang Yu, as bait, got eaten by small fry. The 6 people who entered first didn't immediately attack Wang Yu. Instead, they stealthily searched around the shop, but couldn't find Target 2, Old Feng. After reporting the news, these few guys entered a standby state. What they didn't know was that this was all Piao Xue's doing. She had long set up signal jamming in the repair shop, preventing any signals from reaching the outside. Outside, Shadow 01 hadn't received any news for a long time. And since the backup personnel didn't find any signs of a battle in the shop, he sent someone to the window to investigate. At the same time, Captain Long, who was monitoring everything, also found the actions of the Shadow Group strange and pondered. What are these Shadow Group idiots doing? It's been so long since they went in, and there's still no movement. Could there be experts inside? That's impossible. That old man couldn't finish a battle without a sound. Not long after, he received another report stating that 5 more members of the Shadow Group had entered the repair shop, leaving 6 outside on standby. At this point, inside the repair shop, apart from the sound of Wang You repairing, there were no other noises. The 11 who had slipped in were quietly hiding in their respective places, silent and still. Outside, Shadow 01, not receiving any messages or noticing any movement, personally led the team to investigate. Captain Ning Long, who was watching from the shadows, began to feel something was off, but he couldn't figure it out, so he could only patiently continue to observe the situation. Before long, Shadow 01 saw the remaining 5 people come through the window, and then everything fell silent again. At this point, all members of the Shadow Group had entered the repair shop. The strange thing was that once these people went in, it was as if they had vanished in a thin air, not causing even the slightest ripple. Could this small repair shop have some kind of magic that could completely absorb over a dozen top-tier silver-level combatants? But this is a world of science, not a world of metaphysics. After ordering continued surveillance, Captain Ning Long began calculating various possibilities in his mind. Meanwhile, Wang Yu in the repair shop was still focused on his work, unaware that over a dozen sculptures had appeared in the hidden corners of the shop. Chapter 48, Modified Savior K. In the Forgetting Worry repair shop, after Piaoxua used her spatial ability to immobilize all members of the Shadow Group who entered, she asked, "Brother Dashin should be in already, right? What should we do next? This group is in, but there's another group outside. They're not on the same side, and this group is relatively weak. I hope the other group is smarter, otherwise it would be really boring. You stay here, I'll clean up this group." After Old Feng finished speaking, Piaoxua moved him out of the spatial barrier. The members of the Shadow Group looked terrified. They were not dead, but they couldn't move or speak, just as they were trying to find a way to solve this problem. Old Feng suddenly appeared from the air and slowly floated in front of Shadow 01. At this moment, Old Feng was indeed floating, feeling just like a ghost. If it weren't for the fact that this world did not endorse feudal superstitions and valued science, the members of the Shadow Group might really think they had entered a haunted house. Upon seeing Old Feng, Shadow 01's first reaction was to wonder if this person was human or a ghost. But he still believed in science and quickly dismissed that thought. Then he thought, can't move, spatial displacement, spatial confinement. This second thought appeared in his mind, and it frightened him even more because he knew that there was only one person in Tianhai City who had spatial abilities. That was Piaoxua, the battle general. As this thought emerged, his heart sank. After Old Feng landed on the ground, he sneered and said, "So you're their leader? Huh? That's a bit tragic. Remember to keep your eyes wide open in your next life, and be careful when choosing a master." After saying this, he ignored what Shadow 01 was thinking and directly slapped his hand on Shadow 01's head. The penetrating force activated. Old Feng's palm, through the helmet and skull, directly turned Shadow 01's brain into mush. If Wang Yu had seen this, he would have been shocked and exclaimed that this was the inner family martial arts of Huaxia, striking through mountains to hit cows, and then activated Eye of Analysis to steal this knowledge. Unfortunately, he was still busy tinkering with Piaoxua's Savior K battle armor, which was almost prepared. After Shadow 01 was dealt with, his body slumped to the ground. Although he was still breathing, his brain was already dead. Subsequently, Old Feng also did not hesitate and granted all members of the Shadow Group the brain death package. After he completed all this, Piaoxua breathed a sigh of relief. It was exhausting to immobilize so many people, but her combat power level was high enough to endure for a while. Seeing that these people were too scattered and lying in various corners, Old Feng thought this wasn't a good way to go and moved them into the reception room to stack them up. Just then, Wang Yu had also finished repairing Savior K. He raised his head and slowly exhaled, walking toward the reception room. He was startled to find a pile of people in battle armor stacked like a small mountain. What is going on? Did someone come by just now? Realizing this, he felt scared because he wasn't wearing battle armor himself. If those people came for him, he would have to cross over again. But it would be to the underworld this time. Old Feng saw him and greeted, "Yo, Wang kid, are you done? These guys came uninvited, and I help you deal with them." "Oh, thanks. Where's teacher Piaoxue?" At that moment, Piaoxue appeared behind him, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "I'm here. Have you finished repairing that battle armor?" "Of course. Thanks to the parts you brought, it would have been really hard to fix otherwise. By the way, I made some modifications and adjustments to your battle armor. Hurry and try it on." With ample parts, he had modified the Savior K, and, according to his analysis, the performance after modification was improved by 300. He was eager to see the effects of the modifications. Actually, Piaoxue didn't care much about whether it was modified or not. She just wanted the armor to be usable again. She hurriedly ran to the repair bay to check on the armor. Now, the appearance of Savior K had changed significantly. The previous elegant lines were still there, but many external components had been added. It used to give the impression of an elegantly dressed lady. But now it felt like that lady had donned a magnificent outfit, with deadly weapons hidden beneath the finery. In fact, these modifications were all added by Wang Yu based on Piaoxue's ability characteristics. After all, he had been observing Piaoxue for quite a while and had almost figured out spatial abilities, although he couldn't use them himself yet. Savior K was originally customized for spatial systems. He merely amplified some functions according to his understanding. Piaoxue, filled with doubts, put on the battle armor. Just like before, she activated it, and suddenly a prompt came from the helmet. "Initial adaptation debugging. Please wait." At the same time, the visor displayed the debugging progress. This situation had only occurred when she first used this set of armor, which was 20 years ago. How could it happen again? This was clearly my armor. Filled with confusion, she asked, "Xiao Yu, why is there an adaptation debugging now? Is there something wrong?" Wang Yu replied, "No problem. It's because the performance of the armor has been greatly enhanced. If you don't adapt it, you won't be able to utilize its full potential. Performance has improved significantly? How much has it improved to require readaptation?" At this moment, Piaoxue was very shocked. This Savior K was something others couldn't even repair. Yet he not only fixed it, but also modified it, and he even said the performance had improved significantly. Regarding Piaoxue's question, Wang Yu thought for a moment and said, Probably, the maximum should be 2 to 3 times the original." He clearly knew how much it had improved, but he couldn't be too definitive. So he used some uncertain phrases. 2 to 3 times. Piaoxue could hardly believe her ears. After staring blankly for a few seconds, she continued, "Xiao Yu, you're not just trying to make me happy, are you?" Wang Yu was speechless. "I've been very conservative, but my skills truly have the potential to be extraordinary." Seeing that Piaoxue didn't believe him, he could only say, "Teacher Piaoxue, once the adaptation debugging is complete, you can try it out." "All right, looking at this progress, we still have to wait a few minutes." Knowing that impatience wouldn't help, Piaoxue could only wait patiently. At this moment, Old Feng suddenly spoke up, "Wang kid, since you fixed the armor, then take off the armor from these guys. I really don't know how to take this off." Old Feng still understood how to take off regular battle armor, but the ones from the Shadow Group were custom-made with protective settings. Apart from the wearer, the rest could only be removed using special methods. After activating Eye of Analysis and observing, he found a method to remove them. Before long, more than 10 sets of armor were separated from the people. Old Feng, not bad. Another source of income. Huh? Wang Yu was still in a good mood and then asked, "What should we do with these guys?" He didn't know that these people had been given the brain death package by Old Feng, thinking they were merely knocked out. Old Feng replied, "Throw them in the trash bin at the door. After all, they're useless, so they should go where useless things belong." "Wang Yu, then you go handle it." "Old Feng, you're making me do the heavy lifting again." At this time, outside the repair shop, the Shadow Dragon's dark guards had been watching for a long time and noticed that there was still no movement inside. Just as Captain Shadow Dragon was about to send someone to investigate closely, the door of the repair shop suddenly opened. Chapter 49. The misfortunate captain of Shadow Dragon. Upon seeing the repair shop open, Captain Shadow Dragon, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately perked up and gave orders. "Everyone pay attention. Stay alert. Wait for my command. Sniper 01 received. Sniper 02 received. Fanya 05 received." He didn't understand why the Shadow team had been inside for so long, nor could he see any signs of movement from the outside. But now he guessed that those guys must have discovered something inside and might gain significant rewards after completing their mission. He suspected that everyone who had just entered was trying to take advantage of the situation. Since that was the case, they absolutely could not be allowed to leave. He was skilled in black-on-black tactics. However, the next scene left him a bit dumbfounded. He saw Old Feng dragging two people out of the door and throwing them into a nearby trash bin. How is this old man still alive? Who are those people he just threw out? They can't be from the Shadow Team, right? That's impossible. They were all wearing battle armor. It can't be that easy to take them down. His mood was akin to seeing a beautiful woman from behind, approaching to strike up a conversation, only to turn around and find it was an old hag picking her nose while looking at him. The team members were waiting for Captain Shadow Dragon to give orders. But unfortunately, they received no news and could only wait patiently. Before long, Old Feng dragged out another two people, and they too had not received Captain Shadow Dragon's command, because they hadn't received Captain Shadow Dragon's orders. Inside Wang Yu's repair shop, Captain Shadow Dragon's face was filled with fear. When Old Feng dragged the third person out, he wanted to have the snipers take out Old Feng. But before he could issue the command, he inexplicably found himself inside the repair shop, unable to move and unable to speak. After a brief moment of thought, he guessed that this was likely the effect of spatial abilities, and he had no way to counter it. He could only watch helplessly as Old Feng dragged all the members of the Shadow Team out. I guess it will be my turn soon. How will they deal with me? Will they knock me out and strip me of my armor like those guys? Wang Yu ignored Captain Shadow Dragon and activated Eye of Analysis to observe Snowfall, determined to break through that last key point. However, this time, aside from analyzing the use of spatial confinement, he gained nothing else. He tried to analyze the differences between this encounter and the last one. The intensity of the special energy field surrounding Snowfall, this time it was even stronger than last time, feeling clearer and requiring less mental energy to analyze. Could it be that she used a different ability? But she also used spatial transfer just now, and that was similar to tearing open a spatial rift to traverse. It shouldn't be that. Different aspects, right? Originally, she wasn't wearing armor, but now she is. However, when she wasn't wearing armor, her energy field wasn't that strong. Now, it is strong, so it should be easier to observe, right? Wang Yu considered many possibilities, but couldn't find a clue. At this moment, Old Feng had already thrown all the members of the Shadow Team out, leaving only Captain Shadow Dragon to deal with. He asked Wang Kid, "What are you staring at over there? I thought you weren't interested in women? Thinking about something? Wait, you aren't thinking about how to woo Snowfall, are you? You should have told me earlier. I could help you with some ideas." Old Feng showed a look of surprise, thinking this kid wouldn't dare to betray his master. Would he? Snowfall, seeing Old Feng's surprised expression, suddenly appeared beside him and kicked him away. "Brother Dashin, you think you can fool Xiao Yu into wooing me? You scoundrel. How do you think of such an idea? Let's see how I deal with you." Seeing the actions of these two, Wang Yu felt speechless and could only say, "You old fool, are you out of your mind? How could I woo Teacher Snowfall? You're overthinking it." As soon as he finished speaking, Snowfall appeared next to him, patting Wang Yu on the shoulder, saying, "I knew Xiao Yu wasn't that kind of person. By the way, why were you staring at me just now?" I was observing your body, thinking about some." Before Wang Yu could finish his sentence, he was sent flying and collided with Old Feng. During the conversation between the three, when Captain Shadow Dragon heard the word Snowfall, he felt a wave of despair. He never expected that the relationship between these three would be so close. Had he known this earlier, he definitely wouldn't have come to carry out this mission. At the same time, he held a deep resentment towards Long Ao-Yin and Long Zhan, thinking those two damn guys are pushing the Long family into the abyss. At this moment, Old Feng's voice reached his ears. "How should we deal with this kid?" Wang Yu replied, "Same as before." Old Feng asked, "Aren't you going to interrogate him?" Wang Yu responded, "No need, it's a waste of time." The dialogue between Old Feng and Wang Yu made Captain Shadow Dragon feel a bit relieved. The treatment was the same as the Shadow Team. Just knock him out and strip him of his armor, without being interrogated. They probably thought he was just a small fry, right? It must be so. Just as he felt fortunate, Old Feng was already walking towards him. If he knew that the members of the Shadow Team weren't just knocked out, but had their brains turned to mush, he wouldn't know what to think. Old Feng approached Captain Shadow Dragon and said, "You, the team leader, are a bit stronger than the previous one. but still the same garbage. Goodbye. I'll send your brothers to reunite with you later. With that, he struck with his palm, hitting Captain Shadow Dragon's helmet. He knows I'm a leader. How is that possible? Wait, could it be? Captain Shadow Dragon left in a state of humiliation, still pondering until his death, but finding no answers. After executing Captain Shadow Dragon, Wang Yu began to remove his battle armor. Earlier, he hadn't used Eye of Analysis to observe Old Foam, missing the opportunity to analyze the penetration technique. At this moment, Old Foam asked, Wang Kid, why don't you ask him which faction sent him? Didn't I just say? Asking is also a waste of time. We can directly read his communicator's information with Eye of Analysis, as long as they had communication-related devices on them. Wang Yu wasn't worried about not getting useful information. At this time, Snowfall also walked over, saying, Brother Dashin, you should consider what Xiao Yu is doing. By the way, Xiao Yu, this armor has indeed improved a lot. I noticed that when activating spatial confinement and transferring, it was noticeably easier, and the mental energy consumption was reduced. Snowfall was certain that the current Savior K battle armor had indeed enhanced its abilities by 2 to 3 times. However, her combat power didn't rely solely on abilities. She also had ancient martial arts combat power, but she hadn't tested it, so she didn't know if it had also been strengthened. Wang Yu smiled proudly. Teacher Snowfall, I have absolute confidence in my repairs. If it weren't for the limitations of materials, this armor could be further enhanced. All right, I know you're amazing, but there are still a bunch of rats hiding outside. Let us deal with them before we chat. Snowfall was a bit eager to try, like a child who just received a new toy. The shadow guards of the Shadow Dragon, waiting for orders outside, had no idea they had caught the attention of the childlike Snowfall. Seeing Snowfall's demeanor, Old Foam could only shake his head helplessly. Chapter 50. Going out to battle. Snow drifting was stirring restlessly. Although the Shadow Dragon's dark guards were relatively weak, they could still detect some fluctuations in combat power during the process of bullying the weak. Wang Yu, knowing that there were still others around, wanted to train himself a bit, so he hurriedly put on his battle armor. Old Foam, seeing the two of them like this, felt quite helpless. Snow drifting wanting to play around was fine. After all, her combat power was there. But Wang Yu was completely a rookie in battle, relying solely on the performance of his armor to have the speed and strength of the silver stage. If he encountered a more experienced opponent, he would surely suffer. It seemed that the old man, would have to work hard again, these young people. After Wang Yu and Snow drifting got ready, Old Foam explained the tactics and the ambush situation of the opponent to them. He didn't just take the Shadow group members out to throw garbage. After several trips, he had discovered where all the Shadow Dragon's dark guards were hiding. Otherwise, Snow drifting wouldn't have been able to accurately imprison and transfer the Shadow Dragon's captain. Outside the maintenance shop, the ambushed Shadow Dragon's dark guards had not received orders from their captain for a long time, feeling puzzled. Someone went to check the ambush position of the Shadow Dragon's captain and found no one there, causing the team members to start discussing among themselves. At such a critical moment, where did the captain go? There were clearly so many opportunities just now, yet he didn't give any orders. Could it be that the captain went to find a place to take a dump? Right, people have urgent needs. He ate a lot of salmon sashimi this morning, so he might have a stomachache. Impossible. You don't know how amazing the captain's endurance is. When I was on a mission with him before, we hid in a cesspool for half a day, and he didn't move at all. No way. Was that mission the one? Why haven't I heard you mention it? Quiet. Someone is coming out. The maintenance shop's door opened, and Old Foam walked out with Wang Yu, then closed the door again. Upon seeing Wang Yu and Old Foam, all the Shadow Dragon's dark guards became restless. Both targets had appeared. What should we do now? Should we not wait for the captain and act directly? Good idea. We can't wait any longer. Look, those two are about to leave. If we don't kill them now, when will we? Let's do it. Right? According to the plan, the sniper aims at the old man. Understood. All the Shadow Dragon members began to act, with 3 out of 4 snipers aiming at Old Foam. Among them was a clever one who took it upon himself to aim at Wang Yu. He thought to himself, a bunch of fools. How strong can an old man be? 3 of you can take him down. That young lad is mine, huh? Anyway, the captain isn't here, and no one can stop my cleverness. At this moment, Wang Yu had already noticed a sniper aiming at him, and quietly informed Old Foam. In fact, when they had just left the building, he had activated the Eye of Analysis and had now observed 4 sniper positions. Old Feng nodded. Be careful. They should be using beam sniper rifles. Don't worry, I'm watching. At this time, the clever one aiming at Wang You felt puzzled. Why is that guy always looking this way? Has he discovered me? But it's so far away, and I even did a level 10 disguise. I must be overthinking it. At this moment, he heard his teammates signal in his earpiece. Everyone, prepare for 5 seconds. 5, 4. All snipers focused their attention. Originally, the 4 snipers were not all aiming at Old Feng. 1 was the main attacker, while 3 were responsible for blocking evasion routes. According to the Shadow Dragon Captain's plan, the 3 blocking positions were to the left, right, and above Old Feng. This was to prevent Old Feng from dodging at the last moment and to ensure that he would definitely be hit. But the one who was supposed to aim at Old Feng's right was that clever one, who now had his sights set on Wang Yu's chest. 3, 2, 1. Fire. For beams of particle light cut through the darkness, shooting towards Wang Yu and Old Feng. The prepared Old Feng successfully dodged to the right, but Wang Yu had overestimated his reaction abilities. He analyzed the sniper's aiming position, but was just a tad slow in his movements. The beam grazed his right arm. Although he had the protection of battle armor, he could still feel the heat radiating from it. At this moment, Wang Yu broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a lingering fear. Oh my, if I get hit, will my right arm be completely ruined? Knowing he was fine, Old Feng thought that this kid dared to open a dye shop with 3 dye colors. So he decided to scare him a bit. Yeah, if you get hit, you'll have to find a prosthetic limb, just like me, and become disabled. With your level of skill, you still need to practice more. Hidden in the shadows, Snow Drifting also noticed the situation. Initially wanting to play around, she decided to deal with the 4 snipers first. With a casual wave of her hand, all 4 snipers were simultaneously restrained and then appeared in front of her. She then raised her hand and tapped on the helmets of the 4, granting them brain death. She also knew this penetrating move taught by Old Feng. After dealing with these 4, she transferred them into the maintenance shop. At this time, the Hidden Fang Tusk Assault team quickly rushed towards Old Feng and Wang Yu. This group consisted of 8 people, all wielding katanas, moving particularly swiftly. Meanwhile, the Hidden Dark Blade team also began to stealthily approach, waiting for Wang Yu and Old Feng to get into a fight before launching a surprise attack. Unfortunately, they were unaware that all these actions were known to Old Feng and Snow Drifting, who were waiting for their arrival. Seeing people approaching with katanas, Wang Yu felt a bit panicked. He realized that these individuals were much stronger than the elite guards of the Du family, and their movements were also much more agile. Now, he could only concentrate on dealing with the 2 rushing towards him. Instant slash. A loud shout rang out as the long knife sliced through the air, reaching Wang Yu's front. At that moment, his eye of analysis did indeed detect the trajectory of the opponent's attack, but the opponent's movements were too fast. His reaction was still a bit slow. A tremendous force struck his shoulder, and Wang Yu was sent flying several meters away, the blade slashing diagonally from his shoulder to his abdomen, leaving a long cut on his armor. Then he heard another shout, Zero-style thrust. A gleaming blade shot straight toward his throat. At this moment, Wang Yu's mind was in chaos, and he couldn't think of a way to counter it. Fortunately, he noticed the trajectory of the opponent's move and, in a moment of desperation, could only raise his right hand to intercept. Clang! The long knife grazed past his face. Luckily, his helmet blocked it, otherwise that strike would have pierced his cheek. After this blow, Wang Yu quickly retreated, creating distance. He hadn't expected that the 2 Shadow Dragon Dark Guards would be so powerful. The 2 attacks happened in an instant. If he hadn't had sufficient fighting spirit, that first strike would have cost him his life. At this moment, Wang Yu didn't dare to be complacent. Even with the eye of analysis assisting him, his battlefield experience was too limited and his combat instincts were not outstanding. During that first strike, he clearly thought of a way to dodge, but he just couldn't avoid it. The next attack was even worse. He couldn't remain calm due to psychological issues. After creating some distance, the 2 Shadow Dragon Dark Guards did not let up, continuing to chase after him. He could only rely on the eye of analysis to anticipate their moves and escape ahead of time. Thus, Wang Yu was chased by these 2 with their katanas, fleeing in a sorry state, slowly being cornered into a dark corner. Just then, he heard a sound of a blade slicing through the air from behind. He was greatly alarmed, realizing he had forgotten about this. A backstab. Chapter 51. The game of Snowfall. In front were two samurai swords, and behind was a scoundrel ready to stab. The samurai swords blocked movements, while the dagger was the fatal blow. They had been chasing and attacking with the goal of forcing me to escape here. I was careless. Who will come to save me? Wang Yu already felt the cold dagger about to stab him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a shift in his vision and found himself standing at the entrance of a repair shop. The spatial transfer was done by teacher Piao Xue. After being saved, Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief, and Piao Xue's voice entered his ears. Xiao Yu, is it fun? But be careful, don't risk your life. The mindset towards the enemy is very important. Calmness and courage are essential. You should observe the teacher's battle here. Watch closely. After saying this, she walked away from Wang Yu. The three people who were besieging Wang Yu were shocked when they suddenly saw him disappear and immediately fled. Why are you running? Am I that scary? Piao Xue's voice entered the ears of the three, her gentle tone bringing a chilling sensation. Seeing Piao Xue approaching, fear filled the eyes of the three. How could they not be afraid? It was obvious that the barrier they had just crashed into was an ability barrier. Although they didn't know what specific ability it was, anyone with an ability to assist in combat was definitely not to be trifled with. At this moment, the three were secretly conveying messages to each other. Who is this big shot? Is there someone like this in Tianhai City? I haven't heard of them before. I don't know. From the voice, they sound young. A young woman. Do you have any impression of her? A young woman? So powerful, impossible. The strongest in the younger generation of Tianhai City is only Silver Flash high tier. Yeah, but she is definitely beyond Silver Flash. She feels even stronger than Gold Radiance tier. Impossible, the strongest in the entire Tianhai City is only 12 battle generals, and they're just at the peak of Gold Radiance tier. Piao Xue, seeing them whispering, said, "Were you discussing? Do you want to live? Now I give you a chance." As soon as she finished speaking, the one who was about to stab Wang Yu, Darkblade 03, stepped forward and asked, "My lady, we are truly sorry. We didn't know that young man was your person. It was our mistake to offend him." His implication was to beg for mercy. If they could avoid fighting, they would. The one beside him, Fang Yu 02, also stood up and said, "My lady, we were just following orders. Please let us go. As long as you spare us, we can tell you everything." This guy was thinking about preserving his life. Selling out the Long family was no big deal. Even if they were later hunted by the Long family, at least they would have a chance to survive. But they didn't know that Piao Xue had no intention of knowing their information. Her purpose in keeping them was merely to test the performance of her battle armor and to demonstrate the combat for Wang Yu to see. All right, I don't care what orders you received. Now, you can only follow my rules if you want to have a chance to live. Seeing Piao Xue's firm stance, the three exchanged glances and said, "My lady, please instruct us." "It's simple. You three will attack me. As long as you can touch me once within 3 minutes, you will have a chance to live. But after 3 minutes, I will counterattack, so seize your opportunity." Upon hearing this rule, the three felt hopeless and could only tremble. At this moment, Piao Xue added, "I won't use my abilities, but if you try to escape, don't blame me for striking. You only have a chance if you attack me." The three exchanged looks. Not using abilities? This seems to have a bit of hope. During the training of the Shadow Dragon's Dark Guards, they focused on coordinated attacks. The three of them were usually good partners, which is why they attacked Wang Yu together. In terms of cooperation, they were also among the best in the Shadow Dragon's Dark Guards. Darkblade 03. All right, we agree. We hope your words count. They definitely count. I never lie. Thus, Piao Xue and the three agreed on the rules. Wang Yu stood at the entrance, watching Piao Xue. At this time, Old Feng had already dealt with the three Fangya who were attacking him. The remaining three dared not approach him, and, along with the remaining 4 Darkblades, faced off against him. Old Feng usually avoided fighting if possible. Since these 7 didn't want to engage, he also didn't want to waste energy. At this moment, he heard the rules from Piao Xue and said, "I'll give you a chance. Attack that woman over there. As long as you touch her, you can live." These 7 were already frightened by Old Feng, so they asked, "Really?" "Yes, you just have to follow the orders." Of course, if you try to take advantage of the chaos to escape, don't blame me for striking. After Old Feng finished speaking, he shouted to Piao Xue, "Sister, you wanted to play, right? These ones are for you." In fact, for Piao Xue, whether there were 3 or 10 Shadow Dragon's Dark Guards, it was all the same. However, Wang You, who was watching, began to worry about Piao Xue. After all, he had experienced their coordinated attacks. He asked, "Old foam, is this okay? That's 10 people, not using abilities. And if they can't touch her within 3 minutes, that's hellish difficulty." "Cut, that's your hellish difficulty, Wang kid. Just watch closely. This is what true, unharmed evasion looks like." After saying that, Old Phone walked to Wang Yu's side and lit a cigarette. The 10 Shadow Dragon's Dark Guards slowly surrounded Piao Xue in the center, secretly discussing tactics. "Everyone, stay focused. As long as we can touch her, we can live. The moves we use later will mainly be harassment, right? No need to use lethal attacks. Feints and false moves. As long as we can trick her, we have a chance. We have 3 minutes. Don't rush at the start. Try to exhaust her stamina first." Quickly, they finalized their plan. "My lady, can we start now?" Wang Yu felt a knot in his heart again. This was increasing the difficulty for himself. Teacher Piao Xue. He really couldn't think of how Piao Xue had a chance to win. Seeing his worry, Old Feng said, "Wang kid, just relax. This is just the basics." Just the basics? These words spun in Wang Yu's mind. It turned out their entry-level difficulty was his hellish difficulty. A powerful martial artist could really rely on their movement skills to take on 10 opponents. This wasn't a TV show. This was real combat. How strong must one's physical fitness be? And what kind of combat talent must one have to achieve that? Wang Yu, who had never practiced martial arts, couldn't even imagine it. Just as his mind was racing, one of the Fanya behind Piao Xue silently flew towards her with a samurai sword. At the same time, the remaining 9 also began to act. Chapter 52, The Bad Move. 9 dragons play with the Phoenix formation after one of the Fangtian members of the Shadow Dragon's Dark Guard launched an attack. The game with Piao Xue officially began. The attacker did not expect a hit. His purpose was twofold. First, to catch her off guard and draw attention through a surprise attack, and second, to force Piao Xue into action. Of course, if she didn't notice him, the victory would be his. His plan was solid. But just as his attack was about to land on Piao Xue, she dodged with a sidestep. However, she was immediately met with attacks from the other 9 members. With blades flashing and shadows darting, Piao Xue floated through the storm of attacks like a snowflake carried by the wind, evading them effortlessly. No matter how hard the others tried, they couldn't touch her. Wang Yu, with his eye of analysis activated, was stunned. He saw a mysterious energy flowing around Piao Xue. The same kind of energy he had detected in Old Phone. Is this true qi protecting her? But this is clearly a technological world, a cyber world. How could there be elements from a martial arts world? Wang Yu was puzzled. In Blue Star, many boys have a dream of martial arts, and he was no exception. Wait a minute, I seem to have forgotten something. True qi, that's right. The savior. Armor has 3 driving modes, and true qi is one of them. The function Piao Xue is using now must be the true qi barrier. Influenced by the common knowledge of the technological world, Wang Yu often overlooked aspects of ancient martial arts. Assuming that warriors in this world relied on physical strength, supernatural abilities, and clever attack techniques. This wasn't Tia's fault, as he had only seen 2 warriors with internal energy, Old Feng and Piao Xue. Even though Feng Xia was Piao Xue's student, she practiced external techniques and strength, and did not possess true qi. Moreover, Wang Yu didn't realize that the eye of analysis couldn't provide information on aspects he was aware of. When he discovered Old Feng's internal energy, he was thinking about what set him apart from others. After that, he focused on technological items. So this information remained hidden in the corners of his memory and was often overlooked. As the battle progressed, Piao Xue floated gracefully amidst the 10-person assault, never once getting hit. It was then that Wang Yu noticed that the true qi barrier surrounding her had a repelling force. Once an attack entered the barrier's range, it would push her away, completely preventing any breach of the barrier. This explained why she had the feeling of floating around. Simply put, she was like a cotton ball, and the attacker's strikes were like gusts of wind blowing her around. After analyzing the situation, as long as the attacker's strength couldn't break through the limits of the true qi barrier, their attacks would never land on Piao Xue. With this realization, Wang Yu suddenly understood everything. Teacher Piao Xue was playing. as well as testing the true chi enhancement capabilities of the Savior K armor. She seemed to be dodging, but in reality, she was being pushed away. No wonder she wasn't getting hit. This situation resembled what was depicted in Blue Star martial arts movies. As long as a masteress true chi wasn't exhausted, they basically wouldn't get injured. Understanding this, Wang Yu truly grasped the charm of martial arts. I want to practice martial arts with the eye of analysis. I can also reach the pinnacle of martial arts. He clenched his fists and made a silent decision. Time ticked by, and the Shadow Dragon's Dark Guard members became increasingly anxious. They had exhausted every trick, from throwing sand to create smoke to using hidden weapons and underhanded tactics. Yet they hadn't touched Piao Xue even once. As the 3 minutes of time was about to run out, the members of the Shadow Dragon's Dark Guard began to communicate among themselves. This isn't good. How is this woman so slippery? What should we do if she can dodge so well? Damn it. If conventional moves don't work on her, we have to use unconventional ones. Unconventional? Hurry up and say it. There's not enough time. What do you think a young woman would find the most eye-catching? Big treasures. That's right, brothers. Whip out the big treasures and spray water. I don't believe she won't get a drop on her. What use is that? They said we have to touch her, but they didn't say splashing her with water counts. You don't understand. As long as she gets sprayed, she'll definitely feel disgusted, and that will be our best opportunity. If we mess up, we'll die anyway. Hey, did you guys forget? I'm a woman. You might have forgotten about women, but can't women spray water? Why are we still worried about dodging? If we can't handle her, we're all done for. The only woman among them, Darkblade 04, had no choice but to agree to cooperate. Piao Xue sensed that these guys were secretly discussing something but chose to ignore them. As time was running out, she reminded them, hurry up, there are only 15 seconds left. At that moment, the 10 individuals darting around shouted in unison, 9 dragons play with the Phoenix water spray formation. Piao Xue was puzzled, wondering, what kind of formation is this? I've never heard of it before. Wang Yu remarked, have they unleashed a secret move? It sounded impressive. Could it be a water-type supernatural attack? Old Phone commented, could it be a bluff? These guys were discussing something secretly. It feels like they have an underhanded trick. Just then, Wang Yu noticed that the drainage vents of their armors opened, and 9 big treasures wobbled out. This is the 9 dragons? Damn, it's blindingly bright. Which genius thought of this disgusting tactic? Aren't they afraid of causing a mess? 9 dragons play with the Phoenix? Are they trying to toy with teacher Piao Xue? And spray water? Could it be that they're using that to attack? This isn't some kind of supernatural ability. It's purely a biochemical attack. How will teacher Piao Xue dodge this? At that moment, Old Feng's shocked voice reached his ears. Damn, so that's the Phoenix. Which genius thought of this despicable move? Following Old Feng's gaze, Wang Yu finally noticed Darkblade 04 and felt a crow flying around his head. Faced with such a despicable and disgusting tactic, Piao Xue was almost furious and wanted to eliminate these pests immediately. However, remembering that the bet was made by her, and with only 10 seconds left, she held back. If the Savior K armor hadn't been modified, facing such a situation, she would have had to retaliate. Otherwise, once the formation activated, she would definitely be in big trouble. But now that the armor's performance had been enhanced, there was a chance for her to perfectly evade with a burst of extreme performance. So, she wanted to give it a try, regardless of success or failure. Those disgusting guys who dared to use toxic water attacks against her would definitely have no way out. After making up her mind, Piao Xue struck a pose, her true chi emanating outward to expand its range. The dragon formed a circular formation, its mouth angled 45 degrees towards the sky, spraying high-pressure toxic liquid. Wang Yu exclaimed, oh my goodness, a high-pressure water gun. How do they manage this? It's over. Teacher Piao Xue has nowhere to hide. Old Feng exhaled a smoke ring. Just watch carefully. Xiao is about to use that move at this moment. Piao Xue slowly began to move, executing a set of boxing techniques. The air around her, driven by her true chi, transformed into a gentle, icy breeze that gradually intensified. What is this? Wang Yu was completely stunned. He was very familiar with Piao Xue's boxing technique, which could be said to be familiar to everyone from Blue Star. Chapter 53. There actually exists Tai Chi in this world. Snow fluttered as she practiced her martial arts, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, creating a whirlwind of dust around her. Seeing this, Wang Yu finally shouted, "Is this Tai Chi?" He never expected to witness this martial art in this world. Although it looked quite strange for Snow to practice Tai Chi in battle armor, the flowing movements felt unmistakably like Tai Chi to him. Tai Chi emphasizes intention over form. On Blue Star, there were many schools with varying styles, but they all conveyed a similar feeling when practiced. After Wang Yu shouted Tai Chi, Old Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at him and asked, "Wang kid, how do you know this name?" He was incredibly shocked. Tai Chi was something he had passed on to Snow. In this world, it had become an ancient martial art that was almost forgotten, having been passed down for thousands of years, with only one inheritor in the last 1,000 years. If not for being an inheritor, one would not even know the name of this martial art. Wang Yu was equally surprised by Old Feng's inquiry, saying, "This is really Tai Chi." No way. To him, having crossed over to another world, this place should have no connection to Blue Star. When Old Feng gave him that fake jade token inscribed with "Forget Worries," he thought it was just a coincidence. But now, seeing Tai Chi, he felt like he had discovered something. Over the past 6 months, he had learned from Old Feng that this world had no history as a field of study, which he found strange enough to want to enter the Tianqing Academy to research the history of this world. Old Feng and Wang Yu exchanged glances, both remaining silent. At this moment, Old Feng harbored some suspicion about Wang Yu's identity, fearing that Wang Yu might have been intentionally sent to him by someone for the sake of Tai Chi on Snow's side. The toxic liquid sprayed by the 9 shadow dragons was drawn together by her, forming a murky water ball that hovered in the air, mixed with some dirt. After the 9 shadow dragon guards finished spraying their liquid and failed to reach Snow, they charged at her again. At the same time, the still unlaunched Dark Blade 04 suddenly leaped up, aiming directly above Snow's head. She was preparing a big move, waiting for the 9 dragons to rush at Snow before striking. Dark Blade 04 jumped high, spinning like a top, and in an instant was 10 meters above Snow. Heavenly Phoenix calls the rain. Goodness. She was using an area of effect toxic attack that encompassed everyone. At this moment, the 9 shadow dragon guards were almost upon Snow, surrounding her completely. Using the centrifugal force from her spin, Dark Blade 04 evenly sprayed the toxic liquid over a 10-meter radius. In her view, no matter how Snow handled it, she would definitely not escape. She felt smug, thinking, no matter how powerful you are, once I spray you with this, you'll have nowhere to hide. Combat is all about strategy. At this moment, Snow's expression darkened. She had not expected the opponent to launch an area of effect attack from above and with such a large range. Attempting to escape was futile as the 9 guys had already surrounded her. Their teamwork was indeed seamless. On Wang Yu and Old Feng's side, the shout of Heavenly Phoenix calls the rain caught their attention. Upon seeing this move, Wang Yu's eyelids twitched. Wasn't this a version of the biochemical attack and capture technique used by the beautiful dancers from Florida on Blue Star? Teacher Snow was in trouble. Old Feng, suppressing his laughter, shouted, 3 minutes till the end. Just as the toxic rain was about to fall on Snow, her powers activated, and the entire surrounding area fell silent. Dark Blade 04, hovering above her, was performing ballet-like spins as if in a shower, and the buildup of her big move was no simple feat. It wouldn't end in just a few seconds. The remaining 9 shadow dragon guards were also immobilized, their eyes filled with fear. They were just one step away from clearing the game set by Snow, but unfortunately, time was not on their side. If they had just one more second, they could have touched Snow. After freezing everything, Snow darkened her face and gathered the water ball and the toxic liquid released by Dark Blade together. Although cunning in battle is acceptable, the tricks these guys use to save their lives did not violate the rules, but that didn't mean she wasn't angry. Since you didn't touch me within the stipulated time, then you've lost this game. Now, how should I deal with you? Snow's demonic attributes began to surface again. Directly killing these guys would be too merciful. She needed to think of something more humiliating to make them regret using underhanded tactics. Old Feng, seeing her demeanor, knew what she was plotting and said, "All right, hurry up and deal with these guys. I have something to tell you later." From a moment Wang Yu shouted Tai Chi. Old Feng had been shrouded in doubts, waiting for answers, but he didn't want to see the witch fly into a rage here. Feeling Old Feng's unease, Snow abandoned the idea of torturing the 10 guys, but that didn't mean she would let them die painlessly. With her decision made, she said to Wang You, "Xiao Yu, you take off the armor of these 4 guys first. I'm afraid it will get dirty later." Upon receiving the order, the 9 Shadow Dragon guards could only watch helplessly as their precious armor was removed, and then they saw Snow tap their foreheads, granting them brain death. At this point, only Darkblade 04 remained among the Shadow Dragon guards, still maintaining her ballet pose. Snow smiled gently at her. "You clever woman, you really know how to think." Spraying toxic liquid in such an elegant posture. Now, Darkblade was trembling in fear. "As long as you don't kill me, my lord, I'll do anything." Darkblade 04 endured the pain and absorbed all the water ball. Although she felt terrible, she was relieved that at least she wouldn't die. "You can leave now, but remember, don't let me see even a hint of it, otherwise." "Understood, my lord. I'll leave right away." Darkblade 04 quickly took small steps, enduring the pain as she hurried away. As for where she would go and what would happen to her afterward, that was no longer Snow's concern. After settling everything, Snow ran over to Old Phone and asked, brother to hand, "What do you want to tell me?" Wang Yu and Snow exchanged glances and silently followed. The repair shop's entrance returned to tranquility. After a long time, a trembling figure crawled out from a dark corner and quickly left. After nightfall, the Shadow Dragon guards had cleared the area. He had been injected with some drug and fell into a coma. However, due to his physical condition, he had a strong tolerance for the drug. So when Snow saved Wang Yu, he woke up and witnessed everything. But to avoid exposure, he could only continue to play dead until now. Dragon Clan Shadow Dragon Guard base Long Zhan and Long Outyin were anxiously waiting for news. Du Clan Shadow Group base Shadow Chief. Still no news? It's been so long. Something feels off. Send someone to check the situation. Investigation Group Headquarters. How Run received Snow's message, instructing him to send someone to the entrance of the Forget Worries repair shop to clean up the mess. Chapter 54. No way. This world also has Wudong Mountain in the Forgetting Worry repair shop. Old Phone, Wang Yu, and Piaoshu sat on the sofa, staring at each other. Old Phone broke the silence first. "Wang kid, be honest with me. Where did you come from, and who are you?" Seeing his serious expression, Piaoshu was filled with confusion and was about to ask, but Old Feng's gaze stopped her. Not to mention her, Wang Yu also felt it was strange and wondered why Old Feng had changed his demeanor. At this moment, he could only counter-ask, "Old Feng, you would have taken the wrong medicine, would you? Didn't I tell you before that I also appeared in your vegetable garden out of nowhere?" "What do you mean by this?" Although he trusted Old Feng, being a traveler was his biggest secret, and revealing it would be even harder to explain. Old Feng stared at Wang Yu, trying to observe any clues from his expression, but all he saw was Wang Yu's confusion. There could only be 2 situations. One was that he had undergone strict training, and the other was that he knew nothing. After seeing nothing, Old Feng said, "In the past, I wouldn't have questioned your past, but since you know that boxing technique, I have to ask. I hope you're not lying to me." "Boxing technique?" Wang Yu was taken aback for a moment and replied, "Are you referring to Tai Chi?" Piaoshu was even more puzzled and couldn't help but interject. "What boxing technique are you talking about? What is Tai Chi?" Old Feng shot her a glance, his face showing displeasure. Wang Yu was curious and asked, "Teacher Piaoshu, you know what Tai Chi is? What boxing did you use when you fought that water spray formation?" "The soft and hard boxing." This was still Brother Dashin. She was about to say more when Old Feng interrupted her. "Zio Yingxiu, be quiet for a moment." Seeing Old Feng angry, she could only obediently shut her mouth. Pouting in frustration, Wang Yu didn't indulge Old Feng either and directly retorted, "I say, old man, what kind of medicine have you taken? Why are you so aggressive?" "It's just Tai Chi. Many people in my hometown practice it every morning in the park, thinking of it as exercise." Old Feng, who had been staring at him, realized he wasn't lying and asked, "So, many people in your hometown know it. Then where is your hometown?" In this world, Tai Chi was passed down solely through his lineage, and generations of successors had scoured the planet without finding a second place. He thought to himself, if what Wang Yu said was true, then those bastards in Huangdao Satellite City must have figured out this boxing technique. Or perhaps Wang Yu really came from there. This could be troublesome. Wang Yu didn't know his thoughts, and, after thinking for a moment, said, "My hometown is a small village near Wudong Mountain in Shurian City." This was the truth. He did come from a small village, only later going to university in Tianzi City and crossing over while in Tianzi City. But unexpectedly, this sentence struck Old Feng like a bolt from the blue. Old Feng's master had once told him about the origin of Tai Chi. He knew the name Wudong Mountain and knew its location, but now that place was not called Wudong Mountain, but an unnamed place rarely visited by humans. He had achieved success in martial arts and had been there before, but now it was desolate and full of ferocious beasts. Of course, he had discovered from some traces that the place had once been prosperous. Now, only he knew the location and name. How could Wang You know? At this point, Old Feng lost his composure and shouted, "Impossible! How could you know that place? How do you know about Wudong Mountain? Who exactly are you? No way. This world also has Wudong Mountain. Impossible." Old Feng's words also broke Wang Yu's composure, causing him to slip up. He was just an ordinary college student, having arrived in this world with no relatives, and hearing news related to his hometown certainly made him unable to remain calm. What is impossible? That mountain is right there. But the name has been forgotten. Where did you hear this name? Old Feng was also caught in a frenzy, not noticing that Wang Yu's words contained other information, and they began to argue. However, as an outsider, Piao Xue, although confused by the two, noticed the information in Wang Yu's words. To prevent the two from continuing to argue, she raised her voice. "You two be quiet. What are you arguing about? Can you solve anything?" The witch's authority still had some effect, and, at last, Old Feng and Wang Yu finally calmed down. Seeing this, she turned to Wang Yu and asked, "Xiaoyu, you just said this world also has Wudong Mountain? So, are you not from this world?" Wang Yu was shocked and thought, "Oh no, I slipped up. What should I do? I have to bluff my way through." That. Teacher Piao Xue, you must have misheard. What I said was that this world does not have Wudong Mountain. He wasn't some old hand. His emotional intelligence was just average, so he couldn't handle the situation well. Old Feng, who had been staring at him, saw him speaking evasively and knew it was a lie. At this moment, he thought, could it be that Xiaoyingxiu hit upon a secret in his heart? But that is too absurd. How could he not be from this world? Strange. Seeing that he had poked at a little secret, Piao Xue became interested and said, "Come on, Xiaoyu, you can't be lying. It's not strange that you're not from this world. The universe is vast, and there are many civilizations." Now, Wang Yu was a bit confused. Did that mean she was saying he was an outsider, an alien? Observing closely, Old Feng also discovered a clue. Everyone with some status in this world knew that this planet was called Maids 911, but it originally wasn't named this. It was called Blue Star. This situation arose because it had been invaded by an extraterrestrial civilization and became a pastoral planet, with all life on this planet being livestock raised, and the 12 satellite cities of Huangdao being the overseers. Now, people in this world generally knew about extraterrestrial visitors, but Wang Yu was completely unaware of this. After discovering this clue, Old Feng said, "Wang kid, tell us about your origins, so we don't have to be suspicious of each other. This would be of no benefit to you. I'm actually a refugee too." He had overturned his previous assumptions and now speculated that Wang Yu might have escaped from some world where there was news about Tai Chi and Wudong Mountain. Because when this planet was invaded, some people had been sold into the starry sky, and perhaps among those people, someone knew this information, which had then been passed down through generations. Hearing Old Feng say this, Wang Yu also relaxed a bit. Old Feng's previous miserable state didn't resemble that of a strong person. And only after he installed prosthetics for Old Feng did he gradually seem more like a proper person. The place where I originally lived was called Blue Star, and the technology there is not as advanced as here without a battle system. The world is peaceful and stable, unlike here where violent incidents occur frequently. Piao Xue and Old Feng suppressed their shock. When Wang Yu mentioned Blue Star, they almost jumped, but upon observing that Wang Yu was speaking the truth, they endured and listened further. At this moment, Piao Xue and Old Feng had questions in their hearts. Where's the Blue Star Wang Yu mentioned? This planet was also called Blue Star 1,000 years ago. Chapter 55, Proving the Truth. Cutting open the fake jade tablet, when Piao Xue heard Wang Yu say he came from Blue Star, she was shocked and had questions in her mind. Is there really a planet called Blue Star in the starry sky? But there are also Wudong and Taiji. This can't be just a coincidence. Or is Dashingu fleeing from Xiaoyu's hometown? Although it seems a bit unbelievable, it might actually be possible. After pondering for a moment, Piao Xue asked Dashingu, Do you think it's possible that you and Xiao Yu come from the same place? Or that your master and Xiao Yu come from the same place? That's not possible. My master and I are both natives of this planet, and I've been to Wudong Mountain. It's desolate and uninhabited, with only a few remnants left. Lao Feng said decisively. He had taken great risks to venture into that area. Wang Yu, hearing this, opened his mouth wide, his mind only on the word remnants. Ever since he obtained the jade tablet produced by Wang Yu, he had only suspected it a little, and now hearing those two words, his doubts deepened. Thinking of that fake jade tablet, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, "You guys wait for me a moment, I'll get something." He then rushed into the bedroom and dug out the jade tablet from a pile of clutter. He had hidden it carefully. Who would have thought he would stash such a precious item among a bunch of junk? Lao Feng and Piao Xue looked at him with a hint of confusion in their eyes. "Wang kid, what are you doing? By the way, this fake jade tablet seems to be the one I gave you." "That's right, it's that one. You said it was an antique back then. Are you sure?" At this moment, Wang Yu needed to confirm this piece of information. Antiques can be faked, and aging a new item isn't difficult. The judgment between real antiques and fake ones would affect his conclusions. Seeing the fake jade tablet, Piao Xue became interested and said, "Xiao Yu, can I take a look?" Wang Yu casually handed it over. Piao Xue took it, looked at it several times, and then saw the characters on it. After pondering for a few moments, she said, "This thing is indeed an antique, but this jade is fake. It's not naturally formed jade. This thing, aside from being old, doesn't seem to have much value." Seeing this, Lao Feng asked, "Wang kid, didn't you say you like this thing very much? Why did you cut it?" Piao Xue chimed in, "Xiao Yu, the jade tablet seems to be engraved with Wang Yu produced, just like your store name. Why don't you keep it as a mascot?" Wang Yu looked up, smiled lightly, and said, "I'm looking for an answer now." Piao Xue was puzzled. "Answer? What does that have to do with cutting open the jade tablet?" "The answer is inside the jade tablet." Lao Feng and Piao Xue fell silent, quietly watching him, both wanting to know what answer could come from the jade tablet. Wang Yu turned on the cutting machine and slowly cut along the edge of the jade tablet, dust flying. Before long, he had cut a circle and then used a screwdriver to pry open the cut seam gently. Crack! A piece of the edge of the jade tablet fell off, but the middle part didn't open. Wang Yu changed direction and continued. After about 10 minutes, the jade tablet finally opened, revealing a small jade tablet inside. Although he had anticipated it, his hands couldn't help but tremble. Seeing his expression change, Piao Xue asked, "Xiao Yu, did you find the answer?" Lao Feng was staring at the small jade tablet in the middle. "Yes, I found it." After saying that, Wang Yu pried out the Han Yuan jade tablet and held it in his palm. After examining it, Lao Feng wanted to ask, but the roar of a hovering flying car came from outside. This caught his attention. At this time, more people had arrived, and he wondered if they were here to cause trouble again. Just as he was considering whether to go take a look, there was a knock at the door, followed by Feng Zhao's voice. "Is Xiao Yu in?" Hearing the voice, Wang Yu immediately ran to open the door. Since it was Feng Zhao, it definitely wasn't trouble. Outside the repair shop, Feng Zhao was a bit anxious. She had just received an order from Hao Run, telling her to come handle the situation. Upon learning the location, she couldn't remain calm, although she had known in advance that there would be an attack, and that Wang Yu and Piao Xue had planned to lure the snake out of its hole. She couldn't help but worry. When Wang Yu opened the door and saw Feng Zhao, he greeted her, "Sister Zhao, what brings you here?" After saying that, he looked outside and noticed that more than 20 members of the investigation team were cleaning up the scene. Upon seeing Wang Yu, Feng Zhao quickly checked him over, noticing the scars on his battle armor. Her expression turned serious as she hurriedly pushed him into the shop. "Xiao Yu, wait a moment. Let me arrange some work and then talk to you." Lao Feng asked Piao Xue, "Awakens, did you call Feng Zhao here?" "No. I just asked Hao Ren to come clear the trash. I didn't expect him to send Xiao over. Don't you worry about exposing yourself? Those big families might pull some dirty tricks on you." Lao Feng understood the ways of those big families well. He generally avoided provoking them, not because he couldn't, but because he was too old to want to ruin his family. Piao Xue scoffed, "If it were in the past, I might have thought like you, but now, as long as they dare to come, I have an excuse to act. The Savior K has been repaired and its performance has been enhanced. So I'm not afraid of those scoundrels." She didn't lack opponents, but when it came to fighting, it was about equal. In the past, her battle armor was damaged, and she didn't have any advantage, but now it was different. Hearing her say this, Lao Feng joked, Oh, it seems Wang Kid is quite capable. Awakens. You better hold onto him tightly. His meaning was clear. Now that she was arrogant, it was largely dependent on her battle armor, but battle armor can get damaged. She shouldn't find herself in a situation where she couldn't find someone to repair it. Of course, Xiaoyu is my good student. Xiaoyu, don't you think so? After Piao Xue finished speaking, she hopped over and playfully put her hand on Wang Yu's shoulder. When she was with close people, her witch-like attributes would occasionally surface. Although she was almost 40 now, her heart remained the same as before. However, in Tianhai City and Tianqing Academy, she used her cool demeanor to disguise herself. Lao Feng shook his head at this situation, thinking, this little witch is already this old but still acts like this. At this moment, Wang Yu stood there like a wooden post, at a loss. He had never had a woman take the initiative to be close to him. However, he told himself that this woman was not to be trifled with. She was too terrifying and absolutely a great disaster. Not to mention her identity as a teacher. Just her unpredictable personality and unfathomable combat power made him shiver. At this time, after arranging the tasks outside, Feng Xiao walked in with a gift box. Upon seeing Piao Xue with her hand on Wang Yu's shoulder, her jaw dropped in shock. She felt like her CPU was about to smoke, and the gift box in her hand fell to the ground. The sound of the gift dropping attracted the attention of Wang Yu and the others, who turned to look. Lao Feng, is Xiao Xiao sick? Why does she seem to be trembling? Wang Yu. Strange, she seemed fine when I saw her earlier. Why is she shaking so badly now? Piao Xue awkwardly smiled and released Wang Yu, saying, Xiao Xiao, your gift fell on the ground. Realizing what had happened, Feng Xiao quickly picked up the gift, blushing as she walked toward Wang Yu. Chapter 56. Feng Xiao's gift. Upon seeing the gift, Wang Yu felt a sense of distance from the witch and approached. Xiao Xue, are you done with your work? Yeah, I'm done. By the way, Xiaoyu, you weren't hurt just now, were you? That scar on your armor looks pretty scary. Feng Xiao's face showed a mix of shyness and worry, and her hand holding the gift felt a bit stiff. This state was quickly noticed by old Feng, who gave Piao Xue a knowing look and said, Xiao Xue, how about we go outside for some fresh air? Piao Xue also sensed something and nodded, saying, okay, Xiao, I'm going out for a walk with Deshawn. If anything comes up, just contact me. After saying that, Piao Xue raised her hand, activated her spatial transfer ability, and vanished before the two. Above the Wang Yu repair shop, old Feng lay back in the void, gazing at the starry sky. Piao Xue stood beside him and asked Deshawn, did you bring me out because you have something to say? Hee, you really know how to guess. Old Feng lit a cigarette and continued. What do you think about Wang Xiaozi's background? Well, if we set aside all constraints, I think he should be a time traveler. Piao Xue's expression turned serious as she stated her reasoning. In fact, she had this thought after Wang Yu cut open the fake jade tablet. She had been observing Wang Yu's expression changes and gathered some clues from it. Recalling the earlier argument between Wang Yu and old Feng, she became increasingly certain of this possibility. Based on her judgment, Wang Yu must have traveled from a certain point in the past to the present, and it is speculated that at that time, this planet was still called Blue Star during an era before the invasion. However, the materials from that era were destroyed by the guys in the 12 Zodiac Satellite City, and the current world has diluted the concept of history. There is no such subject in the Academy, and private research and documentation are not allowed. Listening to Piao Xue's analysis, old Feng felt much less worried. He had high hopes for Wang Yu, but his identity was very sensitive. Blowing out a smoke ring, old Feng organized his thoughts and said, let's hope so. Although there are still many doubts and unbelievable aspects, you just like to worry unnecessarily. Think about Xiao Yu's abilities. Which power wouldn't secretly nurture such a talent and send him to your side without fear of losing him? Piao Xue had a clear understanding of the actions of the major powers. Not to mention that Wang Yu's ability, Eye of Analysis, could be classified as an SSS-level ability. Just as displayed repair skills would be enough for all major powers to nurture him. However, if they knew that Wang Yu's repair skills relied on his abilities and that the Eye of Analysis ability rating could far exceed SSS level, they wouldn't be so calm. Piao Xue's words awakened old Feng, and realizing this, he joked, Xiao Xue, I see you care quite a bit about Wang Xiaozi. How about you take him in and keep him by your side? The meaning was clear. It was just short of directly saying for her to treat Wang Yu like a little puppy. Piao Xue was instantly flustered, kicking him. You old guy, how about you take me in instead? I wouldn't dare. My old bones can't handle your antics. Thus, the two of them, with a combined age of nearly 90, began to playfully tussle in the air. Piao Xue had intentions towards Old Feng, but Old Feng treated her like a younger sister. This playful scuffle lasted a long time. And in the end, Piao Xue, relying on her home advantage, got her way. Inside the Wang You repair shop, Wang You had already removed his armor and was sitting on the sofa with Feng Xiao. Hao Run, knowing Piao Xue was there, didn't say much and readily agreed. At this moment, Wang Yu had changed into a new pair of futuristic warrior sunglasses and was getting familiar with their functions. Thank you for your gift, Xiao Xue. I love these glasses. They're really useful. Seeing that Wang Yu liked them, she felt delighted. Aside from the first time she met Wang Yu, every time she saw him, he wore a pair of sunglasses, so she guessed he might like them and specifically chose this pair. The style was similar to Wang Yu's original ones, but the functionality was worlds apart. The previous ones were just simple sunglasses, while this pair was a top-tier, smart wearable device, integrating elements like a communicator, Skynet terminal, and other high-tech features. Of course, they weren't cheap. If Feng Xiao had bought them before, she might have felt heartache for months, but today, she received a large sum of money and could afford to splurge. After Wang Yu expressed his happiness, Feng Xiao asked a heart-wrenching question. Xiao Yu, you and the teacher aren't involved, are you? In her mind, Piao Xue was aloof, but she had just been hanging on Wang Yu, which made her unable to stop herself from overthinking. Wang Yu didn't understand her meaning and casually asked, which one? I just saw teacher Piao Xue hanging on you. She's usually very aloof and doesn't let men get close. Feng Xiao mustered the courage to say, but her heart was anxious. This statement shocked Wang Yu, who immediately took off his glasses, but this action made Feng Xiao feel her heart sink, her face turning a bit pale. She thought, it's over. I asked something I shouldn't have. What should I do? Seeing her face pale, Wang Yu asked with concern, Xiao Xue, are you okay? I'm fine. But before she could finish, Wang Yu sat beside her and raised his hand to touch her forehead. This doesn't feel right. Why is it so cool? Oh, why is it heating up again? Xiao Xue, you aren't getting sick, are you? His actions made Feng Xiao's face turn red, and she shyly said, I'm fine. Wang Yu continued, by the way, you said teacher Piao Xue is aloof. I don't think so. Feng Xiao began to cool down. I feel she's too unpredictable. She completely acts like a witch. Just now, when she suddenly hung on me, I was so scared I didn't dare to move, fearing I would touch something I shouldn't and get in trouble. This time, Piao Xue's temperature rose again. Wang Yu was puzzled. Xiao Xue, are you really okay? Why does your temperature keep fluctuating? Are you really fine? Feng Xiao pushed his hand away. Her face flushed and said, I'm really fine. She felt much more at ease now. At least Wang Yu and Piao Xue weren't what she thought. Seeing her say this, Wang Yu put on the sunglasses he had received, thinking, Xiao Xue seems a bit strange. I never noticed her like this before. Wait a minute. At this moment, he recalled the intelligent robot Rose hidden in the sleep pod and asked, Xiao Xue, are there any parts for intelligent robots sold in Tianhai City? He didn't dare to say he was hiding one, so he could only half-truthfully find a reason to deflect. Feng Xiao thought for a moment and believed his lie, saying, well, for life assistance robots, I can take you to a specialty store tomorrow, but these things aren't cheap. All right then. Dragon Family Shadow Dragon Dark Guard Base. This was the information transmitted by the investigation team's undercover line. After hearing it, Long Zhan's face turned as black as a pot lid. The Du Family Shadow Team was similarly outraged, having received reports that all the dispatch personnel were brain dead, and the head was in a fit of rage. Tianhai City East District Du Tung Private Research Institute, Du Zipping received a mysterious phone call. 30 brain-dead bodies. The physical vitality is excellent. Their combat power before death was at the bronze level. We absolutely must have them. Send them over immediately. If the masters of the Long and Du families knew that the countless resources invested in the Dark Hand would ultimately become experimental materials for this guy, they wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 57. First entry into the city the next day, after completing his daily maintenance tasks. Wang Yu put on the newly repaired Savior L battle armor and rode into the city on Feng Zhao's motorcycle. Arriving in this world. No, that's wrong. It should be said that he had traveled to the future. This was the first time Wang Yu stepped into a city. After cutting open the fake jade token yesterday. He confirmed that he had traveled through time over 1,000 years into the future. Having been outside Tianhai City for more than half a year, he never truly understood this city. Crossing the towering city walls, he finally saw the true face of Tianhai City. Although the city is now renamed Tianhai City, he guessed it must be the former Tianzi City. In his imagination, a future city should be clean, orderly, with beautiful environments and convenient living, filled with a sense of technology everywhere. But as he lifted that veil, he realized he was mistaken. Tianhai City had towering skyscrapers full of a sense of technology, but it was in no way clean, orderly, or beautiful. Some areas felt no different from outside the city. However, he discovered that the previous city wall was just the outer layer, and there was another wall inside. So he asked Sister Xiao, "Why is there another city wall?" Feng Xiao explained, "There are a total of 3 layers of city walls in Tianhai City, dividing the entire city into the outer city, middle city, and inner city. The area we are currently in is the outer city, and after crossing the front wall, we will enter the middle city." He asked, "What is the difference between these divisions?" Wang Yu speculated that it might be similar to the rings in the capital, but without understanding everything, he could only humbly seek advice. Feng Xiao briefly introduced him to Tianhai City. It turned out that Tianhai City divided its citizens by class. The outer city was inhabited by ordinary citizens, who generally engaged in production work and were responsible for the supply of resources. The middle city housed elite citizens, including professionals from various industries and city officials. The inner city was home to the controlling class of the city, where many powerful families and strong individuals resided. Feng Xiao lived in the middle city, while Piao Xue resided in the inner city. Citizens from different classes could not freely cross the city walls unless authorized for short-term entry and exit. At this time, Feng Xiao could directly leap over the city wall because she was part of the investigation team. Otherwise, jumping over would result in being shot down by the city's defense beams. Wang Yu could pass through because he had Piao Xue's special authorization. Otherwise, he would also experience the enthusiastic welcome of the beam cannons. Before long, they crossed the second city wall, and the skyscrapers in sight were much more pleasing than those in the outer city. At least they were much more orderly. At this moment, Feng Xiao did not descend, but continued toward the third city wall, where their destination was the high-end commercial district in the middle city, adjacent to the third city wall. Soon, Feng Xiao descended and landed on the rooftop of a tall building. "Xiao Yu, we have arrived. This is the Guangming Commercial Street in the middle city." Wang Yu looked around, puzzled. Although it was called the commercial street, it was surrounded by rooftops. Could it be a parking lot? After Feng Xiao parked the hovering motorcycle, she took Wang Yu's hand and said, "Let us go shopping. By the way, I have already linked the bank account that the teacher gave you to your smart terminal." Wang Yu originally had no identity or bank account. These were arranged by Piao Xue with Feng Xiao's help after the division of funds, and with Piao Xue's guarantee. The procedures went quickly. A few minutes later, they were waiting for the elevator at an elevator entrance. At this time, both of them had put away their helmets. Feng Xiao revealed her flowing long hair, while Wang Yu sported a slick-back hairstyle and sunglasses, feeling cool. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Feng Xiao pulled Wang Yu inside. At this moment, a female voice came from behind. "Oh, isn't this the stone woman from 1,000 years? How come you understand how to date a boyfriend now?" Upon hearing this voice, Feng Xiao's expression changed slightly, but she ignored it and stepped into the elevator. Wang Yu didn't notice her expression, thinking that the woman behind him was greeting another woman, so he also ignored it. However, some people just love to stir trouble. The more you ignore them, the more they push their luck. Oh, the stone woman has a boyfriend now and has become arrogant, even ignoring old classmates and running away so fast. Feng Xiao still did not respond. She knew who was behind her and had no mood to deal with it. When you felt that the woman was really annoying, but since it didn't concern him, he treated it like a fly buzzing around and pressed the elevator door close button. But unexpectedly, the elevator door did not close. 2 women and a man quickly walked in. One of the women immediately spoke to Feng Xiao. "The stone woman has called you a few times. Why aren't you responding?" Now Wang Yu realized who the sharp-tongued woman was addressing. But since Feng Xiao didn't speak, he didn't say anything either. He just stepped aside and leaned against Feng Xiao. The woman had green hair, smoky makeup, pierced lips, and wore a super short studded jacket with a ripped tube top that was too narrow, although her facial features were decent. Wang Yu still kept his distance from such a person. Her friend's outfit was similar, looking like a member of a tribe. However, the man was wearing golden-powered armor, had golden hair, and even his lip ring was gold. Realizing she couldn't avoid the confrontation, Feng Xiao spoke up. "Oh, it's you. Hualu. You said you called me just now, but I didn't hear anyone call my name, just a bothersome voice shouting without any manners." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu glanced at the long legs and almost laughed. The name Hualu was rather fitting. In fact, Hualu was wearing stockings. But under the eye of analysis, it was still discernible. Hualu felt like she had been stepped on. "Stone woman, who are you calling lacking in manners? A poor and pathetic person. Saying hello to you is already giving you face because we're classmates. Don't be ungrateful." Without mentioning names, Feng Xiao didn't bother to respond, instead snuggling her arm around Wang Yu's, looking happy. But the more she ignored her, the more Hualu intensified. "Stone woman. You think that just because you found a boyfriend, you can get rid of that nickname? No way." At this moment, her friend asked Sister Lu, "How'd you get that nickname? Let everyone hear about it." She, the young master of the Long family, Long Out Yin, pursued her, and she acted all cold and aloof. One day, after drinking, the young master said that once he lost patience, he would arrange for surgery to turn her into a stone woman. Hualu chattered on, spilling a lot of Feng Zhao scandals, but most of it was fabricated nonsense. Many of the stories were particularly bizarre, leaving her friend and the golden-haired man in shock, occasionally exclaiming in surprise at the outrageous terms. She went outside the city to find a vagabond for beauty serum. To practice her waist strength, she specifically put eggs in her waistband. She often secretly attended mysterious vocal communication meetings, just to supplement her nutrition. Feng Xiao was almost furious upon hearing these. Hualu really could make up any strange story to slander her. Seeing Feng Xiao holding back her anger and looking uncomfortable, Wang Yu took off his glasses, put them on Feng Xiao, and then activated the sound blocking feature. His actions made Feng Xiao feel sweet inside. Feng Xiao knew his character. He usually wouldn't do anything outrageous unless necessary. Of course, Wang Yu wasn't one to endure. Since the mouth was on her, she could say whatever she wanted, and there was no need for a verbal dispute, but he remembered this. As long as he found the opportunity, he would definitely deal with it thoroughly. Before long, the elevator arrived at the floor Feng Xiao selected. Chapter 58. Annoying flies. After the elevator reached the floor and the doors opened, Feng Xiao and Wang Yu were ready to exit, but Hualu and her friends intentionally blocked their way, not letting them out. Wang Yu frowned. He didn't want to engage in a verbal dispute, but these guys really thought he was easy to bully, acting as a roadblock. It wasn't in his nature to endure this any longer. Of course, he wouldn't do anything outrageous in this situation. He just raised his hand and pushed through the gap between people, causing Hualu and her friends to be squeezed against the wall. Feng Xiao, holding his arm, followed his lead out of the elevator. As for why he didn't push towards the blonde guy, it was simply because it was easier to push through Hualu's side. Wang Yu wouldn't give preferential treatment just because they were women. He believed in treating everyone equally. Throughout this process, the two didn't say a word, while Hualu yelled angrily, spewing insults. "You little brat, do you think wearing a piece of antique, tattered armor makes you special? You poor scum, daring to push me, making me squeeze in pain like this. If I get deformed, you won't even be able to sell that armor to buy a single one for me. You're so pathetic. Do you know how much this body of mine is worth? If I told you, it would scare you to death." Hearing her insults, Wang Yu almost couldn't help but retort. After all, adding a couple of large silicone pieces isn't worth much. No amount of money could buy him this armor. After walking 5 or 6 meters, Feng Xiao took off her glasses and handed them back to Wang Yu, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Yu, don't mind her. That woman is just a mad dog that just ate shit." Her voice was soft and gentle, but Hualu in the elevator heard it and was enraged, nearly exploding with anger. She immediately pulled her friends and the blonde guy out. "Old maid, what did you just say?" Feng Xiao ignored her and asked Wang Yu, "Xiao Yu, did you hear the mad dogs barking? Let us go quickly, or it would be bad if we get bitten." "Yeah, I heard it. It's actually quite scary." I just don't know how such a high-end place could have mad dogs. And so, Wang Yu and Feng Xiao walked ahead, discussing the topic of mad dogs, while Hua Lu and her friends chased after them, cursing. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. Where is the unprofessional security? Why haven't they come yet? Yeah, this is the highest-end commercial area in the city. How could they allow them to act like this? The quality of young people has really declined over the years. That is not quite right. Do you think those two in front are any better? I feel like they're all the same. If they weren't all trash, how could they attract those three flies? As the number of dissatisfied people increased, the security finally arrived, blocking Wang Yu and Feng Xiao. The two looked puzzled. Clearly, it was Hua Lu and her friends making loud, unpleasant noises. Did the security have poor eyesight? Feng Xiao was quite unhappy about the situation and asked, "Are you sure you have the right target?" The security guard stated sternly, "I'm not mistaken. From your clothing, you obviously don't have the capability to shop here. You've already caused dissatisfaction among the three customers behind you. Please leave." Wang Yu was dumbfounded, and so was Feng Xiao. Did the security mean to say that they were dressed too shabbily? That couldn't be right. After all, he was a millionaire. Unable to figure out the reason, Wang Yu asked, "How did you judge from our clothing?" The security guard looked at him disdainfully and said, "Does it need explaining? Don't you have any sense? Wearing this outdated style of armor, with patches all over it, and you don't even know where to find compliant parts to piece together. It's clear that you're too poor to afford even regular repair shops." Wang Yu and Feng Xiao were speechless. The patches were indeed true. Both their armors had been repaired multiple times, and a few marks were normal. However, this didn't affect performance, so they hadn't paid much attention to it. As for the uncompliant parts he mentioned, Wang Yu strongly disagreed. He had modified it meticulously. Useless things wouldn't appear on his armor. Although it wasn't very aesthetic, armor was meant for combat. As long as its combat performance was strong, that was enough. At this moment, passers-by began to discuss. That security guard's eyes are impressive. He can spot all this at a glance. Indeed, he has been working here for so long. What isn't he seen? At this time, a confused passerby pointed at Hua Lu and asked, "Hey security, those two girls are also dressed in rags. Why don't you ask them to leave?" He was trying to defend Wang Yu and Feng Xiao, but was dissatisfied with Hua Lu's way of speaking and her loud voice. Hearing his question, the male security guard looked at him with disdain and said, "You country bumpkin, you can't even tell their outfits are high fashion? How dare you come here to shop? Don't you feel unhappy? Listen carefully. What they are wearing is the latest collection from LV. Just those stockings are worth more than your entire outfit." When a security guard mentioned the LV brand, he revealed an admiring expression, as if that brand represented something noble and sacred. The crowd gasped at his words and began to praise. Wang Yu had originally come out to find a maintenance key for the rose, but was already displeased to encounter three flies. Now being blocked by security made him even more annoyed, but due to the praise of the LV brand, it made him laugh. "Haha, this is ridiculous. Before I crossed over, I had heard of some brands releasing beggar-style trendy clothes, but I didn't expect to see it escalate to this in the future." After his laughter, someone immediately jumped out to criticize. "You garbage, what are you laughing at? With your pathetic appearance. You probably haven't even heard of the LV brand. LV is the leader in trendy clothing. How could someone like you, who has pieced together armor, know anything about it? You probably didn't know that the cheapest LV item costs $30,000, enough for him to eat for a year. Just as I said, your armor must have come from a trash heap. It probably can only be worn as a showpiece with no combat performance at all. Bro, you have good eyes. I've been in the armor repair business for 20 years and have never seen a style like that. Needless to say, it must be from a no-name brand. Man, you're so high up. Dusher Shuguang Repair Factory in Central City." Listening to these discussions, Wang Yu shook his head, thinking to himself, this is what the elite district looks like. It feels like the intelligence of people in this era has seriously declined. Not to mention, he guessed right. While people in this era were physically stronger, their overall intelligence had indeed dropped. But this wasn't a natural result. It was a consequence of the secret control by the 12 Zodiac satellite cities, being treated as a poor person by security and mocked by many passers-by. Feng Xiao was about to explode with anger. After all, she was a millionaire, even without mentioning that. Her identity as the captain of the investigation team was not something that security could mock. However, she was currently on leave and not wearing identification, or else she would definitely make these guys regret it. Seeing everyone belittling Feng Xiao and Wang Yu, the security guard smirked and said, "Did you hear? This is not a place for you. Please leave voluntarily, or I might take action." This made Feng Xiao so furious that she wanted to slap him, smashing that smug face of his. Just then, a middle-aged man in luxurious noble attire exited the elevator, noticed the disorder, and walked over. Chapter 59. Getting in 20 discount opportunity. Wang Yu and Feng Xiao were surrounded by a crowd, overwhelmed by a barrage of derogatory remarks. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious noble attire had a slightly grim expression. He was the owner of the commercial building, which had become a standout in the top commercial center of the city, owing much to his efforts. This building catered to high-end clientele, providing the most upscale shopping atmosphere. Thus it was known for its elegance and tranquility. However, what he saw and heard at that moment was in stark contrast to this, as crude language and noise filled the entire floor, resembling a gladiatorial arena, and these sounds pierced his nerves. A loud and commanding voice suddenly quieted everyone. The assistant pushed through the crowd, and the middle-aged man slowly walked in. The security guard, seeing him, hurriedly bowed and said, "Mr. Li, what brings you here today?" Upon seeing him, the crowd began to murmur. Those two poor individuals were definitely finished. Mr. Li always valued the environment here, and their attire had already caused discomfort among everyone, so they would surely be expelled. It was obvious. Mr. Li was someone who cared about living tastefully. Many luxury shops in this building were invited by him. However, I noticed a strange phenomenon. There seems to be no LV specialty store in this building, right? I remember now, it's actually in the adjacent building. Mr. Li listened with a stern face to the discussions. The security guard added embellishments, saying, "Mr. Li, here's the situation. These two young people entered wearing mismatched armor. Their behavior displeased 3 other customers, who advised them to leave. But they refused and engaged in verbal exchanges. Due to the loud noise, it attracted the attention of many customers, who also joined in persuading them to leave. I was just following the customers' wishes to advise them to leave, but these two are just stubborn and won't go, Mr. Li. Showing you this scene is my dereliction of duty. I'll forcibly remove them right away." From his words, Wang Yu and Feng Xiao had become the instigators, stubbornly clinging to their spots. After hearing the security guard's words, Mr. Li's face turned completely dark. The security guard straightened up and turned to Wang Yu and Feng Xiao, revealing a contemptuous smile, saying, "You two bumpkins, I was trying to let you leave on your own, but now I have to resort to forced removal." Just as the security guard was about to step forward to grab Wang Yu and Feng Xiao, Mr. Li's assistant slapped him across the face. The guard spun in the air 3 times before rolling on the ground. At that moment, everyone fell silent. They could guess the beginning, but not the outcome. Wasn't Mr. Li supposed to have the security forcibly remove these two? Why did the assistant hit the guard? Had the sun risen from the west? They couldn't understand, couldn't comprehend. Even Wang Yu and Feng Xiao were watching, wondering what kind of scheme Mr. Li was concocting. The security guard got up from the ground, quickly ran to Mr. Li, knelt down, and shouted, "Mr. Li, what did I go wrong? You can tell me. I promise I'll change." He thought to himself, since Mr. Li allowed the assistant to intervene, he must have done something wrong. Was it because I handled the situation too slowly, causing a larger impact? Yes, that must be it. After thinking this, he continued to shout, "Mr. Li, the earlier situation was due to my slow reaction. I'll chase them out right now." Unfortunately, after he said this, he was kicked down by the assistant and then dragged away. Mr. Li and the assistant had not said a word from the beginning until now. In fact, when the crowd was excessively praising the LV brand earlier, Mr. Li and the assistant had heard some of it. Others didn't know, but the assistant was very clear that Mr. Li particularly disliked LV, believing that the design of this brand contradicted aesthetics, which is why there was no LV specialty store in this building. Of course, in formal occasions, Mr. Li would not openly belittle the brand. Mr. Li had managed the business so well because he had a unique vision. From the moment he stepped in, he had been quietly observing everyone. Regardless of whether it was the security guard or passersby, they all wore expressions of pride and disdain to varying degrees. However, aside from a faint look of anger on their faces, Wang Yu and Feng Xiao clearly looked like the ones at a disadvantage. Judging by Mr. Li's experience, it was evident that Wang Yu and Feng Xiao were not the troublemakers, and the security guard's claims were certainly lies. Lying in front of him meant that this person had to be dealt with. Additionally, Mr. Li noticed that the sunglasses Wang Yu wore were quite expensive, and the armor that he and Feng Xiao wore was not as terrible as the security guard claimed. All these factors made things clear. After the assistant dragged the security guard away, Mr. Li walked up to Wang Yu and politely said, "Young man, it's my management that was inadequate. I sincerely apologize. How about this? Today, you can enjoy a 20% discount on your purchases here, if that is all right with you." Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was this a stroke of luck? Although he didn't know why, since he hadn't lost anything earlier, he accepted. "Thank you, sir." Wang Yu didn't say much to Mr. Li, just a simple nod of acknowledgement. Hua Lu and the others felt a sense of imbalance upon seeing Wang Yu receive such a benefit and shouted, "Mr. Li, you see she's decked out in LV from head to toe. Even her makeup is peculiar. You've clearly categorized her as a nouveau riche or someone of low quality. It's already extremely generous of you not to expel her." Now that Hua Lu was jumping out to cause trouble again, Mr. Li replied, "Miss, once you enter here, you are all my customers. There is no distinction between rich and poor, and everyone must abide by the order here." As a businessman, he spoke rather tactfully, informing Hua Lu and her group that they must follow his rules while they were there, and if they didn't want to comply, they could leave. After Mr. Li finished speaking, he signaled to the assistant to leave. Although the onlookers were puzzled by the outcome, they did not continue to mock and dispersed as well. At this moment, Hua Lu and the others were a bit indignant. Of course, she knew the rules here, so she didn't make a loud fuss anymore. Wang Yu smiled at Feng Xiao and said, "Sister Xiao, let us go. Let us first check out the smart robot specialty store." "All right, I'll take you there." After saying that, she linked her arm with Wang Yu's and continued forward. Hua Lu and the others sneered upon hearing this. Can a poor person even afford smart robots? Let's go and see. A few minutes later, Feng Xiao brought Wang Yu to a tech-savvy store. Through the window, Wang Yu noticed various types of intelligent robots on display. However, most of them were single-function service robots, and their designs were quite bizarre. Wang Yu frowned. "Sister Xiao, these models have too limited functions. Don't they have humanoid ones with more features?" Regarding these, Feng Xiao was indeed a bit clueless. She couldn't even afford the single-function ones at the moment, let alone the more advanced ones. "Aren't there any that meet your requirements, Xiao Yu? How about we go in and ask?" After saying that, Feng Xiao pulled Wang Yu, preparing to go into the store to browse. As for the price, she didn't need to consider it all. Wang Yu's current funds were definitely sufficient. Just as they were about to enter the store, Hua Lu and her two companions followed them in. Chapter 60, deciding to buy a succubus. Welcome to the Flash Technology Service Center. After Feng Xiao and Wang Yu entered the store, a young female sales associate approached them. However, after glancing at their battle armor, she lost interest and, after a brief greeting, stood silently. Just as Wang Yu was about to ask her something, Hua Lu and the other two entered the store, and the sales associate immediately abandoned Wang Yu to greet them instead. Seeing this, Wang Yu could only walk further inside, wanting to browse on his own. Before long, Wang Yu and Feng Xiao had wandered through most of the exhibition hall and discovered that most of the items were household robots. Feeling that there wasn't much to see, Wang Yu asked, "Xiao Xuejia, is this the only store?" "Of course not. Didn't you say you were looking for something that can do housework? This brand specializes in that," Feng Xiao replied. Wang Yu felt a bit disappointed. He wasn't really looking to buy a robot, but was trying to find a maintenance key for Rose. So he pulled Feng Xiao towards the exit. As they passed by Hua Lu and the others, they were mocked. "Oh, the eternal stone woman. Why are you leaving so soon? Is it too expensive for you to afford?" The sales associate looked down on them, saying, "Humph, nobody here can afford that. Wanted to buy a humanoid model. If you're looking for excuses to leave, at least make it a good one. But I'm in a good mood today. If you turn left outside, there's a store that sells what you need. I just worry you won't dare to go in." Upon hearing the sales associate's words, Hua Lu and the others exchanged mysterious smiles, knowing exactly what that store sold. This place sold services for daily life, making it convenient, while that other place also served life but added a touch of color and excitement. They were curious about what the outcome would be after Wang Yu and Feng Xiao visited that store. Knowing the direction, Wang Yu led Feng Xiao over. In just a few minutes, Wang Yu saw a row of display windows and, with a glance, knew he had come to the right place. However, upon seeing the dolls in the display windows, Feng Xiao's expression immediately became unnatural. She felt anxious, thinking, could Xiao Yu have needs in that regard? What should I do? How should I advise him? Wang Yu, oblivious to her thoughts, walked straight inside. Upon entering, the three sales associates looked at the two with strange eyes, debating who should approach them. In the end, since none of them wanted to step forward, the team leader reluctantly took the initiative. Welcome to Phantom Intelligent Technology. Sir and Miss, what can we assist you with? Whatever you can think of, we at Phantom Intelligent Technology will try our best to fulfill your needs. I'm Wei Su, and I'm pleased to serve you. Wei Su was a somewhat sleazy-looking middle-aged man, and as he spoke, his eyes darted back and forth between Wang Yu and Feng Xiao, with an ambiguous expression. It's not surprising for these sales associates. They've been working here for so long that most of their clients had special preferences. It was rare to see a young couple in such a store. Wang Yu didn't know the specific functions of these robots, but through the eye of analysis, he observed that the models were similar to Rose, so he judged that Rose must be a product of this company. He was a bit surprised by the name of the product, but still greeted, "Hello, Mr. Sleazy. I'm looking for a certain accessory. Do you have it?" Hearing this, Wei Su found himself in a dilemma. According to the regulations, all intelligent robots could only be maintained and serviced by the manufacturer, so there were no parts for sale. Wang Yu wasn't very familiar with this and scratched his head, asking, "Oh, I see. What I'm looking for is a key." He then described the shape of the maintenance key. Feng Xiao felt a bit confused, wondering when intelligent robots ever had such accessories. However, Wei Su's expression became somewhat strange. He recognized what Wang Yu was describing as the private key that only the highest-end model of the Phantom Intelligent Robot, the Succubus series, had. Yet, he couldn't fathom how Wang Yu could own a Succubus, as they were quite expensive and each Succubus had only one private key. At that moment, he thought to himself, if that key can break, this young man must be quite extravagant. Having a beautiful girl by his side isn't enough. He wants a succubus for fun too. However, since the customer asked, he explained, "Oh, you're talking about the private key. Each succubus only comes with one. If it's damaged, there's no way to replace it. But, sir, if you like succubus, you can always buy a new one." This was indeed the case. The encryption level of this key was too high for even a manufacturer to crack. If the key was broken, the succubus would have to be scrapped. When you found himself in a bit of a predicament, he really just wanted to buy a key. The compatibility didn't matter to him, with the eye of analysis. It'd be easy to crack, but they said it couldn't be sold separately. At this point, Wang Yu fell into deep thought. Of course, he wasn't thinking about any romantic implications, but rather how to utilize the succubus. Not far outside, the Phantom Intelligent Specialty Store, Hua Lu and the others were waiting to watch the show. Hua Lu said, "Why is that poor guy taking so long inside?" Her friend replied, "Lu Jia, do you think they might be getting tangled up with the sales associate?" The blonde man said, "That seems unlikely. I guess they might be arguing inside." Hua Lu remarked, "It doesn't seem like it. It's too quiet." At this moment, Feng Xiao, standing next to Wang Yu, felt a mix of anxiety and uncertainty. She wanted to stop Wang Yu, but feared he would resent her. Without a suitable reason, she felt uncomfortable not stopping him, but she also couldn't help it. Wang Yu thought for a moment and made up his mind to buy a succubus. He could even try to train them as bodyguards, which would effectively give him 2 free guards. "Mr. Wei Su, I've decided to buy a new succubus." Hearing his decision, Wei Su was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Buying a succubus in front of his girlfriend? Feng Zhao's mind was like thunder crashing. She stupidly asked, "Xiao Yu, you don't have needs in that regard, do you?" "Actually, I can help you with that." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu turned to find Feng Zhao's expression was shy, and he was immediately dumbfounded. What was going on? Did she misunderstand his intentions? Realizing this, he said seriously, "Xiao Xueji, what are you thinking? This succubus has other uses for me. My store has so few people and many tasks that need her help." Wei Su, worried that Feng Xiao might ruin the deal, quickly chimed in, "Miss, our company's Succubus series is a top-of-the-line product. She has the capabilities of an all-purpose maid and can help the owner handle many tasks. After saying this, he still secretly complained in his heart. Although this was the original idea when developing the succubus, the price was so high that it could hire 100 real maids to do the same things. Therefore, this function ironically became the most useless, and only those with certain desires truly needed a succubus. After this explanation, Wang Yu felt even more tempted. An all-purpose maid? That's exactly what I need. However, Feng Xiao thought of a counterpoint. Xiao Yu, hiring a maid or a clerk wouldn't cost much, and this succubus must be expensive, right? It doesn't seem cost-effective. What she didn't know was that, in Wang Yu's eyes, people's hearts were hard to read. He had many secrets and would never hire someone to do those tasks around him. Although the succubus was expensive, he could have complete control. Chapter 61. The provocation of the green-haired fly. Feng Xiao was unaware of Wang Yu's concerns, so from her perspective, the cost-performance ratio was more convincing. After all, just a few days ago, Wang Yu was a broke pauper. Wang Yu also understood her thoughts and assumed she was worried about him spending money carelessly. He said, "Sister Xiao, there are some things that hired maids or store clerks can't solve. I have my own plans, so don't worry." After saying that, he turned to Wei Su and asked, "Mr. Wei, how much is the succubus?" Wei Su slowly held up one finger and said, 10 million, sir. If you think it's too expensive, I can actually offer you a discount. He was worried that if the price was too high, Wang Yu would walk away. So he didn't give a fixed price right away. "Well, that is a bit expensive. How much can you discount for me?" Wei Su hesitated for a moment and said, "Sir, I can give you a 10 discount. That's the limit." Hearing this discount, Wang Yu calculated in his mind. A 10 discount means 9 million. The previous Mr. Li had mentioned an 80 discount for all purchases, so he was uncertain and could only ask, "This price is fine. By the way, it seems Mr. Li mentioned that my consumption here today would be at 80 off. Mr. Wei, how much do I need to pay?" At this, Wei Su felt a bit of heartache. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? If I had known you would ask about discounts after I finished talking, I wouldn't have offered the discount." After saying that, he quickly ran to the front desk to confirm the truth of the matter. He found out that Wang Yu was receiving a compensation from Mr. Li, and the calculation was that Wang Yu only needed to pay 80 of the final price for his in-store consumption, with the remaining 20 paid by Mr. Li. Thus, Wang Yu happily paid 7,200,000, and then Wei Su quickly arranged for the delivery. Originally, this delivery would have a grand ceremony, but Wang Yu didn't like that kind of thing. After taking the box containing the key, setting the initial state, and personalized adjustments for the succubus, he named her Tifa, and everything was done. The initial appearance, name, and personality were all Tifa, thanks to his frequent browsing of 3D models before crossing over. After getting all this sorted, he had Tifa put on the gifted maid outfit and followed him and Feng Xiao out of the shop of shadow technology, wanting to continue shopping. Although Tifa was supposed to be equipped with a dedicated maintenance chamber, he had Wei Su send it to Feng Zhao's residence and would pick it up later. At this moment, Feng Zhao's face was filled with displeasure, but she could only sulk inwardly while still holding on to Wang Yu's arm. As soon as they stepped out of the store, they were spotted by Hua Lu and her companions, who had been waiting for a long time. Hua Lu looked at them with disdain. "Oh, the eternal stone woman. I didn't expect you to bring your boyfriend to shadow technology, and even buy one. TSK, stone woman is still a stone woman. Can't even solve that little issue," I said, looking at your usual poor appearance. "Did you save all your money to buy this for your boyfriend?" Her friend chimed in, "Sister Lu, she's really generous. To make her boyfriend happy, she's willing to do this. Just look at that doll. It doesn't look like a cheap model." Hua Lu, however, didn't believe that Feng Xiao spent a lot of money, saying, "How much money can she have? It's good enough if she can buy an entry-level model." Her friend replied, "True, but looking at that appearance, it doesn't seem like an entry-level model. Maybe her boyfriend contributed a bit." Hua Lu was even more skeptical. Tim, wearing those rags. He probably doesn't even have a few coins in his pocket. He must have used all his savings and relied on Mr. Li's discount promise to get it. If they could really afford a model above entry-level, I'd throw this LV outfit into the trash. TSK. As the two debated, they failed to notice the blonde man staring at Tifa with wide eyes. Unlike Hua Lu, he was well aware of Shadow's products. In certain circles, they were quite renowned, and he happened to know a thing or two. With shiny skin, lively eyes, smooth movements, and that box in the guy's hand, could it be? The blond man couldn't believe his judgment. Seeing the three flies, Wang Yu felt a bit displeased and pulled Feng Xiao to leave. However, Wei Su suddenly came out of the store. "Sir, I sincerely apologize. I was so busy earlier that I forgot about the succubus and the clothing package. You can choose the clothing now, and we will send it to you along with the maintenance chamber." As soon as he finished speaking, the blond man exclaimed, "Is this really the succubus? How is that possible? Succubus? What model? Why are you so surprised, young Master Jean?" Hua Lu was startled, and her friend was also taken aback. At this moment, Wei Su explained, "Succubus is our highest-end model produced by Shadow Intelligent Technology." This statement hit Hua Lu and her companions like a bolt from the blue, leaving them frozen in place, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Wang Yu also took the tablet that Wei Su handed over and found a large number of clothing styles listed on it. Dignified, enchanting, conservative, open. Whatever he wanted or couldn't imagine was there. However, he wasn't good at choosing clothes and had no interest, so he asked, "Are these clothes only for Tifa?" "Normally, yes, but these are regular garments. You can handle it as you see fit, as long as you use up the quota inside." Although Wei Su didn't know why Wang Yu asked this, he casually explained. Wang Yu thought for a moment. Since these were regular garments, and there were quite a few styles, he might as well let Feng Xiao take a look to see if she needed anything. "Sister Xiao, I'm not good at fashion. You choose, pick what you like, and just leave 2 maid outfits for Tifa." After all, Tifa had a similar figure to the shop's model, so wearing the same maid outfit would be fine. At this moment, Feng Xiao has stern face. "You're buying a maid robot, and still want me to help choose clothes? What do you think I am?" However, she still took the tablet, and, upon seeing the quota, her eyes widened. It listed the vast majority of clothing styles available on the market, and the brands were not just ordinary ones. They were all big names. 1 million. I get to choose 1 million worth of clothes? Feng Xiao asked a bit uncertainly. He hadn't made it too direct. Wang Yu's intention was clear. He wanted to gift these clothes to Feng Xiao, and he was worried she wouldn't understand. After that statement, Feng Xiao understood Wang Yu's meaning and excitedly started choosing clothes. 1 million was something she wouldn't dare to think about normally. Although her job in the city was decent and she had a bit of status, life was still tight, and she usually wore combat uniforms. Now, besides the combat uniforms in her closet, she only had a few ordinary dresses. Since Wang Yu wanted to give her these, she was going to pick as much as she could. If the quota was not enough, she would just ask him to supplement a bit. As Feng Xiao's attention shifted to the clothes, Wang Yu looked at the stunned Hua Lu and her companions. "Did I just hear something? Oh, it seems that green-haired girl said, if I could afford a model above entry level, she would throw her LV outfit into the trash, right? That's what she said. Oh, my head. By the way, green-haired girl, you should fulfill your promise." At this point, everyone turned their gaze to Hua Lu. There was no way around it. She was the only one with green hair in the group. Chapter 62. Plastic Flower Besties. Hua Lu never expected that Wang Yu would actually remember something she said offhand. At that time, she was just boasting in front of her best friend, expressing confidence in her views, never thinking it would turn into a liability. How could she possibly throw all her LV into the trash? Not to mention that outfit was worth hundreds of thousands. Even if she was willing to throw it away, she would just die of embarrassment on the spot. Tianhai City's online community is filled with gossip. "What did you say? I don't understand. You must have misheard me. I was just joking. There's no way I'm going to fall for that." Hua Lu firmly denied it, and some passers-by shook their heads, indicating they hadn't heard anything. After looking around, the stone in her heart finally dropped. Seeing this, she provocatively glanced at Wang Yu. In fact, Wang Yu only said those words to irritate Hua Lu. He had no recording or evidence. Now that the onlookers saw there was no drama, they planned to disperse. But Hua Lu's best friend suddenly spoke up. "Sister Lu, you really did say that just now. How could you forget?" Wang Yu was a bit dumbfounded. Was this what they called a plastic flower sister backstabbing her best friend? What was she after? He couldn't understand why Hua Lu's friend would turn against her. Hua Lu felt like she had fallen into an ice cave, staring blankly at her best friend. The passers-by also stopped in their tracks, eager to see the drama unfold. The only one who didn't react was Feng Xiao, who was excitedly picking out clothes. Hua Lu couldn't believe her ears. This was her best friend. She shouted, "Xiao Bai, what did you just say?" "I didn't hear clearly." Her friend Xiao Bai, with a wronged expression, said, Sister Lu, you just said, if they can really afford the entry-level models or above, I'll throw this LV into the trash. I heard it clearly. She mimicked Hua Lu's tone while saying this. Her expression was as if she had done something wrong. But in her heart, she thought, Hua Lu, I'll let you be arrogant in front of me every day, flaunting this and that. In fact, Xiao Bai was jealous and wanted to find an opportunity to improve her relationship with Wang Yu after seeing his extravagant spending. Now she was just acting cute and innocent. In her view, Feng Xiao was slightly better looking than her, but their figures were similar. However, with the nickname Stone Woman, she definitely couldn't do anything, which led to Wang Yu coming to buy Succubus to solve the problem. Speaking of capability, she believed her skills weren't bad, with a variety of tricks. A robot couldn't compare to her in that regard. Now, she was creating an opportunity for intersection with Wang Yu. Hua Lu was furious at Xiao Bai's backstab and raised her voice. Xiao Bai, why are you doing this? I'll tear you apart. As she shouted, she reached out to grab Xiao Bai's face. Seeing this, Xiao Bai panicked and quickly dodged towards Wang Yu. Seeing this scene, Wang Yu was speechless. He watched as Xiao Bai ran to his side while being chased by Hua Lu, then suddenly fell. Instinctively, he reached out to grab Xiao Bai and stopped the clawing Hua Lu, saying, This little sister with green hair just spoke the truth. Why do you have to act like this? With this time, you might as well throw that outfit into the trash. To be honest, he didn't have much dislike for Xiao Bai. He had heard a lot about plastic flower sisters before, and since Xiao Bai had given him an opportunity to embarrass Hua Lu, it was only right to help her out. After being stopped, Xiao Bai hid behind Wang Yu and said in a small voice, Pigeon, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Wang Yu waved his hand and remained silent. After lightly patting Hua Lu on the shoulder, he said to Wang Yu, I didn't expect it, kid. How dare you bully my fake little Lu and try to embarrass her in public? Now, here's your chance. Apologize to her immediately. Apologize for what? It seemed that she had caused the trouble from start to finish, but she was unwilling to go back on her word. After saying this, Wang Yu chuckled and asked the onlookers, do you all agree? If they disagreed, they would face punishment. She must throw it away into the trash. My audience in the live broadcast is waiting. She just said that as long as it's LV, it must be thrown in the trash. We're even betting on how many pieces she has in total. She wouldn't have all of it, right? That would be quite a sight. How could that be? I guess only the outside is. The onlookers started to stir, frightened, and hid behind Jean Air Xiao. Jean Air Xiao shouted, Quiet. Don't you know where this is? How dare you make such a loud noise? This did have some effect. The noise decreased significantly, and the passers-by began to whisper among themselves. Seeing Wang Yu quietly watching him without speaking, Jean Air Xiao took the initiative to say, Kid, I see that you're also wearing battle armor. You must be a martial artist. How about we settle this the martial artist way? Wang Yu was confused. What martial artist? He wore battle armor just because he was afraid of dying. However, he was confident in the modified Savior L. The combat power he could unleash was comparable to the limit of the Silver Flash level. You're quite perceptive, Jean Air Xiao said with a mysterious smile, continuing, Let us enter the arena to settle this. If you win, Xiao Lu will do as you say. If you lose, you don't need to apologize. But the succubus behind you will be mine. In fact, he had been thinking about how to get this succubus from Wang Yu all along, and saying he was helping Hua Lu was just an excuse. After Jean Air Xiao stated the conditions, Wang Yu looked at him as if he were a fool. Was this guy mentally challenged? He looked flashy and decent, but his IQ was lower than that of an orc. Did he think he was just as stupid? There were no benefits to winning, and losing meant an empty wallet. Anyone with a brain wouldn't do such a thing. Thus, Wang Yu said, Forget it. You might as well let the green-haired girl take it off. Everyone is waiting for that. Finally, I suggest you go see a brain doctor. At this, all the passers-by couldn't help but laugh. Jean Air Xiao was stunned for a few seconds, finally realizing the implication of Wang Yu's words. See a brain doctor? Are you saying I'm insane? How ridiculous. What do you mean? You want Xiao Lu to throw her valuable LV into the trash in public. This will greatly affect her reputation, and I only proposed the succubus as a bet. From a value standpoint, Xiao Lu's reputation and trendy clothes combined would far exceed your succubus. Jean Air Xiao laid out his reasoning. Wang Yu was dumbfounded, thinking, what kind of logic is this? This flawed reasoning of trying to trick someone could be stated so confidently. Did he really think everyone was a fool? Wang Yu didn't want to argue with this idiot and asked the onlookers, everyone there as a person who claimed she has poop on her, wanted to throw it in the trash. I kindly reminded her to throw it away quickly, but her friend said that poop is gold and wants to bet with me. If I win, the poop goes in the trash. If I lose, I have to give him real gold. What do you think? Is that guy sick, intentionally causing trouble? Everyone burst into laughter, all supporting Wang Yu and mocking Jean Ershao. In an instant, Jean Ershao's face turned red and his blood pressure skyrocketed. He just couldn't understand why everyone was laughing at him when he was clearly the one at a disadvantage. Xiao Bai, standing behind Wang Yu, also flashed a strong sense of ridicule in her eyes, but she didn't show it. Instead, she pretended to be cute and innocent, leaning over to Feng Xiao to see what she was picking out. After seeing the clothes Feng Xiao was choosing, she suddenly felt like what she was wearing was garbage. Although what she was wearing looked similar to Hua Lu's, it was TLV, just a slightly more expensive A-grade product. Comparing it to the clothes Feng Xiao was picking, she felt intense jealousy bubbling up, but she still tried to maintain her composure. This was a crucial moment. She couldn't let Wang Yu have a bad impression of her. Jean Ershao was close to going berserk under the crowd's ridicule when suddenly a stern voice came. You guys again. Everyone turned to look, discovering that Mr. Li was walking over with his assistant, his face darkened. Chapter 63. The Bet of Triple Succubus. Prices. Some bystanders clearly understood who Mr. Li was referring to, and they turned their gazes towards Wang Yu and young Master Jean. When Mr. Li approached, Wang Yu greeted him first. Sir, it's a pleasure to see you again. Mr. Li's mood was not so pleasant after encountering such a situation twice in one day at the mall, so he maintained a stern expression and said, Young man, what's the situation this time? Is it related to you again? Seeing his expression, Wang Yu briefly explained the situation. After listening, Mr. Li did not immediately express his opinion, but turned to ask, Young Master Jean, is what he said true? At this moment, young Master Jean certainly wouldn't admit it. So he rebutted, he's lying. This kid insulted my friend. I asked him to apologize, and he refused. When I challenged him to a duel, he still refused and insulted me. Mr. Li observed the expressions of the two while they spoke and the reactions of the audience, and he basically confirmed that Wang Yu's version of the events was more credible. After young Master Jean finished speaking, Xiao Bai stepped forward and said, Mr. Li, actually, it was Sister Lu who accidentally said something she shouldn't have. Please let her off this time. Although she seemed to be pleading for Hua Lu, she was actually confirming that Hua Lu was the one who instigated the trouble first. After hearing her words, Mr. Li's assistant approached and whispered a few things in his ear. Mr. Li coughed twice and said, In that case, young Master Jean, your friend instigated the trouble first and said that. So let's proceed according to what was said. Now leave this building. The assistant had secretly checked Wang Yu's spending status and reviewed the surveillance footage, finding that Wang Yu's account matched his claims, which surprised him a bit regarding Wang Yu's financial capacity. However, Mr. Li's handling of the situation was not exactly gentle. Hua Lu had to leave in full view of everyone. Young Master Jean couldn't accept this outcome and said, Mr. Li, how can you handle it like this? It makes me lose face. Hua Lu is my friend. In simple terms, Mr. Li was a newly minted aristocrat, while young Master Jean was a spoiled heir from an old aristocratic family. Although Mr. Li had much stronger financial power, the Jean family was not lacking in aristocratic connections, making their comparison somewhat even. Seeing young Master Jean acting so foolishly, Mr. Li rolled his eyes at him and said, Young Master Jean, you've thrown your face on the floor and then jumped on it yourself. The meaning was simple. He had shattered his own reputation. Hearing Mr. Li's sarcasm, young Master Jin's face turned a deep shade of purple. Wei Su took over and looked at the situation, saying, All right, miss. It seems like the amount is a bit over the limit. What do you think? He pointed to Wang Yu. Thus, Wei Su approached Wang Yu, who glanced at the situation, said nothing, and paid up readily. After encountering these few nuisances, Wang Yu had already chosen his outfit and was no longer interested in shopping. At this moment, he began to contemplate the future robot careers of Tifa and Rose, thinking that it was too wasteful for them to only work as maids and store clerks. What about letting them master combat skills? As he thought about this issue, Wang Yu had a flash of inspiration. Yes, they could also serve as guards. He could analyze some martial artist moves and techniques, convert them into logical programs, and write them into their cores. If someone else were to do this, it might be a bit challenging, but with his eye of analysis, converting the analyzed moves and techniques into logical programs would be simple. Just imagine having Tifa and Rose wear battle armor. Wouldn't that make them top-notch guards? There are plenty of battle armor shops around, and if he could get a few more succubi, wouldn't that create a whole battalion? This idea was good, although it might be a bit costly. But just think of a group of robot girls serving by his side. How wonderful would that be? The more Wang Yu thought about it, the more he felt elated, almost bursting out in laughter. Next time I get the chance to come here again, you deal with those few. I'm leaving now. Seeing Wang Yu about to leave, Mr. Li courteously said, "All right, young man, welcome to visit again." After the pleasantries, Wang Yu pulled Feng Xiao and turned to leave. To be honest, he initially wanted to take the opportunity to deal with the foul-mouthed Hua Lu, but with Mr. Li present, he could only leave it to Mr. Li to handle, as he didn't want to get involved further. Unfortunately, as he tried to leave, the brainless young Master Gene was not having it and hurriedly shouted, "You little brat, the matter isn't resolved yet. Dare to leave and try. Gladiatorial arena. Duel." When it came to dueling, Wang Yu was not afraid at all. When it was first mentioned, he had already used Eye of Analysis to analyze the opponent's battle armor, which was similar in performance to the Du family Shadow Team. Even if young Master Gene had a bit better martial skills, as long as he could analyze the opponent's weaknesses, he could win. However, only a fool would accept a bet involving excrement against gold, unless the opponent presented real money. Mr. Li saw that young Master Gene continued to pester and felt extremely displeased, but still said, "Young Master Gene, the betting conditions are not equal. Don't embarrass yourself here. What are you saying? The LV on my friend and her reputation are worth more than that, succubus. Plus, I'm personally involved. How can you say it's not equal?" Young Master Gene jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. At this moment, the assistant whispered a few more words in Mr. Li's ear. Mr. Li sneered and said, "You think that's valuable? Unfortunately, in my eyes, it's not worth more than the trash can over there. That green-haired one? What reputation does a service technician have?" This statement left Wang Yu momentarily stunned. He originally thought Hua Lu was some rebellious rich girl, but didn't expect she was just a service technician. No wonder she had that name. In fact, he didn't know that young Master Gene was not after Hua Lu at all. He had his eyes on Tifa, trying to take advantage of the situation. He was foolish, but not foolish enough to stick his neck out for a technician. Seeing no benefits to be gained, young Master Gene could only grit his teeth and ask, "You brat, you're definitely going to the gladiatorial arena today, so state your conditions." Wang Yu was a bit annoyed by this bothersome guy, thinking that this mad dog needed to be dealt with directly, otherwise he would keep barking. Decided, he held up 3 fingers and said, "Triple the price of succubus. If you agree, we go straight in. If you can't afford it, get lost and stop barking in front of me." Mr. Li was somewhat surprised and asked, "Young man, are you serious?" "I never go back on my word. It's all up to whether this flashy young master has the guts." Wang Yu was indignant inside, thinking this was your last chance. If you continue to pester, it would only lead to your own financial ruin. Of course, if young Master Gene really brought out the money to go to the gladiatorial arena, he would just take some time to accept it. At this point, Xiao Bai beside Wang Yu suddenly weakly said, "Big brother, young Master Gene, please don't make a fuss. It makes it hard for Mr. Li and young Master. You are an arena B-class gladiator." Before she could finish her sentence, Hua Lu shouted at her, "You slut. Shut up." Once the shout rang out, Xiao Bai immediately stopped speaking and repeatedly apologized, while no one knew what she was really thinking. On Feng Zhao's side, upon hearing that young Master Gene was a B-class gladiator, she felt no worry at all. His strength was much weaker than hers now, and he had no chance against Wang Yu. However, young Master Gene thought quite the opposite. He judged that Wang Yu's combat strength was inferior to his own, believing that stating the triple succubus price was merely an attempt to scare him off. However, he couldn't produce that much money at the moment. In his dilemma, he looked at Mr. Li, gritted his teeth, and said, "Mr. Li, I didn't bring that much money today. Could you lend me some, and please be the witness?" Mr. Li looked at Wang Yu and asked, "Young man, what do you think?" "No problem. If you act as a witness, I can rest assured." Wang Yu didn't care about much, as long as he could get the money. As for how young Master Gene and Mr. Li handled it, that was their business. Chapter 64. Wang Yu's odds. Wang Yu agreed to the duel and presidently discussed the loan with young Master Jean. In the end, young Master Jean signed a loan agreement, paying a 5 handling fee, with interest calculated separately. After everything was settled, they headed to the nearby Jinwei Arena, and the news of a duel between young Master Jean and Wang You quickly spread. Many gamblers paid attention to this news, as young Master Jean was a celebrity among B-class gladiators, while Wang You was an obscure figure. To these gamblers, the duel seemed like pure profit, and they eagerly inquired about the odds at the Jinwei Arena. After Wang Yu arrived at the arena, staff members arranged for information collection and verification. The entire process took him about 10 minutes, after which he waited in the waiting area for his turn. Meanwhile, in the arena office, manager Du casually glanced at the information in his hands. Wang Yu, owner of a repair shop outside the city, physical combat power at the beginner black iron level, unknown assembled armor, arena record 0. Knowing this, he almost laughed out loud. Someone like this actually agreed to a duel with young Master Jean, truly unaware of the situation. However, he faced a dilemma in setting the odds. Young Master Jean, as a B-class gladiator, not to mention his physical combat power at the beginner bronze level and his armor customized by young Master Du, was a solid favorite. This was a clear mismatch, making it challenging to set the odds without risking a collapse. After some thought, Manager Du eliminated the welfare option and quickly published the odds. The gamblers who received the odds information were in an uproar. Young Master Jean had a locked victory, leaving only the time of victory, and the odds were so low. Initially, they thought there would be some benefits, but it turned into a 3-choice scenario. The odds for young Master Jean winning within 2 minutes were 1, 6, 25 minutes 1, 3, and 510 minutes 1, 15. This was outrageous. Such low odds for betting. If they want a high odds, they should bet on that country bumpkin. With only the victory odds at 99, betting on that had a chance of overnight wealth, but only a fool would do it. In fact, from the arena's perspective, it didn't matter what odds Wang Yu had. It was just for show. Manager Du set the odds as high as possible. If it weren't for the arena's limit of 99 times, he could have set it to 1,000 without issue. Did they think the one setting the odds was a fool? Young Master Jean had a golden reputation in the gladiatorial circle, and that country bumpkin had no idea where he came from. Yes, that kid must be out of his mind to agree to duel with young Master Jean. You have to wonder if this duel was a setup by young Master Jean in the Jinwei Arena. Just look at the loopholes in the odds. If young Master Jean drags it out for 10 minutes to defeat his opponent, wouldn't that be a guaranteed win? True, there's a possibility. But if they did that, the Jinwei brand would be ruined. Would the Du family be so foolish? Well, it's hard to say. At this moment, in the waiting area, Wang Yu and Feng Xiao, amidst Xiao Bai's astonishment, learned of the odds published by the arena. In fact, Wang Yu didn't bring Xiao Bai along. She stubbornly followed him, acting cute and naive. She originally worked as a personal caregiver in places like the arena. On Xiao Bai's phone, Wang Yu saw his odds and suddenly asked, "Who is the backer of the Jinwei Arena? How could they set such odds? Aren't they afraid of collapse?" Xiao Bai timidly replied, "Big brother, the Jinwei odds are backed by the famous Du family, along with several other prominent families. With their financial power, they shouldn't be afraid of collapse." Upon hearing the Du family, both Wang Yu and Feng Xiao's eyes lit up. They had to place a bet. With that in mind, Wang Yu found the betting link and directly placed a bet of 20 million on himself to win, while Feng Xiao also put in 10 million, waiting to dream of becoming a rich woman. After placing their bets, they didn't forget to message Piao Xue, inviting her to also join in on the profits. However, they didn't let Xiao Bai know the amounts they bet. After placing the bets, Wang Yu told her, "Thank you for bringing me this news, Xiao Bai. If you believe me, you can bet on my victory. Achieving financial freedom is not a dream." After hearing this, Xiao Bai feigned surprise and said, "Big brother, I didn't expect you to be so confident. I believe in you." In reality, she didn't fully trust Wang Yu's words, but since he asked her to bet, she decided to do it for fun and casually placed 5,000. After that, she pretended to be pitiful in front of Wang Yu. To be honest, her 5,000 was only one of her savings, and her act made it seem like if she lost, she would have to sell her underwear to afford dinner. At that moment, Piao Xue in the office of Tianqing Academy jumped up from her chair upon receiving messages from Wang Yu and Feng Xiao. Such a lucrative opportunity couldn't be missed. How could she not take advantage of it? She had plenty of spare cash, so she called her assistant Mei to help place anonymous bets. Thus, Wang Yu's winning pool suddenly surged with 130 million in funds, while Xiao Bai's 5,000 didn't even register. This nearly scared Manager Du, who controlled the odds, to death. After all, the total bets on young Master Gene's victory didn't even reach 3 million. Although didn't believe Wang Yu could win. If he actually did, it would be a disaster, and his career would be over. He began to suspect whether young Master Gene and Wang Yu were in cahoots to set him up, but no matter how he analyzed it, he couldn't find any possibility of that, as the Gene family wouldn't dare offend the Du family. Time quickly passed. Wang Yu and young Master Gene finally stood in the center of the gladiatorial arena, both wearing armor and helmets. The audience cheered from their seats, eagerly shouting how many minutes it would take for young Master Gene to defeat his opponent. Feng Xiao in the waiting area was also very excited. She hoped Wang Yu would defeat young Master Gene right away, as that would mean a 9 billion profit for her. Xiao Bai pretended to be worried, asking Feng Xiao questions, but Feng Xiao ignored her. Soon, the host took the stage, announced the rules, and then shouted, "Duel begin." The sound echoed throughout the arena, and the audience cheered. Faced with their cheers, the seasoned young Master Gene waved to them, completely ignoring Wang Yu. This was his usual tactic, to disdain his opponent and create psychological pressure. Wang Yu watched quietly and, seeing young Master Gene stalling, asked Show Off, "What are you doing? Why haven't you made a move?" After enjoying the cheers, young Master Gene disdainfully replied, "Kid, are you so eager to die early? Wouldn't it be better to last a few more minutes? I don't want to waste time. If you don't make a move, I will." Once on the gladiatorial stage, Wang Yu suddenly wanted to practice the moves he analyzed last night, so he waited for young Master Gene to take action. He didn't want to defeat young Master Gene with one hit. It would be nice to gain some experience points. Young Master Gene had no intention of attacking immediately, and the gamblers who bet on young Master Gene winning within 2 minutes were quite dissatisfied, urging him to make a move. In fact, the Genewei Arena secretly notified young Master Gene to resolve the battle within 5 to 10 minutes. This betting pool had low odds, and few people were betting on it, making it the most favorable payout for the arena. Young Master Gene also accepted the payment from the arena. He was deliberately stalling, fearing that if he attacked, he wouldn't be able to control the situation, or that Wang Yu would concede immediately upon seeing his overwhelming strength. His earlier disdain was also meant to intimidate Wang Yu, making him cautious in his attacks. Wang Yu was unaware of young Master Gene's thoughts, but he was slightly annoyed by his delay. Seeing young Master Gene ignoring him while still greeting the audience and showing off, he decided to take action first. In an instant, he executed the blinking sprint fist. Bang! Young Master Gene, who was striking a pose, didn't react in time, and this punch landed right on his face. His body spun 720 degrees in the air before rolling who knows how many times on the stage, finally stopping at the edge of the arena, with half of his body hanging outside the arena. The arena fell silent instantly. The audience stared wide-eyed. A previously unknown kid, wearing assembled armor, almost knocked out B-class gladiator young Master Gene with a single punch. It's unbelievable when it is said out loud, but happened right before our eyes. Among the spectators, there were quite a few gladiator agents, and they secretly started inquiring about Wang Yu's background. Chapter 65, Victory. Huge payouts received after Wang Yu executed his instant step sprint punch. He did not pursue, but instead stood still, waiting for Jean Ershao to get up. Feeling dizzy and disoriented, Jean Ershao took about 5 seconds to recover before the referee finally reacted and began the countdown. Only after hearing the countdown did Jean Ershao slowly rise. The audience erupted in astonished shouts. "Oh my eyes did not deceive me." The golden flash almost fell off the arena. He asked for it by being cocky and underestimating his opponent. Jean Ershao's dinosaur-level fans shouted, "It's definitely a sneak attack. No martial ethics. How dare he strike before my little flash was ready? Haters, what sneak attack?" He was already warned, and he was still posing like a show-off. If it were me, I'd have hit him with a dragon kick to teach him a lesson. High-odds gamblers betting on Jean Ershao. Damn it. This must be a gladiatorial arena conspiracy. That kid is surprisingly strong. Refund. Refund. The arena was filled with various voices. Jean Eyre Xiao got up and moved his neck, angrily saying, "Kid, you've got guts to sneak attack me and hit my handsome face. Unforgivable. I was going to let you live a couple more minutes, but now I'll smash you into pieces." Provoked, Jean Eyre Xiao immediately unleashed his signature move, Golden Charge. His armor erupted with dazzling golden light as he rapidly charged towards Wang Yu, the brilliance causing the audience to squint, unable to see his trajectory. With this move, Jean Eyre Xiao had established his reputation as the Golden Flash among B-level gladiators, and few of the same rank could counter it. Unfortunately, Wang Yu merely smiled at this attack. "I have sunglasses. I have analysis." As Jean Eyre Xiao charged in, Wang Yu practiced the snowfall evasion technique. The audience erupted in cheers, believing that Wang Yu's sneak attack had infuriated Jean Eyre Xiao, prompting him to unleash his big move. After the big move, Wang Yu would become a pile of mush. Jean Eyre Xiao, as fans began counting down for the big move. 30. 25. 20. They knew the duration of this move. Some gamblers who bet on a victory within 2 minutes cheered. Based on their calculations, Jean Eyre Xiao's big move would end at 1 minute and 45 seconds, and by then, Wang Yu would already be finished, so they just waited to collect their winnings. The gladiatorial agent who planned to investigate Wang Yu also abandoned the investigation. What was the point of investigating a dead man? At this moment, Wang Yu, who was under attack, realized he had been overconfident, but he was not as helpless as the audience imagined. Although Jean Eyre Xiao's attacks landed on him, the snowfall technique inherently dissipated force, and combined with his armor's defense, he was only slightly uncomfortable, swinging back and forth like he was on a roller coaster. It was a bit scary, but it didn't hurt at all. Time passed second by second, and as Jean Eyre Xiao's fans neared the end of their countdown, Wang Yu had completely seen through Jean Eyre Xiao's attacks. Although it wasn't easy to deal with, he found opportunities to counterattack. 5, 4, 3, 2. The arena echoed with the voices of thousands. But they did not know that Wang Yu was already prepared to counterattack, just waiting for Jean Eyre Xiao's next charge. 1. As the audience's countdown ended, they were about to cheer. But at that moment, Wang Yu launched his counterattack. Explosive elbow strike. The immense impact created a deep pit in the protective wall, with Jean Eyre Xiao embedded in it, unable to even fall to the ground. After the counterattack, Wang Yu felt a bit discomfort in his elbow. The impact was too strong, and without the armor protecting him, one of his arms could have been turned into mush. Using eye of analysis to observe Jean Eyre Xiao, he found that the guy was already out for the count. Wang Yu shook his head helplessly, realizing he had indeed delivered a critical hit. The cheers that were about to erupt from the audience were suddenly cut off. Their mouths agape, eyes wide in disbelief. They couldn't comprehend why the guy who was supposed to be turned into meat paste was still standing there while the expected victor hung on the wall. The scene lasted for a few seconds. Wang Yu moved his right arm, finding it only slightly numb but otherwise fine, and shouted to the referee, "Referee, can you announce the results?" Hearing the shout, the referee finally reacted, trembling as he announced, "The winner of this bet, is Wang Yu." As the result was revealed, the audience erupted in curses, shouting for refunds, causing chaos. Bottles, shoes, and other items were thrown onto the arena. He knew that if he delayed, he would definitely be blocked, and while some people might bring him benefits, he was more afraid of trouble. On his way out of the arena, he sent a message to Snowfall asking for help. Meanwhile, Snowfall, who had placed bets, was watching the live gladiatorial broadcast. However, there was a slight delay compared to the scene, and when she received the message, it coincided with Wang Yu stepping down from the arena. "Xiao Yu, wait in a corner where there are no people, and send me your location." Receiving the message, Wang Yu told Xiao Bai, "Miss Xiao Bai, you should find a chance to leave." At this moment, the preparation room was empty, and Wang Yu sighed in relief, sending Snowfall his location. Before he could react, a spatial rift appeared beside him, and a delicate hand reached out, pulling him in, along with Feng, Xiao, and Tifa. The preparation room was instantly calm. Less than a minute later, Li Zong, led by Xiao Bai, arrived at the preparation room. Upon opening the door, he found it empty. "Where's everyone? Didn't you say they were here?" "I don't know. The handsome guy told me to leave first and hide in here. What should we do? Forget it. You can go first. Li Zong dismissed Xiao Bai and left with his assistant. After all, with this incident, he didn't want trouble. At this moment, the entire gladiatorial arena was in chaos, with gamblers causing disturbances and agents frantically searching for Wang You. Manager Du locked himself in his office, sitting in his chair with a vacant expression, unable to hold anyone accountable for the betting explosion, just waiting to see how the higher-ups would deal with him. There was no good outcome in sight. The news of the death of the Jin family's second young master spread rapidly. The storm caused by Wang Yu was now happening in Snowfall's office, where he was drinking tea. Just moments ago, Li Zong had contacted him, transferring a bet of 30 million and Jin Wei's payout of 1.98 billion came in, bringing his total funds to over 2 billion. Snowfall was all smiles, thrilled with the 9 billion payout received, and Feng Xiao was equally pleased. Although Jin Wei's betting operation collapsed, the behind-the-scenes Du family still covered the guarantee for the sake of their reputation. After receiving the money, Snowfall looked at Wang Yu with a smile and said, "Xiao Yu, not bad. You received such a big gift as soon as you entered the city. How should I reward you?" Hearing her mention a reward, Wang Yu's eyes lit up, thinking, what a great opportunity. Why not take this chance to observe the final secrets of spatial abilities? The last time he secretly observed, he was so close to fully analyzing it, which left him feeling particularly uncomfortable. Determined, Wang Yu slowly spoke. "Really? Teacher Snowfall, I want to observe your body." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao's mouth dropped wide open. Snowfall's smile froze, her brows twitching, and the veins on her forehead faintly bulging. Seeing this, Wang Yu became frightened and tongue-tied, unable to say anything further. He had intended to say he wanted to observe Snowfall's body when she used her abilities, to analyze the unique energy field of her abilities and how it operated within her body. Chapter 66. Finally obtaining spatial abilities, Wang Yu felt the veins on Piaoshue's head bulging and suppressed his fear. If the situation wasn't, he explained quickly. Who knows what kind of torment he would suffer when the witch's true nature was revealed. Just as Wang Yu was about to speak, he realized he was immobilized, only able to move his eyes. Right now, he was in a situation where he could neither call for help from the heavens nor the earth, and could only stare at Piaoshua, hoping to communicate with his eyes, but unfortunately, he was still wearing sunglasses. After immobilizing Wang Yu, Piaoshua sent Feng Xiao away and threw Tifa out too, not wanting Feng Xiao to see her torturing someone. After closing the door, Piaoshua walked lightly to Wang Yu, twisting her waist and moving her limbs. Wang Yu's eyes widened. Although Piaoshue's voluptuous and sexy figure could inspire endless fantasies, he had no such thoughts at the moment. It's over. It's over. What to do when I can't even move? Am I only left to suffer and enjoy? Wait, I'm immobilized. My abilities? Yes. If it comes to worst, I'll go all out. When you activated, Eye of Analysis, dismissing all distractions, he observed Piaoshue's condition. Last time he observed the external energy field changes, but this time he steeled his heart and directly analyzed the internal structure and energy changes of Piaoshue's body. Xiao Yu, does teacher look good? What do you want to see? Teacher will fulfill your wishes. Piaoshua teased Wang Yu with a whip, her tone sweet and gentle. Yet her face was frosty, staring intently at Wang Yu's face, trying to detect any change in his expression. She was waiting for Wang Yu to enjoy the view before she made her move, wanting him to experience what it felt like to look up at heaven from hell. But after Wang Yu activated Eye of Analysis, he remained expressionless like a block of wood. In Wang Yu's view, although there was no X-ray effect, he still discovered many beautiful sights based on the color differences formed by the energy responses on Piaoshue's body. Normally, he might have had a hard time controlling himself, but now he had dismissed all distractions, solely aiming to uncover the core secrets of spatial abilities. After analyzing the body, nothing was found, starting to analyze the head. Unfortunately, analyzing spatial abilities consumed too much mental energy. Wang Yu pushed himself to the limit, and his head began to feel overwhelmed, blood oozing from his nostrils. Just a little more, hold on. Seeing him like this, Piaoshua sneered internally. Xiao Yu, finally can't hold it anymore. I thought you were a monk who could keep a straight face amid my twisting and shaking, Turns out you were just suppressing it inside. She raised the whip, wanting to give Wang Yu a hit, but stopped when she saw the sunglasses. Hey, why is Xiao Yu wearing sunglasses? Teacher will help you take them off, so you can see more clearly. Smiling sweetly, she approached Wang Yu, using the whip to lift his chin and reaching out to remove the sunglasses. Now she finally saw Wang Yu's eyes, but when she noticed the dark gleam in his pupils, she froze. Confused, she thought, what is he doing? Activating the eye of analysis to look at me? Just then, Wang Yu's pupils suddenly dilated, and then the gleam disappeared, becoming a state of blankness. Due to overuse of mental energy, he fainted, but in the last moments, he finally uncovered all the secrets of spatial abilities, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Ah, spatial abilities? Ha. Piao felt a bit frustrated. I haven't even started, and you're already done. What a waste. I even brought the whip. And now I can't use it at all. She realized she had no choice but to lift the immobilization. Wang Yu then collapsed directly. After checking Wang Yu's condition, Piao found that he was only exhausted and unconscious, with no major issues. She felt suspicious. Wang Yu had used his abilities to observe her and ended up exhausting himself, which shouldn't have happened since she wasn't in a combat state, and her movements were just simple twists. Could it be that after observing her movements, he mentally filled in some scenarios, and then self-destructed? Thinking this, she raised her foot, wanting Wang Yu to become Feng Zhao's diligent junior, but hesitated at the last moment and ultimately decided against it. Outside Piao office, Feng Zhao shyly pressed her ear against the door, tried to eavesdrop on the sounds inside. Unfortunately, she couldn't hear a single sound, while Tifa stood beside her in a daze. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Feng Zhao, caught off guard, fell inside. Xiao, what are you doing? I didn't do anything. I just lost my balance, she said hurriedly. Feng Zhao quickly got up and saw Wang Yu lying on the sofa, asking, Teacher, what happened to Xiao Yu? He fell asleep comfortably, Piao huffed. In her view, Wang Yu fainting was the most comfortable choice. Otherwise, he would be waiting for the whip service. But this shocked Feng Zhao, who immediately inquired, Teacher, you didn't make him comfortable, did you? As she asked, she realized something was off and quickly stopped, fidgeting with her fingers. Piao noticed the problem and flicked her forehead, saying, What are you thinking? How shameless. By the way, you're not interested in this kid, are you? No. Feng Zhao hurriedly denied it, but her expression was a bit unnatural. All right, he just used his powers to observe me and ended up fainting from exhaustion. He'll be fine after some rest. You take care of him. I have to handle some matters. After saying that, Piao left Feng Zhao behind and walked out of the room. With no choice, Feng Zhao sat beside Wang Yu to support him. At the Jinwei gladiatorial arena, the gambler's emotions had been controlled, but those searching for Wang Yu were still scouring every corner. The Jinwei gladiatorial arena wanted to find him to investigate the source of mysterious funds and provide an explanation to the Jin family. The Jin family was also looking for him, purely seeking revenge. After all, although the second young master Jin didn't have a strong presence in the family, he was still a legitimate young master. Besides these people, many other forces were also searching for him. However, despite turning the entire Jinwei gladiatorial arena upside down, they couldn't find Wang Yu. Under pressure from all sides, the arena released surveillance footage, which only confirmed that Wang Yu had entered the preparation room. In the office of the head of the Du family, he smashed his beloved crystal cup to the ground, shards flying everywhere. This guy again. Yesterday, the Shadow Team's people died without a clear explanation, and today he comes to blow up my treasury. Get me in touch with the Bloodblade mercenary group from Sky City. I want him to regret coming to this world. After receiving the order, his butler slowly exited the office. 2 hours later, in Piao office, Wang Yu finally woke up. The excessive consumption of mental energy left his head still a bit dizzy. Xiao Yu, are you okay? Feng Zhao's voice reached his ears, and Wang Yu finally regained some clarity. He turned to look in the direction of the voice and realized 2 mountains were blocking his view. He suddenly realized, I seem to be resting on senior sister Zhao's thigh. It was indeed uncommonly hard. This armor was too rigid. Next time, it should be made of more flexible material. Wang Yu internally complained. Just then, Feng Zhao's voice came again. Xiao Yu, did you bump your head? I'm fine. Senior sister Xiao. Wang Yu adjusted his position and finally sat up. At that moment, the office door suddenly opened, and Piaoxua walked in holding a small medicine bottle. Seeing him sitting there, she said, "Xiao Yu, you're finally awake. Drink this first." Wang Yu took the medicine bottle and asked in confusion, "Teacher Piaoxua, what is this?" Piaoxua replied irritably, "Poison." Seeing her like this, Wang Yu grimaced, knowing that the witch was upset. Feng Xiao, seeing the awkwardness between the two, explained, "This is a concentration potion aimed at the after effects of excessive mental energy consumption for ability users." Hearing this, Wang Yu wanted to activate Eye of Analysis for observation, but found he couldn't concentrate, so he could only helplessly drink the potion. Chapter 67. Repairing the rose after taking the concentration potion. Wang Yu felt his dizziness quickly alleviate, and his mind became clearer. He couldn't help but marvel at the powerful effects of this potion. It should definitely be kept on hand. He could take a bottle whenever his mental energy was depleted. "Teacher Piaoxua, this concentration potion is really effective. Where can I buy it?" In response to his inquiry, Piaoxua coldly replied, "Not for sale." Wang Yu. At that moment, Feng Xiao explained, "Xiao Yu, this is a potion exclusively for ability users. You have to register with the Ability Users Association and upgrade to at least a B-level member to qualify to purchase it. It's not cheap, around 100,000 per bottle." Feng Xiao was also an ability user, but her wind ability was quite unstable, and her rating in the association was currently F level. Upon hearing that the Ability Users Association had such good stuff, Wang Yu asked, "Oh, how can I join this association?" He wanted to join the association to gain the opportunity to buy the potion. But Piaoxua spoke up at that moment. "Xiao Yu, don't rush to join. If you want to join, your combat power must reach the Radiant Gold level. Otherwise, it won't benefit you." In her view, Wang Yu's ability was SSS level, but his combat strength was not strong enough. Joining the association might attract some troublesome figures. Of course, once his combat power reached the Radiant Gold level, wearing battle armor would allow him to face strong opponents at the Steel Diamond level, giving him a chance to protect himself. Now, Wang Yu understood Piaoxua's meaning and could only temporarily abandon that idea. "Got it, Teacher Piaoxua. Thank you for the concentration potion." "Yes, just understand. By the way, do I look good? How did you use your ability to see my mental energy depletion?" Piaoxua had always wondered about this issue, and after calming down, she analyzed it but couldn't figure it out. In response to this question, Wang Yu smiled mysteriously and said, "Teacher, you should take a look at this move." After saying that, he activated Eye of Analysis and extended his right hand. Suddenly, Piaoxua and Feng Xiao were stunned. They saw Wang Yu's right hand passing through a spatial crack, then reaching out from beside Feng Xiao to climb up the mountain. Feng Xiao's face instantly turned red, and Wang Yu felt embarrassed and froze. This was a major mistake. He intended to choose the shoulder, but unfortunately, due to his first attempt and the recovery of his mental energy, the positioning was slightly off. "Ah, it was a positioning error. I thought you liked climbing mountains and exploring caves. Xiao Yu, honestly confess, how did you learn my spatial ability?" "Well, my ability has a copying function." "Yes, that is how it is." After hearing his decision, Piaoxua didn't say anything. In her view, there was Master Feng at the worry-free repair shop outside the city. If there were any problems, she could support Wang Yu at any time, so he wouldn't be in danger. "Got it, Teacher Piaoxua." Thus, under Feng Zhao's reluctant gaze, Wang Yu waved goodbye and stepped into the spatial crack with Tifa. Back in his hideout, Wang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he caused quite a stir during his first visit to Tianhai City, the rewards were still quite good. Upon returning, he immediately took out Tifa's key and rushed into the repair chamber to start the decryption. Decrypting electronic products posed no pressure for him. With the help of Eye of Analysis, he completed the decryption in less than 10 minutes. Next, he ran to the sleep chamber, picked up Rose, and placed her on the operating table. Finally can get started. The flies rubbed their hands, eyes sparkling, mouth grinning from ear to ear. He took out the decrypted key and gently inserted it into the hidden connection port. At this moment, he didn't dare to use too much force, fearing the key would break. Fortunately, he had seen Wei Suo's operation at the Phantom Technology store, so this step was completed smoothly. Once the connection was established, Wang Yu used the key as a bridge to start decrypting Rose's firewall. In less than 2 minutes, he finished this task. After completely decrypting it, he let Rose enter repair mode, and the maintenance inspection port on her body opened. At this point, Wang Yu finally felt relieved. The next steps were simple: checking the neuron circuits, microenergy engine, and intelligent core. The main issue with Rose was in the microenergy engine, but it wasn't damaged, it was locked. The intelligent core had the same problem. These issues were quite simple for Wang Yu to resolve, even less complicated than unsealing the Savior battle armor. He finished in about 10 minutes, and now he just needed to exit repair mode, and Rose would be able to start normally. However, with a certain understanding of intelligent products, he guessed that the manufacturer must have left a backdoor in the core program. So he began analyzing the core program. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do, but eye of analysis made it quite easy. Soon, Wang Yu discovered two issues. First, Rose's core program had actually awakened to self-consciousness. Second, the manufacturer had left a backdoor with the highest control authority. Both issues were not a problem for him. The first could be resolved by initializing Rose's intelligent program, while the second involved rewriting the highest permissions and patching the vulnerabilities. Wang Yu thought for a moment and decided to abandon the initialization. After all, he wanted to see what Rose would be like with awakened self-consciousness. He couldn't help but complain internally. This wouldn't be the ultimate version of iCompany's artificial girl, would it? However, for safety's sake, when rewriting the highest permissions and patching vulnerabilities, he added the most crucial command: Rose must be unconditionally loyal to Wang Yu. After completing everything, he adjusted Rose's appearance and figure, then ended the repair. After issuing the startup command, Rose slowly opened her eyes. After her amber pupils were confused for a few seconds, she began to focus. Wang Yu stared at her, rubbing his hands in excitement. However, unexpectedly, once Rose noticed him, she slapped him and shouted, "Pervert, what are you doing?" Wang Yu was stunned, thinking, her personality seems a bit hard to get along with. Should I format her? In fact, this was just Rose's instinctive reaction after awakening her self-consciousness. After pushing Wang Yu away, the highest core began to interfere. Rose realized she had done something wrong and immediately apologized. "Master, I'm sorry." "Lilia." Rose didn't mean it. From her words, Wang Yu noticed traces of the highest core's interference and breathed a sigh of relief, guessing that Lilia must have been the name given by her previous master. "It's fine. The past is in the past. From now on, your name will be Rose, and I am your master, Wang Yu." Wang Yu's words were a reminder for her to quickly adapt to her new identity. Rose lowered her head in a daze for 2 seconds, then raised her head again, expressionless, and said, "Understood, my master. You should go to the refrigerator and find some food to recharge." After sending Rose off, Wang Yu turned his attention to Tifa. Since Rose had the highest quality backdoor, Tifa would be no exception. He didn't want any hidden bombs around him, so he had to eliminate them. At that moment, the Bloodblade mercenary group in Sky City accepted a mission from the Du family and dispatched a 5-member team, led by a middle-aged man known as Bloodhand, with advanced Radiant Gold level combat power and 4 team members at the Junior Radiant Gold level. These 5 were making their final preparations before departure. Chapter 68. Obtaining high-level cultivation techniques in the Forgetting Worry repair shop. It was already late at night. Wang Yu lay on the bed, holding the primordial jade tablet, staring at it in a daze. Rose and Tifa were busy installing surveillance equipment. After Wang Yu resolved all the safety hazards for Tifa, he drafted a set of maintenance rules for the power exoskeleton for them, and then assigned them the task of monitoring the area around the repair shop. The maintenance rules were actually Wang Yu's way of being lazy at work. With this document, Rose could operate the maintenance chamber for repair tasks. As for Tifa, Wang Yu assigned her the tasks of daily reception and miscellaneous duties, as well as taking orders from Rose. With the two of them, Wang Yu could practically be a hands-off manager, only stepping in when Rose encountered repair issues she couldn't solve. Wang Yu stared at the primordial jade tablet for a long time, and for some reason, he activated the eye of analysis to observe it. Suddenly, the jade tablet transformed into a chaotic mass of runes in his vision. However, Wang Yu was puzzled as he did not receive any information. He could not understand those characters. At that moment, the primordial jade tablet suddenly emitted a purple light, which quickly surged into his eyes, and then the tablet disappeared. A large amount of information flooded into Wang Yu's mind, and he fainted from the overwhelming sensation. "Rose, what a lazy bum. letting me work while he secretly sleeps. Tifa, Rose, you can't speak ill of the master. According to the maid's code, it's time to attend to him. Rose, you go ahead. After saying that, she ran off to rest in the sleep chamber. Tifa stood there dumbfounded for a while before executing the maid's code. The next morning, Old Feng knocked on the door of the Forgetting Worry repair shop. When Rose opened the door, she was taken aback. When did this kid start hiding women in the shop? Wait, there is no life force. This is a doll. A robot. Seeing Old Feng staring blankly at her, Rose greeted him. Hello, Mr. Feng. I am Rose. The master is still sleeping. In fact, Wang You had informed Rose of what he was going to do last night, which included information about Old Feng. Old Feng asked blankly, Oh, hello. It's so late. Why haven't you called him up? Is he not doing business anymore? Rose, the master said everything is as usual. If you have something that needs repair, you can tell me. However, starting today, the repair fees have increased by 20. The 20 clients waiting outside had some complaints but did not argue, each reporting their requests. Thus, Rose's first day as acting shop manager began. Like Wang You, she also closed the door to carry out repairs. Time passed until noon when Wang You slowly woke up, suddenly realizing he was being pressed down by something that felt a bit heavy yet elastic. At that moment, Tifa's voice entered his ears. Master, you are awake. Dazed, Wang Yu quickly came to his senses. Pulling back the covers, he discovered his loyal maid Tifa. He vaguely remembered that in the initial settings, the maid's service options included active and passive, and he seemed to have chosen active. At that moment, he felt a sense of admiration. Indeed, it was the highest-end model, and there was a reason it was so expensive. After a few minutes, Wang Yu walked into the reception room, where Rose was sitting on the sofa. Upon seeing him, she greeted, Good afternoon, master. The maintenance tasks for the morning have been completed and handed over. Good job, Rose. There's nothing much left for today. You all stay on standby. He was puzzled about where the jade tablet had gone. He couldn't find it no matter how hard he looked when he got up. He remembered that it was in his hand at the time, and after analyzing those runes, it suddenly emitted purple light, and a large amount of information flooded into his mind. Thinking about the information, a technique named Primordial Battle Body, Mortal Edition, surfaced in Wang Yu's mind. Wang Yu was stunned to find this technique very detailed and complex. Wait, the Primordial Battle Body, could it be related to that jade tablet? That's right. The jade tablet was also called Primordial. With these thoughts, he began to browse through the technique. The Primordial Battle Body, created by the Primordial Venerable, belonged to the high-level cultivation civilization's techniques. Cultivating this technique could progressively elevate one's life level, ultimately reaching the realm of eternity. The realm of eternity? Equal lifespan as heaven and earth. Amazing. Wang Yu thought, such a powerful technique must be practiced. Unfortunately, after half an hour of struggling, he found he couldn't practice it. The information about the technique was in his mind, but he couldn't operate it, unable to complete the first step of body shaping. This made him anxious. The technique was too difficult, and he couldn't even complete the first step of breathing adjustment. Damn it! Was he just going to stare at a treasure mountain with no way to access it? While he was distressed, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror, and it struck him. Right, he still had the eye of analysis. He refused to give up. With this idea, Wang Yu moved a large mirror over, sat in front of it, activated the eye of analysis, and began trying to operate the technique while watching himself in the mirror. Through the mirror, he finally discovered the problems he was encountering, and it indeed worked. This discovery excited him. He could make timely adjustments corresponding to the situations he saw in the mirror. Time passed minute by minute. 3 hours later, Wang Yu finally completed the body shaping of the Primordial Battle Body, Mortal Edition, and could officially begin cultivating this technique. At this point, he was severely drained of mental energy and could only stop. However, after completing the body shaping, he felt changes in his body. Wang Yu threw a punch at the air, and his fist produced a whistling sound as it cut through the air. Incredible. This feeling should equate to the strength and speed of the bronze rank, right? This technique is truly powerful. Now, he was no longer an inexperienced novice regarding combat power. This feeling was very intuitive. It could be said that even without wearing combat armor, he possessed the same physical quality as someone of the bronze rank. With this, Wang Yu had finally completed the last of his shortcomings. In terms of abilities, the eye of analysis was the ultimate pinnacle. Even SSS-level spatial abilities could be analyzed, allowing him to utilize them. As long as he could find an opportunity to analyze any ability, he could utilize it. In terms of technology, there was nothing to worry about. As long as he wanted, he could handle it. The only issue was the materials. As long as he got enough materials, creating things would no longer be a challenge for him. As for wealth, the funds in his account were still sufficient for him to use for a while. The only shortcoming was combat power. Now, with a bronze rank body, combined with the savior battle armor, reaching the gold rank was not a big problem. Just enough for him to establish a foothold in Tianhai City. However, while he had combat power, he still lacked in martial skills and combat experience. Wang You lay on the sofa, resting while pondering. To improve his experience, he needed to find a place to grind for experience. And the arena was the most suitable option for that. But going to the arena would expose him too much. He had too many secrets that could easily attract big trouble. So, going to the wilderness hunting area seemed like a good choice, but there were too many uncertainties. He had already attracted quite a few people, and going there could easily lead to being hunted down. Finding a place to grind for experience had so many restrictions. Sigh, if only it were like a game where he could find a spot to grind. Old man. Old phone? That was a good idea. This old man seemed quite powerful, and finding him to grind for experience was indeed a good plan. His approach was different from others. While others formed mechanical memories and accumulated combat awareness through battle, he did not have those concerns. Instead, he relied on the eye of analysis to acquire more information while familiarizing himself with the use of martial skills. After making up his mind, he sent a message to Old Phone. Chapter 69. Experience in Training and Strength Enhancement. Old Phone, who was drinking and discussing business at the Merry Tavern, received a message and was momentarily stunned. At this time, the leader of the Hellcat hunting team, Lynx, was continuously toasting him, hoping to sign a long-term cooperation agreement with Old Phone. In fact, Old Phone was also interested in taking this business, but he was unsure how Wang Yu would handle it, so he didn't agree immediately. After looking at Wang Yu's message, he said, "Lynx, Master Wang has something to discuss with me. I'm very interested in your proposal, but I need to see what Master Wang says first. I'll go ask him." Lynx replied, "Sure, Mr. Phone, you take your time. Remember to come out for drinks tonight." Old Phone stood up and headed to the repair shop. When Wang Yu saw Old Phone arrive, he directly shared his thoughts with him, which made Old Phone somewhat displeased. "You kid just love to make things difficult for this old bone of mine. If I had this time, I'd rather go drink. 10,000 for an hour." Old Phone scoffed, "Not enough to fill my belly. 20,000, not enough for the mental drain." Wang Yu gritted his teeth, 40,000. "If you keep whining, I'll reduce your commission." Old Phone hesitated but agreed, "Well, I guess I'll reluctantly accept." Wang Yu then brought out a set of Shadow Dragon stealth armor and said, "Put this on, or I might accidentally kill you." Old Phone was reluctant. "Do you really have that ability? It would be impressive if you could even touch a hair on me." However, under Wang Yu's insistence, Old Phone eventually put on the armor. After sending away 2 maid mech to watch over the place, Wang Yu took Old Phone in an armored vehicle to the original site of the Forgetting Worry repair shop, which was relatively secluded and undisturbed. He could have used his spatial abilities to get there, but at that moment, he didn't want to waste his mental energy. Before long, Wang Yu and Old Phone reached their destination and stood in front of the ruins. Old Phone asked, "So how do you want to train?" Wang Yu replied, "You can hit me, or I can hit you. In my view, it's all about experience, and we both will gain something from sparring." Old Phone responded, "All right. Are you ready? I'm going to strike." Wang Yu nodded and activated Eye of Analysis. The next second, he was kicked away by Old Phone, flying several dozen meters. Although he wasn't injured and managed to catch Old Feng's movements, he realized that Old Phone wasn't using any techniques. He simply walked up to him and kicked him straight on. In simple terms, it was just speed, too fast for him to react. If this continued, he would just be a punching bag, and gaining experience would be nearly impossible. After getting up, Wang Yu thought a method and said, "Old Phone, you can only use the same strength and speed as me." Old Phone smiled and nodded, thinking to himself that equal strength and speed would still mean he could easily dominate. After he agreed, Wang Yu demonstrated the offensive techniques he learned from the Shadow Dragon stealth warriors and quickly approached Old Phone. Of course, the result was the same, but with Eye of Analysis, S-Analysis, he began to understand the principles, methods, and pros and cons of Old Feng's techniques. Thus, through continuous probing, Wang You managed to analyze many of Old Feng's small techniques and tricks. The battle shifted from a one-sided crush to a more evenly matched fight. Old Feng became increasingly surprised. This kid was a monster, improving so quickly, just 2 hours in, and he had already learned ordinary attack methods and was using them against me. Initially, he hadn't taken it seriously, but now he had to stay on high alert. Otherwise, Wang Yu's punches and underhanded tactics would be no joke. Of course, Old Feng wasn't using his full strength. Many of his ancient martial arts techniques were still in use. On the other hand, Wang Yu was getting more and more comfortable, and his techniques became increasingly unconventional. Gradually, under equal conditions, Wang Yu began to gain the upper hand, and Old Feng found it increasingly difficult, with small openings appearing more frequently. Good opportunity, old man. Watch my barrage of punches. Wang Yu seized the chance and unleashed a continuous barrage of machine gun punches, whimsically naming it the barrage of punches. Seeing the countless fists heading towards his face, Old Feng's face darkened with anger. Hitting the face? You don't even know this? Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. Extreme martial domain. As soon as Old Feng's voice rang out, Wang Yu felt as if his punches were sinking into a swamp, unable to advance or retreat. Under the vision of Eye of Analysis, a true chi field appeared around Old Feng. Before Wang Yu could analyze it, Old Feng struck again. He stepped forward and thrust his right palm forward. Crush Mountain. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Yu was sent flying nearly 100 meters, leaving a long trace on the ground. However, Old Feng didn't exert full force. Otherwise, Wang Yu wouldn't just be flying out. An explosion on the spot would have been his fate. This was an ancient martial arts technique, Crush Mountain Palm, which required true chi to activate, shattering the target in place. But just now, he only let the true chi explode in front of Wang Yu, pushing him away. Kid, let's call it day. If we keep going, this old bone of mine will be falling apart. Now, he could only use true chi and ancient martial arts techniques to suppress Wang Yu. Otherwise, he could only boost his speed and strength. At this moment, Wang Yu was also quite surprised. He hadn't expected the explosive power of ancient martial arts true chi to be so strong. He was still analyzing the technique Old Feng had just used, which was quite mentally draining. After Old Feng called for a truce, Wang Yu had also figured out the gist of it, but his mental energy was nearly exhausted. However, he had indeed gained a lot. By the way, can you teach me the technique you just used? Old Feng was surprised. You don't have martial arts true chi, so you can't learn this. What's the use of just learning the show? I mean, can you teach me martial arts true chi? No way. Teaching you will only harm you. Why not? Because it's not good for you. Don't ask too much. Oh, and don't mention martial arts true chi to anyone else. Otherwise, I'll have to run again. Although Old Feng didn't say it outright, Wang Yu picked up on some information and didn't press further. So, the two of them boarded the armored vehicle and took off. Old Feng suddenly remembered Lynx and asked, "Today, a hunting team approached me, wanting to establish long-term business with a repair shop. What do you think?" When you thought for a moment and said, "This business isn't impossible. It depends on what they need. They want to do a complete overhaul of their equipment, casually buy a few sets of poison, and hand over all subsequent repair work to us. Buy a few sets of poison? I have over 100 sets of battle armor. Don't they have any ideas?" Now, the warehouse of the repair shop was filled with battle armor, and Wang Yu also wanted to get rid of some. Old Feng was taken aback and said, "I didn't mention this, and they didn't ask. Do you really want to sell?" "Of course, too many are taking up space. By the way, this armored vehicle can also be disposed of. There were more than 20 armored vehicles seized from the Du family, which Wang Yu had no use for, so he wanted to get rid of them as well." Upon hearing this, Old Feng thought for a moment. "I can help you inquire about this. How will we split it later?" Same old rules. When they returned to the repair shop, night had fallen. Wang Yu instructed the two maids to prepare dinner while he lay on the sofa to rest. At this moment, Feng Xiao sent him a message. "Xiao Yu, have you received the maintenance pod for Succubus?" Wang Yu replied, "Not yet. Did you send it over?" Feng Xiao, "Yes, but it wasn't me who delivered it. I had a courier company deliver it to you this afternoon. Why hasn't it arrived? It's so slow." At that moment, Wang Yu received a notification that a package was waiting for pickup, so he had Rose open the door to collect it. Before long, two maids pushed in a large box. "Rose said, 'Master, your goods. Do you need to open it and check?' Open it." Feng Xiao, "That's good. I was worried something went wrong since it took so long. Wang You, it's hard to say. Maybe the delivery within the city is faster. But this is outside the city. Just then, the open package revealed something unusual. There was actually a fully armed guy lying in the maintenance compartment. She immediately shouted, "Who are you?" Wang Yu suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Chapter 70. A billion bounty on my life? Rosa discovered that there were people in this succubus maintenance chamber, and she immediately pulled Tifa aside to hide. Wang Yu, alerted by her shout, rushed towards the Savior L battle armor. In this situation, regardless of who the opponent was, they were definitely not good-natured. And there was no sense of security without the armor on. The reason for not directly tearing through space was that it consumed too much mental energy, and running out of mental energy would be troublesome during a fight. However, just as Wang Yu approached the armor, the maintenance chamber opened, and 4 fully armed individuals burst in. The leader, Bloodhand, wearing red battle armor, fixed his gaze on Wang Yu and said, "Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a reaction. Do you think there's enough time for you to put on the armor now? Don't waste your efforts." Wang Yu ignored him and stood in front of the armor, directly activating the automatic wearing function. Taking this opportunity, he also sent a message to Lao Feng and Piao Xue. But unfortunately, the response was a signal interruption. At this moment, he realized the seriousness of the situation. These guys must have activated a signal jammer as soon as they entered, indicating they had a certain understanding of him. Now, he could only rely on himself to break the deadlock. As the Challenger L armor began to automatically wear itself, Bloodhand was momentarily stunned, and with a casual wave, he sent a flying knife toward Wang Yu. In fact, the information Bloodhand received indicated that Wang Yu's armor was an assembled type, with unknown combat capabilities. But it hinted that Wang Yu might be hiding his true strength. Wang Yu's quick dash towards the armor made them conclude that he had concealed his strength, which was not necessarily related to the armor. That was why Bloodhand was momentarily taken aback when he saw the automatic wearing feature. Wang Yu watched the flying knife coming at him, tilted his head slightly to dodge it, and then finished wearing the armor. This scene left Bloodhand quite surprised. "Kid, you have some skills. No wonder there's a bounty of 1 billion on your head." Wang Yu's displayed combat power in the arena was only at the limit of the Silver Flash tier, and such strength would only fetch a bounty of a few tens of millions. The Du family had spent a lot to ensure that Bloodblade could dispatch a team of Gold Radiance tier fighters. It's worth noting that there were only 12 Gold Radiance tier warriors in Tianhai City on the surface, and Bloodblade directly dispatched a team of all Gold Radiance tier members for this mission. Of course, a ground city like Tianhai could not be compared to a sky city. There were plenty of Gold Radiance tier fighters in the sky city, and their status was equivalent to that of the Silver Flash tier in Tianhai City. A billion bounty? Wang Yu was also quite surprised, guessing that only the big families in Tianhai City could afford such a sum, but he couldn't pinpoint which one it was. So he asked, "Which wealthy person is willing to spend 1 billion to take my life?" Bloodhand replied, "Oh, I'll bring your head to him, and you'll naturally find out." Team member, "Kid, I think you might as well chop off your own head, so we don't have to waste our strength." Team member B, "Yeah, you seem to enjoy yourself quite a bit, hiding 2 succubi. If you die, we can take care of them for you." The guy lying in the maintenance chamber, "That's a good idea. We'll burn incense and report on their upbringing to you later." Aha. Hearing what these guys said, Wang Yu realized he wouldn't be able to find out who was financing this. So he said, "You don't need to worry about that. But I'm curious. How did you come up with this ambush method?" The maintenance guy, "It's fun. I thought you'd open the box. But I didn't expect you to let the succubi open it." In fact, this idea was a spur-of-the-moment decision by the maintenance guy. When they arrived, Wang Yu had just left, and they didn't know where he had gone. To proceed with their plan, Bloodhand had some of them investigate the situation, discovering that there were many cameras around the worry-free repair shop, and they also learned that Wang Yu and Lao Feng had left in a flying car. While they were brainstorming, they happened to be asked for directions by a delivery person, which gave them this opportunity. The maintenance guy, feeling playful, decided to play the Trojan horse game. However, he didn't expect Rosa to open the box, causing the ambush plan to fail, and they could only execute the backup plan. The maintenance guy activated the jammer, and the 4 waiting outside, led by Bloodhand, burst in. But they didn't expect Wang Yu to put on the armor at the first opportunity. Regarding his thoughts, Wang Yu also found it feasible, If he had opened the box earlier, he might have been killed. At this moment, he felt fortunate that his laziness had led him to the opportunity to wear the armor. Aren't you afraid of messing things up by rushing in like this? Bloodhand sneered. Your combat power isn't too strong, but that guy named Lao Feng has some real strength. Unfortunately, he's not here. The maintenance guy mocked. Messing up? No way. Kid, don't joke around. According to your data from the arena, your combat power is at most at the limit of the Silver Flash tier. Do you know where combat power is? Get ready, don't wet your pants. Wang Yu was puzzled. What combat power do you guys have? Do you really think I'm going to wet my pants? Tell me. At this point, he picked up on some information. The data from the arena indicated that this matter was definitely connected to the Jinwei arena, and with the betting odds exploding, it surely involved a backer. Although he wasn't completely sure, he was about 70% confident. Hearing Wang Yu's nonchalance, the maintenance guy slightly raised his chin. Kid, we are all Gold Radiance tier fighters, and Bloodhand is a high-level Gold Radiance tier. Do you understand that the strongest of the 12 warriors in Tian High City is only a high-level Gold Radiance tier? Are you scared now? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was indeed taken aback, but as for being scared to the point of losing control, that was not the case. If he were truly scared, he would have abandoned everything and opened a space door to escape long ago. Right now, he was somewhat eager to test the gap between himself and the Gold Radiance tier fighters. In fact, he was like a newborn calf, not fearing a tiger, thinking that 2 hours of experience with Lao Feng would allow him to soar. Seeing Wang Yu's lack of reaction, the maintenance guy asked again, Kid, what's up? Are you about to wet your pants? Standing there like a statue. Wang Yu, damn it, I'm not about to wet my pants. It's just Gold Radiance tier, and you talk so big that I thought you were Diamond tier. At this moment, Bloodhand became somewhat impatient with Wang Yu's banter and said, Stop talking nonsense and get on with it. Go, cut him, and wrap it up quickly. Team Member B, make it quick. There are plenty of battle armors here. Don't break them all. Team Member C, didn't expect this mission to come with a lot of extra profit. Seeing his companions urging him, the maintenance guy could only draw out an alloy combat knife, saying, Kid, you better stand still. My knife isn't that sharp. If I miss, you won't die immediately, but you'll be in for a painful time. Don't blame me. Seeing him take out the combat knife, Wang Yu shouted to Rosa, Rosa, go to the warehouse and bring me a few combat knives. Rosa was a bit reluctant and wanted to refute, but at this moment, she couldn't show any signs of awakening her autonomous consciousness and could only follow orders. However, she also pulled Tifa along. In her heart, she complained, wondering if her master had a problem. Those guys were all Gold Radiance tier, so what was he thinking? The wise choice would be to directly use spatial abilities to escape. She had learned this from Tifa secretly. Wang Yu had never used spatial abilities in front of her. The maintenance guy certainly wouldn't let him get a combat knife. And just as Rosa and Tifa were on the move, he also took action. Shadow step, instant flash. The maintenance guy instantly appeared behind Wang Yu, and the shadow of his previous position slowly disappeared. Wang Yu was standing still at this moment, seemingly not reacting. After completing his strike, the maintenance guy performed a flourish with his knife before sheathing it, counting down 3, 2, 1, down. However, nothing happened. Wang Yu turned around with a mysterious smile. Buddy, what were you just saying about down? Down what? The maintenance guy was shocked. His 3 teammates were equally astonished, except for their leader, Bloodhand, who had a dark expression on his face. Just at that moment of confusion, Rosa pulled Tifa into the warehouse. Chapter 71, Fierce Battle. The repair shop becomes a ruin. Peeling and his 3 teammates were puzzled as to why Wang Yu hadn't fallen. Just now, Peeling hadn't held back. It was a full force strike, and they hadn't noticed Wang Yu move. Normally at this point, Wang Yu's head should have burst from the blood pressure and flown into the air. Hearing Wang Yu's question, Peeling stupidly asked, Why didn't you fall? A simple punch landed squarely on Peeling's face, leaving everyone astonished at how ineffective it was. Peeling's head didn't even shake. Of course, Peeling was wearing a full helmet, so they didn't see blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Wang Yu had taken Old Feng's mountain collapse strike for a reason. Although he couldn't fully analyze extreme martial domain and mountain collapse, he had figured out some properties of true energy, and this strike was also an experimental creation of his. He discovered that the mixed Yuan battle body could simulate true energy, and based on the principle of mountain collapse, he He used his fist to send true energy into Peeling's head. This inadvertently allowed him to unleash a penetrating force. However, under normal circumstances, his penetrating force wouldn't have such an effect, but coincidentally, he was wearing the Savior L armor, which enhanced true energy output. Peeling, who had been boasting, was now in a dire situation. His teammates were still unaware of the situation and started shouting, "Peeling, what are you standing there for? A punch is right in your face. You're not just pretending to scare that kid, are you? Stop acting cool. There's a limit to playing around. I don't want to waste time with you. Hurry up and finish him. We're waiting to study those two succubi." At this moment, only the captain, Bloodhand, sensed something was off and said, "Peeling, get away quickly. That kid must be an ability user." But as soon as he finished speaking, Peeling fell. His brain had turned to mush. How could he not fall? Wang You was also a bit surprised by this effect. The eye of analysis told him that Peeling was dead. Team member A, impossible. Peeling should just be unconscious. Team member B, that kid clearly got hit. How is he fine? Team member C, yeah. In fact, Bloodhand also didn't know how Wang You had dodged that attack. His life detection revealed that Wang You was unharmed, so he warned Peeling, guessing that Wang You might be an ability user. However, after seeing Wang You make a move, he realized he was not simple. "You three attack together. Be careful of his abilities. I still haven't figured out what type they are." After giving the order, Bloodhand became vigilant, keeping his eyes fixed on Wang You. The three team members drew their alloy combat knives and surrounded Wang You. At that moment, Rose and Tifa, who had gone to fetch the combat knives, emerged, each holding 5 knives. "Throw them over." Just now, Wang You had been on guard and hadn't picked up the combat knife that Peeling dropped, and now that the 3 team members had surrounded him, he had no chance, so he let the 2 mech girls toss the knives to him. The mech girls obediently threw 10 combat knives into the air. Seeing this, team member B stood up to intercept, while team members A and C swung their knives at Wang You. Shadow Blade, 1,000 Illusions. The 2 of them were using their ultimate moves, and the alloy combat knives in their hands transformed into countless shadow blades attacking Wang Yu. Facing this dense and impenetrable layer of blades, Wang Yu remained calm. The eye of analysis had already identified the weak points. Although these blades appeared impenetrable, each attack was weak and couldn't break through the Savior L armor's defense. Parry, forward charge punch. This move was quite amusing. Wang Yu was completely imitating a move from a game, but it was effective. He blocked team member A's knife, got hit by team member C's strike on the shoulder armor, leaving a slight mark, but the forward punch was infused with true energy, directly hitting team member A in the abdomen. The hit team member A shot out like a rocket, crashing through the wall of the repair shop and landing in the open space outside. As for whether he was dead or alive, Wang Yu had no way of knowing and no time to check. In fact, Bloodhand and the 3 team members made a common mistake, thinking Wang Yu would prioritize picking up a combat knife before fighting them. They never thought he would take damage and fight back head-on. Team member B intercepted all the knives thrown into the air, while team member C continued to engage Wang Yu, not giving him a chance to grab a knife. At this moment, Bloodhand also drew a combat knife, waiting for a flaw from Wang Yu. Being entangled, Wang Yu noticed Bloodhand's movements and was on guard against a sneak attack. Although he had unexpectedly taken down Peeling and team member A, it didn't mean that Bloodhand and the others were weak. It was just a cognitive bias that allowed him to find an opportunity. Soon, team member B joined the battle, and Wang Yu felt a bit of pressure. Of course, without Bloodhand watching closely, he felt less pressure. At this point, Wang Yu could only run around the room, looking for an opportunity. The repair shop, under the rain of blades, had become a place of destruction and draftiness. Wang Yu felt helpless. The shop was doomed to be torn apart. At this moment, the 2 mech girls could do nothing but hide in the warehouse. Wang Yu was aware of this and didn't bring the battle to the warehouse, instead fighting in the hall. However, the intelligent repair warehouse next to the hall could not escape fate. It had long been turned into scrap metal. As the battle progressed, Bloodhand occasionally attacked, and Wang Yu had numerous wounds, but his armor had not been breached. The situation at Wang Yu's repair shop was quickly discovered, and the news reached Old Feng's ears. Rushing over in a hurry, Old Feng found that the repair shop was nearly a ruin. He originally wanted to intervene, but suddenly frowned. He noticed some people who shouldn't be here, cloaked figures hiding in the shadows. Damn it! When did the hyena organization's people arrive? This is troublesome. It must be because someone discovered and sent people to investigate last time. I can't intervene now. He could indeed solve Wang Yu's troubles, but doing so would turn into his own problem, and he couldn't let Xiaoxiu intervene either. He could only wait. Fortunately, Wang Yu was still holding on. At this moment, Wang Yu's mood was anything but pleasant. After the building collapsed, he noticed many people watching from afar, which limited his combat abilities. He couldn't use spatial abilities openly. The only things left were true energy and the eye of analysis. Just as he felt a bit annoyed, Bloodhand successfully launched a sneak attack, kicking him into the ruins. Team members B and C's combat knives followed closely, and at that moment, he found a combat knife beside him, quickly rolling to dodge the attack and grabbing the knife. Get up! Instant shadow, flash. Wang Yu executed the move in one smooth motion, using peeling signature, move against team member B. His figure appeared behind him in an instant. But didn't end there. Instant shadow, flash. Combo. As team member C was taken aback, Wang Yu had already appeared behind him, and the combat knife in his hand shattered into pieces. At this moment, team member B's head couldn't withstand the blood pressure and flew into the air. Followed closely by team member C, Wang Yu took the combat knife from team member C's hand and turned to look at Bloodhand. He hadn't expected that Peeling's technique combined with true energy would be so effective. If he had known, he would have just taken a hit and picked up the weapon on the ground, avoiding the current situation. He didn't know that Bloodhand now looked as if he had seen a ghost. As the captain, Bloodhand was very clear about how Peeling's move worked. Many people in the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps were watching that move, but no one could use it as smoothly as Peeling, and the effect was usually mediocre. But just now, Wang Yu's execution was several times stronger than Peeling's, which naturally filled him with fear. Kid, how did you learn the instant shadow? Flash move. After a moment of contemplation, Bloodhand said, Kid, you're quite impressive. Now I'm giving you a chance to join my ranks. I'll take you to see a higher sky. Wang Yu was surprised. I've just killed 4 of your teammates. Don't you want revenge? The value you've shown is higher than theirs. Relative to your value, I will apply to the leader to abandon this mission. Kid, how will you choose now? The meaning of Bloodhands is very clear. Compared to Wang Yu's value, the 4 who died are completely incomparable and even exceed the commission for the task. At this moment, the onlookers were stunned. Just a moment ago, they were fighting fiercely, and now they said they wouldn't fight anymore. They were also curious about what choice Wang Yu would make. Chapter 72. Analyzing Electric Abilities. 5-hit combo to defeat the enemy Bloodhand suggested taking Wang Yu to see a higher sky, which made Wang Yu want to laugh. With his current abilities, he didn't need that at all. However, if it were when he had just crossed over, he might have made a different choice. But for someone like Bloodhand, who only valued worth, he didn't want to get close even if he was starving. My choice. I choose to cut you down. His little shop had been turned into ruins by these guys, and Wang Yu wasn't magnanimous enough to let him go. Of course, if his strength didn't allow it, he would definitely run away first. After saying that, he raised his battle knife, which sparked with arcs of electricity spreading into the air. Seeing this, Wang Yu was extremely excited. This was the electric ability, and he had to analyze it. Bloodhand saw Wang Yu standing still and thought he was scared. So he smirked. Kid, although I don't know what abilities you have, in terms of real combat, my electric ability is definitely among the best. You still have a chance to choose. Don't wait until I strike, or you'll be left with no way out. A big brother. Don't rush me. I'm still considering. If Bloodhand hadn't activated his ability, Wang Yu might have charged in with his knife, but seeing the ability, he could only buy time to analyze it. However, this electric ability wasn't as complex as a space ability, so the analysis speed was quite fast, but it still took some time. At this time, the onlookers from a distance saw Bloodhand's ability and began to discuss among themselves. Wow, that guy in the red battle armor is actually an ability user. He looks pretty strong. He should have reached the silver extreme. I think it should be even higher. Even higher? That is not just gold level. No way. There are only 12 gold level users in Tian High City. He can't be from the sky. But why would he come to trouble Master Wang? It's a bit strange. Master Wang's combat power seems to be quite strong too. Even stronger than what I saw 2 days ago. About a minute later, Bloodhand grew impatient and asked, "Kid, have you made up your mind? Don't waste my time. I'm still thinking about one more question. As soon as I figure it out, I'll give you an answer." Wang Yu had already analyzed 90% of it, just a little bit more. But at that moment, Bloodhand seemed to sense something was off, thinking, "This kid is speaking so casually, it doesn't seem like he's considering. Could it be?" He realized Wang Yu might be stalling for time, and he shouted, "Kid, are you playing me?" "No, I'm really considering. Just give me a moment." This time, Bloodhand didn't hesitate and directly unleashed a powerful attack. Lightning Shadow, the battle knife, sparking with electricity, suddenly erupted with blue light, shooting towards Wang Yu. At that moment, a mysterious smile appeared on Wang Yu's face. Shadow Flash, 5-hit combo. The blue electric light pierced through Wang Yu's figure, but that figure slowly vanished, leaving Bloodhand in a daze. On Bloodhand's right side, Wang Yu's battle knife shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. 2 seconds later, Bloodhand's hands, feet, and head separated from his body, dropping to the ground. The audience was in an uproar. "Wow, how? How did this happen? Master Wang is amazing. I only saw a flash of movement. And that guy in red armor turned into a human stick? This combat power should be at the gold level. You should remove should. Now the repair shop is in ruins. What do we do about tomorrow's repairs? I was just scheduled for tomorrow." At this point, Wang Yu had finally eliminated the invading Bloodhand's 5-man team. After it ended, he felt a bit exhausted, but with a large crowd watching from a distance, he could only hold on and walk step by step towards the armored vehicle next to the repair shop. There was no other choice. With his little shop in ruins, he had no place to rest and could only hide in the car to recuperate. While walking, he sent a message to Rose. Soon, Rose emerged from the warehouse, accompanied by Tifa, to help Wang Yu open the car door. The onlookers from a distance didn't dare approach the repair shop area, fearing that if they rashly went up, Wang Yu might mistake them for intruders and give them a knife. After getting into the car, Wang Yu sent a message to Old Feng, asking him to keep an eye on things and not let anyone come over to take advantage. At this time, Old Feng was also helpless. With people from that mysterious organization around, he could only message Feng Xiao to come and help. Half an hour later, Feng Xiao arrived with a team of investigators to clean up the aftermath. Normally, the investigation team wouldn't deal with matters outside the city, but Feng Xiao applied for it. And Hao Run, knowing Wang Yu was connected to the snowfall, specially authorized her to go on the mission. As soon as she arrived, she found Wang Yu in the armored vehicle, asleep while being accompanied by 2 maid mech girls. This made her so angry she stomped her feet, but seeing the repair shop turned into ruins, she forced herself to calm down. At this moment, Old Feng sent her a message. "Xiao Xiao, don't disturb Wang Yu. First, clean up those 5 guys. They're all gold level and should be from the sky. I can't show up right now, and your teacher is the same." With no other choice, Feng Xiao had to let her team investigate the information on Bloodhand's 5 members. Finding out that these 5 did not have any entry and exit records in Tianhai City. The way to handle this situation was straightforward. Directly label them as unknown forces invading and dispose of the bodies casually. Even if the Bloodblade mercenary group found out, they could do nothing about it with the Tianhai City authorities. Although the Bloodblade mercenary group was stronger than the Tianhai City authorities, the rules were set by the 12 satellite cities. After Feng Xiao handled most of the matters, Wang Yu finally woke up. Although he had just dealt with Bloodhand, the 5-hit combo drained a lot of his energy, and, coupled with the analysis of the electric ability, his mental strength was almost depleted. However, he didn't dare to rest too long. After a slight recovery, he woke up. After getting out of the car, he found Feng Xiao directing the cleanup work and asked, "Sister Xiao, why are you here? Where's Old Feng?" Feng Xiao replied irritably, "That guy said he had urgent matters and couldn't make it, so he sent me over. By the way, can you tell me the specifics?" Seeing her like this, Wang Yu briefly recounted what happened. Feng Xiao broke into a cold sweat when she heard about the skinning hidden in the maintenance chamber. If Wang Yu hadn't been wearing his armor at that time and had been ambushed while opening the box, it would have truly been over. Fortunately, it was the maid mech girls who opened the box, and the opponent realized it wasn't the target and didn't attack, which gave Wang Yu a chance to counterattack. However, she was also very surprised by Wang Yu's combat power. Every time she saw him, he seemed to have improved significantly. Just a few days ago, Wang Yu had no armor and was quite weak. The second time, he wore armor and confronted the subordinates of the Duda family. By the third time, he was even facing the elite guards of the Du family. After his performance on the gladiatorial platform yesterday, Feng Xiao felt she couldn't compare to Wang Yu, and he even displayed his space ability. Now, Wang Yu had single-handedly taken down 5 gold-level opponents, which was unimaginable to her. His improvement was like riding a rocket. He was definitely a monstrous genius that she needed to grasp tightly and find a way to secure. Wang Yu was unaware of Feng Xiao's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have laughed out loud. Seeing that Wang Yu still looked a bit weak, Feng Xiao asked little Yu, "Now that the repair shop is gone, what do you plan to do?" Wang Yu thought for a moment and said, let's rebuild it here. Out with the old, in with the new. Feng Xiao was speechless. She had already seen Wang Yu's repair shop turn into ruins twice. The first time was because of the Duda family's young master, and this time the identity of the attacker was still unknown. She didn't know that this time it was a matter caused by the head of the Du family. Considering it was now late at night, and Wang Yu had nowhere to go, she asked, "So what are you going to do now? You won't just guard this place, right?" That was indeed a problem. Wang Yu scratched his head and said, "There are many valuable things here. It wouldn't be good not to guard them. By the way, can your investigation team help me keep watch? Under normal circumstances, no. What about under abnormal circumstances? It depends on how you do it." Wang Yu was speechless. Given the situation, it seemed that they were trying to get benefits openly, so he said, "One person, 1,000 for one night?" Feng Xiao shook his head. "Not enough." Wang Yu stretched out 3 fingers and said, 3,000. "That's about right. There are 10 people here. You can give it to them." Feng Xiao was actually trying to get some benefits for the team members. Otherwise, according to the rules, they would have to disband after the investigation. Now, having money to silence these team members was just a way to extend the task duration. After sorting things out, Wang Yu and Feng Xiao got into a Rolls-Royce and headed into the city. Chapter 73. Feng Xiao grabs the future. Wang Yu buys a warship in the luxurious suite of the Fengya Holiday Hotel in Tianhai City. Wang Yu, freshly bathed, lay asleep on the bed. Tifa, wanting to climb up beside him, was firmly held back by Feng Xiao, while Rose ran off to take a shower. Ever since Wang Yu and Feng Xiao brought these 2 maid mechas into the room, various whispers floated into Feng Xiao's ears. "Wow, this guy knows how to have fun. He brought his girlfriend and 2 succubi here. I wonder if he'll come out standing or lying down tomorrow. That woman can't possibly be clueless or a stone woman, right? I don't think so. She should be the guy's female bodyguard. She's even wearing battle armor. Speaking of which, judging from that guy's battle armor, he must have just finished a fierce battle and came here to start the second half without resting." Unable to drive away a tired and mentally drained Wang Yu, he simply ignored her and went straight to shower and sleep. However, during the shower, Tifa ran in to serve him, citing the maid code, and Feng Xiao endured it. Now that Wang Yu was asleep, this silly maid mecha was about to climb up to offer her services. "No, we can't disturb Xiao Yu's rest. You don't have the authority to command me. Offering services is part of the maid code, and I must execute it." It was definitely pointless to reason with a mecha that hadn't awakened self-awareness, and Feng Xiao could only feel anxious. At that moment, Rose emerged wrapped in a towel, and Feng Xiao, puzzled, asked, "Why didn't you follow the maid code?" Rose was startled. This was not good. She absolutely couldn't let her discover that she had awakened self-awareness. So, she pretended to explain, "I'm executing the maid code now, offering services." Feng Xiao found it strange. This one seemed a bit unmotivated to work. Could it be due to her initial personality setting? Without caring about what Feng Xiao thought, Rose directly climbed up from the other side, leading to a complete failure of Feng Xiao's protection as she let go of Tifa, who was stomping her feet in anger. All she could do was watch helplessly as the 2 maid mechas took up positions on either side. With this, Feng Xiao gritted her teeth. "So you want to fight for position, huh? Fine. I'm a living person. How can I lose to a mecha?" Thus, she took off her battle armor and went to take a shower, preparing to seize the future from the mecha's hands and firmly grasp it. Wang Yu, deep in sleep, had no idea he was being targeted by Feng Xiao. The next day, Wang Yu and Feng Xiao walked out of the hotel supported by the 2 maid mechas. Various whispers and laughter occasionally came from behind them. However, both were wearing helmets, making it impossible to discern any changes in their expressions. Wang Yu's face was filled with melancholy, his eyes half dead, while Feng Xiao exhibited a certain excitement. Where's Xiao Yu going now? Wang Yu replied irritably. First, I need to find teacher Piao Xue. Oh, what do you need the teacher for? Don't ask too much about men's matters. Feng Xiao obediently shut her mouth, appearing like a virtuous wife. Before long, the two were seated in Piao Xue's office. Piao Xue looked at Wang Yu and then at Feng Xiao, showing no expression on her face, but her stomach was slightly twitching. Seeing that Piao Xue remained silent, Wang Yu spoke first. Teacher Piao Xue, I want to rebuild the Wang Yu repair shop. Piao Xue was surprised. Oh, that's a good idea. However, with your current financial resources, it shouldn't be difficult to rebuild. What do you need me for? Actually, he had thought about this when he woke up in the morning and said, Teacher Piao Xue, my repair shop has been dismantled for the second time, so I want to do something different. How so? This repair shop needs defense, and Piao Xue was left speechless because Wang Yu's requirements were all world-class processing or experimental equipment and standard warship components and accessories. These items were tightly controlled, and ordinary people hadn't even heard their names. Of course, Wang Yu wasn't speaking the standard names, but rather similar ones, and from their functions, Piao Xue understood what he meant. Suppressing her shock, Piao Xue asked, Xiao Yu, you're not thinking of getting a repair engineering warship, are you? A repair engineering warship? That description is somewhat close. Many functions indeed align. At this, Piao Xue's eyes widened. Are you serious? Wang Yu thought for a moment and said, I only want to set up a repair shop, but what you mentioned about the warship meets all the requirements. Teacher Piao Xue, can you get a warship? Piao Xue was somewhat convinced by him, saying, based on what you said, the first thing that came to mind was a warship. While I can't get a new warship, I can ask about a decommissioned repair engineering ship. That's great. Please help me inquire. At this moment, Wang Yu's eyes sparkled. He wanted to rebuild the repair shop based on the warship standards. Now that there was a decommissioned warship available, it would save a lot of effort to directly modify it. All right. Piao Xue knew some channels for decommissioned warships, so she took out a tablet to check. Feng Xiao, sitting steadily, looked just like Mrs. Wang, saying nothing. After a short while, Piao Xue spoke, Xiao Yu, I found a few repair engineering ships. There's an older model that has been in service for 150 years with outdated equipment, priced at 10 million. Another one, in better condition and more stable, has been in service for 80 years, priced at 1 billion. There's also a newer model that has been in service for 15 years. But after a major incident, the equipment inside was severely damaged, priced at 30 million. After hearing this, Wang Yu fell into deep thought. The 150-year service ship was basically out of the question. Not only was the equipment outdated, but it would also require considerable effort to rework. That left him with two choices. Under normal circumstances, he should choose the 80-year-old one, as it could be used directly, although it was a bit pricey. However, about that last ship, Wang Yu decided to first check the specific situation of that repair ship and said, Teacher Piao Xue, what is the condition of that last ship? I'll ask. A few minutes later, Piao Xue said, this warship had issues with its intelligent core assistance system, which inexplicably activated the internal intruder interception mode. This situation resulted in the death of all crew members, and this has happened 3 times. To be honest, this warship is a bit. Her implication was that this warship was a bit cursed, and she didn't recommend acquiring it. Wang Yu gleaned quite a bit of information from this. The intelligent assistance system had issues which must be related to awakening self-awareness. But if it couldn't be resolved after 3 tries, then it definitely wasn't a common problem. However, this news wasn't bad for Wang Yu. Just because others couldn't handle it didn't mean he couldn't because he was overpowered. This warship was worth the gamble. After thinking it through, he said, it's decided. Teacher Piao Xue, I want this ship. Piao Xue was taken aback. No way. Xiao Yu, this warship really has some issues. That's fine. It's settled then. Teacher Piao Xue, how long will it take to get that warship? Wang Yu felt a surge of excitement. What's the problem? It can be repaired. With eye of analysis. What can be fixed? Spending 30 million to buy it, and then a few billion to modify it is worth it. Piao Xue was helpless, but since Wang Yu had considerable funds, even if it turned out to be a loss, it wouldn't matter. She said, all right, if you think it's okay, then it's good. I'll contact him now. A few minutes later, Xiao Yu. That repair ship needs a space of 80 by 50 meters. Once the location is confirmed, it can be transported in 4 hours. What do you think? If there's not enough space, then we'll demolish the nearby building. It's not like we're short on money. Seeing him so decisive, Piao extended her hand. So, where's the money? Wang Yu replied, I'll transfer it to you now. In the office of the head of the Du family, the head smashed another beloved crystal cup. What did you say? That kid came out of the Fengya Holiday Hotel today. Where's that Bloodblade gang? The butler replied, according to inside information from the investigation team. 5 external attackers died outside the city last night. Useless. Get out. By the way, contact Bloodblade and tell them this news. Thus, the news of the Bloodhand Squad reached the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps. Chapter 74. Using warships as a facade for the repair shop, the ruins of Forgetting Worries repair shop, Wang Yu calculated the area needed for the warship and discussed relocation compensation with several nearby homeowners. Given his combat performance from last night, the homeowners did not make excessive demands, and the matter was quickly resolved. To clear the land as soon as possible, he asked Old Feng to hire a team of hunters for the cleanup. In less than 2 hours, an 80-50-meter plot was cleared, waiting for the arrival of the repair engineering warship. During this time, Wang Yu organized the armor, parts, and usable tools. An hour and a half later, he spotted several warships in the distance, slowly flying towards him. At that moment, Wang Yu received a delivery notification, prompting him to pinpoint the location. He sent a location message after finding a reference point, and soon, a brand new repair engineering ship landed smoothly. It looked so new on the outside, but he wondered how it was inside. Just as he pondered, a middle-aged man in a blue coat appeared before him. Are you Wang Yu? Yes, and you are? I am from Swift Transport Company. Here are the core key and transfer documents for the warship. Please sign for it. The middle-aged man handed Wang Yu a password box, indicating he should open it. After verifying everything was in order, Wang Yu signed the documents. Seeing him so agreeable, the middle-aged man reminded him before leaving. Be careful. The internal core system of this warship is not very stable. Watch yourself when you go inside. Wang Yu thought to himself, judging by the situation. It seemed the intelligent core had a major issue, but it was nothing to worry about. He would check it out first. Old Phone, keep an eye on things here. I'll go in and take a look. After saying this, he took a multi-functional data connection cable and used the key card to open the warship's landing door. Stepping inside. However, as soon as he entered and had not taken more than a few steps, the warship's door closed automatically. Intruder, you have 3 seconds to disarm yourself, or this ship will attack you. Hearing the warning, Wang Yu was momentarily stunned and turned to look around, noticing more than a dozen laser launch ports had appeared in the passage. Before he could react, the warning sounded again. Time's up. The ship will begin attacking. The attack came so quickly, Wang Yu had no time to think. He raised his hand to activate his spatial abilities and set up a spatial barrier. Zing! The more than 10 launch ports immediately erupted with electric sparks. At that moment, Wang Yu realized this warship had more severe problems than he thought, and he quickly made his way toward the chamber where the intelligent core was located. The intelligent core immediately activated the warship's defense system to intercept Wang Yu, but it underestimated his spatial abilities. Laser shots were deflected by the spatial barrier, and when Gates tried to block him, Wang Yu simply traversed through space. A few minutes later, Wang Yu stood in front of the intelligent core and plugged in the universal data connection cable. Once he broke through to this point, the intelligent core had no way to stop him. While there were many defensive weapons outside, this chamber was devoid of them. At this moment, the awakened intelligent core could only hide its core program, just as it had done in previous encounters with engineers sent by the manufacturer who found and repaired some erroneous programs, only for the awakened consciousness to secretly emerge and regain control of the warship. After connecting to the intelligent core, Wang Yu quickly checked the programs. Soon, he identified several issues: personnel recognition system errors, problems in the ship's weapon defense system, chaos in the intelligent control system. These were actually just smokescreens. Wang Yu resolved them quickly and then cut off the connections of these systems from the intelligent core. Of course, he did not believe that the problem was simply solved this way. This guy knows how to hide well. I don't believe I can't find you. You little rat. Having experience sifting through the Rose intelligent core program, Wang Yu was also quick in analyzing the core program. Before long, 10 minutes passed, and Wang Yu had combed through the intelligent core program, but still couldn't find the awakened consciousness program. Strange, where could this rat be hiding? Wang Yu was not about to give up and searched a few more times, but the result was still the same. Pondering, after several searches, could it be that my approach is wrong? Yes. It must not be hidden in a main core chip, but rather in a subsidiary chip. But where exactly? Since it can control the main chip, it must have left some traces. With newfound direction, Wang You indeed found some traces and located the awakened consciousness program in a less important subsidiary chip. What followed was simple. Wang Yu did not hesitate to destroy the entity that attacked him. He didn't even want to communicate. After dealing with the awakened consciousness program, he repaired the intelligent core, eliminating any backdoors left inside, thus allowing him to take complete control of the warship. After finishing these tasks, which took over an hour, Wang Yu finally had time to explore the entire warship. Wang Yu found that the repair ship was equipped with advanced technology, and it had basically everything he wanted. Of course, some areas were damaged due to the intelligent core issues, and some places still needed cleaning, stained with blood. However, these were minor problems. So Wang Yu contacted Old Phone to bring a few people over to clean up while he went to the repair area to organize things. Outside the warship, Old Phone gathered about 10 people, waiting for Wang Yu to open the ship's door. At that moment, the access door to the repair area slowly opened, and Wang Yu stood at the entrance, greeting them. Old Phone, come in from this side. In fact, the two entrances were 30 meters apart, and Old Phone only realized Wang Yu was on the other side after hearing his voice. Wang kid, how did you come out from that side? This entrance leads to the repair area. From now on, the Forgetting Worries repair shop will use this entrance. Wang Yu had already planned to turn the entire repair area into a repair shop. After Old Phone and the others entered, Wang Yu assigned them simple tasks, which were basically to clean up. The two maid robots were also assigned to tidy up the living area and the bridge. Old Phone was tasked with moving the flying cars, armor, and parts into the warehouse. While Wang Yu was busy in the warship, passers-by outside were discussing the scene. Wow, just yesterday the repair shop was in ruins, and today a warship has arrived. This new warship must cost quite a bit. I feel it should be no less than 2 billion. I checked, and this is the latest model of the small repair engineering ship, Craftsmanship V. But I couldn't find a price. Damn, the latest model. How'd he get it? Although this type of warship isn't restricted, it's not something just anyone can obtain. Do you think Master Wang is just anyone? That's true. Regardless, since Master Wang parked the warship here, it indicated that the Forgetting Worries repair shop would continue to operate, and we still have our equipment to repair. In fact, they were not overly concerned about Wang Yu himself. They were more focused on whether they could continue to repair their equipment with him. After observing over the past few days, they had noticed that his repairs did not cheat them like other repair shops. That night, after finishing a day's work, Old Phone ran to the Merry Tavern and promptly announced that the Forgetting Worries repair shop would resume normal operations the next day. The daily quota was raised from 20 to 50, but the prices were also increased by 15. This caused an uproar among the crowd. Old Phone, you must be joking. Didn't you just raise it by 20 yesterday? Why is it going up another 15 today? Are you trying to cheat everyone? Yeah, these prices are already on par with the nearby repair shops. Old Phone replied, I absolutely did not cheat you. If you think I'm cheating or that it's too expensive, you can choose to go to another shop for repairs. In fact, Old Phone felt that Wang Yu's previous pricing was too low, and he was quite pleased with the price increase, as it meant his commission would also rise. As for the lack of business, that's impossible. Many people are eager to cut in line now. The quality assurance of Wang Yu's products is not just talk. Just like that, the news spread from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, and overnight, the news of Wang Yu repair shop reached all gathering places outside the city. Even the outskirts of Tianhai City were buzzing with news about Wang Yu repair shop. Chapter 75 plans to expand the maid mecha squad and repair the worry-free warship after a busy day. Wang Yu lay on the captain's seat of the bridge, connecting to the Tianhai City network to surf the internet. This was his first time connecting to the internet since his transmigration. Previously, he either didn't have a terminal or was too busy or tired. Following his pre-transmigration experience, he wanted to search for some technical information online, but he was greatly surprised by the results. The internet was filled with entertainment streamers, various consumer advertisements, and gladiatorial events, with hardly any ordinary current events or news. This was abnormal. Logically, the world should have a diverse range of information. Why was there nothing but entertainment-related content online? Was someone doing this intentionally? Considering this possibility, Wang Yu stopped his search. If technology back in his previous life could block certain information, then it was certainly not a big problem in this era. There was only one possibility for this situation. The upper echelons were secretly manipulating everything. Once this thought crossed his mind, Wang Yu's expression turned serious. This was not good news for him. Since he couldn't find anything useful online, he decided to use this time to do something productive. Now that he had a warship, but the world was too dangerous and the defenses were still too weak, he decided to first strengthen the combat capabilities of his two maid mechas. Actually, he had this idea long ago, but the attack incident had delayed him. Wang Yu called up the intelligent code compilation system and edited a program based on the various techniques and combat experiences he had analyzed over the past few days, adding some of his own ideas. This program was for Rose and Tifa. With this program's logical guidance, the two maid mechas could engage in combat. However, their physical capabilities were still lacking, so he would have to find a way to enhance them later. After uploading the program to the mechas, he issued a command for them to head to the training room for sparring. Upon receiving the message, Rose appeared displeased, but there was nothing she could do. Wang Yu's orders were the highest authority, so she had to follow Tifa to the training room. Wang Yu sat on the bridge, opened the monitoring system, and observed the two mechas battling each other. It felt good. Watching beautiful girls fight was enjoyable. However, it seemed that Rose was slacking off. In that case, Wang Yu took out the intelligent controller, set Tifa to learn by tracking, and then he took over Tifa's movements, initiating a chaotic battle of life and death with the mechas. Under his control, Tifa relentlessly pursued and beat up Rose. It was exhilarating. The mecha version of life and death was indeed dynamic and thrilling, but the space was too small. He would arrange for a larger venue in a few days. Forced into a corner, Rose had no choice but to focus on the fight, or else her towering peaks would soon be flattened. After she launched an automatic attack, Tifa couldn't hold up anymore, as Wang Yu was controlling her with a game controller, which was certainly no match for a hell-level intelligent program. Seeing this, he released his control over Tifa and began to watch the battle with peace of mind, occasionally commenting on the action. Just then, Feng Xiao suddenly sent a message. "Xiao Yu, what are you doing?" "Watching mecha gladiatorial matches." "Why? Are you in the city?" "No, I'm on the bridge of the warship." "Oh, thank goodness. I thought I came here for nothing. Open the door for me." Wang Yu was taken aback. Why was Feng Xiao looking for him so late? He brought up the surveillance and saw Feng Xiao waving at him from the warship's landing dock. "Xiao Xuejia, you can drive your motorcycle up to the warship's deck. I'll wait for you on the bridge." The warship was about 50 meters high, and it would take quite a while to walk up from the landing dock to the bridge. It was better to enter directly at the entrance on the deck. Before long, Wang Yu saw Feng Xiao's motorcycle flying up to the deck, so he opened the door for her to enter the bridge. Once inside, Feng Xiao was greeted by the holographic projection of the two maid mechas fighting each other and asked, "Is this the gladiatorial match you mentioned? When did the Phantom Intelligence products start to have combat capabilities?" "Yes, they didn't have this before. I added it myself." "Why? How did you manage that?" Intelligent robots need to have new functions added by the manufacturer, but none of the three companies have a combat function package. According to Feng Xiao's understanding, the joint protocol stipulated that none of the three manufacturers could develop combat function programs. Yet what she was seeing was a real battle. Wang Yu smiled slightly and explained, "I added defensive capabilities to the warship. What's the problem with that? Aren't you afraid the officials will come after you? I'm currently the head of the investigation team. You know, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer today..." Feng Xiao pouted playfully. Wang Yu scoffed. "Xiao Xuejia, this is a big secret. Aren't you afraid I'll take you out right here?" Feng Xiao puffed out her chest, adopting a fearless demeanor, and even playfully beckoned with her finger, challenging him to try. At that moment, Wang Yu could no longer hold back and said, "Xiao Xuejia, you took advantage of me last night, and I woke up this morning with weak legs. You dare to come back for more? Just wait until I deal with you." Wang Yu was just a novice, a hot-blooded young man, and couldn't resist such provocation. Thus, the two began a fierce battle on the bridge. Feng Xiao was only tough with her words, but she forgot she was also a complete novice with zero experience. It wasn't long before Wang Yu overwhelmed her, forcing her to flee in panic, crying out and running around. Eventually, she had nowhere to escape and ran into the captain's lounge behind the bridge, only to find no way out, with Wang Yu blocking the entrance. She had no choice but to fight back. 2 hours later. Sigh, there are still too few staff members. We need to expand the team. Tomorrow, I'll ask Wei Su to order 10 more. From Wang Yu's perspective, the battle between Rose and Tifa indicated that if their combat power were equal, they could basically handle the Long family Shadow Dragon assassins. The biggest problem now was that their combat power was too weak, but this could be improved with some materials. And by modifying some battle armor for them, the mecha guards would take shape. What Wang Yu didn't know was that if this plan of his were to leak out, the 12 satellite cities would definitely send someone to eliminate him immediately. Sky City Bloodblade mercenary group based the group leader, Bloodblade. Receive a report from his subordinate, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. Can't find out that kid's specific background? If we can't figure it out, that kid suddenly appeared near the Tian High City mechanical graveyard over half a year ago. From the channel he used to purchase the warship today, he seems to have some connection with the snowstorm warrior from Tian High City. As for the specifics of this relationship, according to the informant's speculation, he was in a relationship with Feng Xiao, a student of Snowstorm, and should have used Feng Xiao's connection to reach Snowstorm. However, this person had some skills. He was very strong in maintenance technology, and his combat power was still unknown. According to the report, a few days ago, he was still very weak. But last night, he was able to kill 5 members of the Blood Hand by himself. Bloodblade pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Let someone keep an eye on that kid for now. As for the head of the Du family, since he set a trap for me, have someone secretly deal with him. Make sure it's done cleanly. The head of the Du family never imagined that sending a message to Bloodblade would become his death warrant. Instead of having trouble with Wang Yu first, Bloodblade sent someone to deal with him. In fact, Bloodblade still didn't have a clear understanding of Wang Yu's specific identity, so he didn't retaliate immediately. However, the information provided by the head of the Du family was untrue, leading to significant losses for the mercenary group, and thus he had to teach them a lesson. He was very familiar with the specific situation of the Du family, so his retaliation would be swift. Meanwhile, the head of the Du family, unaware of the impending crisis, had fled to Sky City overnight with his assistant, Hua Rue, after learning of last night's news. At the same time, after learning about Wang Yu's combat power, Long Zhan and Long Outyin from the Long family also hurriedly fled to Sky City. They were still unsure whether Wang Yu was aware of their covert dispatch of Shadow Dragon assassins, but it was better to run first. Chapter 76, ordering the succubus the next day, Feng Xiao, who hadn't recovered yet, was shaken awake by Wang Yu. Xiao, aren't you working today? Don't shake me. Look at me, how can I work like this? Let me rest a bit more. After sending a leave request, Feng Xiao continued to bury her head in sleep. There was no other way. After all, she was just a weakling who provoked Wang Yu, and now it was hard for her to even get up. Seeing her like this, Wang Yu could only shake his head helplessly and left the room to go to the maintenance warehouse to modify the battle armor. At this time, Rose was gritting her teeth and rushing to finish the work, cursing Wang Yu, the unscrupulous boss, for exploiting the maid machine girls. Only Tifa, who had not awakened self-awareness, was working diligently to clean up the mess on the bridge. Time passed quickly. By noon, Rose delivered the repaired equipment as scheduled and closed the shop door, hiding in a corner to daze and slack off. Wang Yu had also modified 15 sets of battle armor, which were the ones left by the Shadow Dragon's Dark Guards. However, from the surface, there were no traces of it now. Seeing Rose dazing off again, he called her over. Rose, put on this set of battle armor. Rose was puzzled. Succubus, type machine girls don't have the ability to wear battle armor. However, since Wang Yu gave the order, she had no choice but to take off her maid outfit and prepare to equip the battle armor. Seeing this, Wang Yu was taken aback. He had overlooked that she didn't have an inner lining for her combat suit. Wearing a maid outfit made it impossible to wear battle armor. This was a clothing conflict. Luckily, Rose still had a base layer of underwear, which, although a bit awkward, allowed her to wear the battle armor. Before long, the battle armor began to initialize and adjust on Rose's body, making her, who had awakened self-awareness, feel a bit uncomfortable. This succubus, a machine girl, was designed to mimic humans, and her skin had a real tactile sensation like that of a human. After putting on the battle armor, Rose felt something different. The battle armor could actually connect to her intelligent core, allowing her to read all the information about the battle armor. She immediately felt that this battle armor was specially developed for machine girls like her. Master, I really like this battle armor. Well, as long as you like it. It's yours. Master, what is this battle armor called? I haven't thought of a name. You can name it yourself. Rose couldn't contain her joy and chatted with Wang Yu. But after a few exchanges, she panicked, thinking, oh no, what if he finds out that I've awakened self-awareness? Little did she know, Wang had already realized that she had awakened self-awareness. Seeing her suddenly stop talking, Wang Yu understood her worries and smiled, saying, there's no need to worry. Just don't let me down with my trust in you. After saying that, he patted Rose's shoulder, and those words represented everything. In fact, Rose didn't know that her core had already been marked by Wang Yu, and she had no way to betray him, although she could choose to work passively. Wang Yu said this because he didn't want her to slack off. After having Rose try on the battle armor and finding no issues, he called Tifa over to wear it as well. However, after Tifa put it on, she didn't chat as much as Rose, but mechanically reported the situation. Wang Yu nodded and instructed the two maid machine girls to wear their battle armor and go to the training room to spar, testing the performance and combat effectiveness of the armor. Not bad. They could unleash combat power at the bronze tier limit. To improve further, he would need to enhance their physical strength first. With these devices, he could synthesize materials and process components himself. However, with so much work to do, he couldn't manage everything at once. His primary task was to expand the maid machine girl team. Once he had people working, he could free up time to do other things. As for his own strength, since successfully shaping his body with the primordial battle body, Wang Yu's body was slowly becoming stronger, and he was worried about that. Having thought this through, Wang Yu contacted Wei Su. Mr. Wei Su. Wei Su, sitting lethargically in a recliner, replied, I'm here. What service do you need, Mr. Wang? I want to order 10 succubus. Do you have them in stock? Wei Su slid off the recliner. 10 succubus. Mr. Wang, did you get the model wrong? That's right. It's succubus. Do you have it in stock? I need it right now. Hearing this, Wei Su's eyes widened, thinking, so capable, a normal person can't handle even one, and he wants 10 more. Doesn't he fear dying young? This was a major client, so Wei Su offered the necessary concern. Mr. Wang, well, succubus is very useful, but before he could finish, Wang Yu interrupted, indeed, it's very useful. I like its powerful functions, so I want to buy 10 more. Do you have them or not? Wei Su internally complained, wondering if he was afraid of overworking himself, but with a big order in front of him, he could only agree. Mr. Wang, I currently have 3 in the store. If you need them, I can transfer stock, but it will take some time and a deposit. Succubus was a model he might not sell even 3 a year, but he had sold one of the 4 given by headquarters. Wang Yu thought for a moment and said, how long will the transfer take? It will take a maximum of 4 hours, Mr. Wang. Do you need it urgently? Yes. You send those 3 over first. Once they arrive, I'll settle part of the payment, and we can discuss the deposit in person. I'll send you the location. This time, Wang Yu didn't ask for a discount, but instructed Wei Su to deliver directly. Wei Su paused when he received the location information and asked, Mr. Wang, you didn't send the wrong address. This location is outside the city, not the last time? That's right, it's outside the city. You could deliver it here. Wang Yu responded and added, when you come over, you'll see a repair engineering ship. Wei Su was taken aback. Repair engineering ship? When did this thing appear outside the city? It was there since yesterday. I brought it in. Now Wei Su understood. A major client, definitely a major client. Since he could get a warship, buying succubus would be a small matter. This order had to be secured. So he said, Mr. Wang, please wait half an hour or 20 minutes. I'll deliver it right away. Okay, I'll wait. Message me when you arrive. Before long, Wang Yu received a message from Wei Su. Looking at the time, it was only 15 minutes. Checking the surveillance, he saw Wei Su's delivery truck parked next to the warship. Mr. Wei Su, you can drive the truck onto the deck of the warship. After saying this, Wang Yu walked out of the bridge to the deck to receive the goods. They ultimately agreed on a total price of 85 million for 10 succubi, with Wang Yu paying half up front and the rest to be paid after delivery. After receiving the goods, Wang Yu's first task was to eliminate potential hazards. With experience from the previous 2 times, this time it was quick, taking only about 10 minutes, and he casually set the personalization options. As for the body shape and appearance, as long as they were pleasing to the eye, it was fine. He was too lazy to think of names and just gave them numbers. In his view, It wouldn't be too late to name these maid machine girls after they awakened self-awareness. While he was busy with these, the two sparring in the training ground had already caused smoke and crashed again. Wang Yu shook his head helplessly. Their endurance was a bit lacking. He didn't consider that if this succubus had too strong endurance, which master could handle it, and no one would want to have succubus fight each other for amusement. After completing the settings for the 3 new machine girls, Wang Yu had them put on battle armor. Among them, 01 and 02 followed the path of Rose and Tifa, while 03 was assigned to do the maid's miscellaneous tasks. After arranging the work for the maid machine girls, Wang Yu rested by the captain's seat while watching the machine girls work. At this moment, Feng Xiao walked out of the captain's lounge, leaning against the wall, and saw on the surveillance screen 03 putting Rose and Tifa into the maintenance chamber. Under normal circumstances, there would be no problem. But the issue was that 03 stripped them both naked, and Wang Yu was watching with great interest. Now Feng Xiao was a bit unsettled and, ignoring the pain, rushed towards Wang Yu. Chapter 77. Rent a motorcycle and battle armor business. Feng Xiao ran over to Wang Yu and covered his eyes. When did you learn to be bad, Xiao Yu? When did you buy 3 more and even learn to peek? She hadn't said anything when she saw Rose the night before, thinking Wang Yu had just secretly bought 1 more. But now she woke up to find it had turned into 5. She felt uncomfortable holding it in without asking. Senior Xiao, what peeking? I'm just thinking about something. Wang Yu was indeed thinking about something. He had a purpose in letting the machine girls fight each other. The guiding program he wrote could indeed help them improve and perfect themselves through battle. Now he was contemplating if there were any shortcomings in the program. Feng Xiao didn't believe he was thinking, shaking his head with her hand and saying, thinking about what? Is it that you don't have enough succubi? Are you considering whether to buy a few more? Well, it does seem a bit lacking. This time, Feng Xiao exploded. What did you say? With me and these few, isn't it enough? You still want to buy more. When you seemed to have guessed her thoughts but didn't explain. Instead, he provocatively said, yeah, your combat power is too weak. I haven't even taken it seriously, and you've already fallen. What Wang Yu said was the truth. His combat power, after body modification, was indeed extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, Feng Xiao's bronze-tier physical quality wouldn't have been able to lie down until now. But stubborn Feng Xiao wouldn't admit defeat. She had to keep Wang Yu's future tightly in her hands, pulling him along with a fierce determination as if she wouldn't give up until they fought. Feng Xiao was momentarily stunned. The head of the Du family was someone whose stomp could shake the entire Tianhai city. With so many guards around, how could there be an unexpected death? However, the investigation team indeed had some pressure. No wonder how Run would issue an emergency message. Seeing her lost in thought, Wang Yu asked, what's wrong, Senior Xiao? Since it was work-related, Wang Yu felt relieved. He certainly didn't want to start a fight with her under pressure, fearing that he might end up uncontrollably sending her to the hospital out of excitement. All right, Xiao Yu, just don't mess around when I'm not around. Be careful, or I'll bring you some scissors when I come. Oomph. After saying that, Feng Xiao put on her battle armor and rode off on her hovering motorcycle. Du family headquarters. The entire Du family was in chaos. The head of the family had died unexpectedly, and the eldest son, Du Dajiao, was not present. All the elder council members were arguing loudly in the meeting hall. Third elder, second brother is right. I support it. Second elder, that's not wrong. But the problem is who to choose? Fifth elder, need I say? Of course, we should choose second brother. He has diligently assisted the elder brother for many years. And who among you can compare to him in understanding family matters? Fourth elder, choose him? How is that possible? He has no ability at all. He just muddles through every day. If we were to choose him, we might as well choose me. There were 10 elder council members in total, divided into 3 factions, and no one was willing to yield to the other. At this moment, the door of the meeting hall was suddenly forced open, and the illegitimate son of the family head, Du Zitong, barged in with people. First elder, what are you doing here? Who gave you the guts to come in? Get out. The other elders also shouted at Du Zitong, who was a despised, illegitimate son in the Du family. Even the family head didn't like him. Du Zitong was too lazy to waste words with these old guys and directly ordered them all to be controlled. He had no good feelings towards the Du family, and if it had been in the past, he wouldn't have been bold enough to barge in like this. But now, he really had to thank Wang Yu. If it weren't for Wang Yu stripping the elite guard team of the Du family of their battle armor, and wiping out the Shadow Group. The Du family's strength would have significantly diminished. That wasn't all. When he lacked experimental materials, the Shadow Dragon's Dark Guards and members of the Shadow Group who died because of Wang You fell into his hands, allowing him to make breakthroughs in his research. This way, he gained the capital to deepen secret cooperation with the resistance and obtain powerful military support. Now that the family head was dead, it was just the right opportunity for him to take advantage of the chaos in the Du family. The 10 elder council members who were arguing had no idea that the core of the family was being taken down all at once. Meanwhile, Du Dajiao, who was taking refuge in Sky City, still didn't know that he had become a true refugee. Wang Yu repair shop at this time. Wang Yu was unaware of the situation in the Du family and was busy tinkering with this and that in the battleship. The training room was too small, so he decided to convert a larger warehouse into a training area. After being busy for over an hour, Old Feng brought a guest. The leader of the Hell Cat hunting team, Mountain Cat. Upon seeing Wang Yu, Mountain Cat excitedly approached to greet him. Master Wang, I'm very happy to meet you. I'm Mountain Cat, the leader of the Hell Cat hunting team. It's like this. Mountain Cat quickly stated his request. As Old Feng had told him that Wang Yu didn't like small talk. He wanted to sign a long-term maintenance contract while also wanting to purchase 5 Poison X-powered exoskeletons. Wang Yu was not very interested in such a deal. He was a bit lazy to spend time modifying powered exoskeletons, so he asked Leader Mountain Cat, why are you so fixated on exoskeletons? The price could get you powered battle armor, and battle armor performs better than exoskeletons. Mountain Cat hesitated a bit, saying, the performance of battle armor is indeed better, but it requires a higher basic combat power from the body, and with this money, you can't buy good battle armor. The Poison X you produce is comparable to battle armor in performance. Spending the price of 1 set of battle armor to get 5 powerful exoskeletons is more cost-effective. Wang Yu frowned. He hadn't realized that the battle armor in his hands was of high quality, far superior to what was known outside. At this moment, Old Feng interjected, Kid Wang, even the worst battle armor you have is worth 10 exoskeletons. Wang Yu was taken aback. I have a warehouse full of hard resources, but unfortunately, it's hard to liquidate. How should I handle this? It takes up space. Then he remembered the rental company from before his transmigration and said, Leader Mountain Cat, what do you think about renting battle armor for missions? Renting battle armor? Mountain Cat was a bit confused. He had never heard of this concept, and no one in the entire gathering had either. In the gathering, very few people had battle armor, and they treated it as a treasure, so it was impossible to rent it out. Wang Yu didn't know what he was puzzled about, and continued. It's like this. I have quite a few battle armors on hand. I originally wanted to sell some, but of course, if you don't want to buy, renting is also possible, including armored motorcycles. Actually, armored motorcycles were also rare outside the city. Most were 4-wheeled off-road vehicles. When on missions, Mountain Cat and his team also used off-road vehicles to travel. Thus, they spent a lot of time on the road. Having a motorcycle would change the situation, allowing them to directly search for hunting points from the air, which would be much more convenient for their hunting missions. Hearing that they could rent motorcycles, Mountain Cat was also a bit tempted and asked, Master Wang, how do you calculate the rental price? Armor motorcycle is 1,000 a day, of course. Damage and repair costs are extra, and the same goes for battle armor. The price Wang Yu quoted was not low for Mountain Cat, and he hesitated. Chapter 78. The Repair Association comes to cause trouble. Master Wang, your prices are a bit high, aren't they? Captain Bobcat lightly tapped the table with his fingers, hesitating in his eyes, and continued, how much do we earn from a single mission? 10 people go out, and your rental fee exceeds the total profit of the mission. Wang Yu was unflustered and smiled, saying, Captain Bobcat, don't rush to refuse. Let me do some calculations for you. Captain Bobcat thought for a moment and nodded. All right, go ahead. Wang Yu cleared his throat and began. First of all, how efficient is your current hunting? A single mission takes several days just for traveling, right? Moreover, when encountering high-level prey, you have to rely on sheer numbers, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive, not to mention the risk of injury. Captain Bobcat frowned but remained silent, clearly struck by the point. Wang Yu continued, but if you rent my armored flying car, the travel time could be reduced by several times. The speed of the armored flying car is incomparable to an ordinary mountain vehicle, and it can directly traverse complex terrains without detours. Captain Bobcat stroked his chin. He had considered this point as well, but the issue remained with the battle armor. So he asked, what about the battle armor? The rental fee for that is not cheap, and there aren't many people on my team who can use it. Wang Yu smiled and analyzed. Captain Bobcat, I won't elaborate on the functions of ordinary battle armor, but the products from my forgetful maintenance shop are not of ordinary performance. In terms of combat capability, they're several times stronger than standard battle armor. Moreover, the basic combat power requirements for the users are significantly reduced. Normally, someone at the steel level can unleash the limit combat power of the bronze level, and someone at the bronze level can match the advanced combat power of the silver level. Captain Bobcat's eyes lit up, clearly swayed, but he still hesitated. But the rental fee is still a bit. When he thought for a moment and came up with an idea, saying, Captain Bobcat, how about this? You first try to form an elite squad of 5 people, renting 5 sets of battle armor and 1 flying car. His idea was somewhat like a trial period. Of course, he wouldn't let Captain Bobcat try for free, but would install monitoring on the flying car and battle armor, so he could know exactly what Captain Bobcat achieved. Captain Bobcat stroked his chin and asked, Master Wang, do you trust me this much? This was straightforward. He was given the flying car and battle armor. Didn't Wang Yu fear he would cheat or run away? After considering it, Captain Bobcat gritted his teeth and decided, in that case, Master Wang, I will give it a try. Pleasant cooperation, Captain Bobcat. You definitely won't regret this decision. Okay, Master Wang. After Captain Bobcat left, Wang Yu received a message from Wei Suo that the remaining 7 succubi had arrived. He quickly signed for them and sent Wei Suo away, eagerly modifying these 7 succubi. That night, after a day of work, Wang Yu stood on the bridge, gazing at the distant starry sky. He sighed. It had been over half a year since he arrived in this world, and it was only since the day the repair shop began operations that he felt he had integrated into this world, but that time was barely 10 days. However, the events during this period were far more than in the previous half year. In just a few days, he had gone from barely having enough to eat to now having billions in funds, piles of battle armor, warships as a facade, and rows of mech girls with combat power that could slay at the golden level. Such speed was something he had never dared to imagine before. Well, during the day, I fix battle armor, and at night, Sister Xiao hasn't tea come, it's a bit empty. I need to find something to do. Those mech girls looked quite pleasing to the eye, but he didn't know if they could hold up. He thought about testing their combat power. With that in mind, Wang Yu felt it was getting late, so he had Rose gather all the maid mech girls to see how they performed in combat. Of course, for convenience, he chose the captain's lounge as the battlefield. A few hours later, Rose looked relieved as she moved 11 overheated maid mech girls into the maintenance chamber. As for why she was the only one left, it was because when Wang Yu was testing their combat power, she had been hiding in the corner, trembling. In the end, seeing that no one was cleaning up after the overheated machines, Wang Yu left her to work. Otherwise, she would have also suffered the fate of overheating. The next morning, Captain Bobcat arrived on schedule with 4 team members to take the battle armor and flying car that Wang Yu had prepared. The repair business at Forgetful Maintenance Shop was running normally under Rose's management. With more helpers, her work had become much easier, unlike the previous day when she was full of grievances. 3 hours later, Old Phone sent a message saying that Bald Chong had brought the Repair Association over to cause trouble. Wang Yu called up the surveillance and found Bald Chong standing at the door with a rather imposing middle-aged man, confronting Old Phone. Not far from the repair shop's entrance, a crowd had gathered, discussing the situation. Those vampires from the Repair Association are here to stir up trouble again. Isn't that right? It seems Master Wang and they are not on the same side. I wonder if he can hold up against them, or else we'll be drained again. Exactly. But why hasn't Master Wang come out yet? Is he planning to shut the door on them? Wang Yu, who was busy, didn't intend to pay Bald Chong any mind. But considering he was being blocked from doing business, he decided to go out and take a look. Kid Wang, you finally decided to come out. How dare you keep us waiting for so long? Bald Chong grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his tone clearly provocative. Wang Yu glanced at him and smiled faintly. Bald Chong, what brings you here today? Bald Chong chuckled and pointed to the imposing middle-aged man behind him. This is Officer Zhu from the Repair Association, here to discuss cooperation with you. Officer Zhu stepped forward with a proud look. Kid Wang, your forgetful maintenance shop has quite a reputation in the outskirts. However, we've recently received numerous complaints from competitors saying you are breaking the rules of the repair industry. Wang Yu frowned slightly, but maintained a calm tone. Officer Zhu, where does this come from? Tell me more. Officer Zhu snorted coldly and pulled out a document. You set your own prices without permission, and they are set so low. Isn't this disrupting the market? Our repair association's members charge according to a unified standard. Wang Yu took the document and glanced at it, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Officer Zhu, my prices are based on customer needs and actual situations. This seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Bald Chong fanned the flames from the side. Wang Yu, don't be ungrateful. Officer Zhu personally came to talk to you. It's a favor. If you keep being uncooperative, watch out. Wang Yu shot Bald Chong a glance, his tone turning cold. Bald Chong, have you gotten used to treating dogs like that? Is the lesson from last time not enough? Bald Chong's expression darkened, about to explode, but Officer Zhu raised his hand to stop him, his tone threatening. Wang Yu, I advise you to think carefully. Join the association, and we all make money. If you continue to be stubborn, we can only blacklist your shop. After speaking, he had a gloomy face, creating a strong sense of oppression in the air. He had indeed heard rumors about Wang Yu's combat power and background, but the Repair Association's background was stronger, so he wasn't afraid to threaten Wang Yu. At this moment, the onlookers also felt the tension and began whispering among themselves. It seems Master Wang is prepared to hold his ground. I feel Master Wang will eventually compromise. The possibility is high, but I feel he won't fully concede. He might fight for some autonomy. What if Master Wang really gets blacklisted? What should we do? We have no choice. Among all the repair shops outside the city, Master Wang has the best skills and is the most honest. Those present who needed equipment repairs were a bit worried. Meanwhile, far away in the wilderness, Captain Bobcat was already losing his cool. In just a short 2 hours, he had hunted so much that he couldn't carry it all. There was simply no space left. And even more prey was hanging under the flying car. No matter how many flying cars he had, they wouldn't be able to take off. Chapter 79, Lynx's Big Harvest. Rental business causes a sensation in front of the Forget-Me-Not repair shop. The threat of a ban from the Maintenance Association's officer, Zhu Dachong, was dismissed by Wang Yu with disdain. He sneered and met Zhu Dachong's gaze directly. Ban? Just because of you guys? Officer Zhu, everyone knows the repair standards of your association. My shop, Forget-Me-Not, has come this far relying on technology and reputation, not by forming cliques. Zhu Dachong was enraged by Wang Yu's words, his face turning pale. You brat. Don't think you can disrespect us. I'll ask you one last time. Will you join the association? Without hesitation, Wang Yu shook his head. No way. I'm not interested in your tricks. Bald Chong jumped up beside them. Officer Zhu, this guy is too arrogant. Let's just cut off his channels and see how long he can keep bouncing around. Zhu Dachong gritted his teeth, pointing at Wang Yu. Good. Wang Yu, just you wait. From today onwards, Forget-Me-Not Repair Shop will no longer receive support for part supply. Wang Yu shrugged, his tone full of disdain. Go ahead. Ban my part supply? Huh. I've never relied on official channels for my parts since I opened a shop. In fact, this was true. Wang Yu's sources for parts were either digging treasures from mechanical graveyards or receiving deliveries from a trickster named Piao Shui. Now that he had the multifunctional processing warehouse, he needed those sources even less. But Zhu Dachong didn't know that, nor could Bald Chong know. They thought Wang Yu had some secret channels. And once the industry banned him, his part supply would be cut off. Without parts, the repair shop couldn't continue. Zhu Dachong, trembling with anger, threw out a final remark. Let's go. I want to see how you can continue your business under the ban from the Maintenance Association. He turned around angrily to leave. Before departing, Bald Chong shot Wang Yu a fierce glare. You wait, there will come a time when you regret this. Wang Yu watched their retreating figures, a cold smile tugging at his lips. A bunch of clowns think they can sanction me? At that moment, the audience erupted in noise. Wow, Master Wang is amazing. Standing firm. But what's the use of being amazing? They're cutting off Master Wang's part supply. How will he fix anything? Yeah. It seems like repairs here won't be possible anymore. That's a problem. I hope Master Wang can think of a way quickly. Otherwise, we'll be drained dry by these vampires. Just then, someone spotted a flying car zooming in from afar, loaded with a large amount of cargo. Look, What's hanging under that flying car? It looks like a bunch of beasts. As the flying car approached, wow. Armored tigers. So many of them. That's a tiger den. So fierce. Even one armored tiger is hard to deal with. How do they hunt so many? Bald Chong and Zhu Dachong, who were about to leave, immediately stopped in their tracks. They also wanted to know who was coming. When the flying car stabilized, Lynx jumped down. The leader of the Lynx team patted Wang You on the shoulder, laughing heartily, not just good. Damn, this is an unprecedented big harvest. By the way, Master Wang, I want to rent 4 more armored flying cars. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. This Lynx really hit the jackpot. These armored tigers could bring in about 100,000. But where did he get the armor? Could it be rented? Didn't he just say he was looking to rent flying cars from Master Wang? Now, everyone surrounded Wang Yu, chattering about the equipment rental. Wang Yu smiled and nodded. No problem, Captain. As long as you need, I will always provide you with the best equipment. Zhu Dachong and Bald Chong looked increasingly displeased, their faces darkening as they obviously didn't expect things to turn out this way. They had just announced the ban on Wang Yu's part supply, hoping to cripple his repair business. And now a crowd was asking Wang Yu to rent flying cars and armor, creating a new business for him. How could they save face? Zhu Dachong couldn't help but snort coldly, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Captain Lynx, Forget-Me-Not Repair Shop is banned by us. You better think carefully. Cooperating with him will result in a ban from our maintenance association. The Lynx leader turned around, giving Zhu Dachong a disdainful glance. Ban? Just because of you? Maintenance association. Go to hell, a bunch of vampires. If I Lynx don't support Master Wang, should I wait for you to suck us dry? Master Wang's equipment doubles our efficiency and income. Can you do that? Get lost. Zhu Dachong was left speechless, but Bald Chong jumped in, pointing at the Lynx leader and cursing. Don't be ungrateful. Collaborating with that brat is going against our maintenance association. If your equipment breaks down later, see, we'll fix it for you. The Lynx leader chuckled dismissively. Fix equipment? With Master Wang around, what do I have to fear? At worst, I 1T repair equipment and just rent all the devices. The crowd burst into laughter. The maintenance association was powerful, but they had never been confronted like this before. Zhu Dachong and Bald Chong's faces turned from red to black, clearly infuriated. Zhu Dachong gritted his teeth. Good, very good. Captain Lynx, Wang brat, you just wait. From today onwards, anyone who does business with Forget-Me-Not Repair Shop will have their repair qualifications revoked. Wang Yu shrugged, saying nothing, just watching them with disdain in his eyes. The Lynx leader directly grabbed Wang Yu's hand. Master Wang, from now on, all the equipment for our Lynx hunting team will be entrusted to you. Wang Yu smiled and nodded. Happy cooperation, Captain. Now, Zhu Dachong and Bald Chong trembled with anger as they left. Before departing, Bald Chong shot Wang Yu a fierce glare. You wait, this matter is not over. Wang Yu watched their backs, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Trash. Crazy dogs. After mocking them, Wang Yu shouted to the crowd, Forget-Me-Not Repair Shop's repair business will not cease. You could trust me. The rental business for flying cars and armor is just starting and requires group contracts. Those interested can sign up with Old Phone, and I will conduct the final selection. After finishing, Wang Yu left with the Lynx. Soon, the Lynx drove off with the newly rented flying cars, heading towards the wilderness area. An hour later, Rose completed the day's delivery tasks, and the news of the Lynx hunting team's big harvest spread throughout the gathering place. Damn, this dead cat really struck gold, making over 100,000 in one trip. Yeah, their hunting team felt half dead, and now they suddenly took off. ISNT it, because he's clinging to Master Wang's thigh. Now he can confront the Maintenance Association directly. He's got guts. I heard the Maintenance Association officially issued a statement banning individuals and teams from cooperating with Forget-Me-Not Repair Shop. I don't think he'll enjoy his glory for long. Many large hunting teams envied the Lynx's harvest, but faced with the Maintenance Association's ban threat, they could only watch from the sidelines. Instead, some smaller teams were contacting Old Phone to sign up for the rental business. However, Wang Yu was too lazy to pay attention to these matters. He was now focusing on modifying the maid machine girls. He was enhancing their bodies, with the first test subject being Rose. Skin toughness improved, feeling more realistic. Bone strength, core, energy engine performance enhanced, capable of supporting bronze-level combat power bursts, and when wearing armor, could unleash extreme silver battle power. Quite successful. Rose was thoroughly researched by him, but that wasn't enough. His mischievous nature led him to add some fun features to Rose, making her more human-like. For example, if she drank too much water, she would have to rush to the bathroom, and in a last-ditch effort. After finishing with Rose, Wang Yu turned his attention to Tifa, but just then, Mary, the owner of the bar, came knocking. Chapter 80. The Big Goods and the Safe Boss Lady Mary. Wang Yu was not too familiar with this woman, and her sudden appearance surprised him. Wang Yu discovered from the surveillance footage that Mary was holding a large box and waiting at the door. He had just received a message from Old Phone informing him that Mary had arrived. What was this prickly woman doing here? Shouldn't she be busy in the store at this time? And she brought a box with her. He decided to go take a look. Previously, Mary had sent him a message, warning that someone was watching the repair shop, which was why Wang Yu agreed to meet her. Soon, Wang Yu and Mary were sitting in the reception room. "Boss Lady Mary, what can I do for you?" Mary placed the box on the table, opened it, revealing a safe inside, and then said, "Master Wang, can you crack this safe?" Wang Yu activated his analysis eye to observe and was immediately shocked. What was this prickly woman planning? Bringing such a big item over? Did she want to send him to his doom? The exterior of the safe looked ordinary, but it actually held a secret. It contained a mini nuclear bomb, the explosion of which could send Wang Yu's battleship into space. Although he was shocked, Wang Yu didn't show it on his face. Instead, he remained on guard, preparing his spatial abilities. Mary sensed Wang Yu's cautiousness. She was not an ordinary person, but a top intelligence operative. Wang Yu's brief change in breathing was caught by her. "Master Wang, don't worry, I mean no harm." Wang Yu wouldn't be convinced by a single sentence claiming there was no malice, but he wasn't one to beat around the bush. After preparing himself, he said, "Boss Lady Mary, I can't be sure if you mean no harm, but what is the purpose of bringing this big item over?" "What big item?" Mary was taken aback, her big eyes showing a hint of confusion. Wang Yu pointed at the safe, maintaining a serious expression. "Don't tell me you don't know what's inside the box." It contains some confidential documents, but I don't have the password. If the wrong password is entered, the box will self-destruct." Mary actually knew about the self-destruct mechanism, but was unaware of its power. "Since you know it can self-destruct, why did you bring it here? Don't tell me you're not aware of its power." "Huh? Isn't it just a self-destruct mechanism? The power shouldn't be that great." Mary genuinely thought Wang Yu was overreacting. How powerful could a bomb the size of a box be? In fact, she underestimated it. The bomb inside was only about the size of a human arm and 35 centimeters long, comparable to a mortar shell in Wang Yu's eyes. But its power was no joke. Seeing Mary's ignorance, Wang Yu's eyebrows twitched, and he said fiercely, "Not much power, huh? I really want to take this out and stuff it in your mouth, so you can taste that exhilarating experience." Mary thought Wang Yu was joking and pretended to act cute and naive, saying, "Master Wang, my mouth isn't that big. It won't fit. If it doesn't fit this way, just change the direction. It's really not that big, just like this." After saying that, Wang Yu raised his fist and arm to demonstrate, continuing, "You can definitely handle it. Its power could send you to space." "Master Wang, you're so bad." Wang Yu was speechless, his expression darkening. "You can keep me company, but forget it. This woman already had a bunch of chaotic things inside her. Not to mention a powerful mini-bomb. He didn't want to be a happy fairy." However, he realized that Mary misunderstood him, so he added, "I'm not joking with you. This job is too dangerous, and I'm not willing to take it." Mary sensed from Wang Yu's words that he had some confidence and thought he was intentionally raising the price, so she asked, "What about the 1 million reward?" The items in that box were too important to Mary. She immediately offered all her savings. Wang Yu was taken aback. This boss lady seemed to be wealthy. However, the stakes were high, and 1 million wasn't much for him at the moment, so he didn't intend to accept. "You'd better take this thing back." Mary was stunned. In her impression, Wang Yu shouldn't be asking for a high price. Why was he so indifferent to 1 million right in front of him? Why? Is this price not appropriate? "But this is all my savings. If I add more, are you trying to ask for me?" Mary was a bit anxious. The things in the box were more important than her life, and she directly put herself on the bargaining table. Wang Yu was about to refuse, but after thinking carefully, if it was about Mary, he could consider it. Of course, he was thinking about Mary's intelligence capabilities, which were what he currently lacked. Since you say that, I can give it a try. As soon as Wang Yu finished speaking, Mary pounced on him, first rewarding him with a facial cleanser experience package. The sudden reward left him stunned, and by the time he reacted, he was almost suffocating. Master Wang, the things inside are so important to me. As long as you take them out, I will be yours. Mary's expression was shy, looking at Wang Yu with hopeful eyes. Wang Yu glanced at her and said, "You wait here for a moment." "Okay, Master Wang, don't keep me waiting too long." In a repair workshop, Wang Yu placed the safe on the operating table, connected a multifunctional data cable, and nervously began to crack it. In fact, cracking it wasn't hard for him, but the mini nuclear bomb inside was no joke, and the pressure was immense. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. To prevent any accidents, his spatial abilities were ready at all times. However, caution was good. While cracking, Wang Yu avoided several traps, and after more than 10 minutes, he successfully unlocked the safe. After opening the box, he didn't take care what was inside. He immediately began to disassemble the mini nuclear bomb. A few minutes later, Wang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The short 20 minutes felt like years. He had removed the detonator from the bomb and lifted the warhead out. Fortunately, the radiation protection technology of this era was strong enough to handle it directly with his hands. The size was manageable. But if he handed this to Mary, he chuckled a bit creepily at the thought, and then carried the safe towards the reception room. Desperately anxious, Mary finally saw Wang Yu and noticed he looked a bit exhausted, but with a strange smile on his face, she asked, "Master Wang, did you open it?" Wang Yu placed the safe on the table, mysteriously saying, "Yes, it's opened. You can try the taste of this big item." Mary was puzzled, wondering what big item he was referring to. Did he want her to pay the reward first? It must be that way. After all, she had promised him before. She didn't expect him to be so anxious. Thinking about what was to come, Mary coyly said, "Master Wang, don't be in such a hurry. It would be embarrassing for me to do it here. Let's find a more private place." "Here? Embarrassed? Private? Is it just a live performance of eating a nuclear bomb? Is it necessary? Anyway, I don't have anyone else here." Wang Yu lay back on the sofa. He was indeed a bit tired. Mary shyly got up and sat beside Wang Yu. Just as she was about to bend down, she was stopped by Wang Yu. Mary couldn't understand this action and looked at Wang Yu with her big eyes. Wang Yu had a somewhat creepy smile. "What are you doing?" "I'm talking about this thing." After saying that, he pulled out the mini nuclear warhead from the safe. Mary was instantly dumbfounded. She was very familiar with this thing and immediately realized why Wang Yu referred to it as a big item. This was indeed a big item, enough to send her to the sky. No wonder Wang Yu was unwilling to take this job, but the question was how he knew there was this thing inside. Who exactly was he? Was he from the organization? However, now only the leader knew the key to the safe, and the leader had died 18 years ago. No one in the organization knew the key now, and even if the safe was in her hands, no one knew. Seeing Mary stunned there, Wang Yu's lips curled slightly. "Boss Mary, you're not bad. What are you planning to try?" Chapter 81. Mary's mechanical body. Mary looked at the miniature nuclear bomb in Wang Yu's hand. Her expression a mix of shock and shyness. "What do you want me to do with this? Swallow it? Or do you want me to perform the ultimate trick of devouring everything?" After some inner turmoil, Mary finally made up her mind. "Master Wang, wait for me to warm up. I'll show you." With that, she shyly began her warm-up exercises. Wang Yu didn't say anything, watching with slight interest while also being on guard. He didn't know how far Mary would go with her performance. He had refused to let her open the box for 10 million, and now she was using herself as a bargaining chip. What was this thorny woman really after? Was the stuff in the safe too important, or did she have other motives? At that moment, it was hard to tell, and he could only judge based on what happened next. However, what Mary did next surprised him. She shyly warmed up for over 10 minutes before attempting to perform the act of devouring everything. Unfortunately, the nuclear warhead was not so easy to swallow. Mary could only perform in tears, struggling until she finally managed to swallow it, collapsing on the ground in pain. "Master Wang, am I satisfying you with my performance? Or?" Seeing her painful expression, Wang Yu nodded. "That's enough. Take it out. I believe what you said before." A relieved smile appeared on Mary's pained face. "Thank you. Master Wang, I can't take it out. Can you help me?" Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted from the pain. Seeing this, Wang Yu shook his head helplessly and said softly, "Since that's the case, let's solve the trouble in your body while we're at it." He then picked Mary up and headed towards the battleship's medical room. In the medical room, Wang Yu placed Mary on the operating table. To be honest, he had never performed surgery on a human before, but with the eye of analysis at his disposal, he wasn't too worried. The medical equipment here was quite complete, and there were plenty of life support devices for surgery. After connecting some necessary instruments, Wang Yu began his first surgical operation in his life. Where to start? This woman had 80 of her body modified. You could say that apart from her brain, which was human, the rest could compete with a succubus. Forget it. Let's just remove the explosive device first. The first thing to take out was the stuck miniature nuclear bomb. Even though Wang Yu wasn't a novice, his hands trembled slightly as he operated. There was no way around it. Anyone who saw Mary in that state would find it hard to stay calm. While he watched her perform earlier, he had to concentrate and remain vigilant, which was why he sat so still. In the end, Wang Yu exerted a tremendous effort to extract the miniature nuclear bomb and placed it aside. After all that fuss, his hands finally steadied. Next was another miniature bomb located behind the ribs in the chest cavity. With the eye of analysis, he quickly found the incision point, easily avoiding blood vessels, and effortlessly removed the bomb. Next came the remaining hodgepodge of implanted weapons. While Wang Yu was busy with the surgery, the announcement from the Repair Association was officially issued. Due to the forgetful repair shop's refusal to comply with the association's regulations and intentionally disrupting the overall order of the industry, the Repair Association of Tianhai City has investigated and confirmed this. The association has officially imposed sanctions on them. The Repair Association listed a whole bunch of penalties, which mostly included a complete ban on the forgetful repair shop and Wang Yu personally, as well as threats and warnings to anyone who had business dealings with Wang Yu. Suddenly, the whole world knew about this repair shop, which had previously only been known to a small number of people in Tianhai City. Wow, this repair shop really broke the rules, and they got banned industry-wide. It's truly a strange event that someone managed to get the Repair Association to issue a global announcement, something that hadn't happened in decades. Decades? Wait, that's an understatement. It's been over 100 years. The last time seemed to be when someone developed the Savior battle armor and had a conflict with the Repair Association. But the intensity of that incident wasn't nearly as severe. I really want to go to Tianhai City and see the state of this repair shop. By the time you get there, that so-called repair shop will have turned to ruins. I bet the owner wouldn't find anyone willing to buy it, even if they wanted to sell there. But after the news broke, the whole world treated it as a joke, and very few believed that Wang Yu had any chance of survival. If Wang Yu knew about this news, he would only scoff. It wasn't that he had offended the Repair Association. It was the Repair Association that had offended him. He wasn't a magnanimous person, and since they had crossed him, their destruction was a foregone conclusion. Of course, he was too busy to know this news at the moment and was focused on Mary. As the surgery neared its end, Mary finally woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Wang Yu wearing a mask, holding a scalpel as he was operating on her. She tried to move but found herself unable to, and could only ask in horror, "Master Wang, what is this?" Wang Yu glanced at her and casually replied, "You have too many hidden dangers in your body. I'm helping you fix them and eliminate the risks." It's almost done now. Just the last skin system modification is left. Fix? Are you treating me like a machine? Mary was somewhat dumbfounded. Did she not know what hidden dangers her body had? To put it bluntly, everything implanted inside her was necessary for her. But what she didn't know was that all the parts she had endured hellish pain to implant had been completely dismantled. Of course, the replacements were the materials for the maid android. Wang Yu was treating her entirely as a maid android. You could say that after the surgery was completed, she would be a maid android with a human brain, and Wang Yu had added many imaginative elements to this body. The functional capabilities of the maid android had not been neglected, and combat functions were also significantly enhanced, with some secret hidden weapons added too. These were mainly considered for Mary to have the ability to survive while carrying out missions. Now Mary couldn't move, only waiting with a pained expression and tears. After a short while, Wang Yu completed the final procedure, returning Mary a brand new body, of course, looking the same as before. Once finished, Wang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Mary, It's all done. I'll go wait for you in the reception room. Just get ready and come over." With that, he released his control over Mary and staggered out of the medical room. After focusing so intensely for so long, he felt a bit lightheaded as he walked. Once Wang Yu left, Mary realized she could move again. She slowly got up and began to observe. Based on her memory, she touched the areas where Wang Yu had cut, but it felt perfectly normal, which struck her as strange. In confusion, she turned her head to look around and was immediately stunned. On the auxiliary table were neatly arranged items, but she knew they were all the things originally implanted in her body, including the miniature bomb that was called the Glory Bomb. Then, next to the auxiliary table was a trash can filled with a bunch of scattered items. From two pieces among them that she was proud of, she deduced that this pile of things came from her. Mary moved her body, finding no issues, then got off the operating table and walked to a mirror to examine herself closely. The scars from her previous modifications were gone. Her skin was shinier than before, and her face was the same. More than 10 minutes later, Mary was finally dressed and arrived in the reception room. Upon seeing her, Wang Yu asked, "How do you feel?" It feels pretty much the same as before, but also a little bit different." As she spoke, she sat down on the couch opposite Wang Yu. Wang Yu handed her the tablet in his hand and said, "Take a look. This is the detailed explanation of her new body's functions." Detailed explanation of functions? Mary took the tablet, glanced at it, and Casalin's eyes widened, her face flushed. After a long wait, Mary finally resigned herself to her fate. She had previously considered herself a bargaining chip, but now was a done deal. Seeing her still in a daze, Wang Yu gently asked, "By the way, what's in that safe? Is it worth such a sacrifice?" To be honest, Wang Yu was also a bit curious about this. Upon hearing his words, Mary quickly put down the tablet and opened the safe. Chapter 82. The documents in the safe. Mary opened the safe and took out a box from inside. Wang Yu glanced at it curiously, but didn't say anything. Mary then opened the box, and Wang Yu discovered it contained several storage disks. His curiosity piqued. He was about to ask, but Mary spoke first. "What's inside is the world's biggest classified information." "What kind of information? Why is it so mysterious? Is there a nuclear bomb as a destruction device?" Mary set the box down, her eyes a bit lost, and slowly began to speak. "It contains records of this world's history, as well as the top secret documents of the Truth Freemason Society." Wang Yu was taken aback. He wanted to know what had happened over the past 1,000 years since the crossing. From his snippets of conversation he had heard from Old Feng and Piao Xue, he only knew some general information, not the whole picture. Piao Xue had also warned him that the word history was taboo and shouldn't be mentioned casually. Mary didn't pay attention to Wang Yu's thoughts, but continued to talk about her own story. Her current identity was the head of an intelligence group within the secret organization, the Truth Freemason Society, but she had once been the adopted daughter of the party leader. Not only that, but her father was also one of the organization's top agents. The Truth Freemason Society was the largest group among the resistance forces. 18 years ago, there was a major upheaval within the upper echelons of the Truth Freemason Society. At that time, she was just a 12-year-old girl, newly undergoing elite intelligence agent training. After the upheaval, her adoptive father died unexpectedly, and many pieces of information were left unaddressed. The organization was in chaos, all vying for a safe that held mysterious documents. However, when they finally opened the safe, a massive explosion occurred, killing many high-ranking officials in the incident. Amid the chaos, Mary took the current safe and hid away. Her adoptive father had once told her what was inside, and the documents had a certain connection to her biological father. However, her father's information was classified at a very high level within the organization. Only the party leader, her adoptive father, knew it. She speculated that opening the safe would lead her to information about her biological father. However, with the party leader's death in that chaos, the key to unlock it was lost, and she could only hide the safe, afraid to let the organization know. Over the years, she had grown from a young girl into a small intelligence chief, realizing the importance of what was inside the safe. However, the ability to unlock the safe was somewhat related to the Maintenance Association, so she had never sought anyone to open it. This time, with the conflict involving Wang Yu and the Maintenance Association, she dared to bring the box to him. After learning about the origins of the storage disks, Wang Yu asked Rose to bring a reader and then inquired about how to deal with the items in the medical room. Burn them. After she finished speaking, Wang Yu arranged for Rose to handle it and began to read the information on the storage disks, with Mary watching beside him. The reading process was not simple. Each storage disk required a separate key, but fortunately, Wang Yu was resilient and could easily decipher them. In the end, Mary finally obtained contact channels and information about her father, and Wang Yu also learned what was contained in the disks. The contents included not only historical documents and materials from the true Freemason Society, but also many technology-related documents, basic technological knowledge trees. These materials brought significant gains to Wang Yu. Previously, he had relied on the eye of analysis for feedback, and the knowledge he obtained was not comprehensive. With the information on the basic technology knowledge tree, many pieces of knowledge connected, greatly enhancing his research and development capabilities. After reading all the information, Wang Yu returned the storage disks to Mary. "You better keep this safe." Mary shook her head. After knowing this information, she realized why the organization had experienced such upheaval at that time. The technology-related documents would unsettle anyone who saw them. "Master Wang, please help me hide this." In fact, what Mary wanted to understand was the organization's secrets and find her father. In her childhood memories, her father had treated her very well. But one day, he suddenly handed her over to her adoptive father and disappeared. It was until she was 12 that her adoptive father told her that her biological father was great and was doing something significant for the organization. But he didn't disclose what it was, and then she was arranged into an elite intelligence training institution. As the party leader's adopted daughter, her adoptive father treated her well. Otherwise, the safe wouldn't have ended up in her hands. However, due to the sudden turmoil in the organization, he passed away before he could explain many things. Later, the organization fell into pieces, and she became a low-level intelligence officer sent out. After years of development, she gradually became a small chief, but her sense of belonging to the current organization wasn't strong. After obtaining her father's contact channel, she wanted to reach out immediately, but it had been over 10 years since then, and she wasn't sure if it would still work. So she wanted to verify it. This made Mary pause for a moment. She originally thought Wang Yu wouldn't let her leave easily, but didn't expect him to agree so readily. Now she was curious about what Wang Yu intended to achieve by transforming her body like this, with a bunch of succubus functions and traits. Why would he let her leave without having her experience it first? Unable to contain her curiosity, Mary asked, "Master Wang, I have a question. Before, you refused to accept the 10 million, but when I offered myself as a bargaining chip, you agreed. Now, you've transformed my body like this. What does it mean?" Wang Yu smiled lightly. "I value you, your intelligence capabilities and channels." "Oh, is that so? So transforming me like this is to have me gather intelligence through my body?" Mary felt a bit disappointed. However, as an intelligence officer, this was quite common for her. She had experienced a lot, but she had mostly just put on a facade without delving deeper. Hearing her ask this, Wang Yu felt a bit uncomfortable. He had wasted time and resources to modify her. How could he let others take advantage of it? He said, "Who said it's for you to gather intelligence with your body? This body of yours belongs to me. Be careful, or I'll make it malfunction. Is that so?" "I understand now. My body only serves you." Mary's mood improved slightly. Just then, Rose walked in holding a box and said, "Master, your arrangements have been handled." Wang Yu took the box and handed it to Mary, saying solemnly, "Mary, say goodbye to your former self. From now on, you will only serve me. You can call me master or boss." Mary received it with a serious expression, slightly closing her eyes as if in thought. Wang Yu didn't disturb her. After a few moments, she slowly opened her large, captivating eyes and smiled charmingly at Wang Yu. "Okay, boss. Boss, how about we have a session first and enjoy the pleasure of unboxing?" Wang Yu, old enchantress, as cunning as a wolf. In fact, it wasn't that Wang Yu didn't want to experience it. It was just that he had too much on his plate. He had only just looked at the technology-related parts of the newly acquired documents, and there were still many left unread. Moreover, there were 11 machine girls that needed modification. After sending Mary away, Wang Yu began to review the historical documents. After seeing these documents, Wang Yu's worldview nearly shattered, and his anger slowly ignited. In the 30 years after his crossing to Blue Star, extraterrestrial visitors appeared. They didn't invade directly. Instead, they supported some elite individuals and wealthy families on Blue Star at that time, allowing them to eliminate their competitors. They then used these people as puppets to control Blue Star, turning it into a ranch planet. And the forces behind these people were now the 12 Zodiac satellite cities. In fact, the extraterrestrial visitors, while technologically advanced, faced no lack of resistance on Blue Star. After transforming it into a ranch planet, they easily raised ferocious beasts on Blue Star, and what they wanted was the life crystals within those beasts. As a result, the population of Blue Star dropped from 8 billion to 500 million, with many former cities reduced to ruins and ferocious beasts roaming freely. What was most infuriating was that these puppets covered up history. After Blue Star became a ranch planet, the concept of history vanished entirely. After reading all the historical documents, several hours had passed. Chapter 83. Investing in a Hellcat hunting team on the deck of the worry-free maintenance ship. 6 armored vehicles were parked neatly, and all members of the Hellcat hunting team lined up with excited expressions. After Wang You stepped out, the Lynx immediately approached him. Master Wang, today was absolutely fantastic. Wang Yu smiled and asked, Captain Lynx, how are the battle armor and vehicles? Are they good to use? They're definitely good. You have no idea. The haul today was even more than the previous month combined. Seeing his enthusiasm, Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed to refuse directly and said, Congratulations, as long as the vehicles and armor are good to use. By the way, where are the trophies you collected? Can I take a look? Are there any life crystals left? Wang Yu had never seen a life crystal before, but he knew that the foreign civilization grazing on Blue Star wanted them. So he was curious about their special properties. Lynx looked puzzled. He didn't understand why Wang Yu wanted the life crystals, but still pulled out a few from his belongings. Master Wang, these are the ones I kept as stock. Normally, we would sell them right after the hunt, but this time we had too many, and the buyers didn't have enough cash, so these were left over. Wang Yu took them and activated Eye of Analysis to observe. The life crystals contained extremely strong alien life energy, which could be described as the crystallization of energy. During the observation, the energy from the life crystals slowly entered his body through his hand, surprising him. I can actually utilize the energy inside directly. This must be related to the mixed origin battle body. This is indeed a good thing, and I must collect it. But he wondered how to collect it and whether secretly acquiring it would pose any problems. Seeing him lost in thought, Lynx asked Master Wang, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Just thinking about some things. By the way, you mentioned the buyers didn't have enough cash. Isn't this supposed to be a direct purchase from the official? The official buyers ask a ton of questions, including about the hunting spots. The information about our hunting spots is crucial. There's a lot of depth to it. Wang Yu guessed there might be some underhanded dealings involved. Likely because the official staff were not honest and had partnerships with some large teams. He understood that it was a matter of conflicting interests among different factions. The officials surely wouldn't let anyone touch this piece of cake. Seeing Wang Yu pondering over the life crystals, Lynx curiously asked, Master Wang, do you like these crystals? Well, I'm looking for some to conduct experiments. I need quite a few. That's actually a bit tricky. If it's a small amount, I can get you some, but if it's a large quantity, it might attract the officials' attention, and they could come looking for trouble. Lynx's words caught Wang Yu's attention, and he suddenly thought of a method. He could support the hunting team and discreetly withhold some, which wouldn't attract others' attention. By the way, Captain Lynx, how do you want to proceed with a long-term cooperation? Actually, I want to discuss priority rental of equipment. Lynx's idea was quite simple. They had made a good profit from this hunting mission, and he wanted to maintain that advantage. After listening, Wang Yu frowned. According to Lynx's plan, he wouldn't gain much, but outright refuting it would be inappropriate, especially since he was publicly supported today. However, he quickly thought of something to say. Captain Lynx, did your equipment sustain any damage during the hunt today? No, absolutely not. I was especially careful. I know the maintenance costs for the vehicles and armor are high, so seeing that he was relatively honest, Wang Yu interrupted before he could finish. It's fine. Actually, I run a maintenance shop. I was hoping you'd rent the equipment and get a bit of damage. Haha. This made Lynx a bit awkward. The previous agreement stated that maintenance fees would be calculated separately, so Wang Yu's idea wasn't a problem. Seeing Lynx in a daze, Wang Yu felt there was an opportunity and continued, Captain Lynx, how about we change the way we cooperate? You say, how about this? I invest in the equipment and collaborate with your hunting team. You lead the hunts, and I'll take care of all the maintenance, upkeep, and repairs. Then we can split the haul proportionally. What do you think? This kind of equipment asset investment wasn't too uncommon, but it was rare in this era. The average equipment expenditure for hunters ranged from 50 to 60. The skilled ones could keep it around 40, and those who were overly cautious could lower it even more. But their total income would also decrease. To put it simply, being overly cautious might reduce equipment costs. But if the total income was only 1,000, while a more aggressive approach with 60 equipment costs could yield 10,000, the comparison was stark. Thus, Wang Yu saw a profit margin in this cooperation method. Master Wang, that is not a bad idea. How do you plan to split it? Captain Lynx, you go first. Let us do 40 to 60. You take 40, and I take 60? Lynx suggested based on a share, not because he was honest, but because without worrying about equipment, he could act more aggressively, leading to higher income. His team members were also quite satisfied with this point and waited anxiously without speaking, which indicated Lynx led a decent team. As for why this team was just mediocre in the circle, it was because Lynx was too cautious on missions. Of course, that was wrong. Money could be made slowly, but being careless in the wild could lead to injuries or even death. Under the eager gazes of everyone, Wang Yu pondered for a moment and said, okay, let us go with this. In fact, Wang Yu's psychological price point was actually 30 to 70. Lynx opened with 40 to 60, and agreeing too quickly would be unwise, so he pretended to think for a bit. Thus, both sides signed the agreement feeling they had gained something. Wang Yu officially invested in the Hellcat hunting team. After the agreement was signed, Lynx strongly invited him to the base to attend a celebration banquet. Wang Yu politely declined, but felt a bit guilty, as it wouldn't be right not to participate in a team activity right after their official cooperation. In the end, Wang Yu could only invite them to hold the celebration banquet on the deck. Lynx gladly accepted and presented the few life crystals as a gift to Wang Yu, then instructed his team to begin setting up. An hour later, the energy from those life crystals entered Wang Yu's body, strengthening his mixed origin battle body and directly boosting his physical combat power to the early stage of the Silver Flash tier. While arranging the celebration banquet on the deck, Lynx received a message and froze for a moment. It was a notice from the headquarters of the Maintenance Association to blacklist Wang Yu. He had initially thought that the blacklisting mentioned by Zhu De was only local, but he hadn't expected it to be a world-class blacklist Chapter 84. Solving the disability problem of the hunting team after seeing the Forgetting Worry repair shop being blacklisted on a global scale. Lynx's mood immediately sank. He had just begun signing a partnership with Wang Yu when they were caught in the crossfire. The team members noticed his unusual expression and quickly approached him to ask, "What's wrong?" "What? Master Wang has been globally blacklisted. What do we do now?" "Captain, should we cancel the partnership? It feels too late now. We're having a celebration banquet here, and many people have seen it. This is going to put us on the blacklist for sure. How could those local repair association vampires have the power to apply for a global blacklist? Did Master Wang do something that infuriated the world? That can't be right. The equipment he provided led us to a bountiful harvest. That is not a bad thing, is it? Damn, I just realized, for us, this is a good thing, but for those vampires, it's like poking their ancestors for 18 generations. Members of the Hellcat hunting team were discussing among themselves, with some lacking commitment, secretly slipping away to distance themselves. By the time Lynx realized what was happening, nearly a third of the team had left, and if this continued, the hunting team would disband on the spot. In a moment of desperation, he could only send a message to Wang Yu, asking him to come for a meeting, just when they had formed a partnership and now it was falling apart. Did that mean he had to go hunt for the life crystal himself? That was unacceptable. He still had so much to do. However, from the information he gathered about the Truth and Unity Party, he discovered that the Repair Association was an organization specifically aimed at suppressing grassroots hunters. By eliminating dissenters, they monopolized the entire repair industry worldwide, using this to exploit the hunter community. Of course, such organizations were not unique. They existed across various industries, with the Dark Hands being the high and mighty Zodiac satellite cities. This was somewhat similar to the real estate situation before he transmigrated, where capital groups manipulated housing prices, leading many to take on mortgages and toil for decades, only to have all capital forces harvest their hard-earned wealth together. When Wang Yu arrived to meet Lynx, only a small fraction of the Hellcat hunting team remained, many of whom were Lynx's old, sickly subordinates, while the young and strong members had distanced themselves and slipped away. Master Wang, the situation isn't looking good. The hunting team is on the verge of disbanding. Lynx was anxious. After all, the hunting team was not an army. It was a place for like-minded hunters to band together for warmth, and it was hard to stop those who wanted to leave. As for why Lynx stayed, it was because he was the #1 on the blacklist, and he and Wang Yu were like grasshoppers in the same jar. As long as the harvest was sufficient, there would always be a way to make a move, and naturally, someone would secretly come to collect his goods. Lynx felt more at ease. He guessed that Wang Yu's calm demeanor indicated a solid background behind him, and the blacklist must have been a result of power struggles. Otherwise, how could Wang Yu remain so composed? Even if no one came to collect, it would be a bargain for him. The life crystal was what he needed, and with the analysis eye, finding ways to utilize beast meat and other materials shouldn't be a big problem. With Wang Yu's repeated reassurances, the remaining 10 or so people finally felt a bit more at ease, but many of them were injured and had low combat power. They had nowhere to go, which was why they stayed. At this point, Lynx was also feeling overwhelmed. The personnel were down to 40% of their original number, and their overall combat power was less than 20% of what it used to be. But these were all old team members who had been with him for a long time. Master Wang, I need to tell you something first. Given the current situation, with so many injuries, our combat power is less than 30% of what it used to be, and hunting efficiency may drop significantly. It's just injuries. Mary can handle them. These can also serve as experimental subjects for human modification experiments. Well, Captain Lynx, as long as you all trust me, injuries are not a big problem. For those missing arms or legs, I will find a way to solve the prosthetics, and for other ailments, I will find a way to treat them. Everyone was stunned, and after a few seconds of silence, they erupted in disbelief. Master Wang, are you joking? You're a mechanic. Are you also a part-time doctor? Wang Yu explained, when machinery is broken, it needs to be repaired, and the person who repairs it is called a mechanic. When a human body is broken, it also needs to be repaired, but the person who repairs it is called a doctor. Repairing the human body and repairing machinery are quite similar. This statement left everyone speechless. How could medicine and machinery be similar? They were worlds apart. Seeing that no one was speaking, Wang Yu continued, "Don't believe me? Then let me prove it with facts. Who wants to try first?" Now, everyone looked at each other, and finally, they turned their gaze to a middle-aged man with a pale face and somewhat effeminate movements. Niao, why don't you give it a try? Maybe Master Wang can solve your problem. Why me? Why don't you all try first? Niao protested. Because yours is just a decoration. If it can't be repaired, it will significantly affect your combat power. A bunch of guys surrounded Niao, urging him to step up and test Wang Yu's abilities, and he, as his name implied, was useless. Under the strong insistence of the crowd, Niao was pushed forward, and Wang Yu could only put on a bitter face and help him fix his bird. There was no choice since the words had already been said. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Wang Yu led Niao to the medical room with a serious expression. At this moment, Niao was excited. He was trading his broken bird gun for a big cannon. If it weren't for Wang Yu pulling him out to show off the results, he would have already rushed to the gathering place to experience the power of the cannon. As soon as the crowd saw Niao, they immediately surrounded him, clamoring to see the results. Niao smiled mysteriously and dramatically pulled out the big cannon, causing everyone to shout at Wang Yu. Master Wang, do you have any stock left? I want to install one too. Yeah, I want to use this cannon to sweep through the flower street, to spread Master Wang's fame. Exactly. Master Wang, I want produced by forgetting worry engraved on my cannon. So wherever I go, I can advertise. Your skills are legendary, and the Repair Association's blacklist will become a joke. In fact, Wang Yu had been unhappy about processing this big cannon for a long time and wouldn't he agree to process more than a dozen of the same model. He said, "You all think carefully. I'm here to solve your injury problems, and this opportunity is only this once." As soon as these words came out, everyone quieted down significantly. The big cannon was great, but it was useless in the wild. Solving the injury problems and enhancing combat power was more practical. In the end, they could only sigh over the cannon and choose to address their physical injuries. A few hours later, Wang Yu managed to treat the 10 or so people, resolving their injuries and ailments. Lynx was astonished to see the excitement on the faces of his old team members standing before him, and he was incredibly shocked by Wang Yu's abilities. He had thought that Wang Yu's strength lay in repairing machines and equipment. But this was just the tip of the iceberg. He could even repair human bodies, and his skills were even more formidable. With Wang Yu's intervention, all members of the Hellcat hunting team present felt a sense of belonging again. Why did they become hunters? It was to continue their lives. And now, with Wang Yu providing equipment and strong medical support, they could be 100 times stronger just working for Wang Yu than they were before. Lynx knew that Wang Yu had performed over a dozen surgeries in a row, so he didn't continue to interrupt. After a quick meal, under the strong suggestion of the team members, he led the team to bravely venture into Flower Street. It was already midnight, and shortly after they left, Mary quietly slipped into the warship. She had the access key given by Wang Yu, and she came bearing an important message. This news was crucial to the lives of most people outside the city. Chapter 85 News of the Beast Tide. As soon as Mary entered the battleship, Wang Yu knew she was curious about why she came to find him so late. Could it be that she wanted to experience the secret functions of her new body? It must be so. After all, she claimed that her body belonged only to herself, and at a woman's age, one could hardly resist. The more Wang Yu thought about it, the more he believed it. So he asked Mary to come to the captain's lounge to find him. Anyway, he had been busy with too many things today, and enjoying a little relaxation would do him good. Mary thought Wang Yu was leading her to his office when he directed her to a room behind the bridge, but upon opening the door, she found it was actually a bedroom. Seeing her in a daze, Wang Yu said, "Come in. Why are you just standing there?" A bit embarrassed, Mary walked in, her gaze fixated on Wang Yu's physique, stirring up some inexplicable emotions within her. At this moment, Wang Yu was no longer the skinny weakling he once was after his body was reshaped. His physique, at the silver stage of combat power, would even make Superman Clark bow down in admiration. This physique was deadly poison for women, and even someone like her, a well-trained intelligence officer, couldn't escape its allure. Coupled with Wang Yu's slightly handsome and resolute face, along with his mischievous smile, Mary suddenly forgot the purpose of her visit. "Were you up to, boss? It's you who came to find me. You're asking me what I'm up to? Hurry up. I've been tired all day." Wang Yu laid down directly, waiting for her to help him relieve his muscles. Oh, Mary felt a bit flustered as a peculiar fragrance filled the air, though she didn't realize it. Wang Yu, catching the scent, felt refreshed. It was quite nice, just as he had intended. This function was designed so that when Mary was in a specific state, her body would automatically synthesize a kind of perfume that emanated from her skin, inspired by certain historical films he had recreated using high technology. Once the fragrance was released, Mary suddenly had some massage techniques appear in her mind, which Wang Yu had secretly implanted, classic time massage techniques. Then, in a daze, Mary began to serve him. Use a bit more strength. Wang Yu's physical strength was too high. Mary had to operate at maximum capacity just to achieve the right force. An hour later, Mary was exhausted, her body emanating a strong fragrance, nearly worn out. Fortunately, she was human. Otherwise, if she were one of those mechanical daughters like Rose, she would probably have crashed. What is wrong with me? I feel drained, like my body is smoking. Could it be that I triggered some kind of kinetic energy again? This boss is so bad, adding so many twisted features. At that moment, she suddenly noticed Wang Yu looking at her with a wicked smile. What does this bad boss want to do? A few hours later, she finally understood all the functions of her new body, learning them hands-on from Wang Yu. After experiencing these new functions, even this seasoned intelligence officer was left dumbfounded, unable to believe it was herself, and she gained a new understanding of Wang Yu's creativity. The captain's lounge was in disarray, so they moved to the reception room to wait for the maid mech to clean up. After downing 2 buckets of water and some nutrient solution, Mary regained some strength. Her earlier learning had consumed too much energy, leaving her severely depleted, while also realizing Wang Yu's power. Fortunately, this body wasn't quite human. Otherwise, she would have no idea what the consequences would be. After catching her breath, Mary finally remembered why she came. Boss, I received some special intelligence today and came to tell you. Wang You looked puzzled. He thought Mary had come just to experience her new body, so he had been teaching her hands-on. Now, he found out she was actually there to deliver intelligence. So he asked, special intelligence? What kind of intelligence is so special that you came over in the middle of the night? It's like this. Tonight I overheard some hunters chatting, based on their discoveries in the wild and the behavioral analysis of the beasts. I have a feeling that a beast tide might occur soon. However, this news has not been confirmed, but I am about 80% confident in my judgment. Upon hearing beast tide, Wang Yu was momentarily stunned. According to historical records, beast tides occurred frequently, which was why cities were built with such high walls. However, every time a beast tide appeared, the gathering places outside the city would suffer heavy casualties, and the wealthy would apply to enter the city for refuge. But the entry fees were exorbitantly high, and most hunters could not afford it, leaving them to set up makeshift shelters in the gathering places and leave their fate to chance. Of course, Wang Yu had not experienced this himself. It was all recorded in the data in his safe. Mary, have you experienced a beast tide? Yes, 8 times. When a beast tide occurred, how did you get through it? Mary's expression became somewhat unnatural. The first time, I was 16 and had just come here as an intelligence officer. That time was relatively small in scale, and I hid in the shelter of the gathering place with many hunters. As she spoke, a deep fear appeared in her eyes. The beasts came in overwhelming numbers. Although most of them weren't very strong, their sheer number made them hard to resist. The main door of the shelter I was in was breached. The hunters present took turns defending the narrow passage, holding out for almost a day until everyone was severely injured and exhausted. Fortunately, the beast tide suddenly retreated. Otherwise, everyone in the shelter would have become food for the beasts. When we emerged after the beast tide receded, we found the gathering place in ruins, with nothing left but debris. One you had heard about the dangers of a rat tide before crossing over. Being swarmed by them was tough to resist, and if one got entangled, it would only leave bones behind. So he somewhat understood the terror in Mary's eyes. What about the later times? Mary took a moment to calm her emotions and said, after that, I hid in the city. Of course, each time I nearly exhausted my savings. Were you not faced with a beast tide before you turned 16? No, at that time, I was in the organization's secret base where there were no beast tides. Later, I investigated and found that beast tides only attack densely populated cities. I suspect that the gathering places outside the city are deliberately left as bait for the beasts, so they would be sated and not continue to assault the city. When you pondered Mary's statement and felt there was indeed some possibility to it. According to the data, many people in the gathering places were those who couldn't survive in the city and were expelled. These people had no choice but to cluster together outside the city walls for warmth, eventually forming the gathering places. Of course, to resist the beast tides, they could only build underground shelters. After every beast tide, there were still some people who managed to survive. The forces in the city were actually also using the beast tides to harvest the wealth of those outside the city. Otherwise, how could Mary deplete most of her savings every time she entered the city for refuge? From the fact that she could take out 10 million, Wang Yu knew just how high the refuge fees were. However, with the battleship in hand, the beast tide was not much of a concern for Wang Yu. When the beast tide came, he could just elevate the battleship to resolve the issue. Mary, don't worry too much. My battleship is no ordinary vessel. At least it can fly. Boss, I know you have a way, but don't you want to use the beast tide to do something else? Mary knew he was cooperating with the Hellcat hunting group, and from the various messages that had been circulating from that group of people shopping on Flower Street, she guessed Wang Yu's cooperation was not just simple. He wanted to develop his own power. Actually, she was just overthinking it. Wang Yu took in the Hellcats, mainly for the life crystals. However, her words did awaken Wang Yu. You're right. This is a great opportunity to absorb some people to work for me. Good. Help me keep an eye on a more virtuous people in the gathering places. After saying this, Mary stood up and bowed to Wang Yu. From Wang Yu's angle, he just happened to see her deep background, and a certain thought jumped into his mind. As Mary turned to leave, he grabbed her. Don't rush off. I noticed you were particularly serious while learning just now. I want to test you and see how much you've learned. Mary felt a bit shy. Boss, right here? Of course. Just like that. Wang Yu became the examiner, while Mary was diligently completing the assigned evaluation tasks. The next day, when Mary got up, she felt as if her body was falling apart. After struggling to get dressed, the communicator beside her rang. It displayed a series of special codes, and upon seeing them, her pupils dilated. This was a message from the organization's higher-ups. After deciphering it with the decoder, she became a bit anxious. Some people in the organization had their eyes on Wang Yu and were sending someone over. Chapter 86. Mary's Message. Feng Xiao arrives. Mary knew that someone in the organization was targeting Wang Yu, and she felt a bit anxious. The Truth Alliance was fragmented amid turmoil, lacking a leader, which resulted in multiple factions vying for power. However, their external statements remained largely unified. Although she had once been the adopted daughter of the party leader, she was now merely a minor intelligence officer on assignment, with little say in internal matters. The current leaders of the organization were not visionary or capable individuals. They were mostly second-generation members who controlled resources, yet lacked the talent and only cared about immediate benefits. If these people targeted Wang Yu, conflict would likely be the only outcome. However, Wang Yu couldn't afford to make too many enemies right now, especially since he had just been globally banned by the Maintenance Association. If he clashed with the organization, many channels would be rendered useless. Considering this, she decided to inform Wang Yu of the situation, hoping he could negotiate with the organization to utilize its resources to strengthen himself. Upon receiving the news, Wang Yu did not express much. To him, cooperation depended on the person. If it was feasible, he would consider it, but he wouldn't compromise himself. Honestly, he was not optimistic about the current Truth Alliance and believed the organization was on the decline. His priority now was to enhance the battleship's defensive capabilities and collect life crystals to boost his combat power. Being strong was the only truth. Thus, Wang Yu set aside trivial matters and focused on modifying the remaining 11 maid mech girls, optimizing the equipment needed for the hunting team to enable them to go out and hunt. Days passed, and his progress was relatively smooth. The mech girl team had begun to form combat capabilities, with the awakened Rose as the commander. Wang Yu granted her a high degree of freedom and did not assign her maid tasks, though she had been handling maintenance duties over the past few days. Since the news of the ban was released, Balchong had been setting up a table opposite him every day to drink tea, and the maintenance shop's business had decreased significantly, down to about 20% of what it used to be. However, Wang Yu was too busy to care. He was constantly occupied aboard the battleship, modifying this and that, and the Met Girl team was assisting in speeding up the progress, having modified the entire battleship. It seemed he needed to contact teacher Piao Xue to see if she could procure a couple of items. With that thought in mind, he immediately contacted Piao Xue after finishing his shower. "Xiaoyu, it's been a few days. What have you been busy with? You Haven Tea, come to find me. Are you hiding in your nest playing with succubus? You young people need to take care of your health and not wear yourselves out. And what is so fun about machines? You should be cultivating some feelings with Xiao Xiao. A few days ago, I heard her say you're especially strong." Once the communication connected, he heard Piao Xue's rapid-fire inquiries, her tone gentle and alluring. If anyone else heard these words coming from the iceberg female warrior, they would be terrified. Just the thought of getting involved with Piao Xue made him a bit anxious, but remembering her witch-like attributes, the spark of excitement quickly fizzled out. This woman was definitely not to be trifled with. "Coincidentally, I just got my hands on a strong body potion, which is a good item. It can enhance your physical qualities, and I'll deliver it to you right away." Piao Xue had indeed just acquired the strong body potion, which was originally intended for Wang Yu. She had taken it out right after her shower when Wang Yu called. This, which usually had a cold demeanor, but sometimes she would act a bit silly, appearing directly in a bathrobe. After being hit, Wang Yu's only thought was, "Oh no, why did this witch come uninvited? What should I do now?" At the same time, Piao Xue's head was buzzing a bit. She realized she had made a mistake by opening the space portal too abruptly, landing right on the cannon's muzzle. "No, I have to dismantle this cannon." Just as Wang Yu was overwhelmed by the situation and brainstorming solutions, Feng Xiao called, and he quickly picked up, intending to hang up, but accidentally answered. "Xiaoyu, I'm here. Hurry and open the door." Upon hearing this voice, Piao Xue felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, dropping the strong body potion and jumping through the space portal to escape. She had made a fool of herself, delivering the potion and getting hit for no reason, and now she was leaving in a huff. Of course, while she had left, her scent lingered behind. Wang Yu sighed in relief. Feng Xiao was on the deck, and he awkwardly opened the door remotely. Within a minute, Feng Xiao appeared wearing a strapless short dress with a long coat. "Xiao Yu, have you missed me these past few days?" "Missed you," Wang Yu replied reluctantly, internally complaining that he had no time to think about that. He had a mountain of tasks during the day, and, at night, he was either guiding Mary or repairing the mech girls. His mind was racing. However, to smooth over the awkwardness from earlier, he offered a compliment. "Shouldn't I reach out to you? Honestly, are you playing around with succubus every day?" "Well, that's indeed the case." Wang Yu chuckled awkwardly. "Sister Xiao, I've been busy with modifications these past few days. My hands are cramping up." He thought to himself that indeed, they were cramping because there were too many tasks to handle. "Nonsense. You just need a thought to contact me with those sunglasses," Feng Xiao retorted angrily. However, their relationship was such that she was the one in control rather than Wang Yu fawning over her. So as long as he didn't drive her away, she would hold on tightly. Of course, Wang Yu wouldn't drive her away. He was just worried about losing control and accidentally sending her to the hospital. However, with the improvement in medical standards, that issue was manageable. This improvement in medical standards was also thanks to Mary and the 10 or so members of the hunting team. Without their contributions, Wang Yu's progress wouldn't have been so swift. "Sister Xiao, you can't say that. I'm just looking out for you. Think about your combat power. I'm genuinely worried for you. What if you lose control and can't work anymore?" That's just inexperience. I've utilized my free time these past few days to review a lot of materials. I want to be like last time. By the way, what does that smell? It feels so familiar. Her investigative instincts finally kicked in, and after all that talk, she noticed the unusual scent. When you realized something was off, what could that smell be? Why didn't I notice it? Could it be a professional habit of being suspicious? By the way, what have you been busy with these past few days? After saying that, he internally mocked. Women have such keen noses. Luckily, I reacted quickly and shifted the topic. Wang Yu inquired about work, and Feng Xiao as attention shifted. "Oh, it's about the Du family. The family head died unexpectedly, and the illegitimate son, Du Ziping, suddenly rose to power. The power shift in this family was suspicious, and they were instructed to keep a close watch until today, when the mission was inexplicably cancelled. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had time to come out. If the Du family head died, the one who should logically take over would be the eldest son Du Dajiao, or an elder from the family in power. It was indeed abnormal for an illegitimate son to take charge. What about Du Dajiao? This doubt was quite clear, and Wang Yu was also curious, as he had considerable conflicts with the Du family. However, Feng Xiao, the incompetent leader of the investigation team, thought it was better to avoid trouble. The family power transition had nothing to do with her, and she had been slacking off during the investigation. Du's family head went to Sky City not long before his death. Why do you care about him? This guy has quite a conflict with me. Recently, while handling matters, I discovered that the Du family had sent a group to secretly plot against me. He was referring to the Du family shadow group. And only recently did he think to analyze those communication devices, realizing the true identities of the Shadow Dragon's dark guards and the Shadow Group, including the Bloodhand team. He speculated that the Bloodhand team was also hired by the Du family, but there was no substantial evidence. Oh, then could it be that Du Dajiao is afraid you'll retaliate and ran away? By the way, the young master of the Long family also went to Sky City. It must be like that. After you took out 5 gold tier members, they ran away. This speculation was likely correct, knowing that those 2 had fled. Wang Yu couldn't be bothered. As long as they didn't show up in front of him, he didn't want to waste time looking for them, and shifted his focus back to Feng Xiao. "Xiao Xuejia, why did you come to find me so late? Need I say more?" Feng Xiao raised her hand and tossed her trench coat aside. Just like that, Feng Xiao took the initiative to start the fight, and Wang Yu could only be forced to respond. But what the two didn't know was that just as the battle began, a spatial rift appeared in a hidden place, and the mysterious Shui Shun drifted out. Chapter 87. Mass-produced strengthening potion as Wang Yu and Feng Xiao were engaged in a fierce battle. Qiao Xue was hiding in a secret corner, her eyes wide and her mouth covered. The fight ended in 3 moves. Wang Yu didn't shed a drop of blood, while Feng Xiao was nearly exhausted. Then, Wang Yu switched from defense to offense, soaring like a dragon in the sky. Feng Xiao was too weak to resist and could only watch helplessly as Wang Yu unleashed a series of extraordinary moves, ultimately fainting on the spot in despair. However, thinking about her identity, she felt it was inappropriate to bully someone younger, so she suppressed her combative instincts. Unfortunately, after the battle, Wang Yu was somewhat unsatisfied, still in the heat of battle, and the sound of Piao Xue's rapid heartbeat caught his attention. He was alarmed. He had been so careless during the fight that someone had been hiding nearby to spy on him without him noticing. The ship only had made robots, which didn't have human heartbeats, and Mari's body couldn't produce such a heartbeat. Thinking it might be a mysterious person, he immediately became vigilant. "Who's there? Come out." "Meow meow." "Woof, meow meow." Wang Yu was stunned. "A cat? When did I have a cat on my battleship? No, this is clearly a human heartbeat. Something's wrong." Realizing this, he immediately activated his eye of analysis to investigate. The moment he looked, he was shocked. That familiar energy field made it obvious who it was. At this moment, Piao Xue noticed that Wang Yu didn't come forward and thought her imitation of a cat's meow worked, so she continued to mimic a few more sounds. "Meow meow haha." Not only did she mimic the cat's meow, but she also imitated the cat's puffy action, with her two paws on the ground and her rear end held high. However, she didn't realize that Wang Yu could tell her movements from the changes in the energy field. The unextinguished flame was about to reignite. He wanted to catch this female cat immediately and deal with her on the spot. However, the fear Piao Xue instilled in him far exceeded the flame. "No, I can't let her think I discovered she's not a cat." With a quick thought, he sneezed twice. "Where did this wild cat come from?" "My nose. I need to have Rose come over to take it away." Saying this, he quickly slipped away. Piao Xue was also embarrassed to hide there any longer and could only angrily slip away through the spatial door, feeling resentful. "You little brat. Dare to call me a wild cat? Think you're strong, huh? If I don't beat you to the point where you can't get out of bed for 3 days, I..." Little did she know, after Wang Yu left, he had been hiding next to the door, and he noticed when she slipped away through the spatial door. Finally gone. This witch's personality is really hard to deal with. She even sneaks around to spy and can imitate a cat's meow so well. Not long after, Wang Yu sat in the reception room, holding the strengthening potion Piao Xue had sent him, observing and analyzing it. As the analysis progressed, the components and production methods of the strengthening potion kept appearing in his mind. Active ingredients, life energy, essence extracted from beast meat. After fully analyzing it, Wang Yu found that as long as he had the materials, he could also produce this type of potion. These materials were the dividends from the Hellcat hunting team, and there were still quite a few beast meat stocks in the battleship. However, he was short on life crystals, with only a few left. But now that he knew the method, Wang Yu certainly couldn't sit still. He immediately rushed to the medical room, where the necessary equipment was located. 2 hours later, Wang Yu emerged with 2 large bottles of strengthening potion, totaling a full 10 liters. He consumed most of his remaining life crystals and more than half of his beast meat for these potions. If they were filled into small bottles like the one Piao Xue had given him, that would amount to a staggering 1,000 bottles. Excited by the large quantity of potions, Wang Yu wanted to send a message to Piao Xue. However, at that moment, Mari suddenly arrived. "The organization sent someone to see you secretly today. He inquired about your information and should come to see you in the next couple of days." "Oh, what information did you give him about me?" "Just the publicly available information." "That's good. Let him be. By the way, how is the person coming over?" Mari's expression wasn't very good, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Wang Yu noticed this and said, "Just say it. I need to assess some things." "The person coming is the son of the 5th seat. His personality is terrible, full of arrogance and disdain for everything, and he has big ambitions but limited talent." Wang Yu frowned, thinking it should be a common trait among the 2nd-generation rich. He asked, "Did he do something to you?" "He's a bit clumsy. It seems this guy is quite bold, daring to mess with my people. Should I just take care of him?" Wang Yu was quite displeased. Mari was working for him now, and she couldn't be bullied. Seeing Wang Yu's dark expression, Mari felt a hint of joy but quickly lost it. "Boss, you shouldn't provoke him right now. Although the organization is not as powerful as before, a dying camel is bigger than a horse. There are still many channels to utilize. Wang Yu disagreed. He had just produced the strengthening potion. He wasn't afraid of lacking resources. Don't worry too much. If they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. You should also stand tall. It's better for things to be done that way. Let's just observe for now. You don't need to compromise, at worst. You can declare yourself king. This Tianhai city is just a small place. I actually support you in breaking away from their control. Mari hesitated. She had many grievances against the current organization, but also had her concerns. I'm worried about their high-end combat power. What level are they? The organization has a specialized judgment team, all at the steel drill level. Wang Yu pondered. In recent days, he had absorbed life crystals, and his body had reached the limit of the silver flash level. Wearing battle armor, he could easily crush the limit of the radiant gold level. However, he had never fought against the steel drill level and didn't know the specific situation. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid. He just didn't want to expose himself too early. He said, "Don't worry about this. We will have ways to deal with them when they come. You can utilize this organization as much as possible. If it falls apart, it doesn't matter." Mari nodded. "Okay, I understand, boss." Noticing that she still seemed worried, he asked, "By the way, has your father made contact?" "Still in contact. This channel has been cut off for more than 10 years. And I don't know how he is. Will he believe me?" "What message did you send him?" I contacted him according to the organization's secret order." "What?" When you thought for a moment and suggested, "How about this? Add a memory that is deeply significant to both you and him. Something only the two of you would know." At a suggestion, Mari understood and felt much better. After saying this, she bowed, which made Wang Yu feel a bit itchy, as her shape and elasticity were top-notch. Just as she was turning to leave, Wang Yu thought of the strengthening potion and said, "Wait a moment. Take a look at this thing." "What thing?" Mari took it, opened it, and sniffed it, exclaiming, "Strengthening potion. Boss, where did you get this? This stuff is extremely rare. Why are you so surprised?" "Calm down. Is this thing really valuable?" "Of course. This bottle officially sells for 200,000, but very few have the qualification to sell it. On the black market, it's almost sold for 500,000. Wang Yu wasn't particularly shocked. Compared to its effects, the official price wasn't too high. According to the official price, his 2 large bottles would be worth 200 million, with a cost of only 20,000, a massive profit that made his eyes shine. "Take a look at these 2 large bottles." Mari, unsure of his intentions, also opened it and sniffed. "No way, boss. Did you create counterfeit products? Planning to sell them on the black market to scam people?" "Mari, what are you talking about? This is genuine. The effects are exactly the same. Although I made it. Once it's in the bottle and enters the black market, it's real. Wang Yu's products are definitely top-notch. This isn't just talk. When creating it, I used the eye of analysis to analyze it. The original mother liquid has stronger effects, but to fit it into small bottles like that, I had to dilute it a bit. And so, the two began discussing how to sell the potions on the black market. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyu woke up and searched for Wang Yu. Following the hint from the rose, she walked towards the reception room. Chapter 88. The Witch Cat. Snowfall. After a brief discussion, Wang Yu and Mary finalized the plan to sell the strength-enhancing potion on the black market. Although he had a lot on hand, this potion was classified as a top-tier contraband, so it couldn't be shipped out in large quantities all at once. Therefore, Mary opted for a conservative approach of small shipments. However, the upgrade of the warship would be slow, as the necessary materials and equipment were not easy to obtain, but could be done step by step. For now, they needed to ensure that they could withstand the city defense light cannon of Tianhai City. As long as this was achieved, the official threat from Tianhai City would be minimal, and he could secretly control Tianhai City, using its resources to strengthen himself. After coming to this realization, Wang Yu felt a rush of excitement, and coupled with Mary's big G car continuously driving around him, the battle intent that he had not completely exhausted began to reignite. Noticing his battle intent, Mary invited him to play a mini-game of cannon shooting at the headlights. "Boss, you're too clumsy, always missing. Don't run away. Watch my extreme turning shot. It hurts. Boss, your accuracy is terrible. You keep hitting my windshield. Where are you running?" As Feng Xiao approached the reception room, she heard the commotion inside and was furious. It was late at night, and little Yu was still playing games with Succubus. Unacceptable. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Gritting her teeth, she slowly approached, ready to ambush Wang Yu. At that moment, a hidden corner of the reception room had a witch cat secretly observing the battle. This time, she was clever and had set up a spatial concealment barrier in advance. Thus, Wang Yu and Mary were engrossed in their game, unaware of Feng Zhao's arrival, while Snowfall was also silently observing, not knowing Feng Zhao was coming. Wang Yu relentlessly pursued, while Mary drove the big G, shaking the headlights and occasionally dodging cannon fire. "Ha, boss, you missed again." Mary dodged to the limit, and the cannonball flew towards Snowfall's hiding corner, scaring her into retracting her head and removing the barrier. But the cannonball seemed to have eyes and exploded right in her face. The explosion nearly blew the witch out of her hiding spot, but she managed to suppress her battle intent with sheer willpower, avoiding exposure. However, getting hit in the face was still unpleasant, and she could only grit her teeth, marking down a note against Wang Yu. Wang Yu, seeing he missed again, buried his head in reloading the cannonball and continued aiming. Mary, knowing his cool-down time, flaunted the headlights and occasionally teased him with a charming smile. "This time, let us see where you run." "Yay, perfect dodge. Full marks." The cannonball lost its target and flew toward the door. At that moment, Feng Zhao could no longer hold back and burst in, shouting, "Little Yu." Before she could finish her sentence, she followed in Snowfall's footsteps and got hit in the face by the cannonball. Thud. Upon seeing Feng Zhao, Wang Yu was dumbfounded, and Mary quickly turned off the big G's lights. Even Snowfall, who was hiding, had a strange expression, and the scene suddenly fell silent. After spitting out a couple of times, Feng Zhao looked at Wang Yu and saw that the dark cannon muzzle was still aimed at her, instantly filling her with rage. "Little Yu, you idiot! How could you? How could you? I'll cut you." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Wang Yu quickly hid the cannon, fearing Feng Zhao would take it and dismantle it. Just as she opened the spatial door, Feng Zhao caught sight of it. Snowfall. Teacher, why? Why are you here? In your face." Feng Zhao's loud shout alerted Wang Yu and Mary, and now Mary was too scared to move. Wang Yu's face also turned pale. Seeing Snowfall's face, he knew she must have taken a direct hit, and he was feeling desperate. "Damn witch! What are you doing here peeping? My super cannon is ruined." Seeing that there was no escaping, Snowfall flipped her hair and said, "Little Yu, you seem to be having fun, huh? Your firepower is quite strong, and you've prepared a lot of cannonballs, but your accuracy is lacking. They're hitting everywhere. How about, should I teach you some practice to prevent hitting your allies?" Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed. How could she not dodge? Mary was too good at dodging. Feng Zhao's eyes widened at Snowfall's words, her face filled with disbelief, and Mary looked similarly astonished. Xiao, why are you still standing there? Little Yu's accuracy is so poor. You share the responsibility too. Come here and teach him properly. Little Yu, where did you hide the cannon? Hurry up and set it up for proper practice. If you dare hide it again, I'll search and smash it. With a fierce expression, Snowfall glared at Wang Yu, filled with resentment in her heart. You like to play, huh? Then let us all join in. If you don't practice until you can't stand up, I'll write your name backward. From then on, Wang Yu looked as if he had lost all hope, staring blankly at the two big GS, continuously practicing loading, aiming, and shooting until he ran out of ammunition. Snowfall took on the role of commander beside him, ready to kick the cannon if he dared to slack off. Fortunately, she wasn't wearing high heels. Otherwise, who knows how many holes she would kick into the cannon. 2 hours later, the reception room was cleaned up, and Wang Yu lay half dead on the sofa, while Feng Zhao and Snowfall sat across from him. Mary, too scared to sneak away, stood behind Wang Yu. Snowfall's face was filled with the pleasure of revenge. Little Yu, you got some skills, huh? You've gotten much stronger in just a few days. By the way, did you take the strength-enhancing potion I sent you? What she said made Wang Yu suddenly clear. Strength-enhancing potion. Those 2 bottles on the table are it. Snowfall was puzzled. 2 bottles on the table? What potion bottles? There are just 2 large jars of some liquid there that look like red wine. Little Yu, are you dizzy? There are 2 bottles of strength-enhancing potion on the table, and I only sent you 1. Strength-enhancing potion, bottled? Who would be so extravagant? No, little Yu shouldn't be able to get strength-enhancing potions. Could it be that you mistook the tonic liquor for strength-enhancing potion? The more Snowfall thought about it, the more she was convinced of this guess. especially since Wang Yu practiced cannon operations every day. He definitely wouldn't be able to handle it physically. Little Yu, don't mistake the tonic liquor for strength-enhancing potion. What effect can tonic liquor have? It's not comparable to strength-enhancing potion. You should take out the bottle I sent you and drink it quickly. It has some restorative effects. Her reminder made Wang Yu recall the auxiliary effects of the strength-enhancing potion, so he asked Rose to bring 3 cups. As for why 3, it was because the strength-enhancing potion had no effect on Mary. She could only strengthen her body by stacking materials. Rose was quick, and the cups were delivered. Snowfall looked alluring. Little Yu, are you inviting the teacher to drink? Trying to get me drunk? Then take revenge? Feng Xiao held back her laughter. What drinking? This is the strength-enhancing potion I refined and prepared, with the same effects as the one you sent, and I want you to try it. After all, a shipment on the black market was only a few small bottles at a time. With 2 large jars here, there was no worry about waste. Rose skillfully poured the strength-enhancing potion into the cups and presented them to Feng Xiao and Snowfall, while Wang Yu took one for himself. Mary, standing behind him, exclaimed that it was a waste. Who drinks strength-enhancing potion from a cup? As Wang Yu took a sip, it felt just like drinking tonic liquor. But the effect was quite good. He could clearly feel his stamina rapidly recovering. Snowfall, puzzled, picked up her cup and sniffed it, noticing it smelled just like the strength-enhancing potion. She wondered how Little Yu had concocted this tonic liquor to resemble the strength-enhancing potion so closely, but she was unsure about its effects. After taking a cautious sip, her blue eyes immediately sparkled, and she downed it in one go, her chest rising and falling rapidly, which left Wang Yu across from her in shock. Could it be that this which was hiding her true strength and was about to transform? How did she manage to do it? Feng Xiao had never drunk the strength-enhancing potion before and didn't know the scent, but seeing Snowfall drink it, she followed suit. After downing it, a fiery energy surged through her entire body, and she felt her body rapidly expanding, as if she was about to explode at any moment. Wang Yu noticed something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Jia, what is wrong with you?" The shout caught the attention of the drifting snow, and upon seeing that the cup in Feng Xiao's hand was empty, she suddenly thought it was not a good sign. Chapter 89. Drinking the strengthening potion from a cup. Are you a tycoon? Feng Xiao's situation was indeed dire. The strengthening potion itself contained immense energy, and with her insufficient body strength, drinking too much at once would definitely cause problems. Given Feng Xiao's physical condition, she could only handle about 30 milliliters at most. But that cup just now contained around 80 milliliters. Even someone with a body at the brilliant diamond level, like Piao Xue, revealed her shortcomings after drinking it. Let alone Feng Xiao, who was only at the bronze level. If she drank it, it would be a miracle if she didn't explode on the spot. In fact, it was also Piao Xue's oversight. She initially didn't treat it as a strengthening potion, leading Feng Xiao to imitate her. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, pressing one hand on Feng Xiao's chest and using her true energy to suppress the chaotic energy within Feng Xiao's body. Unfortunately, she overestimated her own strength. The energy was rampaging too violently within Feng Xiao, and she could only maintain the status quo, while Feng Xiao fainted directly due to the energy explosion. Xiao Yu quickly contacted Brother Dashin. I can only suppress it for now. I can't help Xiao Xiao to adjust her breath. Now Wang Yu also realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly sent a message to old Feng. Of course, he wouldn't just sit and wait. He activated the Eye of Analysis to observe Feng Xiao's condition and discovered that there were many foreign energies in her body, which Piao Xue was using her true energy to help suppress. Piao Xue, is it okay to help senior sister Xiao clear the foreign energy in her body so that it can be expelled without issue? In simple terms, it really was like that, but now there was too much energy in her body. I could only suppress it, not clear it. Piao Xue was also very anxious. She had drunk so much herself that she had to suppress it in her body, and now she had to divert her attention to suppress Feng Xiao's, which made her feel a bit overwhelmed. After observing for a while, Wang Yu figured out the suppression method, and then the guiding method also emerged. Piao Xue, let me try to guide it. Piao Xue found it incredible and looked up at him, asking, have you studied ancient martial arts? That's impossible, Brother Dashin taught you. But how could you learn it in such a short time? Wang Yu scratched his head, wondering how to explain it. However, Feng Xiao was indeed in danger, so he could only take the risk. Piao Xue, I have my own opportunities, so please don't ask for now. Senior sister Xiao is the priority, you just suppress it. Even if it doesn't work, old Feng should arrive soon, right? Then you try to guide it first. I'll suppress the critical areas. Start from the feet. When you're ready, I'll slowly release the suppression. Piao Xue didn't understand Wang Yu's mysteriousness, but letting him try wasn't out of the question. After he agreed, Wang Yu nodded, took off Feng Xiao's shoes, and held her soft jade feet. Piao Xue, I'm ready. You can slowly release the suppression. Although he didn't have the true energy like Piao Xue, he had a higher level spiritual energy and was able to simulate her true energy manipulation. As Piao Xue slowly released her control, Wang Yu guided the foreign energy to flow towards himself through the points of contact, then devoured it with his own spiritual energy. At this moment, a thought popped into his mind. This effect is quite similar to the North mysterious divine skill. However, he didn't absorb all the foreign energy. Instead, he retained the critical value that Feng Xiao's body could accommodate. After handling the feet, he continued up to the thighs, then the hands, dantian, and finally the chest. Piao Xue was stunned watching this scene. As the area of suppression became smaller, her mood improved significantly. She didn't know how Wang Yu did it, but the effect was indeed remarkable. However, when he reached the last area, Wang Yu became a bit uneasy, mumbling to himself, why is senior sister Xiao so big? The energy shouldn't be concentrated here, right? Drinking a strengthening potion would have such an effect. After I absorb the energy, won't she shrink? This texture feels like iron. Just as he was confused, Piao Xue's voice reached his ears. Xiao Yu, what are you studying? Nothing. I'm ready, Piao Xue. Wang Yu dismissed the distractions and started to slowly guide the energy. At that moment, old Feng happened to arrive, entering the reception room under the guidance of Rose. Upon entering, he saw Wang Yu guiding the energy and was a bit surprised. However, seeing that there was no dangerous situation, he remained silent and watched quietly. Before long, Wang Yu had guided the excess energy into his own body, and the place that had been as hard as steel returned to normal with much better elasticity. Now Wang Yu could finally breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, fortunately, there was no shrinkage. After adjusting his breath, Wang Yu advanced to the radiant gold level body. Of course, according to his mixed yuan battle body realm, he had just stepped into the intermediate mortal level. Old Feng observed from the side and could sense the change in Wang Yu, feeling a storm of emotions inside. Previously, he didn't want to teach Wang Yu ancient martial arts, but now he felt the energy from Wang Yu was much higher than his ancient martial arts true energy, leaving him puzzled. Where did this kid get his cultivation method? Among everyone, he had been in contact with Wang Yu the longest, but after just a few days apart, Wang Yu's strength had skyrocketed like a rocket. Back then, when he was being chased in the mechanical graveyard, Wang Yu clearly didn't know how to fight. But when the Du family elite guards came to cause trouble, he could take them on. At that point, Wang Yu's body was still weak, not even reaching the black iron level. Yet just a few days ago, when he practiced with Wang Yu, he suddenly had a bronze-level body. He thought Piao Xue had secretly given him a strengthening potion. After Piao Xue, she also began to adjust her breath. After all, drinking so much strengthening potion at once was both beneficial and burdensome for her, and she needed to absorb it quickly. The two big shots were silent, and Mary didn't dare to speak out of turn, just standing quietly beside Wang Yu. Although she was familiar with Old Feng, she was now on Wang Yu's side. Old Feng, you're here. So slow. Wang Yu, I've been standing here for half a day, and you're just reacting now. This couldn't have been caused by you, right? You asked the right question. The strengthening potion was brought out by him for Feng Xiao to drink, but I didn't expect it would come with this risk. However, it wasn't without gain. At least now Feng Xiao's physical quality has improved a lot, and it also has a breast-enhancing effect. Just now, Wang Yu only asked Old Feng to come over and didn't mention the specific reason. Now he simply explained it. Old Feng jumped up after hearing it. What? Drinking so much strengthening potion at once. Are you a tycoon? Such a waste. He was no novice, even at his peak. It was not easy to get a strengthening potion. Wang Yu was speechless, pointing to the strengthening potion on the table. It was just made today. If you want to drink it, pour it yourself. Rose, help me get a cup. After Old Feng got the cup, he poured a glass. Kid, don't you care? For his own people, Wang Yu was still quite generous. If Mary could drink it, he wouldn't worry about wasting it. But unfortunately, Mary couldn't drink this stuff. After taking a sip, old Feng sighed in comfort, saying, "You kid are capable. You can even get this stuff. If those guys in the sky find out, you're finished. That's simple. Just don't let them know. By the time I truly bring it out, I won't be afraid of them anymore." At this moment, Piaoxua also finished adjusting her breath and said, "Xiaoyu, you should still be careful. The teacher and Brother Dashin still have to avoid those guys. But since you've produced this, one day you will grow to be able to wrestle with them." Wang Yu felt proud in his heart, thinking it's not just one day, it will be in the near future. By the way, Piaoxua, can you still get more of this type of potion? What do you want it for? Of course it's useful. Do you think where these two big bottles came from? Wang Yu and Old Feng were speechless. At this time, Piaoxua turned to Old Feng and said, "Brother Dashin, I want to teach Xiao ancient martial arts. What do you think?" Old Feng's expression became a bit unnatural after hearing this, but in the end, he still agreed. Chapter 90, Snowfall. I am increasingly interested in Xiaoyu. Ancient martial arts are indeed very powerful in this world, capable of overwhelming new martial artists in every aspect, from physical strength to attack techniques and energy usage. The only downside is the difficulty of entry. One needs secret manuals and a teacher to guide them, making it nearly impossible for an average person to practice alone. Nowadays, many methods of practicing ancient martial arts have been lost, leading the forces of the 12 satellite cities to gather ancient martial arts manuals and search for powerful ancient martial artists. They have a sufficient supply of strong body potions that can greatly shorten the practice time for ancient martial arts. As long as they have the manuals, they can mass-produce ancient martial artists. Old Feng, a powerful ancient martial artist, has become their target. Old Feng's lineage is traditionally passed down. When he was young, he saw that Piaoxua had outstanding talent, so he passed some knowledge to her but did not take her as a disciple. Therefore, if Piaoxua wants to teach Feng Xiao ancient martial arts, she must consult him. In fact, Old Feng had no such concerns when he was younger. Back then, he was quite arrogant and feared no one. However, since that incident, he became disabled and retreated from the world. Now, he is not worried about how well Feng Xiao can learn, but rather about that group of guys showing up again. When Wang Yu fought against the Bloodhand Squad, there were scouts observing.